What the hell is this? Su Yan's fingers flew across the phone screen when he suddenly burst out cursing. I'm in the middle of a game. What kind of stupid app is popping up ads like this, say? A sudden notification window had exploded onto the screen, completely covering Su Yan's game interface. He tried to close it, his fingers flying in a frantic attempt to regain control. A pentakill, the enemy crystal detonated, and then defeat. What? We actually lost. Su Yan's face collapsed in despair. All of it he blamed on that idiotic ad that had insisted on popping up at the critical moment, ruining his operations. Let me see which app dares to offend its users like this. Su Yan searched through his phone, but found nothing. Just as he lifted his head, he froze in astonishment. User confirmation successful. You have been identified as the world's first confirmed user and granted a unique special permission, which will take effect once the Endless Road is activated. The Endless Road will initiate worldwide after a 1-minute countdown. Good luck. Please stay alive. Su Yan stared blankly at the transparent interface hanging before him, then instinctively reached out, waving his hand through the air. His fingers passed through nothing. He could not touch it, yet it remained suspended before his eyes. In the empty rental apartment, there was only him and the interface. Technology's gotten so advanced that even ads have come to this. Muttering to himself, Su Yan stood up to get some water, trying to calm down. No matter where he walked, the transparent interface remained fixed in his vision. In the lower right corner, a 1-minute countdown glowed in red, blinking incessantly, making his heart involuntarily clench. What on earth is this thing? What is this Endless Road? And what does it mean to stay alive? Su Yan suddenly realized that he had probably casually closed something extremely important just now. As the countdown dropped to 0, Su Yan was horrified to discover his legs and arms beginning to break apart, dissolving into a rain of shimmering light that scattered through the air. Wait, what exactly was the thing I just closed? Can't you show it to me again, just once? Endless darkness swallowed his consciousness like a sleep without dreams. When Su Yan's consciousness resurfaced, he was stunned to find himself standing on a deserted city street. The sky was ashen, the air desolate. Everywhere his gaze fell lay broken ruins, like a metropolis abandoned after a devastating war. Wasn't my whole body just disintegrated? Su Yan rapidly checked himself. Phone, cigarettes, loose change, underwear, his most vital part. Everything was intact. At least I'm not missing any pieces. Su Yan exhaled in relief. As he lifted his head, he saw the transparent information frame hanging before his eyes again. Welcome, humans of Earth, to the Endless Road. Death run. Your steps may never cease. Monsters everywhere. Struggle as you please. Until death. Su Yan's gaze grew serious as he scanned the lines of text, remaining silent for a long time. At last he spoke. Can you show me the very first notification again? The one I closed. Just that one. Su Yan's tone was earnest with a hint of embarrassed politeness. There was no response. No answer. All right, I'll figure it out myself. Su Yan was helpless. If he could go back, he would read every single push notification on his phone with utmost care. He tried waving his hand and discovered he could actually move and close the floating prompts before him. When he scattered the notification window away, his eyes suddenly widened. Hiss. Did I just get pulled into some kind of game, eh? Su Yan was astonished. The environment around him had not changed, still the deserted ruined city street, overturned vehicles, leaning skyscrapers, a dim and murky sky. But from his perspective, several fixed, translucent information panes were scattered throughout his field of view. In the upper right, 3 flickering icons hovered, a card shape, a flag shape, and a skull. In the upper left, a large avatar of Su Yan himself was displayed. Beneath it stretched a long progress bar, with a communication icon shaped like a speech bubble beside it. Looking down, he saw a floating 180-second countdown number hovering over the ground beneath his feet, as if reminding him of something crucial. From his field of view, this was clearly the unique perspective of a game character. Yet who would dare use a living person as a game piece? What kind of cyber horror was this? 180 seconds, not much time. Su Yan murmured. He quickly grasped the importance of the time limit. He had to understand his current situation as fast as possible. Su Yan lifted his head and immediately tried interacting with the icons on the left and right edges of his vision. Starting with the card icon, he raised his hand to touch it, and a new transparent interface instantly unfolded before him. Like a scroll unfurling, a scene washed across his vision, red light mingling with black scarlet radiance spilling out as a colossal altar emerged before him, reminiscent of a gacha pool interface from some game. Above the altar floated 6 labels in different scripts: resource cards, equipment cards, talent cards, skill cards, trait cards, and servant cards. The altar itself was pitch black, and 5 of the 6 labels glowed blood red. Only the word equipment shimmered. Let's give it a try. Su Yan reached out and tapped the most eye-catching equipment label. The altar twisted rapidly, swallowing the glowing word and ejecting a fresh information screen. User currently holds the special right of first draw. First draw special right, the only privilege of the Endless Road. The user's first daily use of the sacrificial altar is free and is guaranteed to yield a legendary card. Thrown into a survival game, and I'm still doing gacha pulls. Su Yan rubbed his chin as his gaze swept across the entire interface, noticing several fine lines of text at the base of the altar. User noticed the sacrificial altar produces 6 categories of cards, Each draw consumes blood coins. Every 100 blood coins allows one card draw. The higher the card's grade, the stronger its effect. Card grades Basic and Fine are Rare SR Epic SSR blood coins. Su Yan recalled the earlier prompt about monsters everywhere and murmured, "So you kill monsters to earn blood coins, then use them to draw cards and strengthen yourself. Could I trade in my own blood for blood coins to draw cards?" He shook his head. "Forget it, I've got a free first draw, why am I even thinking about that?" Su Yan shook his head, then touched the altar and tentatively spoke, "Draw a card. User confirms draw. This category confirmed equipment. Drawing in progress." As the prompts appeared, a burst of blood-red light erupted from the black altar. Waves of scarlet flared before Su Yan, then suddenly collapsed inward, condensing into a single card of dazzling blood light. The card was about the size of a palm, entirely crimson, edged with gold, slowly rotating in front of Su Yan. On one side of the card was engraved a silver prismatic crystal. On the other, deep lettering marked it as legendary, "You're shining brilliantly." Pretty slick. Su Yan reached out, and the moment his fingers touched the card, detailed information surfaced before his eyes. Judgment Crystal Legendary Equipment Weapon Type. Card description: this equipment card can grant the user various types of combat lore. Each use of the card can load one kind of combat lore. While in a combat lore state, the user gains corresponding combat strength, experience, and techniques. Combat lore already stored: Martial Arts Master Rare Lore, Mad Priest Rare Lore, Terrifying Hunter Rare. Martial Arts Master. Upon activation, the user gains the full power of a martial arts grandmaster, including combat experience, techniques, and internal energy, without altering appearance or body shape. Mad Priest. Upon activation, the user gains the full power of a dark clergyman, including combat experience, divine arts, and faith energy, without altering appearance or body shape. Terrifying Hunter. Upon activation, the user gains the full power of a non-human creature, the Terrifying Hunter, including combat experience, instincts, and innate talents. The user's appearance and physique will be partially altered. Combat lore. Empty slots. 7 remaining blank slots for new combat lore. New lore can be extracted by killing creatures. Existing lore can be replaced at any time. Card durability. Legendary card usable an unlimited number of times. Card trading. Legendary card non-tradable, cannot be lost. Card info. Once this card has collected 10 combat lore abilities, each of at least epic grade, it will automatically unlock its radiant form, allowing simultaneous loading and compatibility with 10 combat lore sets, and granting the unique special ability of the radiant card Judgment and Containment. A growth type card, huh? Su Yan arched a brow, his eyes filled with keen interest. As a seasoned gamer, he grasped the data almost at a glance. Judgment Crystal was a legendary equipment card, but it was not a simple weapon or piece of armor. It was a card that strengthened its user through a process of implantation, a kind of transformation. The more powerful the implanted combat lore, the stronger the user became, and this card possessed immense growth potential. In theory, it could one day allow Su Yan to wield 10 legendary-grade combat lore abilities at once. Simply put, in its peak state, this card could easily rival 10 legends. Even among legendary cards, this has to be top tier, right? Su Yan couldn't help but smile, admiring the card in his hand. Just as he was about to test its specific effects, a scorching sensation suddenly rose from beneath his feet. As if standing atop a volcano, the burning pain made Su Yan jerk upright with a leap. Hiss, so hot. The pain was so intense, he stumbled several steps forward, then looked back in alarm at the spot where he had just... The ground looked unchanged, only the countdown that had been floating above the street had vanished, replaced by new text. "This round of death run has begun. Do not stop walking. Stop and you die." As Su Yan read the line, he felt that same scorching pain brewing at his soles again. Damn it. His expression changed. He quickly strode forward. Pain still throbbed beneath his feet. The earlier burning had not been an illusion. It was real damage. The soles of his feet were bleeding, his shoes shredded. He did not move fast, but at least as long as he kept walking, no new warning appeared. Su Yan had now understood the gacha draws were merely an incentive. The true core was the death run. Stop and you die. And if you keep walking, will you really survive? Probably not. A low, eerie howl rose from the buildings lining the street on both sides. Su Yan faintly perceived shadowy forms flickering within the structures as a pungent stench of blood began to seep into the air. Gulp. Su Yan couldn't help swallowing hard, recalling the prompt: monsters everywhere without end. The monsters had already arrived. Crash. The shop on the left side of the street suddenly shattered, and a hunched humanoid creature burst out through. Its figure was crooked and stooped, its face rotting away, maggots churning out from its nose and mouth. Tattered clothes could no longer conceal the scarlet strips of exposed flesh, making it look like a flayed corpse come to life. A zombie. Su Yan was stunned. Roar. The zombie stretched its neck, and as it roared, viscous, foul-smelling drool spilled from its jaws. The instant it rushed out of the shop, it charged straight towards Su Yan. It hesitated not at all, its target clear, its movements swift, faster even than a professional sprinter. Damn. Su Yan cursed under his breath, gripping the only card in his hand. Use. As his command fell, the card exploded, transforming into a streak of crimson light that flared violently and wrapped around Su Yan's entire body. Please select the combat knowledge to be loaded. The zombie was almost upon his face, yet the prompt still asked. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Anyone will do. Su Yan roared in fury as he watched that zombie clamber over the scattered vehicles, its entire body wreathed in a reeking, gruesome miasma as it pounced toward him. Damn it. It's coming. Hurry up and transform. Confirm loading. Martial Arts Grandmaster combat knowledge has taken effect. The zombie had already reached him. Its sharp nails slick with mucus and disease were about to touch Su Yan. The crimson light suddenly contracted, and a man's palm swept aside the surrounding radiance, surging forward in a fierce strike. Bang! The palm force arrived after the movement, yet before the body vomiting forth an invisible, domineering wave of power. The zombie's abdomen was struck by this air cannon, its figure jolting violently before it blasted backward, crashing into a scrapped car. The red glow dispersed, revealing Su Yan. His long black hair now draped over his shoulders, his face calm and unruffled, his eyes devoid of ripples. He held a classic martial pose with raised hands, slowly drawing his palm back. A mere abomination dares to harm this old man. Su Yan flicked his sleeves and clasped his hands behind his back. Humph! The car he had struck was caved in, shards of metal pinning the shattered zombie in place. It continued to howl, but with only half a body remaining it was unable to struggle free. Hands clasped behind his back, Su Yan stood alone on the wide, desolate city street, his black hair fluttering, his gaze indifferent, his bearing elegant and aloof. How to describe this feeling? Su Yan was still himself. He knew who he was, where he was, knew that he had once been an ordinary office worker who loved staying home to play games. He remembered all of his past clearly. The martial arts grandmaster's combat knowledge had not overwritten anything, nor did it distort his cognition or memories. And yet, Su Yan simply felt that he was different now. From the inside out, from the depths of his heart, he felt that he was incredibly formidable. No, not just formidable. It was the loneliness of invincibility, the temper of a true expert, the desolate aura of one like Dugabubi. He felt that there was nothing here to fear, that he alone stood invincible beneath the heavens. I, Su Yan, have cultivated both body and mind for 60 years, the foremost martial expert under heaven. Mere zombies are nothing but trifles. Warning, do not stop moving. A burning, stabbing sensation rose from the soles of his feet, and Su Yan frowned. Humph. He flicked his sleeve and snorted coldly. Why the rush? This old man will naturally advance. There is no need for you to urge me. Couldn't it see he had just been fighting monsters? And still it had to hurry him along. Su Yan walked forward at an unhurried pace, and the stinging sensation faded away. He guided the deep, dense inner chi within his body down into his calves, feeling a warm, gentle current rise from the soles of his feet. The places harmed by that mysterious power were rapidly mending. After loading the martial arts grandmaster's combat knowledge, Su Yan was in a certain sense the grandmaster himself. Using martial techniques, directing inner chi, these had become pure instinct, requiring no deliberate effort. Su Yan had only taken 2 steps when a monstrous roar sounded by his ear. Roar! He glanced out of the corner of his eye. It was that unlucky zombie wedged in the car, still howling. Noisy. Su Yan raised his hand sharply, sending a thick strand of inner chi crashing across the distance, striking the zombie's skull. Bang! The zombie's head exploded on the spot, spraying foul, inky black fluid everywhere. Successfully killed a Tier 1 zombie, obtained 1 blood coin. The notification surfaced, then turned into a faint strand of light that drifted up and gathered in the upper left of Su Yan's field of vision. Besides Su Yan's avatar in that corner, a pale red one emerged, indicating the amount of blood coins he now possessed. It does carry a certain mystique. Su Yan spoke with a faint, detached tone, then lifted his brows and looked ahead. Not far in front, zombies were emerging one after another from various decaying buildings, wandering in clusters along the street. Meanwhile, the progress bar in the upper left of his vision, representing this round of the walking trial, had only inched forward by a tiny measure. Ugly as they still count as a sort of opportunity. Su Yan murmured softly. Very well, let this old man accept them with a smile. He circulated chi through his whole body, his inner energy surging, so that his clothes billowed though there was no wind rustling loudly. Su Yan's steps merely paused for an instant. The next moment, he burst forth, his figure like thunder speeding into the zombie horde ahead, wielding only his bare hands, channeling chi as he struck to left and right. Bang, bang, bang. His inner chi struck across the distance, each mass of chi fierce and dense, every move precise, all of them landing squarely on zombie skulls. Papa papa. Along the street, zombie heads exploded one after another across the gap. Many zombies died before they could even react. The remaining ones, roused by the commotion, finally sensed Su Yan drawing near and lunged at him with roars. Yet their speed, swift as it might be, seemed almost tortoises low to Su Yan now. With a simple shift of his techniques and another burst of inner chi sent across the air, this horde could not even draw near to him. Successfully killed a Tier 1 zombie, obtained 1 blood coin. Successfully killed a Tier 1 zombie, obtained 1 blood coin. Successfully killed a Tier 1 zombie, obtained 1 blood coin. Notifications kept appearing without pause, turning into strands of blood coins that flew rapidly into Su Yan's figurative pouch. Su Yan felt his heart swell with delight, and as he killed his excitement rose, he could not help breaking into loud laughter. "Ha! More. Let this old man slaughter more of these fiends. Heaven and earth tremble, the human realm lies in ruin. This old man has come to suppress and slay you demons." On the empty street, paper bags fluttered, foul winds blew, the gloom was dim and ruined. Only Su Yan's carefree laughter shattered the terrifying silence. The voice was obviously that of a young man, yet carried a weary undertone, as if he had seen through the dust of the mortal world. As his laughter drifted farther, stirring and shredding the oppressive mood, more zombies were roused and burst out from the buildings. From all directions, hordes of zombies charged towards Su Yan, roaring, "Come, all of you come out." Su Yan laughed heartily, his black hair dancing as his inner chi blasts grew ever more frequent. "Rush at me together, let this old man kill to his heart's content." Su Yan truly was immersed in it. He felt the inner chi in his dantian surging vast and deep like the sea, and in his mind martial techniques, using only bare hands, rose unbidden, each one capable of striking enemies from afar. Hunyuan, sky-rending palm dragon, elephant, heavenly gang force, azure, sea raging wave, fist, flowing cloud, acupoint brushing hand. Each move flowed as if naturally born. Plus Su Yan's own experience: to kill zombies, you go for the head. The entire street sounded like a string of firecrackers, continuous pops echoing without end. As Su Yan kept charging forward, zombie heads exploded one after another, yet the reeking black fluid never splashed onto him. The slaughter was truly exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. It was like a single seamless breath from start to finish. Only when his naked eyes could no longer see any zombies and no more emerged from nearby buildings did Su Yan finally reluctantly cease his attacks. He looked within himself. There was still more than half his inner chi remaining, enough to fight bloodily through several more rounds. If all of them were weaklings, nothing more. Su Yan resumed the posture of a reclusive master, hands folded behind his back as he strolled slowly down the street, his gaze sweeping warily over his surroundings, yet finding no new danger. Could it be that this old man was too strong and had shattered the zombie tide entirely? They said the monsters were endless, wave after wave, yet had he killed them into a broken stare? As that thought arose, a faint sense of invincible loneliness surfaced in Su Yan's heart. Return to card. With a flicker of intent, red light surged over his body and gathered into a resplendent card that slowly descended into Su Yan's pocket. The feeling of solitary invincibility in his heart quickly faded as well, and the long black hair over his shoulders shrank back into an ordinary short cut. His inner chi vanished, his clothes no longer billowed, and the terrifying, eerie atmosphere around him surged back in, making Su Yan involuntarily shiver. Damn, is an ordinary person's perception really this sharp? Just now I felt invincible, and now it feels like monsters are lurking everywhere. Su Yan cursed inwardly, but did not dare let his steps halt. He continued walking forward without pause. Although the card never stated what happens when the combat knowledge's energy is exhausted, it's better to conserve it. If I don't use the card, the inner chi should slowly recover to its peak, right? Su Yan pondered for a moment, his gaze drifting to the upper left corner of his vision. Oh, this run was a haul. He broke into a broad grin. His blood coins had already reached 1255. The martial arts grandmaster really was powerful. 2 hours, more than 1,000 zombies slain. Not for nothing was he the #1 martial expert under heaven. Su Yan fully approved. The only flaw was that it made Su Yan himself far too pretentious, his words and mannerisms, all like some old man. He rubbed his chin. With so many blood coins, should I try a few more draws? Although the first free pull guarantees a legendary card, I can't just draw once a day. Even if I don't get a supreme card, pulling something at all counts as growth and becoming stronger. There are a few other icons whose uses I haven't figured out yet. At present, Su Yan had already understood several mechanisms of the endless road, the altar card, pool card effects, walking progress, warning threats, blood coins, and so on. Su Yan swept his gaze over the remaining icons: a flag, a skull, and a communication symbol. After a brief pause for thought, he reached out and tapped the flag icon. A strip of red light unfolded into a new interface listing one human avatar after another. These avatars were both male and female, lifelike and vivid, and beside each icon was the same label: Zombie Wasteland City 11. Please select a user to invite to team, thereby enabling team walk, death wager, and horror race. If your invitation is refused, you may choose random matchmaking with users or spend blood coins to forcibly invite and match. So this is the team interface. Su Yan understood at once. Naturally, he had no intention of matching with strangers. Though he seemed to have missed some basic starting information, it was not worth risking his life over. What if he met someone unreasonable, agreeing to be teammates only to turn around and kill him? That would never do. If there was killing to be done, he would be the one doing it. There was no reason for anyone to claim his life. Moreover, the prompt mentioned not only team options, but also wager and race options. Just hearing them, he could tell they were nothing good malice woven through them. As for this Zombie Wasteland City 11, it should be similar to the walking progress bar. Everyone starts with Zombie Wasteland City, so I'm likely no exception. That means the place I'm currently in is Zombie Wasteland City, and my walking progress is at stage 11. Su Yan muttered his analysis, then closed the team interface and turned his gaze to the skull icon. He reached out to tap it, and a surge of intense red light erupted, rushing toward him, filling him with a sudden ominous palpitation. Immediately, a blood-red interface floated before his eyes, dripping crimson lines of twisted, horrific script arrayed across it. Su Yan focused his gaze, and his face changed dramatically in shock. Hiss. This is bad. Will you embark on the advanced path and confront the death challenge? Successfully completing the death challenge grants access to higher tiers of the endless path and initiates a new round of the death race. Su Yan hastily closed the interface, vowing never again to touch the skull icon. Though the death challenge would be forcibly triggered upon reaching stage 1010, at least he'd have time to prepare. Surely no one would plunge headlong into peril at the very outset. Su Yan took a deep breath to steady himself, then scanned his surroundings with sharp vigilance before tapping the final communication icon. Instantly, a broad, translucent interface cascaded before him like a waterfall, filled with scrolling avatars of men and women, each accompanied by a name and brief profile. Ah, a public chat channel. Su Yan exclaimed, delighted, and hurried to peruse the messages. With so little knowledge at his disposal, he hoped to glean vital intelligence. Tianshu platform, public channel. Chenhai, following the elder brother's earlier hint, I've indeed collected 95 blood coins. Zhao Mingshan, congratulations. I've acquired a fine-tier skill card. Anyone with comparable gear interested in forming a team, preferably with food and water. Thank you. Li Dali, Mom, where are you? Mom, it's Dali. Can you see me? Shinemo, only the boldest dare form teams now. I'll settle for trading basic supplies. Wushasha, ugh, what rotten luck. I've scoured every corner and found only a few cans and instant noodles. I've scraped together just 72 blood coins. How on earth am I supposed to advance? Su Yan watched silently for a while, realizing he couldn't keep pace. Who were these people? Were they from Earth? And how could they earn blood coins without slaying zombies? He tried scrolling upward through the chat history, but failed utterly. He could only view public messages posted after all earlier content remained inaccessible. Though the chat scrolled rapidly, its fragmented, disjointed exchanges left Su Yan feeling oddly estranged, as if separated by a generational chasm. Why does everyone seem to know more than I do? Damn it, I shouldn't have dismissed that notification. Su Yan cursed inwardly, continuing his quiet observation while cautiously tapping various avatars. As his finger brushed an unfamiliar avatar, a small translucent pop-up appeared. Namely Dali. Endless Path Zombie Wasteland City, Stage 11. Blood coins hidden. Cumulative kills hidden. Retainers hidden. Innate skills hidden. Available actions: gift item, trade request, tag user, apply to join, invite to join. Note: all user data, except name, appearance, and progression stage, is concealed by default and may be manually disclosed. This was essentially a barebones character template akin to a game interface. After a few experimental taps, Su Yan lost interest. Everyone stood at identical stage 11, with no further details visible. He waited several more minutes, but the chatter still revolved around matters irrelevant to him. So he decided to speak up. Su Yan, respected seniors, forgive my ignorance. I've just arrived. What exactly is happening? Have we been abducted by aliens? Or collectively transmigrated? Are you all from Earth? No reply. No acknowledgement. The chat scrolled ceaselessly. People conversing past one another, some speaking only to themselves. No one addressed Su Yan's questions. Could they all be automatons, artificial, unreal? A chill ran down Su Yan's spine. He repeated his question, then targeted users who had just spoken, hoping for this time someone responded. Luo Jio, can't you shut up? You. Su Yan, what the hell are you spamming this channel for? Didn't you read the initial system notification when entering the endless path? Are you mentally deficient? Can't even read Chinese. Su Yan. Good news, they were all from Earth, and likely entered the endless path in the same wave. Bad news, mutual concern was non-existent. The channel overflowed with chaotic, abrasive exchanges, and tempers flared easily. Su Yan understood. Anyone thrust suddenly into such surreal peril would feel terror and disorientation, leaving little room for courtesy or empathy. That no one screamed, panicked, or collapsed outright already spoke volumes about their restraint. Of course, this chaos had likely brewed long before his arrival. He'd simply joined late, having spent 2 full hours slaughtering zombies before opening the chat channel. As Su Yan fell silent, another message appeared. Wang Lu, Su Yan, did you miss the opening notification when the endless path began? Su Yan brightened instantly and replied eagerly, precisely. I'm rather forgetful. Sister, could you kindly help me recall what it said? Wang Lu, no. Go. Su Yan. Wang Lu, what can you offer me? Blood coins. A skill card. Why should I tell you anything? Or help you survive? Her words were brutally candid, laying bare raw, unvarnished self-interest. Su Yan fell silent. Seeing his silence, others chimed in with mocking glee. Sun Jiong, well, another unlucky soul. I recall someone else missed that notification too. Bet they're dead by now. Shinemo, let them die. This is pure survival off Thephidist. Half an hour ago, dozens were active here. Now many have vanished. One more won't make a difference. Luo Jio indeed. I don't even bother memorizing names, unless someone spams the channel incessantly. Like this doomed fool, or that mom searching Li Dolly. Li Dolly mom, where are you? It's Dolly. Can you see me? Luo Jio, here we go again. Your mom's long dead. Li Dolly Luo Jio, my mom isn't dead. Can I join your team? Luo Jio idiot, get lost. Su Yin observed the chaotic channel in silence, realizing at last that no useful answers would emerge. These people fed off others' confusion and fear, using mockery as a balm against their own dread. Why would they extend aid freely? After all, each struggled merely to survive. Why lift another? Even a trivial favor requiring only words met with refusal. Su Yin did not close the chat channel, but instead minimized it and placed it in his peripheral vision. He wasn't interested in the sarcastic remarks of others, he simply wanted to keep a record of the chat. Having experienced the confusion of the first chaotic start, Su Yin now placed great importance on gathering information. So, having experienced the confusion of the first chaotic start, Su Yin now placed great importance on gathering information. So now I have a basic understanding of all the mechanisms and options. Su Yin surveyed the various options in his field of vision and once again opened the card drawing interface. There are still over 1,000 blood coins. Oh, let's see what we can do. As Su Yin confirmed, the sacrifice altar interface slowly unfolded, displaying 6 major categories of cards before him: resource cards, equipment cards, talent cards, skill cards, trait cards, and servant cards. Among the plethora of information provided by Lin Wan, there was also information regarding these 6 major card categories. Although only 2 hours had passed since the start, some clever individuals had already gathered publicly shared card information and conducted a preliminary analysis of the demand, potential, and strength of the 6 card categories. Among the 6 categories, talent, skill, and trait cards are directly related to each user's personal strength and are key cards for individual power enhancement. For instance, someone drew a rare card SR that grants healing talent 2 hours earlier, enabling them to ignore zombie virus infections and recover from injuries faster, making it a top-tier card at the start. Next, equipment and servant cards, due to their nature of representing external strength, are considered a second-tier choice, yet they can also be viewed as a first choice at the start. As for resource cards, they are somewhat special and from a certain perspective can be considered not a first choice. However, Lin Wan specifically emphasized that one should first search for food, water, and medicine within a 50-meter radius at the start before deciding on card draws. Monsters will not only appear in every building, but various materials and a small amount of blood coins will also be randomly scattered, though survival-related materials are extremely scarce. If survival materials cannot be found, then even if resource cards are not the first choice, they will still be relatively important for the second or third draws. Hunger, thirst, disease, and injuries. These are the critical points that are most easily overlooked at the start, yet they are essential resources for long-term consumption. As for self-preservation, I already have the Judgment Crystal, a legendary level equipment card whose power has been proven. So logically speaking, shouldn't I draw some resources? Otherwise, it would be a huge joke if a martial arts master starved to death. Su Yin did not rush to draw, he attempted to turn back. Indeed, as Lin Wan said, no warning messages appeared. As long as Su Yin did not stop, he would not die due to warnings. The mysterious hint forced him to not stop, but did not restrict the direction in which the user could walk. Of course, as Su Yin walked back, it meant that his current competition progress was decreasing. By the time Su Yin returned to the starting area, his previously gained competition progress had completely reset to 0. He paused for a second before walking toward a dilapidated building on the left side of the street. This building was covered in moss, its walls cracked, and its sign broken, but it vaguely resembled a convenience store. Just as Su Yin stepped out of the street's range, a sudden message popped up in front of him. Warning. You have left the competition range and are engaging in a search action. Any search action must not exceed 10 times the current competition main phase minutes. If you fail to return to the main road after the time limit, it will be considered competition halted and will incur corresponding penalties. Note: returning to the road will not refresh the search time. Repeatedly entering the same search area will maintain the old search time count. Search and withdraw. Su Yin was taken aback. This was indeed a new discovery. He silently calculated in his heart that the competition main phase mentioned in the hint referred to the first one in Zombie Wasteland 11. The first one is considered the main phase, while the second one is regarded as a minor progress. These two numbers would change as the competition progress increased. 10 times the number 1 in minutes equals 10 minutes. For all competition users in the Zombie Wasteland 11 phase, the time for searching individual buildings is fixed at 10 minutes, with each building set at 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, users will not be penalized even if they stop moving. There was only one zombie within the initial 50 meters, and that poor fellow has already been killed by me, so these buildings should be safe. With an expectant heart, Su Yin stepped into the dilapidated convenience store through the broken glass door. Cough, cough. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a cloud of dust and spider webs with shadows of mice darting across the floor. Su Yin coughed and waved away the dust, and just to be safe, he silently chose to load the combat knowledge card martial arts master. As the red glow enveloped him, Su Yin, with long black hair, stepped out from the red light, having restored a considerable amount of inner energy. He strode into the store and began searching through the scattered, tilted shelves. 5 minutes later, Su Yan emerged from the convenience store holding a fairly intact, tattered bag containing 2 buckets of instant noodles, a box of biscuits, and a bottle of water. Uncertain if they were expired, but their packaging still seemed intact. Is this haul considered big or small? Su Yan did not return to the road, but instead plunged into the adjacent building. This was a hardware store scattered with wrenches, wires, tools, etc. Su Yan was unsure if they fell within the range of useful materials. However, even if they were considered useful materials, Su Yan couldn't carry too much. He didn't have any player backpacks or similar items. How much he could take depended on his actual carrying capacity. However, even if they were considered useful materials, Su Yan couldn't carry too much. He didn't have any player backpacks or similar items. How much he could take depended on his actual carrying capacity. Su Yan halted, his gaze fixing on a small white box placed amid the dust deep within the store. The box was about the size of a head square, an unusual glowing white, and faintly hovering above the ground. Isn't that obvious? A pure game treasure chest. Luck is on my side. Su Yan beamed, striding forward, reaching out to touch it, and the white box opened in response. Whoosh! A streak of blood-red light flew out of the box, merging into Su Yan's blood coin count. Congratulations, player, you have collected 5 blood coins. Su Yan's blood coins, 1260 coins. That's a bit underwhelming. Su Yan felt somewhat disappointed. He had expected some excellent item or equipment, but it turned out to be just a few blood coins. Forget it, this is still good at the start. After all, many players without a free first draw must rely on the safe buildings within the 50 meters to gather 100 blood coins. If they couldn't gather enough, then sorry, they'd have to find a way to kill a few zombies. You say that would result in death. Well, there's no helping it, people die every day on this path. After checking thoroughly, Su Yan turned to leave the hardware store. Over the next half hour, he meticulously searched all the buildings within the 50-meter range. Aside from locked residential houses that couldn't be entered and buildings that had collapsed into ruins, Su Yan did find some rewards. 3 bottles of water, 2 buckets of instant noodles, half a box of vitamins, a tattered backpack, and 55 blood coins. I didn't even gather enough for a single draw, and the food isn't much either. Theoretically, my start should be considered very unlucky. Su Yan shook his head helplessly. He had already canceled the card effect and continued to restore the inner energy of the card. He could have brought out more food, but some of it looked good. However, once opened, it was all moldy. Strictly speaking, while spoiled food can still fill the belly in emergencies, it might cause stomach aches, diarrhea, or illness. But at least it's better than starving to death. Su Yan discarded all the unpalatable food and water. He wasn't lacking in resources, as he had plenty of blood coins to draw for materials. She said to draw cards according to the start, so in my case, if I didn't get a free first draw, it would probably be a death sentence, or I would have to find a way to ambush zombies. Su Yan recalled what Lin Wan had said. He wasn't the only one with such a bad start, but there were those who had figured out ways to break the deadlock. Using anything in the buildings that could serve as weapons combined with obstacles scattered along the streets for cover, one could attempt to kill zombies by luring them out one at a time, gradually breaking the deadlock. As for how to assemble weapons, how to lure zombies out, and how to execute the strategy, it all depends on individual skills. This approach might lead to death, but at least it's a method. It seems that deleting that message isn't a bad thing after all, though at least as the first confirmed user globally, I have the privilege of a free first draw. Hey, thanks to the gaming skills, I've honed him pretty quick. Su Yan chuckled to himself as he stepped forward and casually opened the altar. 6 major categories. Let's try for a servant card. Su Yan pondered, determining his target. The purposes of drawing from the categories of equipment, talent, skill, and trait are mostly to enhance personal combat and self-preservation capabilities. Already possessing a legendary card, Su Yan no longer had any shortcomings in self-preservation. Although his 3 combat knowledge cards were still only rare level SR, they would certainly suffice against the zombies in the first minor phase. As for resource cards, while Su Yan hadn't collected much food, he could definitely last a day or two, especially since he could continue searching in the following streets. Su Yan chose the servant card primarily for the support capabilities of the servant. The servant card, as the name suggests, is a card for summoning fully loyal servants. Each servant is an independent entity, but can help the user share the burden of combat, searching, and other pressures. In simple terms, if a good servant card is drawn, the user can relax and enjoy, completely avoiding danger and stress. However, if one only focuses on drawing servant cards, they might neglect their own strength, leading to extreme vulnerability. How to balance the drawing of the 6 major cards depends entirely on the user. Su Yan's thought process was simple: with more people, there is greater strength. First, gather a few living beings around him. Even if he draws low-level cards, he can at least have someone to talk to, and if it comes down to it, they can act as scouts to trigger traps. With 100 coins per draw, I currently have 13 chances to draw. Let's do a 10 consecutive draw. I won't be stingy. Su Yan waved his hand, grandly confirming the card category and boldly investing his blood coins. Endless road, first 10 consecutive draws. Bring it on. As Su Yan began to extract, the blood coins in the upper left corner of his vision quickly diminished, transforming into a torrent of blood light that surged into the altar. The altar twisted and turned, erupting with 10 beams of crimson light that enveloped Su Yan. After the 10 beams of blood light slowly dissipated, 10 cards of various colors emerged out of thin air, slowly rotating around Su Yan like a loyal guard surrounding the center. They trembled lightly and buzzed, emitting faint glows of different colors: brown, white, gray, gold, azure. Trails of flowing light left behind, drawing tranquil and mysterious light tracks. Each card depicted the image of a full human figure representing people of all ages and genders dressed in various attires, vividly lifelike. The back of the cards bore patterns and inscriptions indicating categories such as basic, N, and superior R. They look good, but there's no loot. Su Yan glanced around the cards surrounding him and felt a bit deflated. Damn, all basic cards and superior cards. Is my luck this bad? 10 pulls, surely there should be a small guarantee. Shouldn't I at least get something decent from 10 pulls? Got it. This pool is very shady, quite unscrupulous, and there's no such thing as a guarantee. Su Yan took a deep breath, carefully scanned the 10 cards, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, there's an SR card. A rare servant card, SR, the only one among the 10. Su Yan reached out, grasping this card carefully and examining it closely. From the depiction of the character on the card, it was a female character card. She wore a dark green hunter's skirt, wielding a longbow with golden hair and blue eyes, tall and curvaceous. Her looks were not strikingly beautiful, but her figure was absolutely stunning. Not bad, quite thrilling. Su Yan smiled. This XP is right, it seems to fit. It seems that servants have 100% loyalty and will strictly follow all commands, right? Su Yan's mind briefly entertained that thought, but he quickly shook his head to dismiss it. Damn, survival comes first. Why think about that? Su Yan cursed inwardly, regained his composure, and gathered the 10 cards into his hands. Why isn't there anything like a card holder? It's a bit inconvenient. Su Yan sighed inwardly, thinking that having too many cards is not good either. Although the current 11 cards aren't overcrowding, what if he ends up with a lot more cards in the future? What if there are hundreds of cards in the future? How will I carry them around? Tisk, that's a problem that needs a solution. Su Yan walked while carefully examining the information of the 10 servant cards. Each servant card has its own dedicated data information interface, completely different from equipment cards. What Su Yan was most concerned about was the data of the rare servant SR. As he delved deeper, a servant interface popped up before him. Name: Tracker Natasha. Age: 28. Type: Reconnaissance Survival. Servant rank: SR rare. Muscle strength: 68. Nerve reaction: 102. Endurance: 85. Mental will: 80. Self-healing immunity: 75. Servant traits. Child of the wilderness inherent trait. In outdoor environments, her stamina consumption speed is reduced by 20. Her sense of direction is never lost. Vision 1. Tracking instinct inherent trait. Can determine the movement, direction, quantity, and approximate time of nearby creatures through subtle traces, footprints, broken branches, scent residue. Servant skills. Silent stealth active skill. Enters stealth mode, significantly reducing the noise made while moving, lowering the probability of being discovered. Skill lasts for 3 minutes, consuming a certain amount of stamina. Danger precognition passive skill. Has a slight intuitive warning for imminent deadly dangers such as ranged sniping, ambush, and instantaneously increases muscle strength and nerve reaction values, boost by 20 when dodging. Servant equipment: dagger, hunting bow, water flask, a quiver of arrows, 30. Servant introduction: she is an excellent scout warrior with rich outdoor combat and tracking experience. Look strong. A scout is a typical survival position, should be quite helpful for me. Su Yan pondered this evaluation and began to check the other 9 servant cards. Old Shin basic card in, an old hunter experience, skilled in setting traps and tracking. Sophia basic card in, battlefield nurse, possesses basic first aid and herbal knowledge. Wang Dazue basic card in, a blacksmith, can repair metal tools and weapons, decent strength. Big Tiger basic card, a mover, incredibly strong, can lift heavy objects and use them as makeshift shields. Xiaoya basic card in, orphan, possesses sharp hearing, able to detect distant sounds ahead of time. Afu basic card in, cook, skilled in preparing delicious food, can identify edible materials. Lena superior card are thief, agile, skilled in lockpicking and terrain exploration. Hank superior card are quarry demolition expert, skilled in handling explosives and close combat in narrow terrain. Jing basic card in, a librarian, has a faint presence, skilled in organizing and information retrieval with strong observational skills. 2 are cards. 7 in cards, not bad overall, it counts as a small team. Just that some cards seem to overlap in positioning and abilities. Forget it, can I expect every low-level card to be unique? Su Yan chuckled, but he quickly noticed a detail. Every servant card has its own unique data list interface, just like the rare card Natasha, which will indicate the servant's basic physical attribute data, servant traits, and servant skills. By checking these, he could quickly grasp and locate each servant card's abilities and uses. Su Yan murmured, if servant cards have this data information, what about me? As the user subject, as the master of these cards, do I have a similar data interface? Su Yan keenly sensed this detail and began trying to search and look for it in his visual interface. Sure enough, when he attempted to click on his personal avatar, a personal data information interface popped up before him. User Su Yan. Age, 25. ID 688-8556. Location Tian Shu Platform. Progress in Race Walking Zombie Wasteland 11. Cards carried 11. Muscle Strength, 21. Nerve Reaction 19. Endurance 20. Mental Will 23. Self-Healing Immunity 12. User Talent none. Is my data this poor? Su Yan gasped as the servant cards in his hands, even the lowest level basic cards, had physical data over 30 points. Is my data this poor? Su Yan gasped as the servant cards in his hands, even the lowest level basic cards, had physical data over 30 points. Yet he himself, among the 5 fundamental data points of physical attributes the highest, was only a mental will of 23 points. Su Yan remained silent for a moment, silently clinching the only legendary card. Boom. A wave of red light enveloped him. Moments later, Su Yan, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, stepped out from the red mist, his gaze indifferent head, held high hands behind his back, exuding an air of aloof and formidable presence. At this moment, Su Yan took another look at his physical data. Muscle strength, 155. Nerve reaction, 120. Endurance, 125. Mental will, 133. Self-healing immunity, 130. Special energy, 823,1000 points. Internal energy. All 5 fundamental data points have surpassed 120, completely crushing the SR card Natasha of the same level. In addition, Su Yan's data also included a value for special energy along with several traits, skills, and talents like martial arts master, internal chi circulation, all laws return to 1 shock, chi manipulation, and master's pressure. But none of that was important. Su Yan's gaze fell on the last line of the user analysis. User analysis, a martial arts master with exceptional combat qualities and potential surpassing ordinary people. Though his demeanor may seem somewhat aloof, his strength is sufficient to match this bearing. Humph. Su Yan snorted coldly, his tone laced with pride. What honor do I care for your trivial remark? Bang, 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 bang. The intense sound of internal energy explosions echoed in the streets as Su Yan loaded his combat knowledge, stepping on the Qianquan step technique, weaving like a dragon among the hundreds of zombies. With his fists and palms pushing through the air, internal energy surged forth every strike, claiming lives, causing the horde of zombies to fall like wheat blown by the wind. In just a moment, hundreds of headless zombies lay sprawled across the street, a foul stench rising to the sky. A stream of blood-red light merged into the blood coins, replenishing the cost of Su Yan's previous card draw. At this moment, it was the 5th hour of the endless road sweeping across humanity. The sky remained dim, and it was already noon. Even if a monster dies, it is still as repulsive. Su Yan disdainfully glanced at the scattered zombie bodies on the street, using his internal energy to grab a bent steel bar from the roadside, skillfully pushing aside the remnants of the zombies. However, when the steel bar touched the remains of a zombie, a message popped up before his eyes. Detected killed creature Tier 1 zombie. There is still capacity in the user's equipment card for blank combat knowledge. Would you like to absorb Tier 1 zombie into your combat knowledge? This knowledge is temporarily assessed as basic level N combat knowledge. Absurd. Su Yan was furious. What kind of identity do I have to use the bodies of these monsters? What is an N card? The lowest level of combat knowledge. Isn't this wasting the space of my prestigious legend? Su Yan decisively rejected the offer, but he also learned that each creature he killed needed to be touched first to receive the absorption information. So as long as the variety and strength of monsters were sufficient, the range of choices for this legendary card would also be ample. What if I kill someone else? If I team up with other users and then kill? Can I absorb them into combat knowledge and inherit some? Just as this thought crossed Su Yan's mind, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Absolutely not. I have lived a life of integrity. How can I become a murderer? Practicing martial arts to strengthen the body must not betray martial ethics, and one must never destroy one's reputation out of greed. Su Yan reflexively rejected this option, but he soon realized, damn it, the combat knowledge indeed could influence his instant decisions. This combat knowledge was certainly powerful, but it was too righteous. As Su Yan cleared the path ahead, he glanced at his remaining internal energy value, which was still over 200 points. The old man should rest now. Su Yan ended the card effect, his long black hair transforming back to a messy style, and his sense of pride and justice faded slightly. Since discovering the personal data interface, Su Yan's control over his internal energy levels had become much more precise, and he had also roughly figured out the frequency of the combat knowledge restoring internal energy and other special energies. In a non-usage state, he could regain about 70 of his internal energy in an hour. In a usage state, even without fighting, he could only recover about 10 of his internal energy in an hour. If conditions allowed, it was best to end the card's recovery effect. As for whether unexpected situations would arise without loading combat knowledge, Su Yan didn't worry about these things, as he had already noticed several servants quickly approaching from a distance. At the forefront was a tall, slender girl in black glasses, the librarian Jing. Not long ago, Su Yan had given orders for her to lead the others in searching along the way, utilizing the capabilities of 3 or cards to scout for danger and gather supplies from buildings. This saved a significant amount of Su Yan's energy, and given the strength of these cards, they were not too afraid of a small number of zombies. Master, we have found these supplies. Jing and her team arrived before him. Speaking softly, she turned to showcase and introduced the gathered supplies. Currently, we have counted 38 portions of food, 12 bottles of water, and various tools, ropes, knives, and handmade bandages that may be useful in the wild, all prepared properly. As Jing introduced, Su Yan scanned the items in everyone's hands. Each person had found backpacks, bags, and other containers filled with various usable supplies. Red, yellow, green, various packaging stood out, with dust wiped away. All these food and drinks had been verified by Chef A Fu and were all consumable. But unfortunately, it was still too little. If it were just Su Yan alone, consuming these supplies could last a long time, but the bad news was the servants also had dietary needs. This was the intelligence Su Yan analyzed after communicating with them. The servant cards could summon servants with 100 loyalty, but they were not fictional data. They were living, breathing individuals. Being human, they had the same needs as Su Yan for food, drink, and sanitation. They too would get hungry, thirsty, or even die from injuries. Through Su Yan's tests, even if they were transformed into card form, their various needs wouldn't disappear. Survival needs like hunger and thirst would only be delayed to about half the growth rate. Even in card form, if left unchecked, they could still starve to death or die of thirst, and injuries left untreated could also lead to death. The death of a servant meant the permanent loss of that servant card. To be honest, the advantages and disadvantages of the servant card were extremely obvious and could even be said to be extremely polarized. If Su Yan had known this earlier, he would never have drawn so many servants. While having more servants offered many benefits, the consumption gap for supplies also grew larger. The random scattered supplies on the starting street were clearly barely enough for a single user unable to sustain a team. Of course, there was a better solution, that was to make full use of resources. After all, they were all in, and our cards, the value of these servant cards wasn't high, so he could use them to the point of injury, hunger, and other situations, treating them as cannon fodder to send to their deaths. The loyalty of the remaining servants wouldn't decrease because of this. Their loyalty remained fixed at 100 points regardless of how the user treated them. Just like playing with food cards in a game with a simple tap, they became the food and fuel for upgrading high-level cards without. But this idea only existed in Su Yan's mind. His actual actions were not like this. After all, these servant cards were not truly food cards. They were living people who could laugh, talk, and act, expressing emotions and showing respect and obedience to Su Yan. To deliberately let a group of living people die before his eyes to make a group of completely loyal subordinates, this was somewhat inconsistent with the simple values of the people. Killing for self-preservation is acceptable, but intentionally committing evil is unnecessary. People cannot be selfish and evil while still thinking of themselves as righteous. Su Yan also wanted to kill without blinking like a tyrant, but to be honest, he couldn't do that right now. Perhaps in the future I will become cold-blooded, but at least not now. Su Yan silently thought, glancing at the items everyone was holding, suddenly smiling. It seems we need to save on food for the next few days. Master, we can go without eating. Jing adjusted her glasses, her tone calm and submissive. If we maintain our current efficiency in searching for supplies, we must eliminate 12 partners within 10 days. Only in this way can we ensure the remaining supplies allow the master to survive, while others should conserve food even more. I suggest starting the elimination list from the least contributing and lowest valued partners. Jing's gentle voice echoed on the empty street, leaving Su Yan stunned. He stepped forward silently, observing the servants behind him. No one displayed an unusual expression, as if they had long accepted this fate, knowing their positioning and value. Have no empathy. Su Yan looked at Jing suspiciously. Jing smiled gently and replied calmly, I do, but I cannot hurt you because of it. Throughout history, survival in any era has been a brutal affair. If you die, we have no need to live. Maximizing everyone's value is the only way to ensure the master can reach the end. This is our relay. Jing's words were persuasive, and Su Yan had to agree. However, being human, there are always rebellious spirits. Not everyone would agree with the correct voice. Because some things shouldn't be judged by the idea of right or wrong. Let's talk about it later. Su Yan did not want to answer the question, turning to continue walking forward. His current mood was somewhat complicated. In the few moments he listened to Jing's responses, Su Yan suddenly understood some things. The survival and trials of the endless road seemed not only to be the surface monsters, but also not merely the threats of stopping and dying. Many dangerous trials were hidden in subtle depths, causing users to endure inner agony and torture, struggling to make one crazy decision after another. If to survive meant abandoning everything that makes one human, is it worth it? Perhaps it is worth it. After all, survival is the instinct of all living beings. But at that time, would he still be human? Su Yan knew he perhaps didn't need to think about such distant questions. Perhaps at a moment of danger, these low-level servants would naturally and rightfully die in battle in a state where he was powerless to save them. In that case, more positions and spaces could be freed up to accommodate the higher-level servants that might be obtained in the future. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Su Yan didn't know, he couldn't answer. This isn't a network, nor a game, nor a time to boast on forums, saying, I will definitely be cold-blooded. This is reality, a moment when one must make decisions about the survival of their people. On the empty street, the foul odor lingered as a group walked in silence. These could not conceal the small thorn in Su Yan's heart and his worries. Until, whoosh. From the street, not far away, streams of blood-red light rushed toward him, merging into Su Yan's blood coins, causing them to grow continuously. Su Yan was startled, raising his head to look. He knew who it was, Natasha, the rare-level servant. Su Yan had dispatched her to scout ahead not long ago. She was only slightly inferior to the combat knowledge martial arts master, and the zombie tide posed no threat to her. As Su Yan had previously guessed, the horde of zombies ahead not only posed no threat to Natasha, but she was also clearing the dangers ahead, continuously harvesting blood coins for Su Yan. You see, sometimes people worry for nothing. Su Yan pointed ahead with a smile, saying to Jing, the answer is simple. Powerful servants can support more people. I'm not looking down on low-level servants. Everyone can play their part and exert their unique roles in specific fields. I believe there probably isn't such a thing as a food card in the endless road, so every servant actually has their key. For example, in my eyes, although you are just an end card, at least your brain is more useful than mine, right? Su Yan chuckled, playfully pointing at his own head. Jing, who had been looking down, raised her head to look at Su Yan, her lips pressed together, as if she smiled. I hope so, Mac. But someone like you who cares about the lives of servants is quite rare in the endless road. Oh, I understand. Su Yan shrugged. That's not good, too much empathy, but who told me I'm awesome? Jing was taken aback, her smile deepening. At the start, 6 hours had passed. Su Yan had pushed the progress of this round of race walking to more than halfway, estimating that he had covered about 70% of the distance. The endless road has no end, but this round of race walking does have a conclusion. What will happen when the progress bar reaches its peak? Will it be a powerful monster, or perhaps an even more exaggerated wave of corpses, or maybe just a message hinting at a reward and celebration? Su Yan was unsure, so he slowed his pace, needing more time to think, deduce, and analyze. Of course, Jing was also helping with the analysis. As his servant, they could see the situation in Su Yan's field of vision, observe the race-walking progress, and monitor the messages in the communication channel. They also understood the reason behind the endless road, and that they were products of cards among other information. It sounded incredible, but it was the truth. In Jing's deduction, the endpoint of this road, regardless of what existed, meant that Su Yan would inevitably have to embark on a new race-walking path, which aligned with the basic logic of the endless road. And this new path would undoubtedly be more dangerous, more frenzied, and more terrifying. Thus, Su Yan had to consider a crucial question. With my current strength, I can sweep through the zombie horde in the 11th stage, but what about on a higher level road? Can I still sweep through? Uncertain. He was neither a beta tester nor a reincarnator, and with an unclear future, he naturally had to be cautious. Based on this, Su Yan decided not to rush to the end. He began to walk back. He carefully searched every building with his servants, attempting to pry open locked structures, clearing away collapsed ruins, and collecting all useful items he could find. At the same time, he observed the communication channel, checking the content from others, filtering, and absorbing some potentially useful public information amid the numerous messages of fear, complaints, and requests for help. To his surprise, Su Yan indeed discovered a useful piece of information. Someone was publicly complaining in the communication channel, "I thought I could walk around the starting area repeatedly and survive a few more days. How could there still be zombies appearing? Wasn't it said that there would be at most one zombie within 50 meters of the starting area?" The information given by those people was all fake. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have almost been infected by a zombie. Damn, is it really going to kill people? The initial safe area is no longer safe. Are you trying to force me to? After this message was published, some joked, "Then doesn't that mean you didn't die? You have to be alive to qualify for chatting. Can't even kill the second zombie. You're really useless." However, some people based on this information tried to analyze a possibility. Does this mean? Is there a monster respawn mechanism in this damn endless road? As this speculation was published, many users began to pay attention, mostly those lingering in the starting area. Some users with good luck from their first draws, or those well-equipped at the beginning, were trying to reach the end to see if they could break free from the threat of death race walking and explore more unfamiliar areas. Only the cautious and timid remained in the initial area, and this news was closely related to their situation. If monsters really could respawn, wouldn't that mean no area was safe? As everyone closely monitored the situation, more people threw out confirming answers in the new hour. It really does respawn. The second zombie has appeared. I've already encountered the sixth one. I just didn't mention it. I'm here sniping the Damn, is this really going to kill people? The initial safe area is no longer safe. Are you trying to force me? More and more people confirmed this speculation, and as everyone closely monitored the situation, intelligence was delved deeper, revealing a more terrifying piece of information. I've been in the starting area for several hours, and I can basically confirm that not only is there a respawn mechanism, but also a progressive respawn mechanism. I analyzed mysterious forces will intelligently judge that if users linger in a certain area for too long, the number of monsters that respawn will increase. For example, in the initial safe 50-meter area, after killing the first zombie, monsters will respawn within an hour. This 1-hour limit is the standard for the user's stay in this area. If users do not linger, monsters will not respawn behind. Of course, this is not guaranteed, I have not tested, but if users choose not to leave after the monsters have respawned, then the time for the next respawn will be shorter, and the number of monsters will be greater until users leave this area. Some clever individuals published this message, causing the entire area channel to explode. What a joke. Didn't the rules say that as long as you keep moving it's fine? Why is it that I didn't stop yet monsters still respawned? Respawning monsters is good. I'm not afraid of these zombies at all. I think there are too few monsters for me to gather blood coins to draw cards. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will surely die. What kind of logic is that? Even the corners where one barely survives are not allowed to exist. Isn't that asking for lives? Who can think of a solution? Hey, you just realized that the endless road is asking for lives. Laughing to death the useless die early and get reborn. Don't embarrass yourself. Do you think others will help you? Bro, you better pray that you never need to ask for help. Everyone studies the mechanism to brainstorm for survival, not for you to come here and be sarcastic. You bite me. Come on, join my race walking. Let's team up. Do you dare? The communication channel was exceptionally chaotic with a mix of insults, analyses, and sharing, creating a scene of disorder. Suyin glanced a few times and roughly understood, if there's a respawn mechanism, then that's definitely good news for me. I can fully utilize my current advantage of crushing to earn enough blood coins here before moving forward. I think the other capable users should have similar thoughts, right? Although some analyze that the mysterious mechanism is unlikely to easily leave loopholes for us to exploit, the rules that can be utilized at present must be taken advantage of. Suyin stroked his chin and waved his hand. Let's go back and find a suitable place to walk back and forth. At the very least, he needed to test the practical effects of this mechanism. As for why the strong don't rush forward, who would want to keep fighting their way through advanced paths? Does anyone really think that dying in a game means you can restart? If possible, Suyin would honestly prefer to stay on this novice road for a lifetime. He had no interest in the upcoming endless road. The servants also saw the content of the communication channel. Jing speculated about Suyin's thoughts and gently reminded him, Master, perhaps we should choose a suitable area and then take some measures. What measures? Suyin looked at her, and Jing reminded, traps, automated kills, automated collection of blood coin. Hey. Suyin was taken aback, suddenly enlightened. I said, what's wrong with end cards? End cards can... Honestly, Suyin hadn't thought of this point at first. Since users staying in one place leads to monsters continuously respawning, wouldn't setting up traps in advance mean an endless harvest? Why bother doing it manually? Just directly enter the industrialized era of death race walking. Suyin believed that there would definitely be clever people who thought of this too, but no one would speak up. If no one reminded him, many people might miss out on a rare opportunity to accumulate blood coins in a relatively easy and safe manner, just like that user who kept killing the same zombie in the initial safe area. Though it was a bit slow, it excelled in safety and ease with very low threat. Different users had different minds, and naturally their survival strategies varied. But one thing is certain, many people means greater strength, and collective wisdom can also yield insights. One person can be smart, but will always have blind spots, yet the oversights of a group are bound to be minimal. Let's get to work. Suyin raised his hand and instantly became invigorated, turning to leave. The facts further corroborated that the value of the end cards exceeded Suyin's expectations. With Jing's foresight, a substantial amount of usable discarded materials had been collected earlier, which were now being constructed with the help of the experienced hunter Old Chun, along with the labor of the two in-card servants Wang Dachui and Xiaohu. In less than an hour, several rudimentary yet lethal traps were set up in a derelict area of the street. To be honest, Suyin could not discern any special features of this place, but the servants all felt it was a natural. What else is there to say? Let's go. Modern young people have many flaws, but one good thing is they are particularly receptive to advice. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. As for me, he'll just lie down. Before long, Suyin had only walked back and forth for about 10 minutes when he saw black smoke beginning to emerge from several corners of the area. From the black mist emerged one zombie after another, and their numbers had evidently increased. Roar! Their movements remained swift as they charged straight towards Suyin, with a clear target in sight. The zombies paid no attention to the servants. In their eyes, there was only Suyin. Suyin did not dodge. He watched as the zombies fell one by one into the cleverly laid traps, their bodies shattering as they struggled in vain before being dispatched by the prepared servants. Not a single bit of internal energy was expended, nor did he exert any effort. He merely watched and collected a large amount of blood coins. It was too easy. Humph. Suyin's long black hair fluttered as he coldly snorted. It's a waste of my preparations. He gathered the combat knowledge from legendary cards, observing the servants diligently repairing traps and constructing new ones. Jing coordinated effectively among the crowd. This slender woman spoke calmly and arranged the servants into two groups. One group repaired traps, while the other continued to gather more usable materials along the way. Suyin's only task was to walk back and forth, resembling a white hat observing the construction progress on a site. Does this count as being the boss? With the workers laboring below him, all he had to do was enjoy. But there was still something lacking. I still have to walk, and I must also heed the warnings of competitive walking. It's still not quite right. There's no helping it. Let's give some face to survival. Having nothing to do, Su Yin counted his blood coins, currently remaining 732 points. Not enough for a 10 draw, but he could still pull a few. Let's draw some food first. The other card types can wait for now. Su Yin was completely calm. The efficiency of his servants in collecting blood was already showing signs, and he didn't need to worry about the subsequent blood coin demand. Even if the number of monsters in this street area exceeded the scale of the servants' traps, due to the refresh mechanism, he could just change locations. On such a long road, continuously farming, could I possibly run out of blood coins? Su Yin opened the sacrificial altar and chose the supplies card pool amidst the blood-red glow. Draw 7 cards, let's test the waters. Su Yin slid his finger, gracefully tossing in 700 blood coins. As the blood coins transformed into threads of crimson light and dissipated within the depths of the altar twisted and turned, and cards burst forth from the red mist swirling around Su Yin. In total, there were 7 cards, each adorned with intricate patterns representing various supplies. Su Yin reached out, counting them into his account. Standard military ration basic card. End card description: a sealed green soft pack containing 12 high-calorie compressed energy bars, each capable of providing an adult male with 5 hours of basic metabolic energy. The taste is poor, but it is extremely durable. Card durability supplies. Card durability resets to 0 upon use. Card shelf life: this card will expire in 300 days and is not edible. Bottled purified water basic card. End card description: a 20-liter blue drinking water barrel, perfectly. The water quality is pure without pollution. Card durability supplies. Card durability resets to 0 upon use. Card shelf life: this card will expire in 300 days and is not edible. Mixed fruit canned goods basic card. End card description: a set of 3 cans of mixed fruit, yellow peaches, pineapples, mixed fruits, capable of providing the human body with necessary vitamins and sugars, improving diet. Card durability supplies. Card durability resets to 0 upon use. Card shelf life: this card will expire in 300 days and is not edible. The remaining 4 cards are multifunctional survival toolbox and first aid bandage and disinfection kit in windproof and waterproof fire device in and heavy load folding backpack are 7 cards, and only 1 are. The drop rate is really low. Su Yin shook his head and took out the only R card for a detailed inquiry. Heavy load folding backpack, excellent card R. Card description: a tactical backpack with space adaptation effect made of tough material, waterproof and wear resistant. Card effect: space adaptation: when items are placed inside the backpack's fabric will adapt to accommodate the item's quality with an actual carrying capacity of 300 kilograms. The weight effect is 1/10. Space ring. Su Yin smiled. This item was too typical. The 300 kilogram effect may not seem large, but theoretically it could hold a lot. Especially since it uses weight as a basis for accommodation, indicating that more lightweight supplies can be stored, significantly alleviating the logistical burden of transporting supplies. Among these 7 supply cards, food and water accounted for only 3, not even half. Given this card drawing situation, relying solely on drawing cards to provide food isn't frequent enough. It is foreseeable that every user's food and drink issue is the largest consumer of blood coins. During the survival process, we still cannot give up exploring the road ahead. Su Yin murmured. This was almost an obvious fact. The path of survival allows the strong to utilize the refresh mechanism to acquire more blood coins, but it is probably not easy to use these blood coins to grow exponentially stronger. Daily consumption is a stable expense, while medicines for injuries and illnesses are randomly supplied, and any oversight can still lead to severe consequences. The larger the team raised, the greater the consumption of blood coins. The smaller the team, the lower the risk resistance. How to choose depends on the individual. The crucial point is that the drop rate for high-level cards at the sacrificial altar is appallingly low. Su Yin stored the cards and manifested the backpack card in his hand, letting the servants collect supplies. While doing these things, Su Yin did not forget to closely monitor the communication channel, which was something all surviving users were doing. Observing the situation of others to compare with his own status, determining whether to make optimizations and adjustments. At the same time, many users would publish rescue requests in the communication channel, hoping someone could help them get through some difficulties. However, no one extended a helping hand. Everyone was struggling to survive, and even offering verbal guidance was already a great kindness. Su Yin noticed that the user named Lin Wan had appeared again. Since Su Yin had already followed her remarks were highlighted. She was currently strategizing for a coward trapped in the initial area. Most others were indifferent. No one would help others without reason, and some users even mocked. Oh, here comes the sane again. Lin Wan did not respond, ignoring the sarcastic remarks, and provided answers and information summaries to those in need of help to the best of her abilities. What was this person's identity during peacetime? So compassionate. Su Yin tilted his head. After watching for a while, he suddenly noticed that while Lin Wan was strategizing for others, she occasionally posted some requests for supplies. The categories of supplies she needed were many, including food, tools, and medicines. Other users had also posted numerous similar trading messages, continuously flooding the screen within these few hours, with each user's card drawing situation and categories differing, leading to varying needs. There were only two methods for trading blood coins, or bartering entirely reliant on mutual communication, and Lin Wan's offered prices were lower than others, and her purchase request was basically ignored. Looking to buy medicine, is the saint injured? User Luogio suddenly appeared tagging Lin Wan. Lin Wan, why not team up with me? I just drew some supplies so I can give you some. Lin Wan, forget teaming up, what type of supplies do you have? How many blood? Don't need money, oh just team up with me, and let me enjoy myself, ooh I haven't been with a saint yet. Shinemo. Hey, speaking of this, I'm no longer sleepy, can I queue? I also have some supplies I'm not using for now. Lin Wan, get lost. Luogio. Oh come on, why are you being so modest? With everyone on the brink of death, what does chastity matter? There are plenty of things for sale here, everyone can take what they need. He spoke the truth. In these few hours some girls had already begun to realize the advantages they still had. If the start is not good, exchanging one's body for protection from the strong is also a way to break the deadlock. This fully utilizes the competitive team mechanism, as for whether one would be confined because of it. If one cannot even survive independently, these issues wouldn't be concerns. Meanwhile, the users who frequently popped up in the communication channel like Luogio and other recognizable names were mostly among the luckier ones. They were the rare lucky ones, at least possessing rare SR cards, able to quickly establish a foothold in the deadly competition, and often became targets sought after by female users. From Suyan's observations, this Luogio had teamed up with several different female users within a few hours. The process seldom lasted more than half an hour, as for the purpose of teaming up. Men knew it well. Many openly expressed envy over Luogio's solid backing, leading to his moment of pride. Lin Wan remained silent in response to his invitation and vanished. Luogio's persuasion was in vain, and he couldn't help but sneer and ridicule. This woman is so pretentious. Just how low is the price you offer for supplies? It's clear that your strength is lacking, yet you pretend to be a white lotus. You might survive today, but that doesn't guarantee tomorrow. Let me tell you, the first batch to die in the apocalypse will be useless saints like you. If you don't agree to me now, you won't get this price when you come begging later. Seeing Lin Wan not respond, Luogio grew more audacious. The few people you helped are all trash who won't last a few days. Look at those you helped. How many are still sticking their heads out? In my view, they've already been fed to zombies, foolish. With this energy, you'd be better off serving me. You could gather more supplies and survive a few more days. Luogio, in a fit of rage, was cursed at while others watched with glee, no one coming to her aid. Occasionally, a couple of users whom Lin Wan had previously helped would bravely speak up, only to be threatened on the spot by Luogio. Say that again. Do you believe I want to invite you to team up for the competition right now? If you don't agree, you'll just pay to force you into the team. Once this was said, no one else spoke up. It was evident that Luogio was not weak, which was why he was so brazen. At this stage, no one truly dared to team up with him. The mechanism provides for teaming up, but does not guarantee personal safety, a fact that users had already confirmed. With no one speaking up, Luogio felt even more at ease, cursing even more harshly. For a moment, the channel fell silent, and no one spoke. Even Su Yin was somewhat surprised. There's a notification for giving away items. No one had noticed this small mechanism. After all, no one would unconditionally give resources to other users. Although Lin Wan had helped so many people, no one had ever shown her any goodwill, only words of gratitude. Su Yan's actions were driven by the justice of youth, and he genuinely owed a favor to Lin Wan. He had not forgotten how just a few hours ago he was lost and confused, unaware of the numerous mechanisms for survival, fearing the consequences of making the wrong decision. It was Lin Wan who stepped forward to clarify things for him, explaining everything in great detail and comprehensively. At that time, no one helped Su Yin. All he saw was mockery and cold stares, and only Lin Wan was a ray of light in his brief confusion. To be honest, this favor was not significant. It only required a little verbal effort. Yet for Su Yin himself, this favor was substantial, and he did not like being in debt to others. A temporary treatment resource that he wouldn't use was given away, so what? What resources do we have? What team do we have? Just a mere end card given to the benefactor. After a brief silence, one person broke the silence in the communication channel. Dolly, Mom, where are you? It's Dolly, can you see me talking? This person was still the same as a few hours ago, seemingly unable to fit into the atmosphere and content of the communication channel, repeatedly posting the same message in search of his mother. Persisting in forcing remaining consistent. You can curse all you want to, I will look for my mother. Dallas' words broke the silence, and one after another users exclaimed in astonishment, gifting items. There's a notification. Which kind-hearted brother can also give me one? I want to try this mechanism. Liar. Keep lying. I wouldn't give away a single blood coin, of whoever is a fool will gift items. I can actually understand this. After all, that girl named Lin Wan looks quite beautiful from her avatar. All of us are men, we understand that. Malicious speculation always hurts. Not being angry is a profound manifestation of self-cultivation. Su Yin was too lazy to look at these jests. He was waiting. After a while, Lin Wan sent a message. Thank you. How much? Su Yin, free, let's be friends. Is this card the kind you need? Lin Wan paused and sent a message. Yes. If you need help in the future, you can call on me anytime. Need? What? Is it to satisfy physiological needs? Luogio suddenly spoke, mocking. This guy isn't dead yet. and he's out here trying to pick up girls. Playing the sycophant in the apocalypse, huh? Trying to run a sycophantic economy to benefit women in the apocalypse, huh? Luo Jiu did not reply, he remained silent. Her attitude had been consistent over these few hours, not entangling with these people too deeply. Su Yan, however, was different. Su Yan Luo Jiu team up. 2 words, a clear attitude. Earlier this person had repeatedly made sarcastic remarks towards Su Yan, and at this moment Su Yan did not want to endure. Stop fucking around, just come and fight. Hurry up, you real bastard. Su Yan sneered, gripping the legendary card. He didn't believe that with a top-tier equipment card in his hand and a group of subordinates, he wouldn't be able to take on just one person. Come and die. What is a young person? It's having a temper. It's being impulsive. It's taking action. Once or twice is fine, but this person keeps pushing his luck. I don't care about your top-tier cards waiting a few more days or whatever. I'm not waiting anymore. I'm going to deal with you today. The moment Su Yan sent his message, most eyes focused on him. Many people's first reaction was, here comes the drama. While this is exciting, after hours of boasting, Luo Jiu was being invited to team up while being pointed at. Would he dare to accept? Luo Jiu remained silent for a long time until Shun Imo actively inquired. Luo Jiu, brother Luo, this kid is asking you to team up. Watching the excitement does not shy away from causing trouble. Luo Jiu pressed into a corner, snorted, and replied, who do you think you are? You think we can just team up because you say so? To be fair, this person isn't stupid. He clearly understood one thing. Su Yan rarely spoke, but had never died, which indicated that Su Yan's strength was not weak, and he had a solid foothold at the beginning. Everyone knew very little about Su Yan, and no one knew what card he held, and Luo Jiu didn't dare to gamble. But cowardly as he was, he still had a sharp tongue. Even if everyone saw that Luo Jiu was a bit on edge, it didn't stop him from continuing his mocking. Su Yan's attitude remained clear. He directly opened the team-up interface and selected to forcibly invite the user. In the next moment, a new message popped up before his eyes. You have only 32 blood coins left. You cannot forcibly invite the user Luo Jiu to team up. Please change the team-up method. You may invite the other party to team up voluntarily. Forcibly, how much does it cost? Damn. Su Yan froze, his anger flaring as he realized he hadn't saved enough blood coins. Su Yan suddenly noticed a line of small text in the team-up interface. The minimum cost for forced team-ups at the current stage is 1 blood coins, and you can designate any user for the team-up, which they cannot refuse. Note the cost of forced team-ups varies at each stage. The higher the progress, the more blood coins are required for When blood coins are insufficient, you may communicate with the other party to arrange a team-up. Su Yan understood. The mechanism takes a cut. Killing someone costs 1 blood coins. The mechanism will profit from this. Su Yan rolled his eyes. Luo Jiu saw that Su Yan had not replied and couldn't help but mock. Why are you silent? Are you looking at the forced team-up? Have you seen that standard of 100? Huh? Think you can team up with me? You poor bastard, do you know how many blood coins I have? I have 533 coins now. I drew 3 times and still have this much left. Have you ever seen so many blood coins? Damn it, you think you can team up with me? You're just a broke loser. I got an SR in 3 draws, and you're probably still drooling over a couple of end cards, right? Luo Jiu laughed madly, mocking. Spend less time chasing girls and save more money, or when you die in a few days no one will bury you. If your dad is teaming up with you, why are you still so cowardly? Su Yan retorted without holding back, squinting his eyes, his inner anger rising uncontrollably. Luo Jiu's tongue was truly vicious. He could turn white into black, and with a few words he twisted Su Yan's act of repaying kindness into an act of sycophancy in the apocalypse. Most others were just watching the fun, indifferent. People were too lazy to care about who was good or bad, who lived or died. This is also part of the mechanism's test. More malicious contestants are also one of the sources of danger. Jing stood beside Su Yan, having arrived at some point, and she also saw these exchanges. Jing paused, adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, and softly said, Master, a moderate amount of anger is necessary. It will make you stronger. But long-term anger will only distract you from doing more correct things. He will die at your hands. Oh, why bother getting angry with someone who is doomed? Jing was very clever. She had already seen from Su Yan's narrowed eyes that at this moment the master was willing to spend 1 to buy this person's life. What's worth it or too expensive? These are all unimportant. I just want him dead. Buy his life. I hope so. Suddenly Su Yan smiled and loosened his fist. I hope he can live until I save enough money. Don't die too early. I really want to see if by then he can stand in front of me and open that filthy mouth of his again. Su Yan took a deep breath and no longer looked at the communication channel. Luo Jiu was still rampaging. Even though everyone knew he was going insane, a disgusting rogue, no one would care, mostly enjoying the spectacle. The pressure of the death race was too great. More people like Luo Jiu would emerge, venting their inner fears and anxieties with the coarsest words. Luo Jiu, Su Yan, do you think everyone has the right to team up with me? How about I give you an idea? Give me 5000. 5000 is fine, and I guarantee I will agree to team up and go kill you right away. Luo Jiu, can't take it out. Then why are you acting tough? Just stand straight. If you have no money, don't act like everything's okay. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Announcement: user, Li Dali, in this area has invested 500 blood coins, forcibly inviting user Luogio to team up. If user Luogio agrees, he can receive all the blood coins invested by the other party. In an instant, the entire channel fell silent. Luogio was also stunned like a chicken caught by the throat, standing on the street, staring blankly at the notification. Lidali Luogio here, 5,000. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. The slap to the face came too swiftly. Luogio opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. Even if he was thick-skinned, he knew that stepping forward now would only invite mockery and ridicule. Aren't 5,000 required? If I give you 5,000, can we form a group? How can we dare to form a group like this? Not just Luogio, every user with a brain understood anyone who could gather thousands of blood coins within just a few hours of the game's start. How weak could they possibly be? This Lidali is quite the hidden talent. Luogio remained silent, while Lidali was too lazy to pursue the matter further, continuing to post his search for mom announcement. He was very persistent, so much so that he didn't care what others said or asked, nor did he feel surprised or shocked by the 5,000 blood coins. Lidali remained unmoved, offering no reply. In his heart, there were only two concerns: finding his mother and looking for an opportunity to deal with Luogio. Why deal with Luogio? He said my mom is dead. What kind of card does he have? How can he gather so many blood coins in just a few hours? Suyin was taken aback, silently marking Lidali as a user to follow. The lurking strong ones in the Tianshu platform area were more than Su Yin had anticipated. The first batch of users to jump out were definitely not the strongest. Many others were silently competing, painstakingly gathering blood coins to strengthen themselves. Suddenly at this moment, Jing softly spoke beside him. Master, she has returned. Su Yin lifted his head, looking toward the end of the street in the direction Jing was pointing. He saw a tall young woman with golden hair rushing toward their group. Her movements were exceptionally agile as she navigated the ruins, leaping through them, and in just a few moments, she was before Su Yin. It was Natasha, the only SR card among the 10 servants. Master. Natasha's voice was clear, her eyes respectfully gazing at Su Yin as she bowed slightly. She was dressed in a green short skirt, a hunter's outfit with a cinched waist. The tight-fitting attire accentuated her curvaceous figure, showcasing a robust beauty that radiated health. A stunning blonde beauty with considerable combat prowess, this undoubtedly struck a chord with Su Yin. However, he was more concerned about the current situation than appreciating her beauty. How's the road ahead? Su Yin inquired, and Natasha respectfully reported, there are quite a few zombies circling ahead. I cleared part of the way and reached an intersection. The three sides of the intersection are blocked by tall buildings, and there are no new routes. The road beneath us leads. However, after a thorough investigation, I discovered that each building seems to harbor the presence of powerful creatures. When I tried to approach, a large number of zombies suddenly attacked me from three tall buildings. Their numbers are overwhelming, at least 2,000 to 3,000, and their sensory systems are quite strange. They seem to detect my position directly, rendering my hiding skills ineffective. I can no longer proceed with further reconnaissance, but I initially estimate that the terrifying presence in those tall buildings does not originate from these zombies. There are likely other terrifying creatures. Su Yin, upon hearing this, almost instantly concluded a boss is waiting for me ahead. Su Yin felt little surprise. Since the death race had indications of progress stages, it was only logical that there would be more terrifying creatures at the end of each stage. Every round of the race is a level. Those who survive will face even more terrifying challenges. It is an endless cycle until one falls. Jing, what do you think? Su Yin glanced at the librarian beside him. The girl adjusted her black-framed glasses, and Natasha was the first to offer a suggestion. Master, I propose we let others go in front. We should not be the first to approach the finish line. The others she referred to were the remaining users in the communication channel. All the servants understood the mechanisms within the endless road, and Natasha was no exception. She believed that since the first round of the death competition had a so-called finish line, they just needed to wait until the others approached it, and information would inevitably be disclosed. Even if the first and second users to approach the finish line chose to keep their findings to themselves, as more people headed toward the finish, information would continuously emerge. What Su Yin needed to do was neither be the first nor the last. Being moderate and positioned in the middle would be the safe. That's a plan. Su Yin pondered. He was considering the same. The Endless Road did not publish any race rankings or rewards. It was fair and forced every user to keep moving forward. Since that was the case, those at the front were mostly unlucky. The more one rushed ahead, the greater the risks. Just then Jing suddenly spoke up. What if the others fail to disclose information in time? Everyone was taken aback and looked at her. Master is currently in the 11th stage. What are the methods and directions to enter the 12th stage? I think it likely involves killing all the creatures at the end of this path. Whether through progressive refresh mechanisms or warning to halt, everything is pushing all users to approach the stage's finish line. Jing paused slightly and quietly said, if I were the mechanism, I wouldn't leave such obvious loopholes. I would allow the successful ones to swiftly transition into the next stage, even leaving the current communication channel. In doing so, those smart individuals who hesitate and stall will never obtain any information. They would assume that no one successfully left the first stage. The longer they stay, the greater the survival pressure they face, and the scale of the zombie tide will become increasingly terrifying. They would still have to confront the horrifying monsters at the end of the finish line in a state of ignorance. Jing looked at Su Yin and voiced a more terrifying speculation. If the mechanism is more ruthless, perhaps there exists a last-place elimination system. When the number of finishers reaches a certain level, the rest, who have yet to finish, will be collectively erased. Upon hearing this, Su Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Are you sure? To be suddenly erased without warning or any knowledge. That is simply too horrifying. Natasha raised an eyebrow. You need not frighten the master. There is no evidence to prove what you say is true. No evidence is needed for any worst-case scenario aligns with the current survival environment master is facing. Jing slowly shook her head. The greatest pressure of survival comes from the unknown possibilities of death, so we must prepare for the worst. Moreover, we have already learned one thing: the emergence of the communication channel does not imply that the mechanism encourages users to unite for survival. It merely provides a channel for the strong to vent, show off, and even oppress. In the face of such a hostile communication environment, master cannot fully rely on the information provided. After all, if someone lies about crucial information, the consequences of the ensuing chaos would be unbearable for him. Therefore, I suggest that if conditions allow, we continue to move forward, approaching the finish line, and collect our own intelligence rather than relying on others. Jing adjusted her glasses and smiled gently. If conditions permit, we could also sell some information before leaving here. After all, the trading scope among users is not restricted, and making money through intelligence is also a means to become stronger. Su Yan's heart stirred as he silently calculated the possibility and risks of this move. You are overly... Natasha shook her head, pointing out the core issue. Exploring the finish line without any knowledge is extremely dangerous. I cannot guarantee survival amidst the zombie tide at the finish line. How can I approach the terrifying creatures that have yet to appear? Are you afraid of death? Jing looked at Natasha and smiled. Don't worry, you won't be the first to die. Survival inevitably brings death, and the pressure of death cannot fall solely on master. We must share the burden. Using the bodies of the servants to pave the way, even if we only bring back a small amount of valuable information, it is still worth it. Jing looked at Su Yin and smiled slightly. After all, we are all quite cheap. Natasha was taken aback by the words and fell silent. She did not refute Jing's strategy, for every servant naturally prepared themselves to die for their master. Only Su Yin gazed deeply at Jing. He could tell that Jing's words were not a test or provocation, but rather a genuine resolve. Using the lives of Nkar's servants to carve out a path forward was currently the safest method. She even believed that this was a decision with a very low cost, but decent returns. Moreover, it might even yield a profit. Master, the final decision rests with you. Jing looked into Su Yan's eyes, bowing her head submissively in his silence. I only offered a suggestion. At this moment, the second wave of the zombie tide refreshed once again. Accompanied by the emergence of black mist, nearly hundreds of zombies appeared simultaneously. Their movements were swifter, their strength greater, fearlessly plunging into the traps, howling as they rushed towards the place where Su Yin stood. The traps originally set did not achieve the expected lethal effect. The first wave of zombies broke through the traps and fell to the ground, while the second wave charged forward over their broken limbs and remnants of traps. Old Chun and Dahu, along with other servants, stood in front of the obstacles, holding steel pipes and clubs, fighting fiercely against the horde with the remnants of the traps. They were unhesitant, refusing to retreat, standing firm before Su Yin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Natasha had already drawn her bow, the arrows slicing through the air, whistling across the street, striking the heads of several zombies with precision. She saved a few servants on the brink of being scratched and infected by zombies. While shooting arrows, she ran forward, drawing out a short blade with her right hand the moment her arrows ran out. The combat power of Esser-level servants was unquestionable. With Natasha joining the fight, the horde was firmly held back and zombies fell one after another. However, this was only superficial optimism. Everyone here could see that the strength of the second wave of the zombie tide was just at the limit of what the team could withstand. If there were a few dozen more, or if the traps had been set less, the tide would rush to Su Yan's front. If the second wave was already like this, what about the third and fourth waves that would continue to linger in this area? At that time, Su Yin would have to fight personally. And as the number of refreshing zombie tides increased and their strength grew, the intensity of the tides would eventually reach a level that even Su Yin with legendary cards would find hard to resist. Su Yin did not join the battle, merely walking slowly, his gaze fixed ahead. His expression was emotionless, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Until Jing spoke from behind him. Master, the situation is already quite clear. The refreshing mechanism will lead to at most 23 waves of the zombie tide, which will exceed our current capacity to endure. And the resources that can be searched and utilized on the street are also limited, which means that the so-called act of refreshing blood coins is not sustainable. Ultimately, we still have to reach the end, which is an unavoidable fact. The battle lasted a full half hour before it ended, and Natasha returned to Su Yin, her brows tightly knit. Master, we cannot continue to stay here. The next wave of the zombie tide will surely be stronger. Natasha reported on the battle situation. Although no one was injured, everyone is exhausted, and the materials for setting traps have been used up. Next time we may have to face more and stronger zombies with empty hands. The situation was worse than Su Yan had anticipated. The possibility of this team holding out through the third wave of the zombie tide in the same area was slim, and his strength was not too weak. What about the other users in the communication channel? The situation was likely to be even worse, and the pressure for survival would be greater. Su Yan had learned from the exchanges among the people in the communication area that the layout of the racewalking street in Zombie Wasteland 11 was basically similar, with each user sharing a map, but not meeting each other. Based on this, Su Yan could infer the circumstances and pressures of the others from his own experiences. Let's go find another place. Su Yan waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow. He could of course choose to stay and have the servants fight to their deaths to kill more zombies, but that would not be cost-effective. Even if Su Yan could be cold-blooded enough not to care about the lives of his own people, indifferent to the sacrifices and damages of low-level cards, he still had to consider the efficiency of input and output. The killing of the second wave of zombies brought Su Yan 533 blood coins. Including the number of zombies killed previously, this meant that even excluding Natasha, the value of blood coins that the remaining servants could generate was nearly 1,000, which was about breaking even. The blood coins brought in by the servants afterward would be pure profit. Of course, this influx of blood coins did not mean that these servants possessed the direct combat power to face zombies. The physical quality of card servants was similar to that of ordinary humans, and depending on their specialties and professions they might be slightly better, but their advantages were limited. In Su Yan's view, the greatest value of card servants was not their direct combat power. Rather, it was their thinking ability akin to normal humans, their capacity to utilize and modify tools, and the assistance they provided users in survival through their professional experiences. These were the most valuable aspects, which could not be simply measured with blood coins. After walking for a while, Su Yan arrived in a new area. This was a road he had traversed before, and it felt familiar. Let's stay here, continue refreshing blood coins until the zombie tide exceeds our endurance limit, and then we will leave. Su Yan signaled the servants to search the surroundings, preparing for defense before the next refresh arrived. Natasha was not sent ahead to scout, but remained to guard the formation, while Su Yan himself held a legendary card ready to join the battle at any moment. Jing, you are right. Su Yan looked at the busy servants and suddenly spoke. I must consider the issues of cost and output, but that does not mean I will casually sacrifice you. Jing was taken aback, letting out a slight sigh. Master, this is unnecessary kindness. This is not purely kindness. Su Yan glanced at the librarian beside him, suddenly smiling. It's a matter of values. In my eyes, you are not cheap, whether from the perspective of life or the level of cards. You are right in saying that in a state of survival, one needs to think carefully about everything. But is there a possibility that the mechanism deceives us regarding the card levels? Especially in the positioning of servant cards, are low-level servants necessarily cheap and disposable? Su Yan spoke meaningfully. I have played many games before, and those games have taught me one principle: do not trust everything the planners say, at times not even a word. From a purely cost and output perspective, I believe you can bring me greater value and benefits. Just like you. Su Yan raised his hand and patted Jing's delicate shoulders, suddenly smiling. If I send you into battle, it would be the greatest waste of your own value. After all, your strength lies in your intellect. The same principle applies to each of them, with different professions, different experiences, different abilities. Pursuing high-level cards is not wrong, but it may not be the optimal solution. The correct approach is to enable all cards to yield a value greater than the sum of their parts. Making the best use of resources and talents is the key to survival. Su Yan raised his hand, pointing at the servants, passionately expressing himself. He did not want to consider cost values or life and death. He only knew one thing: whatever I want to do, I will do it. The greatest value of being alive is the genuine implementation of one's own thoughts and actions. Whatever my values are, that is what I will do, without getting too tangled in right or wrong. Jing looked up at him in a daze, raising her hand to touch her shoulder, which still bore a hint of warmth. Suddenly, Master is right, you are the smartest one. In the ruins of a desolate city, a thin black-haired girl stands quietly. The dim sky exudes a suffocating, oppressive aura, yet she merely gazes up at the young man in front of her, looking at him full of vigor, confidence, and pride. Perhaps some things are destined to be right, correct, and beneficial for the future. But sorry, I won't do it. Nothing in this world is destined to be right. It has nothing to do with life and death, but rather whether I am willing or not. 5 hours later, in a certain street area of the abandoned city, Su Yan, with his head full of red hair, bends forward, enveloped in an unsettling, eerie aura. This is the third wave of the zombie tide in the area, with more numbers and stronger abilities. Originally, over 1,000 zombies had been killed by... This is the third wave of the zombie tide in the area, with more numbers and stronger abilities. Originally, over 1,000 zombies had been killed by traps and Natasha, but the remaining horde still poses a fatal threat to this team. Every zombie in the third wave possesses physical abilities comparable to the peak of young male humans. Suddenly, 2 zombies break through the defenses, roaring as they pounce towards the servant Dahu. Dahu is strong but slow to react. He struggles to push away the zombies with a piece of discarded steel, but his arm gets scratched, oozing foul black liquid. Dahu lets out a pained growl, the zombie virus rapidly spreading within him, infecting him at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, his expression twists in agony, and his skin begins to rot. Extract the toxin. Su-Yin suddenly raises his hand, emitting a sharp cry that does not sound human as a red beam of blood shoots from his fingertips, striking Dahus's wound. A wave of black liquid is forcibly extracted. Dahus's wound continues to bleed profusely, but the color of the blood has returned to its normal red. The zombie virus has been extracted, and Dahu is spared from the risk of infection. This is the combat knowledge of the Mad Priest, a rare skill adept at toxin manipulation and pain sacrifice. In the next moment, Su-Yin raises his hand again, screaming and growling, pain resonance. The blood dripping from Dahus's wound dances rapidly, striking the other servants like bullets, quickly seeping into their skin. Each servant's face swiftly contorts in pain, empathizing with Dahu as if their own arms are being ripped apart by monsters. But alongside the pain comes a powerful force surging from deep within. At the cost of feeling pain, they sacrifice suffering to gain temporary enhanced combat power. This is the group enhancement effect of the Mad Priest. The deeper the pain, the stronger the boost. The servant Wang Dachui raises his head and roars, his eyes blood red. He charges into the horde of zombies, swinging the thick steel bars in both hands, creating a whistling sound. Bang, bang, bang. Surrounding zombies are blown apart, utterly defenseless. The other servants quickly advance, pushing the line forward. Some are stronger, some quicker. The enhancement effects after the pain sacrifice amplify each servant's most advantageous combat abilities. At this moment, everyone temporarily possesses abilities that exceed the physical limits of ordinary humans, able to crush the zombie horde with ease. Among them, Natasha stands out the most. Originally an SR rare card, her combat power now becomes even more ferocious, abandoning her bow to wield short weapons in both hands, swiftly severing the heads of dozens of zombies. At this moment, Natasha's combat power is already comparable to the combat knowledge of the martial arts master. However, although this group enhancement effect is fierce, its duration lasts only a few minutes, and nearly 100 zombies remain just as the enhancement effect is about to fade. Su-Yin stands behind the servants, raising his hands once more. Darkness, gods, sacrifice. He murmurs a prayer, his pupils constricting to nearly the size of needle tips, the corner of his mouth twitching into an expression that is neither a smile nor pain. Evil gods gaze. Extract physical strength. As the final prayer falls, an intensely powerful red light erupts from Su-Yan's hands, swiftly engulfing the entire battlefield. Both servants and zombies are enveloped by this red light. Su-Yan's fingers flicker, pulling out strands of red threads from the red mist, as if peeling layers away. These threads all originate from the remaining horde of zombies, their kinetic energy drawn out by Su-Yan using the pain god technique infused into the servants' bodies. As a large number of red threads surge into the servants' bodies, those who initially appeared fatigued are invigorated, their drained stamina quickly replenished, returning to peak condition. In contrast, the remaining zombies collapse one by one, their bodies crashing to the ground like blocks, shattering into pools of foul black water and debris. The battle is over. A large amount of blood and light swirl, contributing to the blood coin value. The servants are in excellent condition, able to quickly clean up the battlefield, recovering trap materials and Natasha's arrows. Only Su-Yin sways, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Master, what's wrong? Jing, quick to act, reaches out to embrace Su-Yin, only able to support the man with her frail body. I'm fine, just a bit unaccustomed to using this knowledge. Su-Yin waves his hand, his expression somewhat weak. From a certain perspective, the practical intensity of the Mad Priest surpasses that of the martial arts master, as not only can he participate in battle, but he can also enhance allies and curse enemies. But the only downside is that during the use of this knowledge, Su-Yin constantly feels the taste of pain. This feeling of pain is indescribable. Sometimes it's muscle cramps, sometimes it's a painful ache like a cramp, and sometimes it's the excruciating pain of internal organs being battered. And during the casting, this pain intensifies, giving Su-Yin a terrible headache. What kind of existence is this dog priest? The tricks he uses are quite sinister. Su-Yin laments inwardly, his expression weary. His body is not tired, but his heart is exhausted, tormented by pain. The legendary card returns to normal, appearing in Su-Yan's hand. He does not worry about losing the legendary card. He has tried dropping it on the ground, only to have it return to his pocket after taking a few steps. To be honest, this card is indeed a good card, but the combat knowledge inside may not all be good. The martial arts master is still normal, but the Mad Priest is something Su-Yin finds hard to endure. As for the third type of knowledge, the terrifying hunter, Su-Yin truly does not want to use it. This sounds like a knowledge not belonging to a human identity. Definitely some kind of monster form. Su-Yin really does not want to experience the feeling of being a monster. He has made up his mind. When the opportunity arises in the future, I must change all these messy combat knowledge. It's good to be human. There's no need to become a non-human monster in pursuit of strength. Tell everyone we can't stay here, we need to change locations. Su Yin slightly regains his spirits and gives the order, then pauses and smiles. From what I've seen in the communication channels over the past few hours, most seem too afraid to move forward. The vast majority are still wandering in the early stages hunting monsters. The closer we get to the starting area, the fewer the number and strength of zombies spawned, yet we are mostly hunting monsters in the middle zone. In terms of both profit and efficiency, we are able to earn blood coins better than most people. Su Yin says, raising his head to glance at his current blood coin count. Blood coins 5,832 pieces. Su Yin can't help but feel a sense of fulfillment. 5 hours of earning 5,000 blood coins, averaging 1,000 blood coins per hour. This is even more than the earnings from fighting as a martial arts master. After all, the internal energy consumed by the martial arts master in battle is real and requires constant rest. By utilizing the mad priest and the cooperation of the servants, it allows for maintaining earning efficiency while conserving the martial arts master's internal energy, ensuring there is always a trump card in hand. Although the number of blood coins is only comparable to the amount that Li Dali spent at that time, 5,000 blood coins is still considered a windfall. From the current situation in the communication area, aside from Li Dali at that time, no one has displayed a solid foundation of over 1,000 blood coins. Su Yin does not seek to be the strongest, he only wants to maintain his position in the top tier. Let's change locations and aim to earn 10,000 blood coins today. Su Yin is full of vigor, but the girl beside him hesitates. Master. Mutt. Su Yin turns his head in a good mood, teasingly saying, speak your mind, I'm not an unreasonable boss. It's about to get dark. Jing points to the sky, which is rapidly darkening. She lowers her voice. Now we must consider a new problem, how to conduct the night race. Are you worried that the monsters at night will be stronger? Not just that. Jing shakes her head, reminding him, the race does not allow users to stop, but from a human perspective, no matter how strong one is, rest is necessary. If we cannot get enough rest at night, the subsequent race and battles will eventually collapse. Are we to walk endlessly for 24 hours? Although the city dungeon of the death race was dim, the transition between day and night was still discernible. Roughly estimating, it seemed to be around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Soon it would be dark. Su Yin put away his smile, realizing the seriousness and urgency of the problem. For young people, staying up all night might not be a problem, but 2 nights, 3 nights, or even a whole year, that was simply impossible. After all, everyone is human and not cultivators. How could one truly go without sleep? Su Yin quickly thought that perhaps they could take turns keeping watch with their servants, resting in safer areas of the street. However, the core requirement of the death race was to keep moving without stopping. Stopping would mean death. Who could manage to keep walking while sleeping? That was no joke. It was much harder than sleeping with one's eyes open. Su Yin remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the communication channel interface hanging nearby. He noticed that several users were also complaining about similar issues. As night approached, everyone had come to realize this problem. On the first day of the Endless Road's launch, it had already been half a day. The users who had made it this far were mostly those with some strength, those who had drawn good cards, or those with excellent qualities. Yet, even these users together had not come up with a good solution, and no one could resolve the dilemma of resting. Su Yin saw idea after idea being tossed out in the communication zone, but users testing these methods received warnings about the race, thereby blocking any direction. Of course, it was not to be denied that perhaps someone had found a solution, but those individuals had no reason or obligation to disclose their information. Do you have any good ideas? As Su Yin looked at the communication channel, he asked Jing. Jing shook her head. Not at the moment. While you were fighting, I was watching these users' discussions. Some of the methods I thought of have already been tested by them, but all have failed. So far, I only have one last method left, but I think it may not work either. Speak. Su Yin smiled. As long as you can think of it, I'll try it out. Experimentation brings knowledge. The greatest core logic of the death race is not stopping, and the clever methods of other users have all received warnings. I boldly speculate the race belongs to the user's own actions and cannot be interfered with by external factors. Jing paused for a moment and said softly, and there are also means to become stronger in the Endless Road, which are the 6 types of cards. So does the power of the cards belong to the user? Does the help provided by the cards in the race align with the allowed mechanisms? If allowed, then servants could also be considered as cards. What if the servants create tools and you sit on top while the servants take turns pulling the tools? Would that count as the race? That's a bit too clever, isn't it? Su Yin was taken aback, stroking his chin in hesitation. No wonder Jing couldn't guarantee that this method would work. It sounded too crafty. But it's worth a try. I see many people haven't drawn servants, so they probably haven't tried this method. Su Yin decisively called for Old Chun and quickly had a makeshift steel stretcher made. With Wang Dachui and Da Hu, these robust servants tying thick ropes around their waists to walk forward, they pushed the steel stretcher behind them. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yin swiftly jumped onto the stretcher and stood still. It seems to work. Su Yin smiled just as he was about to sit down. Suddenly, a searing pain shot up from under his feet. Warning: no user is allowed to stop while racing. Stopping means death. Damn. Su Yin cursed, jumping off the stretcher in pain, and was forced to walk forward himself. Jing, this method indeed doesn't work. The mechanism doesn't allow loopholes. Su Yin looked at Jing helplessly while De Hu and Wang Dachui and the other servants were perplexed, wanting to help, but unsure how to start. After all, whatever solution they could think of, Jing could also think of. Let's try again. Jing was not surprised, but raised her hand to call De Hu, signaling to Su Yin, "Master, let De Hu carry you for a few steps to see. As long as a warning appears, just jump down. Nothing will happen, it will just hurt a little." "All right." Su Yin shrugged. He wasn't really afraid of the pain from the warning, so he thought, why not give it a try? With that, De Hu bent his knees and leaned forward, and Su Yin quickly jumped onto his back. "Hey!" De Hu's knees sank. He shouted sternly and steadily carried Su Yin forward. With a vigilant expression, Su Yin was ready to jump down at any moment. But after half a minute of walking, no warnings. What the hell? What the hell? Can this really work? Su Yin was overjoyed. Isn't this also clever? How can this be allowed? What is the mechanism thinking? It's not the same. Jing sighed in relief and smiled slightly. To the mechanism, the steel stretcher is deemed a non-card tool. Non-card items theoretically cannot directly assist a user's race. They can only be used for combat or survival. But the servants are different. In the eyes of the mechanism, servants are considered cards. Since they are cards, then using cards to assist oneself in the race aligns with the allowed logic of the mechanism. After all, it is the cards it provides. The cards themselves are part of the death race. When there is no steel stretcher, such a non-card tool to carry between, and the user directly enjoys the help provided by the cards while their own movement standard does not stop, it is naturally not in violation, and thus there will be no warnings. Jing's explanation was quite straightforward, but Su Yin still didn't fully understand, and frowned. Racing is racing. I haven't even raced. What kind of racing is this? Racing does not emphasize that the user must walk with their own legs. Jing smiled and said, just like at the beginning of the endless road, no user could have imagined that you can also walk backward. The mechanism actually does not restrict users to only moving forward. Similarly, the mechanism's warning is do not stop. So how is stopping determined? Naturally, it references the user's movement status. Although being carried by the servants, the user is still moving and is not in violation. Su Yin fell silent upon hearing this, jumping off De Hu's back, deep in thought. Although this seemed a bit absurd, it was indeed the case. Su Yin could spend the night this way, even resting on the servant's back. He felt like he had forgotten some core detail. As a seasoned gamer, Su Yin enjoyed and excelled at exploring feasible paths within complex game settings, aiming to thoroughly understand these settings to infer the designer's thoughts and future actions. Thus, Su Yin wandered in thought as he walked. After a moment, a flash of inspiration struck. Su Yin slapped his forehead. Wait, if that's the case. The core idea is that the cards in the race are deeply intertwined. Since the mechanism allows direct assistance from servants in the competition, it shouldn't be limited to just servants, right? If I were the planner, how could I possibly provide only one way to rest during the race? Moreover, resting while being carried by a servant doesn't seem like a legitimate way to rest. In other words, if I don't want users to rest and stop, then I might as well block all directions, letting them walk to their deaths. Whether they die from exhaustion or not is still death. But clearly the planner does not want us to die from exhaustion or to die in such a hasty and uninteresting manner. Therefore, it can be inferred the planner must have left behind more means for resting during the race. Where would these means? Su Yin pondered, suddenly looking up at Jing. Jing heard Su Yan's murmurs and smiled, nodding at him, seemingly affirming Su Yan's inner speculation. So, there are many ways to rest, but each one cannot escape one core principle: the mechanisms allowed by the endless road. Thus, the most permitted and filled with countless possibilities mechanism is only the cards. No exceptions. Su Yan's thoughts became increasingly clear. He completely understood. The answer is hidden within the cards. Among the 6 major cards, there must be a way for better rest. Many users have not discovered it because they have yet to draw such a card. Thus, the most correct path in the death race on the first and second days is to quickly draw one's resting card after being able to adapt to the dangerous environment. The 7th type of card is the resting card. Damn, I've found the beginner's strategy. Su Yin laughed heartily. This feeling was akin to facing a completely unfamiliar blockbuster game, yet being able to find the most correct developmental path on the very first day of the game's launch. And what is often labeled as game strategy in each game is typically the result of these insightful individuals' research and public sharing. Then a new question arose. Su Yin opened the altar, his gaze sweeping over the 6 major types of cards markings. Where would the resting card be hidden among the card types? Should be hidden among the equipment cards, right? Su Yin pondered, mumbling to himself. If we consider the core of rest during action, then road vehicles, floating devices, and so on all belong to this category. To be more specific, perhaps an RV, a multi-person motorcycle, a 4-wheeled car. These are obviously all categorized as equipment. Su Yin was not in a hurry to draw. He shared his thoughts with Jing. Sure enough, Jing offered a different perspective. Master, I believe all 6 major card types have rest cards. Your line of thought is correct, Master. The purpose of the rest card is to address the user's dilemma of recovery while on the move, but it does not necessarily require large vehicles to solve this problem. According to the few users who voluntarily exposed the effects of their cards in the communication channel, the 6 major cards in the endless road encompass not only technological types, but also magic mystery and non-technological cards. Given this, talent cards, skill cards, and others should also include the ability to allow users to rest. For instance, low-altitude floating magic after casting, or special abilities that allow the body to move on its own. These certainly share a similar essence. Jing paused for a moment and smiled, saying, "Of course, I also prefer to draw equipment cards that feel safer." Look at her, as she's quite clever. First, she states her own answer, then acknowledges the leader's thought process, offers detailed explanations, and finally affirms the leader's actions. Such emotional intelligence. Such skill. It made Su Yin feel quite comfortable. "All right, let's draw equipment cards." Su Yin smiled with satisfaction, finally deciding on the type of card to draw. As the sacrificial altar spun and adjusted the card pool, Su Yin spoke in a deep voice. "Invest 5,000 blood coins, draw all equipment cards. 100 per draw, directly 50 consecutive draws. All and I refuse to believe there won't be a single equipment card with a resting effect. Su Yin needs a rest card now, everything else can wait." As the altar consumed a large amount of blood coins, a surge of intense blood light swirled and manifested, continuously spreading before Su Yin. Moments later, cards flew out from the blood light, swirling around Su Yin, rising and falling. "I bet at least one card will be useful." Su Yin joked with his servants while reaching out to gather all the surrounding cards. To be honest, 50 cards look like a lot, but they can all fit in one hand. Each card is roughly palm-sized, about 0.5 millimeters thick. However, selecting and using a specific card from these 50 is quite a troublesome issue. Su Yin could only walk and flip through the cards, evaluating and inspecting them one by one. N card. R card. N card. R card. Oh, a pistol. R card. Not bad, I got a firearm. Su Yin beamed, reaching out to touch each card with great satisfaction. Each of these cards is smooth to the touch with an excellent feel, and the designs are quite flashy. Only seasoned players can truly appreciate the profound satisfaction of collecting them. Though they are all low-level cards, they feel heavy in hand, providing a sense of security. If it weren't for survival, this set of cards would be worth a lot. Just based on their appearance, they have great collectible value. But the problem is, even after praising you, why haven't I seen a single SR card? Damn, it's all N cards and R cards. Su Yin was frustrated. What kind of terrible drop rate is this? Even the Goose Factory isn't this shady. The Pig Factory wouldn't dare to rip people off like this. Such a card pool doesn't exist. 50 consecutive draws. Not even a single SR. Forget SSR, I can't even get one SR. I get it, no wonder they say the endless road can kill people. This drop rate truly makes Su Yin want to die. After a grueling day of constant fighting, apart from the fixed cards from the free first draw, the only card he drew was the SR servant card, Natasha. If there are no cards to draw, so be it. At least there should be one rest card. Su Yin repeatedly checked, ultimately disappointed. It's all combat cards. Where's my rest card? Rest card. Pistols, daggers, bows, boomerangs, chain mail, magic wands, spellcasting. From weapons to armor, from cold weapons to hot weapons, from technological weapons to magical weapons. They all exist. Just no rest cards. Not a single vehicle. What's going on? Are all your vehicles UR level? And they just refuse to drop. Master, this should be expected. Jing noticed Su Yan's displeased expression and gently comforted him. If rest cards were easy to obtain, the other users in the communication channel would have long figured out how to solve the issue of resting at night. Their ongoing struggle with this issue is enough to show that rest cards are inherently difficult to acquire. A rest card of the same level could be worth more than higher level cards. Jing's reasoning was quite sound. If Su Yin were the planner, he would never let users easily draw key cards. Bothered. Oh, that's just how it is. In a pool without guarantees, it's all pitfalls. Who knows what you'll get in the next draw? In other games, users can quit in a fit of anger and say I'm done. In the endless road, how can one quit? It seems. Only by dying. At least what I don't have, others find it hard to obtain as well. Su Yin comforted himself, noting that the card pool of the endless road may be a trap, but it's a comprehensive trap, treating everyone equally. On the flip side, this 50 draw also provides significant assistance. The combat power boost from 50 equipment cards can effectively compensate for the current lack of trap materials, allowing the servants to possess greater combat power. With sufficient combat power, we can further enhance our efficiency in acquiring blood coins and have greater assurance in exploring the endpoint. Regardless, this is a good thing. What we need to do is find a rest card within 12 days. We still have time. Jing's comfort had little effect. Everyone in the team was well aware that the later they obtained a rest card, the greater the... No one can go sleepless for long, continuously operating for 24 hours a day. Moreover, in a long-term, tense and dangerous combat environment, an ordinary person might endure a few sleepless nights, but in the endless road, they can barely last a night. We don't have much time left, so let's keep going. Su Yin took a deep breath, handing a stack of cards to Jing. Select suitable cards to distribute to everyone. Keep the rest safe. I won't need them for now. Su Yin only kept 1 or 2 equipment cards suitable for the martial arts master, distributing the rest to the servants. They are all low-level cards, but pairing them together counts as another form of upgrading. With Jing's selection and distribution, each servant received an equipment card suited to their state and experience, including Natasha, who received a new bow and short sword along with a full set of light armor. Even Jing herself now had a pistol for self-defense. Although the bullets were insufficient, at least the power was decent. It's worth mentioning that the servants can use the master's cards, which pleased Su Yin. At least he doesn't have to waste time using each card one by one before distributing the equipment. That would waste too much time. While it's still not completely dark, let's keep going. Su Yin took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he led the way forward. Let's split up and farm blood coins. I refuse to believe I can't get a single rest card today. The team's strength had greatly increased, and at least they could handle 34 waves of zombie tides with ease, which gave Su Yin the greatest confidence. With many hands making light work, the speed of farming blood coins was naturally fast. Su Yin quickly arranged the team structure, having Natasha lead 7 servants while Su Yin took Jing and Da Hu, splitting into 2 teams. Indeed, Su Yin was going to join the battle himself. The martial arts master, pinned up for several hours, was ready to descend once more to eradicate the demons. Can't avoid it. The master had exhausted his resources drawing cards. Oomph. In the dimly lit street amidst swirling red mist, Su Yin, with flowing black hair, strode forward grim-faced with dual blades in hand. I uphold justice, vanquishing demons in the night. Kill. Su Yin shouted lowly, his internal energy surging, radiating a warm glow as he charged into the horde of the undead. Each slash was cold and deadly, and in an instant black blood was flung about, the headless corpses falling like cut wheat. Master is even stronger than during the day. Da Hu, watching from the side, wielding a massive shield, was surprised and envious. Strength builds courage. Jing explained softly. When a person is angry, their combat power naturally increases. Anyone who can't draw anything from the cards would want to flip the table on the spot. After a fierce battle, over 500 blood coins were accounted for. The sky had turned completely dark. Su Yin, channeling his energy, gazed at the blood-stained streets, filled with corpses, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Having satisfied his desire to kill, he felt emboldened to challenge the deep pit of the endless road again, though he knew that the blood coins he had were insufficient for a satisfying draw. He thought to save up more next time he would definitely get a good draw. Da Hu, clean the streets, Su Yin ordered, and Da Hu promptly got to work. He strode back to Jing, retrieving his cards to restore his inner chi, waiting for the next wave of corpses to refresh. Jing held her gun protectively, ensuring no new surprises would occur during this phase. Just then she suddenly pointed at the communication channel and exclaimed, "Master, look." Su Yin, who was pondering the next card draw strategy, looked up at the lively scene on the communication channel. Lu Sun asked, "Is there a girl team available? Requirements: looks and figure must meet the standard. I have in our card type 97 military sidecar motorcycle." Wang Lu replied, "Isn't your card level a bit low? Do you think you can deceive someone with that?" Lu Sun shot back, "Get lost, ugly. Do you know what it means when I can drive without warnings while competing in a race?" Hiss. No warnings. Damn, that's a divine card. Everyone else is racing and you can drive. Isn't that cheating? Zhao Dafeng exclaimed. What kind of rest is that? Driving may be easier than walking, but you can't just close your eyes and sleep while driving, Wu Shasha interjected. Zhao Dafeng retorted, "What do you know? That's a Japanese motorcycle. Have you seen any anti-Japanese dramas? This bike has 2 seats, allowing someone else to drive while you nap. Indeed, there are smart people. I summoned 2 servants to take turns driving. At night I can sleep. But unfortunately the summoned servants are male. I still need a girl to talk to. It's really frustrating." Su Yin understood. Someone had struck gold. They had drawn a rest card. He knew about the Japanese motorcycle. While this vehicle was somewhat old-fashioned, it excelled in having a passenger seat. Though resting while sitting was uncomfortable, it still counted as rest. It was dark and everyone else was grinding through the race while this guy was napping. How could the zombies not tear apart this lucky bastard? Su Yin remained silent, but he truly envied him. The card pool was so random. Even if the guy's draw was in our card, it was still a solid vehicle rest card. Look at himself. 50 consecutive draws yielded nothing. Su Yin felt an overwhelming impulse to shut down the communication channel. In that moment, users on the communication channel rallied around Lu Sun, some being sarcastic, some mocking, and many opportunistic female users began to approach, actively promoting their team invitations. No matter the comments like, "Your vehicle has no defense, how will you solve the fuel issue?" or "Who would ride in a Japanese vehicle?" Such trivial remarks could not mask one fact: he could rest tonight. Regardless of long-term plans, equipment durability, or potential dangers from zombies while sleeping, he could indeed rest. This first night, he would likely survive. By the next day, when everyone was exhausted from fighting all night, he would probably be energetic. In this comparison, who wouldn't feel envious? Many mocked him, including Luo Jiao, but none could stop Lu Sun's smug expression. As more people became aware, some began to see reality, letting go of envy and humbly seeking advice. Lu Sun, Lu Ge, how did you draw that? Do you have any special card drawing techniques? Lu Sun, lucky bastard, I want to absorb your luck. Lu Sun, dad, do you want a male team member? I have a maid, really beautiful. The kind that's exceptionally fair. Lu Sun, are you selling her? They'll trade my entire fortune for that vehicle. I have 5 art cards and over 10 food cards, sincerely looking to purchase. As night fell, the fear in people's hearts deepened, and so did Lu Sun's worth. This mirror card had almost tenfold its value in just over 10 minutes. Countless buyers emerged with bids rising higher. Just as Su Yin couldn't resist, and was about to place a bid. The latest offer had already reached 6,000 blood coins. 6,000 blood coins. Su Yan was taken aback. How many dragons and tigers are hidden here at the Tianshu platform? So there are true experts who usually remain hidden. Each of these usernames looked extremely unfamiliar, clearly first-time speakers, yet their bids were increasingly. After pondering for a moment, Su Yan realized the only way to surpass these experts' bids was with a legendary card. But exchanging a UR card for an R card was simply too insane. Su Yan couldn't bring himself to do that. Moreover, UR cards were not tradable, and Su Yan had no way to exchange them. I can only envy from afar. Su Yan sighed, helplessly feeling no inclination to watch the lively atmosphere of the communication channel any longer. He felt a wave of frustration rise again, the resentment he had just vented resurfacing. There was no choice. Su Yan felt like an ordinary person. He never demanded much of himself. He was simply envious, unhappy, and felt that the card pool was unfair. Just then the area's zombie horde refreshed with nearly 1,000 zombies appearing. In the darkness, the shadowy figures of the zombies on the street looked ghostly, and their shrieks were chilling and terrifying, as if stepping into a horror movie set. Da, who had already retreated, holding his shield in vigilance, while Jing reminded Master, "Be careful, the zombie horde is coming." Good timing. Su Yan crushed the legendary card. Amidst the red mist, his demeanor changed, his voice steady yet tinged with fury. "A bunch of abominations. How dare you act so arrogantly?" Without further ado, he charged forward with dual blades drawn. Kill. Damn card pool. Damn drop rates. Not a single rest card given to me. Su Yan's figure darted like lightning, unleashing his inner chi violently. He slaughtered his way through the horde, his rage blinding him, and both blades were dulled from the relentless strikes. After a grueling 40 minutes, Su Yan finally finished off the 1,000 zombies, returning with a fierce and grim aura, casually discarding the nearly shattered long sword. Bang! The dual blades fell to the ground, transforming into an end card of equipment, which then shattered with a crash, dispersing into nothingness. The durability of this card had reached 0, and it could no longer manifest as equipment, resulting in a complete loss. An end card theoretically valued at 100 blood coins had returned over 1,000 blood coins. Quite a bargain. The loss on this card was worth it. Su Yan glanced at his blood coin balance, feeling his anger dissipate. He took another look at the communication channel. Damn it, Lu Sun was still flaunting his Japanese motorcycle. In just this hour, he was still pretending to seek out girls in the communication channel, setting standards for former model stars or college girls. For a broken motorcycle, his expectations were quite high. Yet a swarm of female users rushed in, desperately introducing and promoting themselves. Damn. By what right? Su Yan rolled his eyes, feeling fury boil within him. Sorry, Aries can't stand others showing off. Yet he had no grounds to nitpick. After all, Lu Sun's luck was exceptional, allowing him to draw a rest card. Let's change locations and continue killing. Su Yan hurriedly moved, switching to a different street and swapping for new equipment cards, continuing to slaughter zombies. This time, he didn't even glance at the communication channel, leading the team away to find a new place. He remained silent, focused solely on slaying zombies. Even Da, who noticed something was off and quietly asked Jing, "Do you think the master is angry?" "Did you just notice? Who upset the master?" "Was it me? Did I do something wrong?" "It wasn't you." Jing did not explain, merely smiling slightly. "Men, you know." This intense slaughter continued until the early hours of the morning. Su Yan met up with Natasha's team several times, checking on the status of the other servants. Not too bad. Although the second team's efficiency in harvesting blood coins was not as high as his own, they were steady and safe. Except for a few equipment cards needing replacements due to damaged durability, no one was injured or killed. Even the old Chun in the team showed his prowess again, managing to gather materials on the spot and fashion a few rudimentary torches by hand. The second team didn't have to fight monsters in the dark like Su Yan did, and he was glad to take 2 torches for illumination, saving some inner chi consumption. By late night, a chilling wind howled. The icy night breeze carried the unique stench of zombies, making Su Yan quite uncomfortable. After several hours of nighttime bloodshed, the servants were all weary, and even Su Yan felt a bit fatigued, his inner chi nearly depleted. He could only rely on the knowledge of the mad priest to maintain control, gathering the servants to prepare for a place to rest. If it comes to it, let's make a stretcher out of equipment planks. We'll return to the starting area and let others take turns dragging the master to rest. Jing proposed a new solution. Ordinary items used for the planks are outside the mechanism's allowance, but stretchers made from equipment cards fall within the card scope and will likely not attract warnings. Alright, let's do it that way. Su Yan waved his hand wearily. He was too exhausted to be picky. Having come to this point of survival, having any chance to rest was already better than most users, and there was no need to compete with the lucky ones. Moreover, in the hours that passed, the communication channel had only seen Lu Sun flaunting his rest card with no other users boasting. Perhaps there were users with rest cards who had not spoken, but such lucky players were definitely in the minority. Su Yan felt somewhat reassured. Most people were just as unfortunate as he was, and would likely endure the first night. Under Jing's direction, a stretcher crafted from several armor cards was quickly made. A few sturdy servants tied ropes around their waists to drag it, with Su Yan seated atop. As expected, no warning sounds appeared. After all, at this moment, all the movement's power sources came from the servants and equipment falling within the card's framework and not violating any rules. Suyin did not have the servants carry the stretcher, as that would be too tiring. They couldn't carry it for long, and those few equipment and cards weren't valuable. If they broke, they could just draw again. It seems that when most people do not have proper rest cards, servants and equipment can still manage to work. This method isn't hard to think of. By the second night, someone will likely realize. After all, when people are pushed to their limits, they often become the most ingenious. Suyin sighed, looking up at the night sky, feeling somewhat desolate. This race had no end. How far could he go? No one knew the answer. Suyin had no confidence either. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. On the silent streets, only the exhausted breaths of the servants, the harsh sound of armor scraping against the ground, and the distant, constant screams of zombies could be heard. Silence, unease, confusion. A multitude of emotions surged within him, requiring Suyin to continuously suppress them. Nighttime is the most vulnerable for the human heart. No one is exempt. In this situation, it's hard to sleep. Suyin sighed, and just then a message box appeared before him. The next day has arrived, and you have gained a new free draw opportunity due to privileges. Please check in the sacrifice altar interface. Oh, any privileges not drawn on the day will not accumulate to the next day. Suyan's spirits lifted instantly. My free first draw has arrived. It turned out to be the daily update for the first draw privilege. Quite nice. Great. Suyin took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and opened the sacrifice altar immediately. The free first draw will definitely yield a UR card. Even if the card pool is rigged, it doesn't matter. After all, I'm guaranteed one UR card every day. The altar spun, enveloped in a crimson glow. The symbols of 6 card categories slowly floated on either side of the altar: resource cards, equipment cards, talent cards, skill cards, trait cards, and servant cards. Among them, the talent card shimmered with colorful light. Is the first UR card of the second day a talent card? Suyin felt somewhat disappointed. He actually wanted an equipment card. What if a large vehicle like a tank appeared directly? Wouldn't that be frustrating? Forget it, at least it's a UR card. A talent card is still a talent card. There's also a chance to get a rest talent. Suyin comforted himself, and after pondering for a moment, directly selected the card drawing category interface. Start drawing. No need to pray, no need to wash hands. The first draw is guaranteed. That's confidence. User confirmed card draw. This draw is free. Confirmed card category talent. Drawing in progress. As the prompt appeared, the colorful symbol of the talent card swallowed by the sacrificial altar began to spin rapidly. Moments later, the altar erupted with a dazzling scarlet light, enveloping Suyin. This mass of blood light continuously condensed and quickly transformed into a brilliant shining card, slowly rotating before Suyin. The second UR card. Suyin didn't have time to admire the card's appearance. He reached out to grab it and check its effects. All things melting furnace talent card, legendary level UR. Card description: after using this card, the user can gain the specific abilities of material disassembly, target recasting, and finger of advancement. Talent abilities: material disassembly. Your hands possess the ability to disassemble any physical matter, non-biological, directly converting it into quantum energy for storage. Disassembling non-card materials requires the consumption of blood coins based on the strength and grade of the target material. Disassembling card materials incurs no additional blood coin cost. Target recasting consumes stored quantum energy to create a new item envisioned in your mind, non-biological. The success rate of creation is based on the detail of the user's meditation. The more detailed, the higher the success rate. If the creation fails, all quantum energy is refunded. If you possess cards of the same type of material, you can recast the same type and grade of material without prior envisioning. Finger of advancement consumes stored quantum energy to apply the effect of target recasting for repair or modification of the target item. The success rate and failure results reference the effects of target recasting. Quantum energy 0.10000000. Card durability: legendary level card can be used an unlimited number of times. Card trading: legendary level card cannot be traded or lost. Card information: when you successfully disassemble physical items 100 times, successfully recast physical items 100 times, and successfully advance physical items 100 times, it will automatically unlock the shining form, increasing the quantum energy storage limit to unlimited and granting the unique special ability biological melting furnace of the shining card. Hiss! Suyan's eyes widened. With his years of gaming experience, he instantly grasped the essence of this UR card. Turning waste into treasure, huh? Great talent, top-tier talent. No wonder it's a UR card. There aren't any useless cards, all are human rights cards. Suyin was so excited he nearly jumped up. He immediately thought of recasting vehicles, manually crafting rest cards. Aren't card pools not giving me rest cards? No problem. With talent in hand, disassembling materials, recasting vehicles. Whatever vehicle he wanted he could have. Motorcycles, cars. If his imagination was rich enough, tanks and planes would be no problem. This is not just nonsense. The talent abilities of the card clearly stated recasting based on the user's envisioned content. Whatever Suyin imagined, he could recast. What does it mean to create something from nothing? What does it mean to be a god? What does it mean to create all things? This talent card is too overpowered, it's simply the card of all cards. The key point is that this talent card is a UR card and UR cards are not subject to durability limits. If it were any other grade of talent card, even if the effect were powerful, it wouldn't last more than a few uses. From the discussions of other users during the day, all cards have durability limits, whether talent cards, skill cards, etc. Just a slight oversight in use leads to the card shattering. Want to use it again? Sorry, draw again, kid. Any card drawn does not mean it's yours forever. Users only have a temporary usage right for that card. To use it forever without fear of loss and without durability. Only UR cards can achieve that. Look, isn't it impressive? Su Yin proudly presented the card. He wasn't foolish enough to flaunt his trump card in the communication channel. This joy could only be shared with his servants. It's indeed quite impressive. Jing, after checking the card's effects, nodded in agreement, but she also reminded Su Yin in time, Master, but it has quite a few limitations too. It cannot be used on biological entities, which means it lacks combat capability and leans more towards functional support. At the same time, the premise for recasting and advancing seems to be imagination, but in fact it's knowledge foundation. From my analysis, the so-called more detailed imagination refers not to the appearance of the created item, but to the logic framework and specific details of its existence, both internal and external. Jing paused for a moment and said softly, "This means that if the master wants something more powerful, he must first understand it to create it. Moreover, we still cannot ascertain the specific ratio of quantum energy gained through disassembly and consumed during recasting. But it cannot be denied that this card cannot generate anything out of thin air. It requires blood coins, or a large number of low-level cards as support." Jing's personality was quite vivid. She often pointed out flaws and problems when Su Yin was optimistic. This is not nitpicking, but a typical counselor. But Su Yin didn't care. The thing he lacked the least was optimism and confidence. If Lier had a mirror, so could he. Whether it's strong or not, he'll find out by trying it out. Su Yin smiled, holding the legendary talent card, and silently thought, use the card. Boom. The dazzling card suddenly burst open, and a red mist swirled around Su Yan's hands, quickly penetrating into him. In that instant, a strange feeling surfaced in Su Yan's heart. A brand new and rich experience and instinct emerged in his mind, as if he had acquired several innate special abilities. Due to the infinite durability characteristic of the UR talent card, Su Yin could maintain its active state without needing to restore it to card form. It feels pretty good. Su Yin stretched out his hands, then took out several level equipment cards that were incompatible. As he focused his mind, a red glow burst from Su Yan's palm, and these cards shattered, transforming into a peculiar energy mass that gathered in his hands, then floated to the upper left corner of Su Yan's view. Next to the user interface avatar, there was a blood coin value indicator. This energy mass gathered nearby, manifesting a 5 mark, indicating that Su Yin had gained a new marker, quantum energy. 5 cards only gave me 5 points of quantum energy. Su Yin frowned. This was far less than he expected. Were these equipment cards too low level? Or was the talent energy too high level? If strictly calculated, quantum energy seemed to be more valuable than 5 points is fine. Let's see if I can create a vehicle. Su Yin took a deep breath, closed his eyes to meditate, and began to construct the vehicle he hoped to create in his mind. He didn't dare to directly envision a tank or a rocket. After all, he wasn't familiar with those things. Following Jing's suggestion, Su Yin planned to start with the most ordinary motorcycle. He knew it best, having bought a few in the past, and played with them thoroughly. As time passed, the motorcycle in Su Yan's mind became increasingly concrete, filled with details from the tires, body, handlebars, fuel tank, rear-view mirrors, to the basic internal structure. All the details Su Yin could think of were filled in. After just over 10 minutes, sweat began to bead on Su Yan's forehead. Damn, no one said that using your brain would be a physical effort. Perhaps this involved some concept of mental strength which Su Yin didn't quite understand. He was now gritting his teeth, continuously adding details to the envisioned blueprint. After filling in all possible details, Su Yin finally let out a satisfied sigh and prepared to use his talent to attempt creation. But at that moment, an inexplicable and strange feeling surfaced from the depths of Su Yan's heart, blocking it. It seems the energy is insufficient. It's too far off. To successfully create this motorcycle, at least 100 points of energy are needed. Su Yin froze. This feeling was strange. There was no mechanism information prompt, but he could sense the energy. It was like a seasoned blacksmith who often forged swords and could tell at a glance whether this time would succeed. It was purely experienced judgment, almost instinctual. Damn, it's really expensive. Su Yin sighed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. So I meditated here for half a day, and in the end I was told the energy is insufficient. I just wanted to make a rest card. Is it really that difficult? Su Yin mumbled in frustration, but quickly adjusted his mindset. It was indeed a bit challenging, but at least he now had direction and means, unlike other users who were probably still gritting their teeth, forcing themselves to stay awake. All right, keep disassembling. Su Yin took a deep breath and asked a servant to bring him the hardware materials collected from the roadside to attempt disassembly. The prompt indicated that an average of 150 blood coins worth of disassembly materials was needed to exchange for 1 point of quantum energy. This was too unprofitable. It was far less cost-effective than drawing cards. Su Yan decisively gave up and reopened the sacrificial altar. "I'm back, guys. I've killed a lot today and saved over 7,000 blood coins. I did 70 draws. Can I get a favor and have an SR card dropped?" As an exceptional card drawer, it is inevitable to show some humility towards the card pool when necessary. Don't ask whether this works or not. Such metaphysical matters are truly unpredictable. Jing quietly watched Su Chan from nearby, able to hear what the master was murmuring. She remained silent, unable to bear discouraging the master's prayer at that moment. After a moment of murmuring, Su Yan took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and glanced at his blood coins. 7,823 points. The hard work of the first half of the night culminated at this moment. Of course, he couldn't be reckless. Excluding skill cards, talent cards, servant cards, and trait cards, Su Yan directly eliminated 6 major card types. Among these 4 types of cards, there were numerous non-material item cards. What Su Yan needed most now were rest cards and nothing else. If he couldn't draw a rest card, he would probably have to use a legendary talent to craft one himself. Based on this, it is clear that drawing cards with tangible materials is the best choice. Su Yan ultimately invested 7,000 blood coins, making 35 draws in both the resource card and equipment card pools. Accompanied by 2 flashes of bloodlight, 70 cards fluttered out like butterflies gathering around Su. Su Yan began to quickly count the cards, first checking their grades. 62 in cards, 8 are cards. Damn, not even an SR. Su Yan cursed, inwardly feeling disappointed, but it was also within expectations. Users become numb after being tricked by the card pool multiple times. The next step was to check for any rest cards. Very well, there are none. The probability of drawing a rest card is even lower than that of an SSR. Su Yan even suspected that its drop rate rivals that of randomly drawing a UR card. A handful of white goods, all of which can be disassembled. Su Yan sighed, extracting 23 food resource cards, 3 backpack cards, and 10 equipment cards suitable for the team from the cards. There were still 34 cards left that were not very helpful, all of which were disassemblable options, including 2 R cards. Su Yan first dismantled 1 R card, yielding 10 points of quantum energy. Sure enough, the higher the grade of the card, the more quantum energy can be obtained from disassembly. Su Yan understood and then dismantled the remaining cards. In total, he acquired 52 points of quantum energy. Along with what he just obtained, he currently has 58 points of quantum energy. Still not enough, there is still a gap. Let's gather a bit more. Su Yan gritted his teeth. Since I have plenty of low-grade cards, I must create a vehicle today. Su Yan still had a large number of equipment cards left, including 41 usable equipment cards after taking into account the losses from previous battles and the 5 he had dismantled. Half of these were disassemblable spare equipment cards, but even if he dismantled them all, it wouldn't reach 100 points of energy. Damn it. Su Yan frowned, calculating in his heart the gap is still quite large, though I need to kill some monsters to gather more blood coins. Being a god is not easy, but costs a lot of money. The talent card's ability to create all things sounds impressive, but the financial cost is not small. But there's no way around it. Rest cards are just that valuable, and even crafting them by hand requires a significant expenditure. Honestly, he envied that guy Lu Sun, who casually drew a rest card. Speaking of Lu Sun, Su Yan glanced at the communication channel. Damn, that guy Lu Sun is still active. The entire communication channel was filled with an anxious atmosphere, with many users lamenting how to get through the night. After the battles and competitions during the day, most users were physically and mentally exhausted. Even those who had been lurking in the starting area and developing cautiously were showing signs of fatigue. After all, the survival environment is lonely and dangerous, the atmosphere is tense and oppressive, and one must keep moving. Even the most physically capable users cannot endure this moment in the deep night. Yet everyone still couldn't rest. After half a day, no one could come up with a solution. Perhaps someone had an idea, but as a result, the entire communication channel was filled with sighs and moans, while this Lu Sun grew increasingly active and boastful. The more others suffer, the more certain people revel in their success. But strangely, everyone had no way to deal with him. Moreover, Lu Sun's value kept rising with the arrival of the deep night. More and more bold individuals were bidding to buy the rest card Lu Sun held, and the price kept increasing. The number of women proactively seeking to team up with him also surged. Lu Sun was very cunning. No matter how high others bid, he wouldn't sell. No one was a fool. It was clear that no one had revealed a second rest card. His was a unique item, extremely precious. He was like a hen that lays golden eggs. How could he sell it easily? You ask how a broken motorcycle can lay golden eggs. Lu Sun's actions completely refreshed people's perceptions. He was not just selecting beautiful women to form a team, but required all female users requesting to team up to bring their own price. Yes, you heard it right. He was auctioning off his teammate slots. Not only did he want to sleep with them, but he also wanted them to pay him. And the price couldn't be low. The starting bid had to be 1,000 blood coins. Anyone who could take out 1,000 blood coins had to be a beauty. How is that possible? Such women are generally quite capable. Can they easily team up with him? Su Yin initially didn't believe it, but as he watched one female user after another popping up to bid in the communication channel, he couldn't help but be astonished realizing that there really are many female powerhouses. Rich, beautiful, and capable. Such women are often top-notch, yet they are constrained by a single rest card. In a life-and-death crisis, the choice is not up to them. Su Yin shook his head, feeling it was absurd, yet this was reality. Lu Sun was still holding on to high standards, constantly emphasizing in the communication channel, is only 55 people registered. The deadline is before 2 o'clock. You can rest until noon tomorrow. Just sleep until you're fully rested. This is a rare opportunity. Tomorrow won't be this price. Those who don't have enough blood coins can use cards in exchange. Good cards are welcome for trading, and fuel resources would be even better. The more Su Yin looked at the communication channel, the more uncomfortable he felt. Damn it, this guy is so arrogant. He is so pleased with himself. No way, I also want to get a rest card. I must get one. Su Yin gritted his teeth, suddenly standing up. Everyone get ready, we want sleep tonight. Let's go and farm some. Yes. The servants responded eagerly, but Jing suddenly spoke up from the side. Master, is it that you lack energy? Su Yin, who was counting the equipment cards, nodded in response. There's still a shortfall. Well, I estimate I need to farm a few thousand more blood coins. Jing had been silently observing from the side, seeing the content in the communication channel, and Su Yan's changing expressions. She guessed the key. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly expressed her inner guess. Should we try a different approach? She didn't ask how Su Yin knew the energy needed for creation was insufficient, but directly offered a solution. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at her. Do you have any good ideas? I don't know exactly how to use the master's new talent, but I think since it is a creation that comes from nothing, could it be that the details the master envisages are not rich enough? Is it possible that the richer the details, the lower the energy requirements for creation? There is this possibility. Su Yin nodded thoughtfully, then helplessly shrugged. But my previous profession was not focused on vehicle manufacturing. I'm just an ordinary person, and the details I can think of are limited. The master may not know, but we still have our strengths. Jing raised her hand, pointing to the servants. Even if we don't know the whole picture, each of us knows a part of the details. Putting them together would be a more complete picture, wouldn't it? Even if we don't know about higher tech vehicles, what about vehicles that don't have too high a technological content? For example, ancient human-powered carts, wheeled carts, bicycles, or utilizing physical principles like sails, mortise, and tenon joints, levers, rollers, inclines, gears, etc. to piece together a new low-tech vehicle. Listening to this, Su Yan's eyes grew brighter. Jing did not stop her explanation, as she pointed to the hunter Lao Chun and the blacksmith Wang Dezui among the servants. I think even if the master doesn't understand how to manufacture these things, they should know a little. Whether it's a blacksmith, hunter, thief, or warrior, they inherently need a certain level of experience and ability in making simple outdoor tools, which includes a wealth of knowledge about non-tech vehicles. And I happen to be good at summarizing and analyzing different knowledge. We can definitely try to create a vehicle blueprint, or then let the master familiarize himself with and memorize this blueprint, and based on the blueprint imagine and create. Wouldn't this reduce the energy cost required for creation? After Jing finished speaking, she looked at Su Yin, inquiring with her eyes whether this hypothesis could help the master. Genius. Jing, you are simply a genius. Su Yin laughed heartily, excitedly hugging the librarian, unable to contain his joy. Good. Excellent. You are my top biscuit. This idea is brilliant. If modern vehicles won't work, then we can create ancient vehicles. Even if we can't create ancient ones, we can base it on physical principles and directly craft a feasible blueprint. Isn't that all we need to do? To be honest, this idea isn't difficult. Perhaps someone could easily think of it. But many things in the world revolve around the core of being able to think of it. Su Yin had simply been sidetracked by the various small mechanisms of the endless path, and because of Lu Sun's boasting had strayed into the path of modern vehicles. The maximum potential and value cap of the talent card All Things Forge is inherently dependent on the user possessing an almost boundless imagination and countless brilliant ideas. The stronger the imagination, the stronger this talent becomes, allowing one to truly be regarded as a god among mortals. Biscuit. Jing tilted her head in confusion, pursing her lips as she allowed Su Yin to embrace her excitedly. A faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. If I can help the master, I will be very happy. In fact, Su Yin had always been unaware that the loyalty of the servants was absolute, yet 100 loyalty does not imply 100 diligence and effort. The absolute loyalty of servants under the control of the endless path mechanism is based on the restraint of doing nothing. They cannot betray the user, harm the user, or disobey the user's commands. This is a form of control similar to a curse and a contract, a loyalty bound by shackles, as no living being would be completely loyal to anyone without reason. True loyalty is about doing something, actively thinking, worrying about what you worry about, loving what you love, and it does not require any directives, nor is it a form of obedience. It is a broader recognition and appreciation akin to a confidant or a close friend. At this stage, no user has yet fully grasped that absolute implies narrow. This is a latent mechanism that has not been made public. Even Su Yin has not realized that Jing's ability to think has far exceeded the practical scope of an end card. Let's get started. Su Yin released Jing, waving his hand enthusiastically. Boys, let's get to work. We won't be killing monsters, let's brainstorm and create some new survival technology. The servants all smiled and actively responded, starting to brainstorm under Su Yan's call. With many hands, strength in numbers, every servant had their own life experiences and their knowledge varied. Coming together is far more powerful than relying on one person's mind. With Jing strategizing beside them, within half an hour they had roughly sketched a detailed vehicle blueprint on the ground. It resembled an ancient cart powered by human strength and sails, incorporating principles of levers and rollers, and pieced together primarily using mortise and tenon joints. It was not some advanced technology, but simple and understandable, and multiple servants had carefully calculated it, unanimously believing it to be highly feasible. However, the exact effectiveness could only be tested once Su Yin crafted it. Good, very good, let me give it a try. Su Yin nodded in satisfaction, eager to begin memorizing and meditating. At this moment, Jing, who had been silent, proposed a new direction filled with the possibility of sudden wealth. Master, I remember that the scope of user transactions is not limited to just cards, right? Yes, that's right. Su Yin looked at Jing with confusion. What do you want to say? The master is really foolish. Jing's smile was brighter than ever. If traded items are not restricted, as long as the vehicle the master creates can be used by himself, can it also be used by other users? Then, considering the current market price of rest cards. Su Yan's voice trembled with excitement as his heart raced. Yes. Right now that damn motorcycle is almost 9,000 blood coins. If I can mass-produce rest vehicles, I'll be making a fortune. Let's go. Hurry up. Get into meditation. Memorizing things like this is not as easy as it seems. This is a hard truth verified by countless individuals during their student years. The more complex something is, the harder it is to memorize, especially an entire detailed vehicle blueprint. However, Su Yin managed to digest it. Don't ask why. The answer is immense wealth motivation. When a person truly desires to get rich, this yearning can astonish even the gods. In just over 10 minutes, Su Yin confirmed that he had fully memorized it and began to close his eyes in meditation. As expected, with the blueprint of the cart manifesting in his mind, the experience estimates needed to create this item also emerged. Approximately, it would only require 10 units of energy to make it. Wow. Indeed, the lower the technological content and the richer the details, the cheaper the price. Su Yin was thrilled, suddenly opening his eyes and instinctively moving his hands forward. Whoosh! A series of strange white light surged from his hands, and Su Yin focused intently, entering a marvelous state of creation. At this moment, he was incredibly focused, his fingers constantly selecting, pulling, and manipulating amidst the white light. A mass of white mist swirling around his hands, gradually spreading and diffusing. Within the rolling white mist, the initial form of a cart had already manifested on the street. Su Yin had to maintain his competitive walking posture, moving his feet continuously around the white mist cart to deepen the creation, all details precisely following the blueprint in his mind. Every detail, every joint connection, the stretching of the canvas, the evenness of the vehicle's shape. After a full 20 minutes, the white mist solidified completely. Gather! Su Yin suddenly brought his hands together, and the white mist burst apart. Boom! A physical cart dropped from the mist, landing steadily on the street, surrounded by dissipating white fog. It's done! Su Yin exclaimed in delight, his hearty laughter echoing far into the night. Dozens of zombies were drawn from afar, but soon Natasha silently approached, swiftly dispatching them with her dagger. Su Yin paid no attention to these details. He was fully engrossed in admiring his first creation. The cart was about 4 meters long and 2 meters wide, with a broad and even body made of thick wood supported by several sturdy wooden wheels with a driving position at both ends. The driving positions were designed based on the principle of a pedal bicycle, allowing servants to provide human power through a pedal gear system, with the entire operation principle similar to that of a multi-wheeled bicycle. Moreover, the kinetic energy provided by the dual drive system was ample. As the blueprint envisioned, it could comfortably accommodate 45 people seated on the cart. Of course, if we were to talk about drawbacks, they were quite apparent. Slow speed. This cart emphasized stability, low energy consumption, and affordability. Its maximum speed was only comparable to a normal person's jog, and when fully loaded, it could only match a normal person's walking pace. This was a glaring disadvantage, but Su Yin cared little, as the sole purpose of creating this cart was for rest. With such a spacious cart area, it was no problem for one person to lie down, if he laid down some cushions and found some blankets. Hiss! Su Yin couldn't even imagine how comfortable it would be. Quick, Dahu! Old Shun! Get on and ride, I want to experience it. Su Yin beckoned his servants to board the cart one after another while he sat in the center. With their vigorous pedaling, the gear system slowly turned, and the cart began to move steadily. Stable. No shaking, solid as a rock. Su Yin's experience was delightful as he sat on the cart, squinting his eyes, enjoying the night breeze. At this moment, the foul stench of zombies on the street seemed somewhat pleasant. 5 full minutes passed, and no warning signals were transmitted, proving that the peaceful approach was entirely feasible. Items created through innate talents also fall under the category of card effects and can be used to assist in the process of the death race. Very good, extremely good. Su Yin was very satisfied. Now only one last question remained. How should I sell this thing? Su Yan lowered his head, stroking the cart beneath him, tilting his head in thought. The successful creation of the cart had completely freed Su Yan from the rest dilemma. As long as he wanted, he could rest at any time. Therefore, this mere cart was unnecessary to keep. It was such a useful cart that he wanted to offer it to the many impoverished users. What? You say this is greed? Nonsense. This is clearly compassion aimed at liberating countless users who lament and suffer through sleepless nights. Su Yan had made up his mind. He would thoroughly resolve the rest problem of the endless road with his own hands. He remembered hearing a saying before, something like, "I want this world, everyone is a dragon." Very well. My Su Yan also has a grand aspiration. I want this competitive walking path, everyone, to have restful sleep. A grand aspiration, great ambition, and selflessness. How could this be seen as greed? I am merely liberating suffering users while casually charging a small processing fee. This is not excessive, it is the fruit of labor. Jing, how do you think I should sell this thing? Su Yan lay on the cart, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. Do you think it would seem a bit foolish if I directly advertised it in the exchange channel? The master is very clever. Jing smiled slightly. Master, I would like to verify something. Does this cart belong to a card? Or does it have an introduction similar to a card mechanism? Neither, nor can it be considered a card. Su Yan stroked the cart and replied. It is like the materials found in a building. There is no introductory information, but its essence is deeply bound to card effects. Jing nodded. So the issue lies here. An item without a mechanism introduction is equivalent to lacking endorsement recognition of its mechanism. How can it gain the trust of other users to believe it provides a resting effect? Considering from another perspective, we would never spend blood coins to purchase something with uncertain effects. She paused and soon provided a solution. So we must first let people see its specific effects. Let others see the effects. Are you suggesting that I should give one away first? Su Yan raised an eyebrow and Jing smiled and nodded. Of course, this is inducive consumption. It is not fraud, just allowing consumers to genuinely recognize the value of the product. Once everyone realizes the true value of this item, the next step will belong to a seller's market. He was clever. With just a little hint from Jing, Su Yan could think of it. That's right, if you don't part with the child, you can't catch the wolf. Su Yan nodded, jumped off the cart, and expanded the exchange. He needed to find a suitable target to promote the value of the cart. But looking across the endless road, Su Yan had no. If he were to give one away for free, it could only go to his benefactor. Well, who told us to have a proper worldview? He just liked to repay kindness without hesitation. As soon as Su Yan focused his gaze on the exchange channel, he noticed the strange atmosphere in it. He couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, it seems the atmosphere tonight is quite terrible. Unlike during the day, the communication channel was nearly silent at this moment. Only a few trading messages scrolled across the screen while the rest of the people had disappeared. Not everyone was dead. Su Yan pondered that it was probably late at night, and the users who had been active all day were too exhausted to speak. Tonight, sleep was not an option, and they had to keep moving, occasionally battling against an increasing number of zombies. Even those with energy left did not want to talk. They just wanted to conserve their mental strength to face the pressures of survival the next day. The user named Lu Sun was also missing, presumably off enjoying himself with some girl. It's better to be quiet. Su Yan mused, starting to speak. Lin Weiner, are you there? The user who was mentioned would receive a notification immediately. After a moment, Lin Weiner appeared. Lin Weiner. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? Su Yan, still awake. Do you have a rest card? Lin Weiner. No, if you want to buy that thing, you'll have to find Lu Sun, but he might not be willing to sell. Look, this girl thinks I'm here to buy something from her. A rest card, such a high-value luxury item, is hardly possessed by anyone at this stage. Su Yan chuckled, unfazed. No rest card. That's perfect. I have a little toy to give you. Could you help me evaluate its effectiveness? Lin Weiner. A toy? Fine, trade it over to me. Lin Weiner clearly did not think much of it. Su Yan opened her user information and sent a trade request, selecting the cart beside him. Do you confirm to add the selected item to the trade list? Please make sure to promptly check the other party's trade column. After both parties confirm, the trade will proceed directly and cannot be withdrawn once successful. Confirmed. With Su Yan's repeated confirmation, the red mist enveloping the cart dissipated completely. He glanced at the communication channel. Lin Weiner had not yet responded. Su Yan did not rush or explain the cart's purpose. He believed this girl would understand his meaning once she saw it. Just then, a few more users spoke up in the communication channel, curiously inquiring about what the two were trading, as if it were something mysterious. Su Yan replied, "It's nothing serious. It seems I've found a way to address the issue of resting at night, just asking a friend to help me test it further." Su Yan spoke casually, but several users were suddenly surprised, though their words clearly indicated disbelief regarding. Throughout the night, many users were pondering how to rest. After a multitude of failed attempts were suggested, these few believed that Su Yan's method would likely be ineffective as well. At that moment, Luo Jiao emerged. Luo Jiao. Oh my Su Yan, you have so much energy staying up all night to play the saint. Luo Jiao, are you planning to take advantage of the quiet night to use this place as a private chat channel for flirting? Su Yan frowned, too lazy to respond. The more this kind of person entangled him, the more he felt disgusted. It was purely annoying. Look, pretending to be dead again. Are you like that saint? Luo Jiu mocked. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Oh, you're discussing rest cards. What good method can a poor thing like you come up with? Just relying on your few blood coins. Where are you, Su? I'm talking to you. Perhaps it was late. Luo Jiu's energy was waning, and his annoying tactics were also somewhat stale, becoming more of a nuisance. Yet he still persisted, even when fatigued, jumping out to shout a few times. He kept provoking Su Yin, who coldly smirked and chose not to reply, just waiting to gather enough money to finish off this dog. A few users irritated by the sight scolded Luo Jiu. Staying up all night with no sleep, what are you blabbering about? Haven't you messed around enough during the day? Alright, it's late, and I'm dead tired yet I can't sleep. You're here spewing nonsense in the communication channel. It's making me truly exasperated. Luo Jiu, if you're really not tired, how about we form a team? Either you kill me, or I kill you. Oh, I genuinely don't want to play anymore this damned endless road. Seeing he had provoked everyone's anger, Luo Jiu snorted and fell silent. During the day, no one was willing to provoke him, but at night, it was different. Everyone was quite irritable, and many had gradually begun to feel hopeless. As long as there were no rest cards, enduring it all was essentially a death sentence. They could not live long, and the life they led was extremely exhausting and miserable. It was better not to struggle, and early death meant an early rebirth. These few users remained purely waiting for the solution Su Yin mentioned. Although everyone was skeptical and had no hope, what if this user named Su really found a way? In desperate situations, people often resort to reckless measures. During this long night, they needed to hold onto a sliver of hope. 5 to 6 minutes later, just as the few users were about to give in, the silent communication channel suddenly lit up with Lin Weiner's message. Lin Weiner, Su Yin, thank you. I really appreciate it. How much is this cart? I won't let you suffer a loss. Lin Weiner, Su Yin, I still have 3,000 blood coins. Is that enough? They'll give you everything. I can earn more blood coins tomorrow to make it up to you. Lin Weiner, Su Yin, I'm really grateful to you. If you ever need anything in the future, make sure to tell me. Thank you. Thank you so much. No need for that. Su Yin smiled upon seeing the message. I said it was a gift. Discussing money again wouldn't be called friends. Very well. It is already confirmed the core issue, the vehicle created by talent, can be used by other users as well. In that moment, Su Yin vaguely saw countless blood coins beckoning to him. Lin Weiner sent several messages in quick succession, her tone extremely excited, a stark contrast to her calm and rational demeanor during the day. The few users still struggling were instantly awakened, their spirits lifted. Who is Lin Weiner? Most users in the communication channel on the first day were familiar with her. Although many ridiculed her as a saint, it cannot be denied that Lin Weiner had genuinely helped many confused users. She was active in the communication channel known to people. Such a calm, rational, non-confrontational, and helpful female user suddenly lost her composure. The key point was that everyone spotted a crucial keyword in her messages: cart. Lin Weiner, did you just mention a cart? Was there a cart in your earlier transaction? Lin Weiner, that cart can be used, right? It can be used for resting. These few users were excited. Combining Su Yin and Lin Weiner's chat records, it was clear that their earlier transaction was what Su Yin referred to as a resting method. Users continuously questioned Lin Weiner, hoping to get the answer they desperately craved from her. Lin Weiner satisfied them. It's a cart. Su Yin gifted me a cart which isn't a card but allows resting without warnings. Lin Weiner paused, elaborating further. It's a cart quite large with gears and pedals similar to a bicycle, probably handmade. It can accommodate 4 to 5 people, and while it doesn't move fast, it's very stable. It can be pedaled by a servant, allowing the user to lie down completely. Lin Weiner was incredibly detailed in her explanation, already guessing Su Yin's intention behind gifting her the cart to sell it. A vehicle that isn't a card is likely man-made, and Su Yin must possess the means to produce them in bulk, hence he would give her one for free. This not only tested its practical effectiveness for other users, but also advertised using his reputation. Lin Weiner was more than willing to cooperate. After all, under the current circumstances, such a cart was an immense. In Lin Weiner's eyes, the favor Su Yin had done for her had far exceeded the help she had offered him during the day. Indeed, good people are rewarded. With Lin Weiner's detailed introduction, the communication channel erupted. A cart that can be used for resting without warnings. Damn, someone is cheating in the endless road. Many observing users could no longer hold back and popped up to ask questions. Lin Weiner, can it really be used? You're not lying, are you? You guys aren't pulling a fast one, are you? It really works, though I have no reason to lie. Lin Weiner admitted. Firstly, there are no private chat options in the endless road, so Su Yin and I couldn't have communicated in advance. Secondly, our interactions were limited. I was also very surprised when I first got this card. Lastly, I guarantee with my credibility that this card can be used for resting and won't trigger warnings. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone was in an uproar. People could ridicule the saint's overly kind nature or mock her for being self-important. Yet no one would dare question the credibility of a purely altruistic person. A genuinely altruistic person willing to help others has no reason to lie for no reason, especially about something easily disproven. Does it need fuel? Is it sturdy? Sister, are you selling it? I'm talking about the cart, willing to pay a hefty sum. I genuinely want to buy. Does it need fuel? Is it sturdy? Sister, are you selling it? I'm talking about the cart, willing to pay a hefty sum. I genuinely want to buy. This is really a non-card resting vehicle. How was it made? Isn't it said that handmade items will trigger warnings? Countless messages bombarded Lin Weiner, who replied, "You may have misunderstood some things. This card isn't mine." Many things you can actually ask Su Yan. He is the owner of the card, and I believe he may possess the means to produce them. This person can create resting vehicles and also produce them in bulk. In an instant, all users in the communication channel turned their attention to Su Yan's user icon. Even though Su Yan was separated by the communication channel, he could feel countless pairs of weary eyes filled with burning desire and longing. Almost immediately after Lin Weiner's message, countless messages rushed towards Su Yan, and many users began tagging him, throwing out a flood of questions. Facing the users' frenzied inquiries, Su Yan was well prepared and spoke briefly. "Su Yan, everyone pay attention. I will only say 3 points. 1. The cart was made by me and I can produce it in bulk. 2. Since I can produce it, I can sell it. Everyone will have a share benefiting all. 3. I want sell to Luo Jiao." 3 sentences, simple and clear. At this moment in the communication channel, the 10 or so users were instantly ecstatic, their breaths becoming heavy. Everyone's attention was focused on the first and second points. It can be made. Mass production. Sold in bulk. These 2 pieces of news were crucial. You say there's a third point. What is Luo Jiao even worth? Just a mere accessory. Su Yan's words confirmed everyone's earlier speculation. This man can really handcraft rest vehicles. This means everyone no longer has to suffer through the night. No more despair, competing during the day and resting at night. This is how life should be lived. What? You say they won't be given away for free. He clearly intends to profit from everyone's blood currency. Shouldn't that be expected? It absolutely should. Given the current state of the endless road, there's only one person who can produce rest cards. The rest of the users, regardless of strength, if luck isn't on their side, even with plenty of blood currency, couldn't obtain rest methods. Many felt bitter inside. It was truly difficult. Competing was exhausting, and they couldn't even rest at night. If you say that weaker users are slacking off and don't care about life or death, then they wouldn't care about resting. But what about the stronger users? What about those users who started with great advantages? Those who have sufficient means to earn blood currency. They are the ones truly suffering, clearly able to earn blood currency, but unable to get their hands on rest cards. The stronger they are, the more they suffer. They have power, yet face the same treatment as ordinary people with a huge risk of exhaustion. What kind of logic is this? And now there's someone who can handcraft rest vehicles and wants to sell them. Hurry up and sell. We beg you. Everyone truly doesn't care about the blood currency. They just want to lie down and take a nap. We're so tired we could explode. After Su Yan announced the 3 points, a flood of messages poured in, bombarding Su Yan. Bro, how much? Can you sell me one? Any price is negotiable. I genuinely want to buy it. Su Yan, bro, I'm willing to spend all my blood currency on one. If you think it's too little, I'm happy to write an IOU. Damn your IOUs, are you trying to scam my brother? Is there any mechanism in the competition system that recognizes that? Su Yan, don't say anything else. Even if I don't have enough money, I'll use my card as collateral. Absolutely won't let my brother take a loss. Su Yan, please. Sell me one really. In the future on this road, you be the big one, and I'll be the small one. The heavens and earth, you are my reborn parents. One message after another was sent. One user avatar after another emerged. In the late-night communication channel, there weren't many people, but each one was extremely polite and respectful, even carrying a deep plea. They weren't afraid of a high price from Su Yan. They were afraid he wouldn't sell at all, which was truly frightening. Just like that Lu Sun from not long ago, he was boasting, but wouldn't sell, just being a nuisance. Fortunately, Su Yan was not that kind of person. Facing countless purchase requests, Su Yan accepted them all, one at a time. I'll sell long-term and guarantee quality. No worries about after sales. In business, it's all about reputation. We're all on this road together, and I definitely won't let everyone down. Su Yan's attitude was excellent, giving people a great impression. Soon, however, Su Yan also threw out a disconcerting new message. But this thing, it takes time for me to handcraft, so currently, I can only accept pre-orders. Starting from the first person to request a purchase, if a client dies or doesn't respond, the sale will automatically go to the next one. How does everyone feel about that? Hearing this, everyone felt a bit disappointed. While it could be produced in bulk, it seemed like a handcrafted item, but that's okay. At least Brother Su is clearly marking the price, which is much better than that scammy card pool. Su Yan, bro. I'll buy, I'll sign up. I fully comply with the arrangements and scheduling. Su Yan, count me in. The price is negotiable. Everything is up for discussion. Su Yan, oh my, I spoke late. If I want to buy too. One by one, users continuously voiced their requests to queue for purchases, and Su Yan nodded in satisfaction, also announcing the purchase price. Su Yan, as for the price, the selling price for a single vehicle is 2,000 blood currency. If blood currency is insufficient, you can use cards and materials as substitutes. End cards are worth 50 blood currency. Our cards are worth 500 blood currency. Su Yan, everyone shouldn't think it's too expensive. I guarantee the quality of each vehicle, and there's after-sales support. As long as there's no malicious damage or destruction in battle. Under normal usage, it can last at least a month. Su Yan, if someone feels that the cart isn't comfortable enough, that's fine. I will definitely offer more than just this type of vehicle in the future, providing everyone with more means of rest. Su Yan. In short, this money spend is definitely worthwhile. What's better than throwing it into that scammy card pool, right? What does everyone think? Facing Su Yan's pricing, the users present responded enthusiastically, agreeing wholeheartedly. 2,000 blood currency might seem a bit expensive, but it's incredibly cost-effective. That Lu Sun's motorcycle is almost 10,000 and still requires fuel, a piece of trash, while my brother Su's vehicle only costs 2,000 and doesn't need fuel. This cost-performance ratio is simply unbeatable. Just 2,000 blood currency equivalent to having a guaranteed card pool. 2,000 blood currency will definitely yield a rest vehicle. Yes, if the card pool doesn't yield, brother Su guarantees it will. Thinking this way, some users even felt that 2,000 blood currency was too little. As for those users who truly can't afford 2,000 blood currency, well, they'll have to find a way to earn it themselves. Brother Su is selling vehicles, not doing charity. Should he lower the price just because you're poor? That's no joke. Everyone understands these principles, and even if some users still feel that 2,000 blood currency is too pricey, no one protested or even hinted at asking for a discount. Why? Because they're afraid that if Su Yan gets angry, he might just refuse to sell, and then everyone would be out of luck. This is a seller's market. Economic rules never care about morals or pity. They are the most objective. Seeing no one protesting, Su Yan happily said, "All right, I won't sleep tonight. I'll craft vehicles for everyone." Without further ado, Su Yan stretched out his hand, gathering white mist, and began to shape the prototype of the second cart. He calculated in his mind that 1 point of quantum energy is worth about 100 blood currency, and crafting one cart requires 10 points of quantum energy, which is 1,000 blood currency. Selling one vehicle for 2,000 blood currency means he makes a pure profit of 1,000 blood currency. A double profit. Not an astonishing profit, but still quite reasonable. Su Yan could actually set a higher price, but first, the Endless Road had just begun its first day. There truly aren't many users who can pay more blood currency. Second, Su Yan didn't want to provoke public anger too much. In business, it's important to have mutual give and take. Being too greedy would inevitably lead to trouble. Speaking of which, he must thank that Lu Sun guy. If it weren't for him constantly flaunting, causing the price of motorcycles to skyrocket, Su Yan wouldn't have been able to gauge the pricing for the carts. Just as Su Yan was focused on crafting the vehicles, while the other users eagerly anticipated, suddenly Luo Jiu appeared in the communication channel, breaking the warm atmosphere of discussion about the carts. Luo Jiu. "Oh, I just want to kill a few zombies, and Su the Poor is already selling. Trying to be an influencer on the Endless Road, huh?" He was mocking, sneering repeatedly. Before Su Yan could reply, or even see this message, suddenly a user jumped. "Qin Shan, Luo Jiu, shut up." The third point mentioned by Su Yan is still fresh in everyone's mind. Not selling Luo Jiu. This may not be of utmost importance, but it clearly shows Su Yan's stance. I am going to confront Luo Jiu. This is a personal feud between Su Yan and Luo Jiu, yet all users looking to buy a vehicle are willing to side with Su Yan. Luo Jiu is irrelevant, but what matters is showing Su Gu my stance. After all, it is now evident no matter what strength Su Gu possesses, he surely has the means to continuously manufacture and even upgrade rest vehicles. As long as Su Yan remains alive, he is virtually destined to be the coveted figure in the eyes of all users of the Tianshu platform. In terms of traditional online games, Su Yan is akin to a high-value neutral merchant unit. One can only befriend him and cannot offend him. Therefore, when facing Luo Jiu again, everyone knows exactly what to do. In the desolate ruins of the city street, Luo Jiu was momentarily stunned, unable to regain his composure. He was clearly looking for trouble with Su Yan, yet the main character did not show up, and instead a stranger user jumped out to scold him. The insults were crude, simple, and direct. The user named Qin Shan expressed his tough attitude in just a few words. "I am not someone to be trifled with. Hey, where did this stray dog come from?" Luo Jiu was stunned for a moment, then became furious, sneering sarcastically. "When did Su the broke loser raise you? Your master isn't speaking. Why are you jumping around here? Did I just reward you with a bone?" "Qin Shan, team up. Weakness is for my son." Clear and straightforward, it was time to fight. Luo Jiu naturally refused to team up with someone without reason, but before he could scoff again, another user spoke up, targeting him directly. "Luo Jiu, who dragged you out with a dirty mouth? It's a miracle you weren't killed by zombies on the Endless Road." "Luo Jiu, I want to team up my son." "Luo Jiu, what are you? If your father doesn't scold you, you really get itchy skin, huh?" Insults came rushing in, and the crude, yet simple language artfully expressed that some users had deep roots in the bloodline of Zwan. Damn it. Luo Jiu was instantly furious, but he couldn't withstand the bombardment from 7 or 8 people. Left with no choice, Luo Jiu could only shut up, clenching his fists and glaring at the chat channel, powerless, as blood rushed to his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he muttered fiercely, "Damn it, what kind of mesmerizing drug did Su Yan give these dog things? Why is everyone speaking for him?" Luo Jiu continuously scrolled through the chat records, suddenly realizing, this guy can handcraft rest vehicles. Luo Jiu understood the cause and effect, his heart racing, but he also saw Su Yan's third point, not selling Luo Jiu. "Why can't you sell to me?" In the darkness of the city, Luo Jiu screamed and stomped his feet, panic flooding his mind. Rest vehicles are crucial. Luo Jiu had relied on his good physical condition and skill cards to hang on until now. But how long can a user with even the best physical condition hold out? Even the top-tier UR card cannot allow someone to never sleep right. Luo Jiu knew that no matter how dangerous the future of the endless road was, he would have to get a rest vehicle in hand to survive and qualify to face future dangers. But now a straightforward path to obtaining a rest vehicle was blocked for him. It's all his fault for offending Su Yin so badly during the day. However, a person like Luo Jiu would never admit his mistakes. He squinted at the content in the chat channel, a look of resentment appearing on his face. Damn bastard, why can't you sell to me? Even if you want to sell, I wouldn't bother buying. Luo Jiu clenched his fists tightly, trembling with anger, thinking fiercely, no, I can't let him sell so easily. I offended him to death, but he has also offended me to death. Since the road is blocked, then let's fight to the end. I can't let Su Yin have it easy. While Luo Jiu was pondering, Su Yan's message appeared in the chat channel. Su Yin, the first vehicle is ready. Let me see who it is. Is the first user who spoke still here? Su Yin. Alright, I'll tag him. Since no one replied, I'll give it to Qin Shan. I don't want to waste time. Su Yin naturally saw the chat records of everyone surrounding Luo Jiu, but he said nothing. He simply smiled and casually pointed out Qin Shan's name. Whether or not there's a queue, the items are in Su Yan's hands, and to whom they are sold first is entirely up to him. No users criticized, they could only envy. Qin Shan had been waiting, and upon seeing Su Yan's message, he excitedly replied, Su Yin, thank you, Su Go. Qin Shan's position in the queue wasn't at the top, but he never expected his earlier defense of Su Yin would truly yield a reward. Indeed, my Su Go is truly loyal. If someone helps him, he will definitely return the favor. Well, Su Go, if you want to give it to someone else first, that's fine. I still need a bit more blood currency. Suddenly, Qin Shan spoke apologetically. I only have 1,800 on me now, and these cards need to be used by myself. I thought I'd have to wait a bit longer before my turn came. I truly wasn't prepared. The fault lies with me, not with Su Go. I hope Su Go can forgive me. Qin Shan felt regretful, secretly blaming himself for not saving up more blood currency earlier. Now the opportunity has come, yet he can't buy it due to lack of money. Forget it, at least he has a good impression in front of Su Yin. Buying later is fine. Qin Shan thought Su Yin would naturally look for the next person, as a shortfall of 200 blood currency is quite considerable, a small fortune in the eyes of many users. But to his surprise, Su Yin was exceptionally generous. It doesn't matter, I'll consider it a good start. This 200 is waived, send over the 1,800. Damn, I got a discount. Qin Shan was stunned, then immediately overjoyed. Su Go is so generous. No more talk, you will definitely grow big in the future. I truly admire you. This isn't about money, it's purely that my Su Go knows how to conduct himself. He truly has a vision. Su Yin smiled as Qin Shan sent the transaction information, filling in the transaction box with 1862 blood currency. With both whole and fractional amounts, it was evidently all he had. Su Yin didn't dawdle, selecting the second cart, filling in the transaction box, and swiftly completing the transaction. Su Yin, has it arrived? Qin Shan, hey, I see it, I'm going to try it now. The rest of the users watched eagerly, all envious. It was now 2 a.m. and more users, unable to sleep, were gradually paying attention to the chat channel, tormented by drowsiness, praying for a big shot to think of a way to rest. You wouldn't believe it, their prayers were indeed answered. Look at the chat channel discussing the content. Someone can handcraft vehicles. They are on sale. 2,000 blood currency. Throwing this money into the card pool, there's nearly 100% chance of not getting a rest card, but one can buy a card from Su Yin for sure. Moreover, if one actively supports Su Yin like Qin Shan, spending 100 or 2 less isn't impossible. This news was too delightful, hitting many latecomers like a bolt from the blue, causing them to be overjoyed, and more people began to tag Su Yin to sign up. Su Yin was busy continuing to craft carts, naturally having no time to respond, but other users were actively helping him manage. Even if some latecomers had not retained the chat channel's records and were unclear about the situation, others would explain, helping Su Yin stabilize customers and retain guests. There was no need for Su Yin to step forward himself, people naturally spoke up for him. This was all the result of Su Yin's generous treatment of Qin Shan. People had seen firsthand that queuing up for Su Yin brought tangible benefits. As the news and its momentum steadily solidified, more and more users became aware of it. Yet as the crowd grew, voices of doubt began to rise. Mass-producing resting vehicles. That sounds absurd. Could it be fake? Some were skeptical, whispering, and it was not hard to understand their suspicions. So many had failed to find a solution earlier that night. How could there suddenly be one now, and one that involved a grand plan allowing everyone to buy resting vehicles? The gap between then and now was so great that many dared not believe it. And at that moment, Luo Jiu popped. He had been watching the chat channel closely, when he saw whispers of doubt, he seized the moment and stepped forward, using that opening to denounce. I think that guy just now was right. I also think Su Yin is a fraud. During the daytime, we already knew this trading system had flaws. Some unlucky users were scammed, then everyone remembers that, right? Why should we trust a single word from Su Yin? Just because that woman vouched for him. This is 2,000 Shinshua coins. The loss would be huge. Luo Jiu, this time without insults, put on an air of solemn analysis and kept magnifying the risks and costs, With 2,000 Shinshua coins, even if you don't pull a resting card from the card pool, you could at least get 20 other cards right. If you're lucky, you might draw an SR card, or even a resting card. Wouldn't that be a windfall? Why hand it all to Su Yan? If he's a swindler, we'll lose our principal. And given the current market price for resting cards, 2,000 Shinshua coins is ridiculously cheap. Cheap enough to be unbelievable. There's definitely something off here. Honestly, don't buy it, never buy it. Throughout history, those tricked were always the ones tempted by a bargain. On the surface, Luo Jio's analysis seemed reasonable and well argued. For a while, many users hesitated. Su Yan was busy making carts and wasn't monitoring the chat channel. He did not immediately speak to prove anything, which only made many users more suspicious. He won't come out to explain. Could there really be something wrong? 2,000 Shinshua coins is indeed a lot. Those without means can't even gather that much. Hard to say. Oh, I want to wait and see. Luo Jio watched the user's comments, sneered, and felt a sense of relish. You think you can sell so easily. I won't let you have your way. It'll stir the pot. If you want sell to me, you want sell to... At that moment, Qin Shan suddenly spoke up. Qin Shan, Luo Jio, what kind of mongrel talk is this? Can't you stand to see others do well? Su Ji didn't sell to you, and you hold a grudge. Have you considered what kind of person you are? Quiet until now. Qin Shan stepped forward again to back Su Yan and took the stage. Everyone listen to me. The card I just bought. I spent 1800, and I have only one verdict worth it. Qin Shan, it's truly worth the Shinshua coins. It's such a bargain. Can you imagine me having my servant push the cart while I lie on the board scrolling the channel? Qin Shan, it's genuinely so much more comfortable than walking, I swear. So annoying. Oh, I was about to sleep, and then there's this mongrel barking. It's so noisy. Qin Shan had a knack for this, praising the value of the card while mockingly sneering at Luo Jio. Other users, seeing a buyer showcase, also felt their hesitation waver. Luo Jio sneered and posted, see, the shills have arrived. A female shill left, and now a male one appears. What a coordinated assault, huh? You three trying to swindle Shinshua coins are truly despicable. Qin Shan immediately flared. I have a short fuse. You're the despicable one. How dare you slander us? Qin Shan was astonished and furious, and not only he. Some perceptive users saw that Luo Jio was deliberately stirring trouble, perhaps even spreading baseless slander. But the problem remained, what if Luo Jio were right? 2,000 Shinshua coins was no small sum. If Su Yan truly was a swindler, the loss would be significant. No one dared to gamble. A cart without system-backed verification was hard to trust. Most people fell silent and merely watched the two bicker. Many thought, simply wait and see. If other people buy and nothing goes wrong, I can buy later. It wasn't just one person thinking this, more and more adopted that stance. And that was precisely Luo Jio's intention. So long as no fresh buyers stepped forward, Su Yan's plan would remain. At that moment, Su Yan finished crafting another card and glanced at the lively chat channel. He skimmed it, grasped the context, but was unconcerned. It was Luo Jio causing trouble. But did he understand the full picture? Su Yan had no desire to explain. He simply posted, third cart ready. Is the next customer present? Su Yan did not explain. He sold the card and tagged the next user in line. That person remained silent and did not. Su Yan tagged people in queue one by one. Several stayed silent. Whether they had been killed by zombies or were feigning blindness, no one knew. At the 11th slot, there was a female user. Wang Lu. Su Yan, I won't buy for now. Let others go first. Su Yan, fine. He found the name somewhat familiar. She had challenged him during the daytime. This woman seemed like someone who wouldn't act without seeing evidence. Su Yan did not mind and continued to query the next person. Finally, a user could not hold back and spoke up, his tone almost accusatory. Zhaoming Shan, Su Yan boss Su Luo Jio says you're a cheat. Shouldn't you prove yourself? Su Yan chuckled. Su Yan, these cards are not card items. I make them myself. Everyone already knows that. Trade carries risk. Buy if you wish. No one is forcing you. He spoke lightly and calmly. No urgency, no need to justify himself. Su Yan had grasped a vital point across the entire Tianshu platform. Only he had the capacity to supply resting vehicles. You can hesitate tonight and tomorrow night. But the third night, the 20th night, can you keep hesitating and watching forever? When you are so exhausted you can barely move, even if you believe I'm 99% a fraud, you'll still hand over the money obediently. They were gambling on the only hope of survival. Many users had not yet grasped that this was a pure seller's market. Murmured doubts could not change the reality, nor could Luo Jio's taunts reverse it. Not buying. Fine, as long as you don't cause trouble. Su Yan's temper was straightforward. Barring truly offensive behavior, he didn't mind a few doubts or hold grudges. Time would prove everything. Luo Jio watched with a cold smile. He did not speak, only smugly observed the channel as Su Yan tagged users one after another. And no one is buying right. Luo Jio crossed his arms and sneered inwardly. You dare defend me, you fool. I'll make sure you pay for it. Yet inevitably some understood the logic of a seller's market. Some read deeper meaning into Su Yan's unwillingness to explain. Additionally, some users were powerful enough and truly lacked nothing in terms of 2,000 Shinshua coins. Just then, while Su Yan was tagging others, someone suddenly spoke up to cut the line and buy. Li Dali, Su Yan, sell me one. He'll pay 3,000. Li Dali had arrived. Countless users stiffened and turned their full attention to the channel. Lee Dolly was a bona fide tycoon. His daytime expenditure of 5,000 Shinshua coins had impressed many. Moreover, this man was singularly unpretentious. He never posted trade requests or supply needs. He seemed to lack nothing. His only messages were to call for his mother. Though many secretly mocked Lee Dolly as a figure from a tall tale, one could not deny his single-mindedness and formidable means. Even such a widely recognized strong user was still troubled by the lack of a resting vehicle. Su Yan agreed, send the trade. Soon the trade order arrived. Su Yan promptly loaded a cart and completed the transaction. 3,000 Shinshua coins were received. Boss Lee paid a premium, generous. After the transaction, not long after, a user could not help but tag Lee Dolly, brother, were you scammed? Lee Dolly puzzled, scammed about what? It turned out he barely bothered to follow most of the channel. He only knew Su Yan was selling carts and paid no attention to anything else. Scammed. Lee Dolly gave no thought to that risk. His words betrayed a complete indifference to 3,000 Shinshua coins. Lee Dolly, I mean. Can this cart actually be used? Were you warned? A user pressed, impatient. Lee Dolly, it works. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me unless my mother shows up. Curt and impatient, his simple reply nonetheless added significant weight to the cart's credibility. A blunt man, a blunt endorsement. Men like Lee Dolly are the market's high net worth clients. Few words, lots of money, and their praise carries great credibility. His single endorsement was worth nearly 100 ordinary praises. Luo Jio, watching the channel, felt a cold jolt when Lee Dolly's few words appeared. It's over. Why did that tadpole show up? Always causing trouble. Luo Jio seethed in secret, but dared not provoke Lee Dolly. After all, no one knew whether Lee had amassed 100,000 Shinshua coins. If he truly had the means, given Lee Dolly's temper, he might even form a group and take forceful action on the spot. Lee Dolly's sudden move to buy a cart tugged at many people's thoughts across the channel. If Lin Wan and Qin Shan might be Su Yan's shills, surely Lee Dolly could not be as well. If such a straightforward fellow says the cart works, how could it be fake? In an instant, the channel's fervor returned. Prior doubts were swept away, and many users began tagging Su Yan. Luo Jio watched this scene with growing hatred and impatience, unsure how to intervene. Damn it, what trick did this Su pull? So many people speaking for him. Could his cart really be that effective? At the thought, Luo Jio felt a tangle of anger, anxiety, regret, and hate. Luo Jio was not only unable to bear Su Yan's current ease in making money, but he was also anxious about being excluded. What if everyone bought Su Yan's cart? What would he do then? Could it be that he really had to walk this path until he was exhausted to death? If it were really like that, Luo Jio would rather be eaten by a zombie. Right now, he couldn't even take a break. Card had offended Su Yan and couldn't ruin Su Yan's good fortune. Luo Jio could only watch helplessly as the communication channel filled with users eagerly praising Su Yan. Even some who had just expressed doubts were already changing their tune. Su Yan glanced at the communication channel, unwilling to say much, and continued crafting the cart. The reason he was so keen on making and selling carts was that he had calculated the profits in his mind long ago. With Su Yan's current strength and the combat power of his servants, even if he continuously fought against waves of zombies, he could only earn 1,000 or 2,000 blood coins in an hour at most. Considering the risks of killing zombies, the consumption of internal energy, and the time wasted waiting for the zombie waves to refresh. Under all these factors, even if Su Yan tried to maximize efficiency, the blood coins earned were just hard-earned money. Simply put, it was pure labor. But selling carts was different. Each cart earned a profit of 1,000 blood coins, and the time taken to make one was no more than 10 minutes, and the more skilled he became, the shorter the time. After an hour deducting costs, he could earn at least 6,000 blood coins, which was about 5 times more efficient than killing zombies. Moreover, it was purely a mental task, without any extra consumption or risk. Who would want to struggle to kill zombies when they could make money by using their brains? However, while Su Yan happily continued crafting carts, everyone was eagerly waiting for the new cart sales. Yet someone came to disrupt the atmosphere. Tisk 2,000, that's expensive. It wasn't Luo Jio, but the only holder of a break card, Lu Sun. Lu Sun suddenly spoke with a meaningful tone. How many people can now pull out 2,000 blood coins? I remember that killing a zombie only gives 1 blood coin, right? 2,000 blood coins, TSK. At least 2,000 zombies must be killed, just to exchange for a pile of broken wood. TSK tisk, what a grievance. Lu Sun's words resonated with some users. Some users felt a sense of agreement. Who says otherwise? I spent the whole night watching, but I could only watch. Who told me to be poor? I can't even pull out 2,000 blood coins. Alas, it's only the first day of survival, and some people already want to be capitalists. TSK. The ugliness of human nature, all for profit. Forget it, let's say less. Survival is inherently cruel, and I have no ability to kill 2,000 zombies at such a poor start. We poor people can just wait to die. Some people seem to have forgotten about compulsory education and don't understand the spirit of unity and dedication, only thinking about profiting from others. Alas, no need to talk. In the communication channel, some users' comments were filled with bitterness. Judging by their avatars and names, they were all silent users who had never spoken. Their identities and positions were very clear. They were broke. Their entire assets combined wouldn't even amount to 2,000 blood coins, so they felt they couldn't afford the cart, and had. At this moment, Luo Jiao, who had felt a bit hopeless, saw Lu Sun suddenly speaking in the communication channel, and hey, this guy knows how to talk, his angle is sharp. Luo Jiao was overjoyed as he instantly understood Lu Sun's intentions. Lu Sun did not question the authenticity of the cart, but directly emphasized its high price. Compared to Lu Sun's motorcycle, the cart was cheaper, but 2,000 blood coins was still a steep price for most users. The endless road had just begun its first day, and the card pool was extremely unkind. Most users had a poor start. Surviving under the onslaught of zombies was already quite difficult. How could they kill 2,000 zombies? Even if some users were not afraid of the zombie threat, killing 2,000 zombies, or even more on the first day, was still very challenging. At this stage, users who could pull out 2,000 blood coins in savings at least had an SR card. They were undoubtedly part of the strongest first tier. In this world, regardless of the era, there are always more weak than strong. Lu Sun's words, seemingly from the perspective of the weak, resonated with many voices, and as soon as he spoke up, others naturally chimed in. Luo Jiao, what Lu brother said is right. I also can't stand this behavior. Some people exploit others just because they have a bit of ability. It's truly forgetful, a pure capitalist behavior. Us poor brothers surviving is already tough, and even sleeping is hard. Now we have to save so many blood coins to hand over just to be able to sleep. When did sleeping also require payment? What kind of logic is this? It's too cruel, too inhumane. It's truly a conscience fed to the dogs. I really wish I could team up right now and kill this capitalist. Luo Jiao was frantically shouting in the communication channel, quickly shifting the focus of the inherent cruelty of the endless road onto Su Yan. He made people forget that the path of survival was inherently cruel and unreasonable, not caused by Su Yan. But human nature is blind, unwilling to think, and does not want to discuss any reasoning or logic. Most people only fixated on one point: I am very tired and uncomfortable right now. I don't even know when I will die. Do I still care about anything else? I just can't stand seeing some people easily making money while I have to despair and wait to die in the middle of the night. This is not about reasoning. It is purely an emotional outburst. People cannot resist the endless road, for it does not speak, but Su Yan is different. He is a living target. In an instant, more and more users began to express their resentment, and the sarcastic accusations grew louder, all aimed at Su Yan. Some wealthy users who wanted to buy carts intended to speak up for Su Yan, but hesitated, unsure whether they should speak. There were too many poor users, and the volume of their gathering was too loud, making others unwilling to get involved, fearing to be implicated. Amidst the barrage of resentment, only Lin Wan's voice kept cutting through. This is turning black and white. How can the cruelty of survival be blamed on Su Yan? He also has costs in making cars right. Shouldn't he give them away for free? Without Su Yan, we wouldn't even have a stable way to acquire resting vehicles, and everyone would die. Unfortunately, her voice was too weak, drowned out by the massive amount of information, and no one paid attention. Luo Jiao watched as the messages flooded the screen like a waterfall. Many words had already shifted from sarcastic remarks to direct insults, even mentioning Su Yan by name. Many poor users couldn't help but step forward, joining in this collective emotional outburst. Anger, resentment, fear, despair. Countless negative emotions turned into words resembling weapons crashing towards Su Yan from all directions. It was like a collective assault in a storm, but no one cared. They just needed an emotional outlet, and Su Yan happened to be there. The instigator Lu Sun had already gone silent, while Luo Jiao remained active, occasionally chiming in to support the increasingly venomous collective voice. The more people cursed Su Yan, the dirtier and more intense the insults became, the more excited and happy Luo Jiao felt. Is this leveraging the situation? Lu Sun is truly a talent. Damn it, isn't Lu a professional troll? Truly skilled in the art of public opinion. Luo Jiao sighed, filled with admiration and satisfaction. He felt thrilled from head to toe, especially when he imagined Su Yan bewildered and helplessly looking at the communication channel. He trembled with excitement. You offended me, Dai. Now many people want to team up with you. Let's see how you play this now. Do you still want to sell cars? You've become the collective enemy. Luo Jiao felt smug, enjoying the view in the communication channel. At that moment, Su Yan had just finished crafting the new card and looked up to see the collective condemnation in the communication channel. He couldn't help but be stunned, slightly bewildered. What's going on? Why are they cursing so harshly? Hey, so it's all directed at me. Su Yan chuckled as he scrolled through the chat logs, quickly understanding the situation. So after I dealt with Luo Jiao, another Lu Sun popped up, huh? Su Yan suddenly realized he understood, even empathized with Lu Sun's reason for stirring trouble. He simply felt that Su Yan was infringing upon his interests. Lu Sun's biggest reliance now was the motorcycle as a resting vehicle, which was like a golden goose. The fewer resting cards on the market, the higher Lu Sun's value became. Even if a second or third resting card came out, he could still enjoy his privileges for a long time. However, Su Yan's behavior of selling carts directly and severely suppressed Lu Sun's value, deeply touching his core interests. If there were resting vehicles everywhere, how would Lu Sun make money? How would I enjoy the services of beautiful women? Moreover, your pricing for the cart is absurd. Oh, I could barely afford to spend the same amount for an entire night with a female user. With your pricing, how would those female users continue to send me money and favors? They aren't stupid. They would just save money to buy your cart. But what about me? Suyin, you are cutting off my financial path. Lu Sun probably hates me the most right now, right? Suyin chuckled, not in a hurry, already planning his countermeasures in his heart. So you want to play the public opinion battle. You want to use online violence. Coincidentally, I used to be a keyboard warrior and am best at this. Suyin knew that when facing public opinion pressure, the main thing was not to explain his innocence or grievances, nor to try to argue with a group of people. The simplest and most direct way was to grasp the core issue and solve the core problem. Now, what is the core issue for these users? It is their poverty, the inability to afford the purchase price of the cart, and being forced by the immense death pressure of the endless road. This was akin to a mechanism that had been pressing on a powder keg all day, now exploding towards Suyin. In simple terms, it was a matter of money. Suyin pondered for a moment, prepared his speech, and spoke directly. What everyone said is very reasonable. I also think the price of the cart is too high. So I am prepared to provide a way for everyone to enjoy rest almost for free, and it will be guaranteed 100. Suyin made his appearance. The gunpowder barrels had a specific target to concentrate their fire on, but before the users could collectively unleash their wrath, Suyan's words left them hesitating. Suyin, dog capitalist, damn it, team up with me, I want to kill. Huh, free. Are you serious? Suyin, this guy is selling cars. He even charges us for sleeping. But it seems like it's not a charge after all. Suyin, 2,000 blood coins. How dare you? The poorer you are, the more you exploit, huh? People like you really make it hard for me to speak. Can you elaborate on the free stuff? Some users, unable to hit the brakes in time, had just cursed when they realized that Suyin was not what everyone thought. This person seemed quite sincere. He also knew that his prices were too high for the poor guys to afford. Moreover, he wasn't just sincere in speech, he seemed to have a solution. He even mentioned free. When free is mentioned, everyone perks up. Even some lurking users who were too lazy to participate in the collective outrage began to pay attention. There is no one in this world who does not love a bargain, especially when the bargain is presented right before them. Cursing now feels a bit self-embarrassing. In an instant, the emotional outpouring stopped abruptly, with more and more people falling silent, hesitating, and observing. They could always curse later. For now, they wanted to see how this Su person would respond. Qinshan, after all, it's boss Su, impressive. At this moment, Qinshan dared to speak up, not because he was too cowardly to speak earlier, but because his earlier comments had been drowned out. But at this moment, he genuinely admired Suyin. This boss, Su, was a formidable character, managing to control the situation with just a few words. Not only did he take control, but he also kept people guessing. He threw out the idea of free, but didn't continue, leaving many users unable to curse or leave, just waiting. Suyin deliberately chose not to speak further, waiting for the collective emotions to cool down. At the same time, he was giving himself time to analyze the situation further. At present, this situation seemed to be caused by Lu Sun, but in reality, it was due to overwhelming survival pressure. Many people couldn't handle the pressure and simply gave up. There were also some opportunists among them thinking of using the situation to force Suyin into drastically lowering his prices, hoping to pick up a bargain. Human nature is complex, and everyone's stance is based on their own interests. Suyin pondered for a moment before continuing to speak. Suyin, I kindly ask all the brothers to hold their tongues for a moment and allow me to discuss the matter of free resting. You all will have your judgments. Speaking of which, this matter is related to my car manufacturing. Before I started making cars, I was researching how to implement a resting mechanism. Through my analysis and testing, I have basically clarified the resting mechanism of the endless road. The warning judgment method of the endless road is based on the user's real-time movement status. And movement status does not completely equal walking on foot. After many failed tests by people, it can be inferred that the means to assist users in moving must be rest cards, and non-rest card means of assisting movement will be warned. This leads to the high value of rest cards, but what should we do without rest cards? Is there anything that can replace them? Suyin paused for a moment, wanting to say more, but hesitating. He glanced at the communication channel, and at this moment no one was speaking. Everyone was staring at every word Suyin said. Everyone's appetite was completely whetted, and no one paid attention to what had happened earlier. Suyin's primary goal had been achieved. He squinted and smiled, directly announcing the answer. According to my experiments, there are indeed things that can replace the function of rest vehicles. In fact, everyone has fallen into a misunderstanding. The standard for the mechanism to judge whether the means of assisting users to move conforms to the rules is not rest cards, but the cards themselves. The racing movement state conducted through cards is within the permitted range of rules by the mechanism, which does not insist that it must be resting vehicles. Therefore, equipment cards can work. Skill cards can work. Talent cards can work. Servant cards can. Suyin paused for a moment, opening his mouth meaningfully. So if we combine the cards we already have, wouldn't that be many different resting methods? Before Suyin could elaborate further, someone interrupted, trembling. Are you saying, if I step on card equipment and let a servant drag this equipment while walking, I wouldn't be warned? There were many clever people in the communication channel, and someone had already realized the crux of the problem. Absolutely correct. Su Yan laughed heartily. You can be bolder. If there are enough equipment cards, you could piece together an area nearly the size of a big bed. Oh, why step on it? Just lie down and sleep. Anyway, an N card isn't worth much because servant with an N card is completely loyal and obedient. Su Yan announced the correct answer, causing the entire communication channel to erupt in excitement. Damn. So it can be done this way. Is it really that simple? Damn, why didn't I think of that earlier? We went down the wrong path. We've been stuck on rest cards. And not on card itself. Most users were amazed, some were excited, some remained silent, and some were lamenting themselves for realizing this too late. This isn't actually due to everyone's dullness. It's not ignorance, but rather that Lu Xun's earlier appearance made most people concentrate their attention on rest cards, ignoring the endless potential of cards itself. The endless road had just begun its first day, and users' development of cards was still limited. If they had enough time to think and conduct comprehensive research, even if Su Yan didn't mention it, people would come up with more free resting methods. Right now, Su Yan was merely acting as a strategy guru, presenting the most cutting-edge card research methods to. Of course, Su Yan believed that some users might have thought of the resting combination of equipment servants, but no one would casually reveal this matter. Su Yan chose to disclose this at this moment as a key piece of intelligence, playing it perfectly to resolve the crisis. It really works. I just tried it, and it works perfectly. No warnings. Suddenly, a user excitedly spoke up, further confirming what Su Yan had said. You see, the answer to resting is actually right around us. Su Yan smiled slightly. No need to spend 2,000 blood coins, or everyone can have a good sleep. As for my cart, to put it bluntly, it's just a way to earn a little money. After all, the cost of making cars is quite high. Su Yan spoke half-truths, pausing before continuing. Although the resting method using equipment cards is rather rudimentary, urgency necessitates pragmatism. I believe for each and every one of you here, my card hardly counts for anything. As long as you can survive, your future holds infinite possibilities, and you can surely obtain top-tier rest cards. Su Yan paused for a moment, smiling as he said, and on the journey to obtain top-tier rest cards, I hope my cart can have the honor of accompanying you. The card is merely your beginning. The top-tier rest cards are your future. A perfect advertising tagline. Su Yan's sincere speech, genuine strategy, and humble attitude instantly captivated a large number of users. In an instant, many users felt a bit dazed, realizing that this person was not as despicable as others had said. Is this a capitalist? Is there really such a persuasive capitalist in the world? This eloquence, this emotional intelligence, this vision. It's truly impressive. Qin Shan was the first to stand up, sincerely giving a thumbs up. Su Yan bro, you are truly amazing. I'm convinced. Completely convinced. Now who would still feel embarrassed to criticize Su Yan for his expensive cart? Moreover, is this cart really that expensive? From the first night, 2,000 blood coins seems steep, but what about in the future? Most people have a competitive spirit, and no one truly wants to be one step behind others. Although the current situation is tough, it doesn't mean that we poor guys are doomed. Indeed, we may be poor now, but who knows what the future holds. As long as we survive, there are a million. Su Yan, what you said indeed makes people feel at ease, and moreover, being willing to provide key intelligence for free, achieving universal free rest, shows your vision and merits truly admirable. Su Yan, I was originally in despair and thought of suicide, but after seeing your words, thank you, you saved me. Top-tier rest cards are my future, but the cart is my way here. Boss Su, I want a cart. I'm currently a bit poor and can only make do with equipment cards to rest, but in a few days when I have money, I will definitely buy a cart. Damn. I suddenly feel so moved. A Boss Su truly understands me. What's wrong with selling a cart? He also needs to survive, right? You guys were cursing so fiercely just now. Do you really want to push a good person to his death? Wait, I remember you were the one who cursed the fiercest just now, right? In an instant, Su Yan's reputation flipped. Luo Jiu stood alone on the street, the night wind blowing coldly, making one shiver, yet it couldn't suppress his inner despair. Damn it, how did this guy manage to turn the situation around again? Am I really unable to compete with him? Luo Jiu murmured with vacant eyes, truly unable to think of any way forward. He was anxious, waiting, hoping that Lu Xun would stand up and say a few more words to set the tone. But Lu Xun was also silent, clearly having witnessed Su Yan's methods and knowing that anything he said now, but Su Yan didn't think so. He didn't plan to let anyone off the hook. Su Yan looked at the lively communication channel, suddenly putting away his smile and narrowing his eyes. Lu Xun, huh? Very good, you've just made it onto my kill list. Originally you were doing your motorcycle business and I was selling my cars. We should have stayed out of each other's way. But tonight you made such a big scene, clearly trying to push me to my death. If you want me dead, don't blame me for holding a grudge. Su Yan never considered himself a paragon of virtue. He was very clear about his likes and dislikes. Even if he couldn't teach these two bastards Luo Jiu and Lu Xun a lesson right now, he would remember each of their debts and sooner or later he would deal with them personally. To be honest, Su Yan didn't possess much kindness. He didn't really care about the lives of others and had no intention of casually revealing crucial information. especially not offering simpler and cheaper resting methods for free, which would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the vehicle sales business, making most users prioritize saving blood coins for personal use rather than purchasing carts. But the situation was urgent, leaving Su Yin no choice but to play the role of a good person. The losses from these blood coins might lead to a significant decrease in orders. This debt will all fall on Lu Sun's head. Su Yin sneered, inwardly staring at the communication channel for a while longer. Aside from Lu Sun and Luo Jiu, there were no other users who opposed Su Yin, so naturally no one would emerge to stir up trouble. The atmosphere in the communication channel was vibrant, with many sleepless users actively discussing the crucial information just revealed by Su Yin, continually experimenting with more possibilities and methods for free rest. This enthusiasm was high, and even many potential customers inquiring about cart details from Qinshan and Lin once shifted their focus to the free resting methods. This indeed resulted in a tangible loss of orders. Su Yin could understand that it was only the first day of the endless road, and even if the strong had spare money, they wouldn't want to waste it. Although sleeping on the cart was more comfortable, most people thought about saving whenever possible. 2 hours later, Su Yin sold another 10 carts, after which no one came to purchase. This was quite the contrast compared to the earlier scene of hundreds wanting to buy. Sigh. Su Yin sighed deeply, feeling somewhat downcast. Damn it, ruining my financial prospects. Su Yin cursed inwardly, while Jing smiled beside him, adjusting her black glasses. Master, this could be seen as a good thing. Visible enemies are always easier to deal with than those hiding in the shadows. Moreover, your handling of the crisis announcement was excellent. After tonight, most users of the Tianshu platform will remember what you said and have a very good impression of you. They will also know that you exclusively sell non-card forms of resting vehicles. In a sense, while the card pool does not guarantee a bottom line, you have already become a sort of safety net in their hearts. From today onward, as long as these people don't die, they will continuously send money your way. After all, no one really wants to sleep on equipment cards forever. Jing's voice was calm, but filled with deep admiration for Su Yin. From the moment chaos erupted in the communication channel, Jing had quietly observed, thinking several times that Su Yin would turn to her for help and ask for solutions. Jing had considered multiple response plans, but she never expected Su Yin to resolve this deadly crisis entirely on his own, and he did so perfectly. This greatly exceeded Jing's expectations, making her start to regard this man seriously. Some of his actions might seem unconventional, but he was incredibly wise, quite sharp-witted, and he seemed to be a man with very correct values. This was not about being righteous or not. It wasn't controlled by moral conventions, but rather he had a strong inner principle distinguishing clearly between love and hate. Thinking of this, Jing couldn't help but sincerely praise what you said to them earlier was truly brilliant and far from your level. Really? Su Yin tilted his head, looking at Jing with confusion, then suddenly smiled. But I think him still a bit worse than you. Am not as clever as you. You are being too modest, master. All right, I admit, I have always known I am an impressive person. Su Yin laughed heartily, and the surrounding servants couldn't help but share a knowing smile. At 3 in the morning, the night wind was extremely cold, but the servants standing on either side provided a great sense of security, and Su Yin didn't feel lonely. His situation was much better than that of most users, and at this moment, he still felt somewhat excited, not yet tired. Since no one is buying carts, I'll just make another one for myself. Su Yin raised his hand just as he was about to build a vehicle, but was interrupted by Jing. Master, wait. What is it? Master, I think the cart blueprint is merely a prototype. We still have significant room for improvement. Jing paused, briefly pointing to the abandoned cars on the street around them. Master could completely attempt to create better resting vehicles like cars. Su Yin looked over, his eyes lighting up, but then he shook his head. How would I know how to make a car? Even if I took one apart, I wouldn't understand the manufacturing process. Su Yin didn't want to create better and stronger resting vehicles, but unfortunately his talent card was too extreme. While this talent card was incredibly powerful, its potential was entirely dependent on Su Yin's imagination, or more accurately, his knowledge reserve. Su Yin first needed to understand the principles and various details of creating an item to be able to create the corresponding. In other words, if Su Yin had once been a national pillar capable of building aircraft carriers, he could now casually craft a high-level resting vehicle. But unfortunately, he had only been an ordinary person. Jing also understood Su Yin's troubles and the unique downside of the UR talent card. She smiled gently. Master, there are actually solutions. What solutions? Should I go learn? Su Yin shook his head, denying that direction, not to mention the dangers and pressures everywhere on the endless road, making it hard to find enough time and space to really focus on learning these advanced concepts. Even if I genuinely wanted to learn, where would I find classrooms and materials here? Even if there were, who would teach me? Even if someone taught me, would I be able to learn? Su Yin sighed deeply. Am just an ordinary person with mediocre qualifications, unable to understand the preface of any profound mathematical or scientific techniques. This UR card has really brought me bad luck. Su Yin had a very clear understanding of himself and never blindly overestimated his confidence. Jing listened to his denial softly and said gently, Master always seems to forget that you are not alone in facing the pressure of survival. You just told everyone to make good use of every type of card. Oh, why did you forget that for yourself? Aren't we servants your greatest source of knowledge? You don't need to learn and master any knowledge, you just need to do what you said, make the most of resources and talents. Jing's words made Su Yin momentarily taken aback. He looked around at the servants in front of him, recalling that the cart blueprint was originally a product of their collective brainstorming. While it was true that the experience and knowledge of these servants were insufficient to produce more advanced vehicle blueprints, what about the other servants? If there were really servants with advanced knowledge available, that would mean a continuous flow of vehicle blueprints, and he wouldn't need to learn, he could simply follow the blueprints provided by the servants. It was like when Mr. Qian was present telling you to tighten a specific screw. No need to understand it, just follow orders. Moreover, I seem to have discovered a flaw in the servant card pool. Jing continued, speaking, her voice soft, but her words made Su Yan's entire body tremble. What flaw? Master, the core of the endless road is danger and monsters, survival and death, so the strength and level of the cards in the pool must be proportional to the user's survival capability. The cards that can assist users in surviving easily must have higher levels. Conversely, cards that cannot quickly help users alleviate survival pressure must have lower levels. So what type of card cannot directly help users quickly relieve survival pressure? Jing smiled, lightly brushing her hair back, her gentle voice resonating in the night. That would undoubtedly be a card like mine, lacking direct combat power and unable to respond to sudden dangers. Only someone like you, Master, would care about my slight cognitive abilities. But this is also a good thing for you because cards like mine are sufficiently cheap. Because they are cheap, their turnover rate is higher, allowing for more acquisition. A think tank and research group composed of low-level intelligence servant cards can greatly enhance the upper limit of this UR talent card. The smarter they are, the more capable you, Master, will become. Su Yin was taken aback, silently watching Jing. The allure of being all-powerful was simply overwhelming. Su Yin had to admit that Jing was right. Her thoughts and suggestions were incredibly insightful. A man who could create anything he desired wouldn't care about cards or survival. With a tank artillery unit in one hand and a mechanized infantry division in the other and a swarm of drones overhead, what kind of survival on the endless road? He would blow that pathway to pieces. Just thinking about it made Su Yin feel a bit breathless. The temptation was too great. Yet this temptation was entirely feasible, visible to the naked eye, seeming as if it could be achieved with just a lift of the hand. Then, these blood coins of mine. Su Yin mumbled, glancing up at the competition interface. Blood coins 19655 quantum energy 20. This was nearly 20,000 blood coins. It was the pure profit from Su Yan's previous card sales. He had to draw some equipment cards midway to gather energy. Due to insufficient quantum energy, though he didn't get any good cards, he still ended up making close to 20,000 blood coins. A few hours ago, he was a bankrupt with barely over 1,000 blood coins after an Allen. Now he was a wealthy holder of tens of thousands. Should I use all these blood coins to draw servants? Su Yin hesitated for a moment, suddenly waking up. No, this won't do. This is completely unfeasible. If I draw too many servants, dozens, or even hundreds, how am I going to support them? The food and drink expenses are all long-term consumption and costs. Even if I can harden my heart and throw away the non-intelligent servants to send them to their deaths, without guards, these intelligent servants themselves would be considered a burden, right? Are you suggesting that I, as their master, should protect them? That's ridiculous. Su Yin mumbled, pondering, feeling that he had thought too superficially and hadn't considered deeply enough. Being all-powerful sounded great, but it didn't seem so easy to achieve. Jing smiled, watching Su Yin, not speaking, but her smile deepened as she heard him muttering. From Jing's understanding of Su Yin, even if he drew a large number of combat-oriented servants, he wouldn't deliberately let them die for consumption. This man's principles were very strong. He might sometimes be constrained by his principles and values, but at the same time those very things would compel him to forge an entirely new path. Su Yin suddenly raised his head, looking at Jing. Don't tell me that I've thought of concerns that you haven't. You should already know where the difficulties in this direction lie, right? Jing, I can't possibly support that many people. Su Yin sighed, and Jing tilted her head, questioning in confusion. Why can't you support them? Damn, if we take 100 people as an example, how much blood coins do we need for daily food and drink? And that's pure consumption money. Then just earn more. I believe Master has the ability to solve the cost and consumption issues. Jing smiled, but Su Yin felt it was rather absurd. I still think this is too outrageous, trying to make survival a group effort, right? I might be able to support 100 servants, but what about 1,000 or 10,000? If I can't draw suitable intelligent servants, do I have to keep drawing until there are more and more? Is that not feasible? Jing countered meaningfully, reminding the mechanism has stated that users must survive alone. Master, you can't limit yourself. Oh, as long as the future is what you desire, even if it seems outrageous, it's still the... Jing's words struck like lightning, cutting through Su Yan's mind and waking him up suddenly. In that instant, Su Yin felt as if something within him opened up, revealing a completely new direction before him. Right. Why should I compete alone? I may not trust the team mechanism, but I can fully trust the servants. Having a large number of servants will certainly lead to long-term consumption issues, but it's not unsolvable. If I am reluctant to consume resources, I can create them. Since I can create resting vehicles, I can also create land, create fertile fields, create fruit trees. They also meet the requirements of actual objects. But where would I put these things? Wouldn't I have to create an even larger resting vehicle? No, that's a base. A stronghold. A mobile survival stronghold. Huge scale. Floating style. Carrying tens of thousands. Self-sufficient. Handcrafted army. In that instant, Su Yin understood completely. To become an all-powerful person, he needed a powerful force. Yes, a force. A vast and completely loyal servant force unique to his survival path. Covering all aspects: knowledge, combat, power, production, resources, weapons, personnel. This man needs more support and assistance from his subordinates, but he is constrained by the harsh realities of resource shortages and long-term consumption. If he were a cruel and cold-hearted user, he would likely resort to forcing his subordinates to die to reduce the team's resource consumption. However, Su Yin is not that kind of person. His values do not allow him to devalue the lives of his own people. Even if they are merely cards and names, Su Yin would never become a butcher. Yet he needs more subordinates and cannot kill them to manage the population. This is a completely contradictory, but Jing does not think so. She has long seen clearly that for a principled man like Su Yin, he will inevitably pursue a solution that benefits both sides. All external pressures and internal demands will force Su Yin onto a completely new path of survival. In this dead end, there is only one solution to continuously grow and expand. The need for more population, being forced to produce resources from the population and then gaining more population due to resource abundance. In this model, there will always be gaps, insufficiencies, and an increasing demand. Thus, the only option is to grow endlessly. This is not a coincidence, but an inevitable occurrence. Jing simply facilitated that latent thought in Su Yan's mind at the right moment, allowing it to advance towards the future. Under the night sky, Jing smiled at Su Yin, her eyes filled with a hint of tenderness. She could have chosen not to do this, but who made this man always care about the lives of the most basic subordinates? Even if we might truly be insignificant, we still want to try harder, as we do not wish to let down his concern. Jing, if I actually succeed in doing this, can I? Su Yin suddenly spoke up, and Jing tilted her head in confusion. Can I gather a team? Su Yin suddenly chuckled. Once I set up a floating base and create a mechanical army, I will have hundreds of thousands of subordinates. What kind of expression would a person have if I pulled them in to form a team? Ha ha, wouldn't that be too showy? Su Yin laughed joyfully like a big boy. What kind of expression would a person have if I pulled them in to form a team? Ha ha, wouldn't that be too showy? Indeed, let's get back to the point. Let's start with the vehicle improvements you just mentioned and approach it step by step. Su Yin withdrew his playful mood and murmured as he glanced over the remaining blood coins. Strictly speaking, it's unrealistic for me to draw all the subordinate cards, but I can't improve the vehicles without drawing the subordinates I need. If conditions allowed, Su Yin would certainly hope to have more powerful survival vehicles. In other words, the strength of his future team would completely depend on how great his own needs were. Let's draw 100 to test the waters. If it's really not enough, having another 100 can still help draw resource cards to support everyone. Even if it really doesn't work out, we still have the skills to sell cars to support the family. Su Yan tossed his head back, quite pleased. Survival through car sales to the celestial pivot. Su Yan's renowned trademark, leading sales across the board. Professional car sales are guaranteed. That's a good advertisement. I'll note it down for future use. Su Yan opened the sacrifice altar directly, selecting the subordinate interface. Let's do 100 consecutive draws. I have money. Su Yan waved his hand grandly, angrily pouring into the card pool. No kidding, this feeling is truly exhilarating. As Su Yan confirmed, a massive wave of blood coins surged in from the top left of his vision, flooding into the sacrifice altar. A total of 10,000 blood coins were thrown in, causing the rotation speed of the sacrifice altar to increase dramatically as it continuously devoured the energy of the blood coins. After a brief few breaths, the sacrifice altar shook violently, and amidst a flash of blood light, numerous subordinate cards flew out like a dragon, spreading its wings, drifting towards Su Yan. 100 subordinate cards formed a red chain, completely enveloping Su Yan from head to toe, front to back, all surrounded by brilliantly shining cards. Hiss, this scene is intense. Su Yan gasped in awe, laughing in satisfaction, raising his hand to pick up the cards one by one. With 100 cards, Su Yan certainly could not study each one thoroughly. Fortunately, he had Jing's help, eliminating the need to analyze the positioning and functions of these cards alone. At this moment, Su Yan was most concerned about the levels of these 100 subordinate cards. He picked one card, glanced at its level, and handed it to Jing beside him. Jing, you hold on to this for now and record and analyze each subordinate's approximate uses and positioning information, making a general summary. Okay, master. N card, R card, N card, N card. Su Yan counted one by one, and suddenly his eyes lit up. O and SRVIP. Ding. Su Yan held a brilliant subordinate card, laughing loudly as he flicked it with his finger, producing a crisp sound, then carefully stored it away. Keep going. N card, R card, N card. Ding. Another SRVIP. The smile on Su Yan's face grew even wider. He felt his luck starting to turn around. But soon the cruel reality poured cold water on him once again. Out of the 100 subordinate cards drawn, only 2 were of rare level SR. No third card. Su Yan was very disappointed. 100 draws, that's 100 draws. I'm not asking for an SSR, can't you just give me a few more SRs? Forget it, I should have known that the draw rate in this card pool is terrible. Su Yan calmed his mood, indicating for Jing to categorize and analyze the 98 subordinate cards separately while he focused on the 2 new SR subordinates he had. In the context of usual gameplay, Su Yan really wouldn't care about SR cards, but in the infinite path these things are currently the main force. Many users desperately seek a single SR from the card pool and fail. Having even one would place them in the top tier of runners temporarily escaping dangerous situations. Let's take a look at the first SR card. It seems to be a man. Su Yan opened the information on the first SR subordinate card, carefully examining its data and capabilities. Name Ironstone Hero Zhou. Age 42 years. Type Guardian Survival. Subordinate Grade SR Rare. Muscle Strength 80. Nerve Reaction 55. Endurance 80. Mental Will 70. Self-Healing Immunity 105. Subordinate Traits. Diamond Body Inherent Trait. He has practiced diamond internal work since childhood and still retains a youthful physique, significantly enhancing his physical defense by 10% while cultivating. Injury for Injury Inherent Trait. He has trained in counterattack techniques for years, and when attacked he instinctively retaliates with mastered martial arts, and the physical damage reduction effect increases by 10%. Natural Resilience Inherent Trait. His flesh and blood body is exceptionally endowed, as if a willow tree in spring. The more severe the injury, the stronger his self-healing recovery speed, with a maximum efficiency increase of 50%. Subordinate Skills. Iron Cloth Shirt Passive Skill. While cultivating, his skin becomes as tough as iron, effectively reducing all types of damage by 20%. Capture Hand Active Skill. He fights with his hands, proficient in capture techniques, effectively restricting the action capabilities of humanoid enemies. Subordinate Items. Tiger Claw Iron Boots, Steel-Lined Clothing. Subordinate Introduction. He was once the head of the Weiyuan Escort Bureau, known for his hard skills in the martial world, and is a top-tier external martial arts expert. The head of the escort in the martial arts world. A top martial expert. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. I love martial arts subordinates, they are useful, durable. To be serious, Su Yan has a very good impression of this type of subordinate, because his first UR card comes with a martial arts master combat knowledge. Su Yan has personally experienced what it feels like to be a martial arts master, and knows more deeply that in the perilous race against time, having martial arts subordinates with strong personal abilities is truly solid and reliable. They don't rely too much on equipment, and weapons are less likely to tire out, and can even go days without food or water when necessary. Low consumption, high yield. This is simply the best labor. Extremely useful. Based on what I've seen of these 3 SR abilities and subordinates, there are indeed slight differences among the SRs. If we were to compare, Zhou Hong's overall combat power should be slightly inferior to the martial arts master's combat knowledge, but perhaps slightly stronger than Natasha. Su Yan pondered in his heart, and couldn't help but glance at Natasha, who was patrolling nearby. She held a torch in one hand and a short sword in the other, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Even in the dark, her full and long legs stood out, extremely eye-catching. Suddenly, a gust of night wind lifted her green skirt, revealing a glimpse of her fair and curvaceous figure. Hiss! Su Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Actually, sometimes combat power isn't everything. Being useful is what matters. While this SR card may not boast particularly outstanding combat abilities, she possesses hidden specialties that Zhou Hong does not. For instance, a unique combat technique from Siberia. Just this point makes her a strong SR card in this version. Let's take a look at the next card. Su Yan did not immediately summon Zhou Hong, but instead took out another SR card to examine. Oh dear, another man. Su Yan clicked his tongue, feeling a bit disappointed as he glanced at this subordinate's data information. Just that glance made Su Yan freeze, narrowing his eyes. This one seems to be my strongest SR card. Name Dr. Haiwan Chenjixin. Age 58. Type Research Thinking. Servant Rank SR Rare. Muscle Strength 12. Nerve Response 18. Stamina 15. Mental Will 102. Self-Healing Immunity 10. Servant Traits. Industrial Optimization Innate Trait. He possesses years of experience in guiding industrial manufacturing, adept at optimizing and arranging production and manufacturing in the industrial sector. Advantageous Thinking Innate Trait. When thinking in the fields of mathematics, physics, chemistry, information technology, engineering applications, and system integration, he does not easily tire. Exquisite Research Innate Trait. When conducting research in fields of knowledge he has mastered, he can effectively subdivide research directions, easily producing stable and applicable results. Servant Skills. Great Mathematician Passive Skill. He is well-versed in extensive mathematical knowledge and applications, capable of constructing corresponding research models for full utilization. A knowledge reserve is 0. Biological Standards of Level 7 Technological Civilization. Great Physicist Passive Skill. He is well-versed in extensive physical knowledge and applications, capable of constructing corresponding research models for full utilization. And knowledge reserve is 0. Biological Standards of Level 7 Technological Civilization. Servant Items None. Servant introduction. He is the chief technical researcher of the Haiwan Technology Alliance with 30 years of frontline project experience and 30 years of cutting-edge technology research experience. Though physically weak, his inner spiritual energy is exceptionally strong, making him a veritable academic genius. I want. Research type SR Servant. Su Yin took a sharp breath, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, eventually giving a light flick to the card. Ding. Comfortable. Su Yin laughed heartily. This card, if drawn by another user, might be considered a useless. After all, at this stage, most users primarily need combat-oriented servants, preferably ones like Zhou Heng, who consume very little, are unafraid of injury, and are quite capable. Chun Zixin's card is purely a non-combat card dependent entirely on intellect. In the early stages of survival, even a random zombie attack could easily kill Chun Zixin. Such a card is nearly useless to most users. But for Su Yin, the situation is entirely different. Although Su Yin urgently needs combat-oriented servants, what he needs more are research-oriented talents like Chun Zixin to significantly enhance the upper limits of the UR talent card. With the effect of the All Things Furnace talent card, whatever Chun Zixin has in mind corresponds to what Su Yin. This means that the new god Su Yin of the Endless Road has found a shard of his own divinity. To be honest, although this card pool is risky, sometimes the risks lead to wonderful surprises. Su Yin played with the card in his hand, chuckling. What others see as a useless card is a premium card to me. What to do next needs no explanation, does it? Directly summon and let the doctor think. Without further ado, Su Yin summoned the two SR cards together. As two red lights flickered, the two cards transformed into humanoid forms, and two men emerged from the bloodlight. One is Zhou Heng, a middle-aged man, standing 2 meters tall like an iron tower with muscles gleaming, as if cast in bronze. His physique alone is twice that of Su Yin, exuding an overwhelming aura of deadly intent. The other is Chun Zixin, an elderly man about 1.7 meters tall with graying hair, bright eyes, a slender figure, and dressed in a pristine white research coat radiating an air of scholarly elegance. Master, Master. The two servants slightly bowed their heads and respectfully addressed Su Yin. From his previous experience with summoning servants, Su Yin was well aware that these servants mostly come from different worlds, each with their own lives and memories. They are like copies brought here, aware of the mechanisms and rules of the Endless Road, as well as their current identities. Su Yin examined the two with satisfaction, just about to speak, when Jing approached from the side. Master, the basic information of the 98 servants has been counted. Jing handed over 98 cards along with a piece of paper filled with writing, which was a notebook found in the building. Su Yin nodded, signaling to the two newcomers. You came just in time. Help me take care of these two new comrades. You know what I want them to do. Understood, Master. Jing nodded and smiled as she approached the two, starting to explain and guide them to integrate into the team as quickly as possible. Su Yin then lowered his head to browse through the notebook, which contained Jing's analyses and summaries. Among the 98 servant cards, there are 12 R cards and 86 N cards. Perhaps due to the emergence of 2 SR cards, the number of R cards here is also limited, mostly consisting of N card servants. This stack of cards is filled with numerous combat-oriented and non-combat-oriented servants, but Jing has made a more detailed classification. Using the servant types provided by the Endless Road as a standard, she divided these servants into 5 main categories: survival, thinking, support, mysterious, and functional. Among them, combat-oriented servants fall under the survival category. Whether it's Zhou Heng's guard survival or Natasha's reconnaissance and serval, all belong to the survival category. Thinking-type servants have no combat ability and rely solely on intellect. Examples include Chun Zixin's research thinking and Jing's observation thinking types, among others. Support-type servants possess some combat ability, but focus more on auxiliary effects, for example the N-card battlefield nurse Sophia, as well as the newly drawn N-card Jianghu doctor and her card senior scavenger. Mysterious-type servants are those with non-technological attributes, such as the new R card Feng, Shui Master, N-card astrology apprentice, and R card junior shaman. Functional-type servants possess special skills, such as N-card cook, N-card blacksmith, N-card hunter, R card repairman, and R card modifier. Su Yin discovered that these 98 servant cards contained a wide variety of professions, each servant having their own occupation encompassing various worlds, including martial arts, technology, magic, and more. By examining these occupational details, it becomes apparent what abilities each servant possesses in their respective. As for the 5 major types of servants, aside from the extreme positioning of thinking and survival types, the remaining 3 types are not distinguished by combat strength. They all possess varying degrees of combat survival capability, along with some cognitive and research abilities. Having someone help count is convenient. Su Yin closed the notebook with satisfaction and summoned the 98 servants in succession. As red lights appeared one after another, the servants materialized, men and women, old and young, of various heights and sizes, each with their unique aura. Once all were summoned, the street space of 100 meters in front and behind was filled, forcing the old servants under Natasha's lead to continually expand the alert area to free up more space. It's already this lively with just 100. Once there are more servants. Won't it be that from the start to the end of the road, all my servants Su Yan found it hard to imagine whether his competitive pressure would increase or decrease by that time. No one can predict future events. Su Yan could only keep adjusting based on the current plans. Jing approached Qin Jixin, while Zhou Heng had already taken the initiative to assume his position, loudly beckoning the 98 servants to gather and accurately calling out several names to guide and assign all servant tasks. Su Yan noticed that Zhou Heng also had a notebook which should have been given to him by Jing. The new servants he selected are card servants, and those positioned in the thinking category possessing strong combat ability and intelligence for guidance capable of swiftly forming the backbone of a 100-person group, effectively conveying Su Yan's commands and stabilizing survival needs. Master, Jing and Qin Jixin stood by waiting until Su Yan withdrew his gaze, sincerely admiring. You always think ahead. While I just drew people out, you have already arranged the entire new team. In just a few minutes, Zhou Heng has already led the new batch of survival-type servants to join Natasha's alert line, continually harvesting the zombies that keep refreshing at the periphery. Meanwhile, the remaining non-survival servants quickly subdivided further under the guidance of several new servants, forming several different small teams. Su Yan is unsure what these small teams are for or what tasks they are responsible for, but he believes they must have been arranged in advance by Jing and surely make sense. But regardless, Su Yan feels that Jing's arrangements are certainly better than what he would have done personally. These are just some simple arrangements. Deeper matters still need the master to decide. Jing humbly spoke, and Su Yan chuckled. What authority do I have? I know my own abilities. I'm just a pathetic gamer at home, okay? Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Oh, Jing, I trust you completely. Su Yan patted the girl's shoulder, his words filled with trust. He marveled internally. Look how much has happened in such a short time. The personnel have all been connected, and the 100-person team has already taken shape. To think this is only the second day. Other users are still struggling for survival. Oh, just a few hours ago someone was despairing and considering suicide due to lack of rest strategies. Yet Su Yan has already formally embarked on the path of organized survival, no longer constrained by the initial survival dilemmas, now pursuing more. To be honest, if this continues to develop, the days of being a god are not far away. In response to Su Yan's praise, Jing merely smiled, gently, neither rebutting nor taking credit. She indeed hasn't done much, as she simply placed the new servants in positions she excels at, which isn't hard at all, completely unlike how Su Yan described it. But even so, hearing the master's praise is still a delightful experience. Now that you've finished your work as a professional, shouldn't our new professional also show off a bit? Su Yan smiled, looking at Qin Jixin, meeting the doctor's bright gaze, and seeing his full head of white hair. Unable to help but cough, he politely invited. Old Sir Jing should have told you by now. I need new vehicle blueprints. When do you think you can have them ready, eh? That's not difficult. Qin Jixin spoke, his voice steady and calm. If the master only needs a better vehicle given our current resources and conditions, I estimate I can draw up a blueprint within 42 minutes and provide 3 options of the same level within 60 minutes. So fast. Su Yan's eyes lit up. After all, he is a doctor, precisely controlling time to the minute. Then what are we waiting for, old sir? Let me see it. Su Yan felt a bit impatient. He was eager to see what kind of resting vehicle the doctor had in mind and how impressive it would be. Qin Jixin did not move, still standing in place, looking at Su Yan, calmly stating, Miss Jing just mentioned to me the master's plan, strategy, and development direction, so from my perspective I believe the master does not need new vehicle blueprints. You mean not to create vehicles? Su Yan paused, asking, then what do you want to create? As the master previously mentioned to Miss Jing. Qin Jixin raised his head, scanning the surrounding abandoned city streets. She said that the master wants a multifunctional base capable of accommodating tens of thousands of servants while covering military, medical, agricultural, combat, and production needs. But I believe this is not accurate. It should not be a large vehicle, nor is it a base. Qin Jixin looked at the somewhat bewildered Su Yan, clearly correcting, it is a city. A constantly moving new city. Su Yan was stunned, standing motionless in place. As the servants in the distance continued to slay zombies, a chilling wind mixed with blood swept past, and a stream of blood coins flowed into his pocket. Su Yan swallowed hard, staring intently at Qin Jixin, who remained calm. This old man's ambition is even greater than mine. While all other users scrambled to acquire a simple rest vehicle to overcome the greatest challenge of the contest walk, Su Yan had already begun contemplating the construction of a mobile fortress base to shatter the current stage contest walk rules entirely. Su Yan believed his own idea was already audaciously revolutionary. Yet he had no inkling that the elderly gentleman before him was even more extraordinary. Why build a base? Why not simply craft an entire city? After a brief silence, Su Yan could no longer contain himself and asked humbly, this seems rather implausible, doesn't it? Elder sir, it's not that I doubt you, but just how vast a city truly is. We all know in our hearts. This very street beneath our feet is the designated contest walk path, a road intrinsically embedded within an abandoned city. It exists inside a city already. So if we were to construct an entire city, this wouldn't merely exceed the scale of the path. It would utterly eclipse the entire contest walk map. Su Yan drew a deep breath, his mind spiraling deeper into the sheer madness of the plan. Master, it is far more than just a mere path. Chen Jixin shook his head calmly and offered his insight. Based on our current understanding, the infinite path operates under immutable internal laws, immense in power defying conventional scientific logic or comprehension. Yet subtle clues still emerge from the margins, clues such as the very notion of infinite, coexisting with measurable contest progress. We now stand at stage 11. Interpreting this through the lens of a game map, the city, the zombies, and the road itself are all integral components of the stage 11 map. Then what of stage 21, stage 35, stage 106? Would the maps remain identical across these stages? Chen Jixin slowly shook his head. The answer is self-evident. Each stage manifests its own unique terrain and its own distinct contest walk path. Indeed, that path may not be linear at all, but rather a dynamic vector of movement and spatial coordinates. Our present ambition, to forge a city, may seem unfathomable now. Yet within the vaster, more intricate, and infinitely more perilous maps of higher stages, such a vision may well prove not only feasible, but essential. Su Yan understood. The venerable doctor's gaze stretched far beyond stage 11. He was already charting courses across horizons unseen. The difficulty of the infinite path escalates progressively. All knew that higher stages would impose graver survival threats, and that those stages would inevitably feature vastly expanded contest walk territories, a logical inference, confirmed by evidence. Within future colossal contest walk environments, commanding an entire city would confer incomparably greater stability and far superior resilience against danger than solitary walkers or even small, tightly knit teams. Indeed, you're absolutely right. But how do we build a city? Su Yan rested his chin on his palm and ventured cautiously. Elder Sir, can you accomplish this alone? He could scarcely fathom the staggering depth of knowledge now embodied in this sortier card. A city encompasses countless complexities: urban planning, architectural distribution, zoning, population resettlement, sustainable resource supply, infrastructure systems. Merely pondering it briefly left Su Yan awestruck. This was a project of monumental, almost mythic scale. I cannot achieve it alone, but you, Master, certainly can. Chen Jixin paused, then spoke serenely. Even accounting only for your daily gacha privilege, this goal is not impossible, merely unattainable within the short term. Precisely put, this is a long-term strategic vision, a meticulously defined concrete strategy. That is precisely what you need most at this moment. Only by grounding every step in this strategic direction, planning methodically, creating deliberately, can you secure the profound, enduring strength required to outlast all others. Even should the system resist us, or should we fall short of perfect execution, the very act of striving holds immeasurable value. Survival pressure remains humanity's most potent catalyst for growth and transcendence. Su Yan had to concede the venerable doctor was profoundly correct. A contest walker guided by clear purpose and deliberate strategy would always surpass those wandering aimlessly in uncertainty. Excellent, truly masterful strategic thinking. Su Yan nodded firmly. Then, returning to the present, what is our first step? Master, we must deconstruct the city into its core functional modules and advance incrementally, beginning with the simplest, most foundational elements. First, we establish the short-term vehicle module, a command vehicle integrating mobility, rest, research, partial production, and defensive capabilities, immediately resolving your current contest walk hardship and team accommodation needs. Once resources and elite retainers become abundant, we will expand this vehicle module into a full-fledged base, and ultimately into a complete urbanized settlement. Chen Jixin paused again, speaking slowly. This remains a preliminary conceptual framework. Should you acquire retainers of even greater capability in the future, you may freely refine, or entirely supersede, my proposal. No refinements needed. Let's proceed immediately. Su Yan acted decisively, sealing the decision on the spot. I'm admittedly short-sighted. I'll set aside all talk of distant futures and grand cities for now. Draft the command vehicle's blueprints now. Can you deliver? No matter how dazzling Chen Jixin's strategic vision appeared, one fundamental question remained irrefutable: where right now would Su Yan sleep? Dawn was fast approaching. If Su Yan failed to secure a new rest vehicle soon, he truly contemplated sleeping on a flatbed cart. The magnificent blueprint of a future contest walk metropolis was inspiring, but comfort tonight was the undeniable priority. Yes, within 30 minutes. Chen Jixin nodded, stating the time frame with absolute precision. Good. I'll wait. Su Yan smiled, satisfied. This was exactly the kind of decisive, results-driven efficiency a master valued most. To possess both visionary foresight and unwavering competence in executing immediate tasks, that was the hallmark of true excellence. Had Chen Jixin offered only empty promises, Su Yan would have seriously questioned the authenticity and worth of this sortier card. Chen Jixin departed to begin work, accompanied by Jing and supported by over a dozen cognitive-type retainers assembled into a dedicated research team, commencing the meticulous study and drafting of the first engineering blueprint. Su Yin seized a rare moment of respite and checked his remaining quantum energy, a meager 20 points. Clearly insufficient. Meanwhile, Natasha and the others continued hunting zombies. Su Yan's blood coins still totaled over 10,000. Looks like another 100 pulls are inevitable. Time to gather more quantum energy. Su Yan reopened the sacrificial altar, selecting the supplies interface this time. He had long abandoned hope in the gacha pool, no longer expecting any high-rarity drops, his sole intent now being to acquire low-tier cards suitable for decomposition. 100 pulls, go. With Su Yan's confirmation, a torrent of blood coins surged into the altar. Moments later, the blood altar erupted, releasing 100 supply cards that swirled around Su Yan like a luminous halo. Su Yan rapidly assessed the haul: 32 rarity food cards, and the remainder non-food cards. Among the 100 newly drawn cards, 12 were rarity. Every other card was in rarity. Not a single SR card this time. As expected, never place faith in this wretched gacha pool. Su Yan sighed, stowing away the 32 food cards and proceeding to decompose all non-food cards. Though several of these cards contained useful supplies, none qualified as critical resources, so Su Yan saw no reason to retain them. Unless it was an SR card, or something exceptionally rare, nothing mattered more than quantum energy. With 12 R cards and 56 N cards fully decomposed, Su Yan's quantum energy rose to 196 points. He then decomposed 4 additional rarity equipment cards, bringing his total to exactly 200 quantum energy points. His blood coin reserve dwindled to a mere 56 coins. He had once again gambled everything and plunged into near poverty. But it mattered little. His survival class retainers continued earning steadily, hunting zombies relentlessly. Though their accumulation rate was modest, Su Yan's advantage over other users who hunted manually was already immense. At that very moment, Chen Jixin returned accompanied by several cognitive retainers and presented Su Yan with a professionally rendered engineering blueprint. The blueprint was not scavenged from ruins, rather it was drafted on paper and ink carried by some of the cognitive retainers, materials that happened to be perfectly suited for this precise moment. Excellent. Highly detailed. Su Yan accepted the blueprint, nodding with visible satisfaction. Dense mathematical symbols, precise dimensional values, and technical annotations covered the page. Truth be told, he couldn't decipher a single formula. Yet he recognized instinctively anything dense with equations, solid lines, and dotted contours was invariably formidable. The less he understood it, the more awe-inspiring it became. Unaware of the operational logic behind Su Yan's talent cards, Chen Jixin deliberately translated the blueprint into plain, accessible language, highlighting key considerations and critical details to ensure flawless execution. Su Yan listened intently, scrutinizing the diagram, closely committing every detail to memory. Minutes later, confident he had absorbed everything, he prepared to begin creation. In the open space cleared by his retainers, Su Yan took a deep breath, raised his hands, and closed his eyes in focused meditation. A vivid three-dimensional schematic of a massive vehicle coalesced in his mind, details sharpening rapidly, mathematical symbols and precise linework filling every contour. He didn't need to comprehend their meaning, only to replicate them flawlessly. As the final line settled into place, a quiet awareness resonated within him. This creation requires 180 quantum energy points. Damn, truly formidable. 18 times costlier than a flatbed cart. Su Yan marveled inwardly, but held off initiating creation. Instead, he opened his eyes and turned toward Chen Jixin. Doctor, I have a question. Master, please speak. Can this vehicle's cost be reduced? I mean, could we simplify certain modules, or omit features unnecessary for immediate use? Su Yan asked earnestly. This quantum energy expenditure genuinely pained him. 180 points represented well over 10,000 blood coins. A definitive no. Chen Jixin declined calmly. This is the absolute minimum viable configuration for a base core command vehicle, within the limits of my expertise. Any further simplification would reduce it to an ordinary transport. Master, are you seeking only a vehicle in which to sleep? Nothing more. Chen Jixin's counter-question made Su Yan clench his teeth. He recalled the floating fortress concept, the grand vision of a contest walk metropolis. Damn it. No more compromises. Let's build. Su Yan committed fully. Brilliant white light blazed from his palms as quantum energy drained at a fury. The radiance was blinding, flooding the surroundings with daylight brilliance, forcing nearby retainers to shield their eyes and squint. Su Yan felt no discomfort. Eyes wide open, he watched the searing white sphere detach from his hands, descend onto the vacant stretch of street, and begin to coalesce, shaping, solidifying. Until, a deep resonant impact echoed as the command base vehicle, designed by the research team, materialized successfully. Su Yan rushed forward to inspect his creation, and found himself instinctively tilting his head upward, mouth slightly agape, eyes blazing with dawning wonder. Holy hell. It's absolutely gorgeous. This is a black monster, large and pitch dark. The vehicle measures 8 meters in length and 3.5 meters in height, covered entirely in sharply contoured black composite armor, its streamlined design exuding a high-tech metallic aura. Massive, majestic, a stunning black beauty. It lay quietly, emanating an air of deadly allure. Su Yan rushed forward in 2 steps, circling around the vehicle, unable to resist the urge to touch it. Hiss! The surface felt icy and incredibly smooth. So amazing. Su Yan murmured, knowing that no man could resist a stunning beauty, nor could he deny the allure of such an impressive vehicle. Chun Jixin followed closely with members of the research team, calmly introducing to Su Yan, "This is the command vehicle plan for our base, and it will be the core module of the future base, which I refer to as Base Vehicle 1.0. The external armor of this vehicle is made of titanium alloy composite armor plates featuring a honeycomb structure that theoretically can withstand effective fire from armor-piercing bullets and can barely maintain the integrity of the internal facilities under the assault of a single soldier's rocket launcher. The vehicle's roof integrates a multi-layered sensor array and multiple holographic cameras directly connected to the interior, loading the most basic military information analysis core system. Currently, it operates on a tracked walking mode, which may not be perfect, but can adapt to various types of roads with an excellent load capacity, theoretically accommodating up to 30 personnel and carrying 12 tons of supplies. As Su Yan listened to Chun Zixin's introduction, he walked over to the side of the vehicle door, asking Chun Jixin with his gaze. "Master, it can unlock through fingerprint voice control and facial recognition, but the initial identification process has not yet been conducted." Chun Jixin gestured for Su Yan to raise his hand and slowly place his palm on the pitch-black door. As the icy sensation came, a crisp, electronic female voice rang out from within the vehicle. "Beep. Biological information verified, binding in progress. Successfully collected pupil information, successfully collected facial information, successfully collected fingerprint information. Successfully bound this user as the primary operator of the vehicle." Catching. Accompanied by a sound of release, the massive door silently slid open, revealing the full interior of the vehicle. Su Yan stepped onto the several steps and entered the vehicle. Clang, clang, clang. With several sounds, the internal lights turned on, casting warm white light onto Su Yan's shoulders, and the central air conditioning above began to operate automatically, exchanging air and adjusting the temperature. The vehicle's interior is equipped with a 24-hour circulating purification air system that provides basic air conditioning while also purifying and defending against internal and external toxic gases. Chun Jixin continued to introduce, while Su Yan had already lost interest in responding, his gaze amazed as it swept across the vehicle's interior. The interior space was vast, mainly divided into 4 areas across 2 levels. These include the driver's area on the first level, a small experimental and command area at the front of the first level, a multi-seating area in the middle of the first level, and the entire second level, and a single-room area at the back of the first level. There is a rest room at the back specifically arranged for the master. Although the facilities are somewhat rudimentary, they are equipped with basic living amenities, as well as a separate mini kitchen and bathing space. Chun Jixin paused and pointed down. Within the 8-meter space beneath us lies a high-density lithium-sulfur battery pack, supporting the vehicle's full functionality for 72 hours, with a backup module supporting fuel mode. It can replenish power through various means, but currently the only charging source inside the vehicle is the solar panels, with a relatively average charging efficiency. Therefore, it is temporarily not recommended to start it at full power. As Chun Jixin continued his introduction, Su Yan had already walked to the single room at the back of the vehicle along the steel floor. He pushed open a door at the end, revealing a separate room. In the center of the room stood a soft, large bed with basic furniture like a table and chairs, and to one side was a half-open small bathing area, overall clean and bright. Su Yan merely glanced at it, and couldn't help but feel fatigue wash over him, stifling a yawn. It wasn't his fault. After a day and night of exhaustion, who wouldn't want to sink into such a large bed for a good sleep? "Master, it's best to stay here and rest. There shouldn't be any additional tasks to handle for now," Chun Jixin suggested. "Given our team's configuration and personnel capabilities, we can independently manage the current zombie threats in several areas." Just as Su Yan was about to nod in agreement, Jing, who was following him, suddenly spoke up. "Doctor, pardon my bluntness, but while this vehicle is indeed luxurious and large, it seems to only possess basic defensive capabilities and the ability to move as a resting space. It appears that it does not quite align with your envisioned concept of the base vehicle." Jing paused and added, "It feels more like an oversized RV. Yes, it is not perfect enough yet." Chun Jixin glanced at Jing and realized she wanted to introduce it to Su Yan herself, at least to let the master know that this investment was worthwhile. It is still in its embryonic stage with plenty of room for improvement and upgrades. In the next phase of planning, we need to add improved weapon modules, enhance the consumption and utilization of composite energy. We also need to expand horizontally, increasing personnel capacity, adding agricultural planting modules, constructing industrial workshops, installing radar devices, high-power propellers, and so on. The ultimate perfect model should base itself on implementing an anti-gravity suspension device, enabling larger-scale base expansion, and testing whether high-altitude floating can deviate from the established core rules of movement. Chun Zixin's explanation was quite complex, but Su Yan understood it vaguely. This base vehicle, which he found very satisfying, was merely at a primary level. Indeed, as Chen Jixin had said earlier, it couldn't be simplified any further as he had already reserved ample space for upgrades. That's enough for now. This vehicle is already quite good. Su Yan waved his hand, sighing. You smart people just have a long-term vision. It's only the second day, and while the wealthy users in this area are still sleeping on makeshift boards, I can already sleep in a bed. If others knew about this, they would probably be envious of me. One must be content. Look at me, I am very content. Su Yan smiled with satisfaction. It cannot be said that he lacked ambition, but given the current circumstances, he was already very pleased with his progress. In Stage 11, he had completely detached from the survival predicament and entered an exceedingly comfortable competitive walking rhythm. He even had ample energy left to develop and prepare for better planning and strengthening for higher stages of competition. Speaking of which, are there still things I need to attend to? Su Yan glanced at Jing, who tilted her head slightly and smiled as she replied, Of course, I believe that Dr. Chen's subsequent plans include many aspects that the master needs to handle. However, considering the master's current physical condition, I also suggest you rest first. After all, you haven't slept for 20 consecutive hours. You really understand. Without a word, Su Yan dove into the large bed, landing solidly. Hiss. So refreshing. Damn. It's worth it. Su Yan buried his face in the soft pillow, feeling genuinely comfortable. Every bone in his body groaned in delight. Jing signaled with her eyes to Chen Jixin, leading the research team members out of the room and kindly closing the door. From the moment Su Yan boarded the vehicle, it had already entered a super low-speed autonomous driving state, and he did not need to worry about competitive walking warnings at this moment. The only thing he needed to consider was whether he preferred to sleep sideways upright or sprawled out. Doctor, I don't think this room is at the very rear of the vehicle, right? Outside the door, Jing quietly asked Chen Jixin. We might need to consider whether an attack from the rear of the vehicle could directly harm the master. There is a 1.5-meter backup defense device at the very rear, which also serves as a reserved upgrade module, while also incorporating the current defensive functionality. Chen Jixin replied calmly, and Jing nodded. So what do you think we should do next? That should be for you to decide. Chen Jixin paused, his expression somewhat serious. I believe you should know that I am a researcher, not a decision-maker. The master may not yet realize this, but we all have an obligation to help him grow and understand, and to do what we ought to do beforehand. Chen Jixin paused for a moment and spoke more straightforwardly. In his eyes, you should be more trustworthy than me rather than distributing power and responsibility based on our card levels. He was a clever man and naturally understood that Jing's simple inquiry was also a question of Chen Jixin's self-positioning. What kind of identity do you want to have in this team? How much power do you want to gain from the master? This may sound unbelievable, but every intelligent person knows one truth. When the number of accompanying personnel reaches a certain level, power will inevitably emerge. It is not about loyalty or capability. Power is simply power itself, closely related to the operational efficiency and internal atmosphere of a collective. The more intelligent the servants, the more they understand. Another implicit drawback of an increasing number of servants, they are loyal to the user, but do not share loyalty among themselves, lacking even the most basic friendship, merely a group of strangers. They do not harm the user, but there are no restrictions preventing them from harming each other. At this time, power can exert its positive effects. Chen Jixin's response was quite appropriate, clearly stating in the brief conversation he did not wish to interfere excessively or challenge the decision-making power that Jing inherently possessed in this team. This reflects his professional habit of not being overly concerned with the size of power as a researcher, as well as his early recognition of Su Yan's reliance on and trust in Jing. There was no need to challenge a clever person who was already in the master's favor. After all, the core of all servant power originates from that one person. I fully agree with your thoughts. Like the master, I hold immense respect for every researcher. Jing smiled, having received a satisfactory answer. What she wanted was not Chen Jixin's retreat, but rather for everyone to clearly state their positions in advance, avoiding excessive waste of the master's subsequent energy. However, it was clear that Chen Jixin had misunderstood Jing. Jing, for now, let's allow the master to rest well. We will maintain a low-speed, stable, competitive walking strategy, while simultaneously increasing strategies for blood coins. And Doctor, I would trouble you to lead the team in continuing the upgrade blueprint for the base vehicle. Upon the master's awakening, I hope we can provide more optional plans and blood coins to prevent him from exhausting his energy on more details. As you wish. Chen Jixin readily nodded in agreement, and the research-type servants around him did not oppose this command, all following Chen Jixin towards the experimental room of the base vehicle. However, midway, Chen Jixin suddenly stopped, turned back, and called to Jing, who was walking towards the vehicle's doorsteps. Miss Jing. Doctor, is there anything else you need? I do not dislike you, so perhaps we can become friends. Chen Jixin paused, speaking softly. I believe you should know better than I do that in the future, even more excellent servants will appear beside the master, just like you. Higher tier wise cards, more strategic and resourceful advanced servants. This is far more valuable than an N card, and it is precisely what Su Yan needs. I know, Jing said, momentarily stunned, then smiled brightly. If that day comes, and he is more loyal and intelligent than I am, then he will obtain what I currently possess. With superior talent and loyalty, one can seize the trust and reliance that belongs to the master from my hands. It's not that simple. Chen Jixin lightly sighed, looking at Jing's fair face. This girl was very young. Could she understand that what she received now was not a benefit, but rather a multitude of unnecessary troubles? Chen Jixin, feeling a sense of compassion, said, not as a piece of advice, but as a reminder, Miss Jing, loyalty does not mean doing too much. We just need to survive. We are not the same. Jing shook her head and exited the base vehicle. She still needed to arrange more matters and had no time to discuss things she had long decided. At this moment, all the burdens of this 100-person team rested squarely on her shoulders. Chen Jixin stood in the middle of the vehicle, watching Jing's vaguely visible figure through the black window, shaking his head helplessly. Why bother? Why toil so hard in this moment only to face stronger wise beings in the future, watching helplessly as others take away everything you have now? No, it is not about taking away. It is about replacing, serving as the next sharpener merely to help that man gain a stronger new support he can trust. Inside a single-occupancy cabin aboard the base vehicle, Su Yan stretched comfortably, rolling over several times before staring up at the ceiling. Its elegant grain pattern bathed in soft ambient light, the room's temperature perfectly warm and soothing. Damn it, I'm wide awake. Su Yan muttered under his breath, reluctantly conceding that sometimes sleep refuses to come, even when the body cries out for it. Every insomniac who has pushed through an all-nighter knows this cruel paradox: the more exhausted one grows, the sharper the mind becomes. A contradiction as undeniable as it is unsettling. Fine, I'll scroll some videos. Wait, no phone. Lifting his hand, Su Yan enlarged and opened the communication channel on his peripheral interface. Then I suppose scrolling through group messages will have to do. Humanity's most admirable trait is its adaptability. When survival leaves no room for entertainment, the sole communication channel naturally assumes part of that role, evolving into an unlikely vessel for diversion. Many users currently free from immediate mortal danger shared Su Yan's sentiment during rest periods. Browsing the channel and exchanging banter became both a pastime and a quiet antidote to solitude. It was now the pre-dawn hours, between 4 and 5 a.m., when the sky remained shrouded in darkness, yet night owls and early risers alike remained active. As Su Yan scrolled through the chat log, he found everyone fixated on two intertwined topics: cost-free resting methods and the sleeping comfort of the pushcart. This had become the channel's singular obsession. Ever since Su Yan revealed his method for free rest, others had expanded upon his initial insight, refining testing and subdividing it into ever more ingenious variations. Ideas proliferated rapidly, assembling larger sleeping platforms from fragmented gear or crafting oversized sleds by combining salvaged equipment shards with available tools. All adhered to Su Yan's core principle: so long as the resting surface originated solely from cards and their inherent effects, no warning would be triggered. Thus, the entire communication channel had transformed into an impromptu symposium on artisanal engineering. Yet as Su Yan reviewed the latest messages, he realized that, despite relentless experimentation, users had collectively uncovered an inescapable flaw. The newly published upgrade blueprint for gear-based vehicles is fundamentally flawed. Even after aggressive optimization, it still requires 7 equipment cards, equivalent to at least 700 blood coins. 700 blood coins isn't prohibitive, but the wear and tear is staggering. Friction during movement degrades components too rapidly. We're desperately short on gear-related supplies. Don't waste your time. Gear cards are vanishingly rare in the supply pool, so rare that even those who draw one sell them at exorbitant prices. They're simply not worth buying. With that much coin, you'd be better off skipping the patchwork entirely. Add a few hundred more blood coins and buy Su Boss's pushcart outright. An ideal resting solution must satisfy 4 criteria simultaneously: minimal resource consumption, genuine sleep capability, nearsolence, and low cost. Though the pushcart carries a higher price tag, it excels flawlessly in every other regard. Users dissected and debated relentlessly, comparing the cost efficiency of free gear-based vehicles against the pushcart with meticulous rigor. In the end, consensus emerged: no modification could rival the pushcart's comfort or durability. Its only advantage was affordability, yet even that came at the steep cost of compromised rest quality. Those with light sleep or restless habits would awaken the moment they drifted off. The gear-based vehicles were at best temporary stopgaps, never a sustainable solution. We'll just have to buy the pushcart. A user sighed aloud. Through accounts shared by early adopters like Qin Shan and Lin Wan, more details about the pushcart had surfaced, solidifying it as the de facto benchmark for rest solutions. Any alternative falling short of the pushcart standard was now dismissed outright, sparking a surge of polite requests to join teams led by pushcart owners. They offered modest sums of blood coins, not as payment, but as goodwill tokens, seeking temporary access to rest until they could afford their own. Consequently, every pushcart owner saw their status rise overnight, transforming them into prized assets. Even if Lin Wan and others remained unaware of their newfound prestige, it was undeniable. Each time they entered a chat, others instinctively softened their tone and deferred with greater courtesy. There was no avoiding it. The pushcart had become a symbol of status akin to a high roller in an MMORPG, a luxury car owner in an auto forum, or a civil servant at a matchmaking event. It's not the card itself, it's the asymmetry while others lack it I possess it. That alone elevates me. And users like Lin Wan, warm, approachable, and empathetic, typically accepted such appeals, carefully selecting one or two non-threatening individuals to assist freely and generously. Su Yin noticed Lin Wan had paired with a female user, Qin Shan with a male. Unlike Lu Sun, who demanded aesthetically pleasing companionship and extracted additional value, they offered aid without condition or exploitation, earning widespread admiration. Moreover, their considerable personal strength coupled with deliberately choosing weaker users made compassionate intervention remarkably low risk, unlikely to backfire. Still, a handful of excluded users occasionally mocked the trend with veiled barbs. It's the apocalypse. Why pretend to be proper? Why not pair with someone of the opposite sex? Or, are you two secretly together? Such remarks drew little serious attention. After all, those incapable of recognizing decency cannot comprehend it. But, how long might these people retain their humanity? How long before compassion erodes beyond recovery? No one could say for certain. At least Su Yin had already seen buried in the latest chat stream a chilling proposal born from the same logic of cost-free rest. Use servants' bodies as living carriers, leveraging their autonomous mobility to minimize resource drain while their supple fleshy forms solve comfort issues entirely. Su Yin paused mid-scroll, momentarily baffled. He assumed the idea involved servants carrying users on their backs. Until reading further, his expression hardened into grim disbelief. Enthusiasts elaborated two servants would lie prone, forming a living platform upon which the user reclined, forced to crawl endlessly until exhaustion claimed them. Once dead, their corpses could serve as rigid sleeping boards, dragged forward by surviving servants. And when decomposition set in, the rotting flesh could be repurposed as bait to lure hordes of zombies into traps. Alternatively, the deceased servants' bodies could be divided among the living ones, compelled to consume them, thereby circumventing the servant card's unique requirement, regular nourishment, to sustain life. They called it total life cycle utilization. A single servant card valued at merely 100 blood coins could fulfill nearly every functional demand of an ideal carrier. Low consumption, high comfort, negligible cost. Even if a servant lasted only days before perishing, who truly cared about a mere 100 blood coins? This was the cheapest rest solution imaginable, and guaranteed to succeed thanks to the absolute loyalty embedded within every servant card. Damn it! What kind of person is this? Su Yin whispered, voice tight with revulsion. Utterly monstrous. Is humanity already crumbling? Just 2 days in oi. A disquiet stirred within him. He grasped the logic behind the cost-cutting desperation, but rejected its brutality without reservation. Is it wrong to simply want to survive? A servant card is just a card. I wield it as I see fit. Is that once blood becomes commonplace, death routine, or existential threat, overwhelming ethical restraint would dissolve? Not by choice. Evil is evil. No need to pretend otherwise. Being compelled to consume human flesh is worlds apart from choosing to do so freely. This bickering is tiresome. Better to sleep. Su Yin yawned, growing drowsy. Yet before drifting off, he glanced briefly at the message log. Members of the jungle faction were still besieging Lin Wan. Clearly her words had struck a raw nerve. Users mocked her with veiled contempt. So you're the only real human. Oh look, she's brought out the moral high ground. Are you implying I have no dignity? All hollow petty retorts. Lin Wan, evidently unskilled in verbal sparring, fell silent and withdrew into invisibility. Su Yin smiled faintly and sent a message. Pre-sleep announcement: the first 10 friends who tag me will receive a 20% discount on pushcarts, valid upon my waking. Second announcement: existing pushcart owners gain priority access to future vehicle upgrades and replacements, and enjoy the same 20% discount on premium new models. Friends, see you in dreams. His messages erupted into the channel instantly, diverting attention from the feud as users scrambled to read and reply. Master Su has arrived. Master Su, please settle this. Whose side are you on? Oh ho, Master Su sells carts. Whose side do you think he's on? Isn't it obvious? Hey, are you still hung up on that trivial nonsense? Look closely at what Master Su just said. Don't you see what it implies? Su Yin, Master Su, you're legendary. I knew pushcarts weren't the endgame. Master Su always delivers something greater. Damn. Even among servant vehicle advocates, relying solely on servants is unsustainable. All these factions, jungle whatever, are meaningless noise. Only the Su faction holds true supremacy. A user exclaimed, voicing what everyone felt. Forget their heated arguments. None of it changes the core truth. You're all debating free vehicles. You're all obsessed with affordability, durability, longevity. But tell me, can you ride a free vehicle for your entire life? Don't you long for more comfortable rest? Don't you wish to bear the same distinguished identity marker as today's pushcart owners? As long as one draws breath, the urge to compare remains innate. Undeniably, across the entire Tianshu platform, only Su Yin fulfills that yearning. What the card pool refuses to grant, you'll find in Su Yin's hands. Beyond pushcarts lies advancement. With sufficient coin, luxury awaits. The moment Su Yin posted those brief announcements, the assault on Lin Wan ceased entirely. Users flooded the channel tagging him to inquire about premium vehicles or rushing to claim discounted pushcart slots. Whether they could afford it now mattered little. Even securing a slot as a scalper was wise. Meanwhile, countless female users, having waited precisely for this moment, surged forward, flooding the channel with tags. Their avatars were uniformly elegant and captivating, each bearing distinct charm and exuding quiet vulnerability that stirred protective instincts. Some humbly sought discounts, others petitioned to form teams with Su Yin, some hinted at unconventional partnerships, still others offered low-tier cards merely to curry favor. In an instant, all discussion of advanced vehicles vanished beneath the tide. Across the entire chat channel, wave after wave of women tagged Su Yin, message after message cascading relentlessly, nearly overwhelming the feed. They even began competing, vying for attention with increasingly candid, unguarded declarations. Male users watched stunned and awestruck, whispering in disbelief, "This is mind-blowing." One man blurted out, "Damn, isn't this crossing into explicit territory?" Another wailed, pounding his chest, "Hey, I'm trying to survive here, not browsing adult content." Qin Shan shouted urgently, "Everyone, maintain composure. Stay present. Keep posting. No flying off topic." Just then a user with an unusually youthful avatar, a girl who appeared almost childlike, dared speak plainly, "Sin, brother Su, may I join your team? I don't know as many games or pleasures as the older sisters do, but I'll honor you as my father." As my father. Su Yin scanned the message, and his eyes widened. Huh. This young lady certainly knows how to play. A flicker of temptation, yet he held firm. "Regrettably, I entertain no team formations whatsoever." Su Yin refused to let fleeting impulses override sound judgment, risking catastrophic missteps. Damn it. Damn it. Luo Jio stared furiously at the chat, his vision reddening as female users flooded the screen with eager messages. Especially that final line, "Honor you as my father," made his fists clench so tightly his knuckles cracked. What does he have that warrants such adulation? Yesterday at noon he was nothing but a clueless rookie, a fragile speck destined to die any moment. Luo Jio's chest heaved, envy seethed within him, bordering on madness. He couldn't fathom how someone he'd once scorned as utterly insignificant had in less than a day become the undisputed nucleus of the entire Tianshu platform, revered, pursued, and groveled to by countless souls. "Hey." Luo Jio whirled around, glaring at Lu Sun, who leaned lazily against his motorcycle. "Have you seen the chat? Aren't you furious?" "Saw it." "Furious about what?" Lu Sun circled slowly on his bike, voice languid. "His influence is colossal. Does anger change anything?" "Humph. With him dominating like this, you won't land any female teammates now, will you?" Luo Jio smirked. "But that works in our favor. We might as well team up. A union of equals." During the earlier cart sale, Su Yin had publicly declared that each person could purchase only one pushcart from him, and explicitly forbade resale to Luo Jio or Lu Sun. "Need a rest vehicle?" "Impossible, friend. Su Yin will never sell you a single cart." Of course, anyone was free to defy him, if they deemed the cost of offending Su Yin worth paying. Given Su Yan's current prominence, Luo Jio had no choice but to swallow his pride and seek Lu Sun's alliance. Coincidentally, Lu Sun, unable to attract new female teammates since Su Yan's cart launch, and sharing Luo Jio's resentment towards Su Yin, agreed without hesitation. "Oh." Lu Sun narrowed his eyes, casually remarking, "If I were you, I'd rest now instead of stewing. Your 100 blood coins only buy sleep until noon." Mentioning the price, 100 blood coins, stirred fierce resentment in Lu Sun's heart. Damn it. He'd once received over 1,000 blood coins with a smile from his last teammate, now partnering with a man he barely scraped together 100. It wasn't that Lu Sun refused higher fees. It was that Luo Jio wouldn't pay more and no one else was offering better terms. After all, under Lin Wan's and Qin Shan's leadership, legions of pushcart-towning benefactors freely aided struggling users, making paid team-ups obsolete. Who needed Lu Sun anymore? Even in dire need of rest, wouldn't drawing a servant to carry you for 100 blood coins be safer, and far more sensible, than risking a team-up? "Oomph." Luo Jio sneered. "Then get down. My coins aren't meant to vanish in a thin air." "Fine, I'll drive." Lu Sun rose and gestured for Luo Jio to take the passenger seat. Luo Jio climbed in without hesitation and soon drifted into deep slumber. But he hadn't slept long when a notification flashed before his eyes. "Damn." Luo Jio glanced and leapt upright, face pale with shock and dread. This is an announcement for the entire region. It appeared suddenly precisely at 6 o'clock on the second morning in front of all surviving users. Not only in the Tianshu region, but all humans on Earth caught in the endless path saw this notification at this moment. Several new rules were announced, the blood-red words dripping with ominous threats of death. Everyone's expression was one of shock as they stared in fear at the contents of this notification. Erased. These two words were chilling, piercing countless pupils, instantly tightening the atmosphere of the second day's competition, which had been relatively relaxed. Just a minute or two later, the communication channel of Tianshu exploded. All users stopped discussing moral dilemmas and the means of transportation. Everyone was asking each other, verifying whether others had seen this notification. Did you see it too? Damn it. This mechanism is no longer humane. It's hurting us. It treats us like toys. The plan to stay in the current phase has been ruined. All my long-term defenses and traps are in vain. So many resource cards wasted. After more than 7 days death. Too low a rank death. It wants to kill people. Fear filled everyone's heart. More than 60,000 people will definitely die, which is only a 1 in 4 chance of survival. Fall behind. At this moment, the true cruelty of the competition was revealed, and people suddenly realized that the first day's competition was merely child's play. What zombie threats, what competition warnings, what resting vehicles. None of these count as real tests in the eyes of them. What it wants is for all of humanity to keep moving forward endlessly. Want to move back and forth to exploit bugs. Want to stay in the low-threat initial area. Want to set up large defenses and traps to easily kill zombies for fresh blood coins. Not possible. Move forward, endlessly move forward. Either die now or face increasingly strong competition pressure and die on some future day. Indeed, several competition rules also contain relatively tempting rewards. The leading competitors can gain more benefits. But right now no one cares about that. Everyone's heart is filled with panic and worry. What if? What if I am among the 60,000 to be eliminated? Only users who survive to the next phase are qualified to enjoy their privilege rewards. Even some clever users suddenly understood under the threat of death, this is a competition for survival. The mechanism demands that people constantly move to new phases. Perhaps users with strong abilities have a greater chance of entering the next phase early, but this is not a guaranteed outcome. As long as you move fast enough daring to be ahead of the crowd. Even strong users risk falling behind due to carelessness, because all users are unaware of each other's progress in the competition. All they know is that they are on the same map, but they have no idea where others are, whether they are still slacking in the initial area or have already stabilized in the middle region or perhaps have already started entering the final area. Even if someone has already entered the next phase, nobody knows. The mechanism hides the number of cleared users. How many survival slots are left now? 19,000, 18,000, or even fewer. The streets in the early morning were somewhat desolate as the distant roars of zombies filled every user's heart with weight. Irritation, despair, fear, anxiety. Negative emotions filled everyone's hearts, and no one spoke in the communication channel. After more than 10 minutes of mutual inquiry and angry shouting, everyone collectively fell silent at an ear. They had not died. Instead, they saw the last chat message and realized one thing. Excuse me. Where have you all reached? After this question, no one spoke again. No one would tell others where they had gone. At this moment, everyone was their own competitor. This is a painfully obvious truth. Those who were still awake in the early morning were destined not to sleep again. Even if they gritted their teeth, they had to hold on, continuously pushing towards the end of the phase. Faster, faster. We must clear the phase faster than everyone else. Amid the panic of the second morning, only one person remained untroubled. In the single room of the base vehicle on the soft single bed, Su-Yen had already fallen into a deep sleep, emitting soft snores with a smile on his lips. It was clear that he was sleeping soundly and was lost in pleasant dreams. He hardly felt the passage of time and did not wake up midway. It was as if his eyes opened and closed in an instant. When Su-Yen opened his eyes again, the digital clock on the wall at the head of the bed caught his attention. It was 2:32 p.m. Oh, that was a great nap. Su-Yen rubbed his head, let out a comfortable sigh, and turned home. I remember, now this isn't my home. I'm in a competition surrounded by zombies. But I still want to stay in bed a bit longer if this bed is just too soft and comfortable. Although I know I'm competing for survival, as the only resting vehicle supplier of Tian Shu Tai, isn't it acceptable to lie down for a few more minutes? Su-Yen turned over, squinted his eyes, and casually opened the communication channel, a habitual action of checking his phone right after waking up. Let me see. What fun things is everyone chatting about? Huh, why is it so quiet? When was the last message sent? Hours ago? What does it mean by you saw it too? What does new rules mean? And what the hell does all will be erased mean? Su-Yen abruptly sprang up from the bed, staring intently at the chat records before him, then quickly turning his head to look around. He was searching for the announcement regarding the new competition mechanism, looking for that complete announcement message. Damn, where's the notification? How did it disappear again? In the room, Su-Yen was howling. Damn it, I didn't see it again. I didn't do anything wrong this time. I didn't do anything wrong. I just took a nap. How did my notification message disappear? Could it be? Is your notification time sensitive? Does it disappear if I don't confirm it for a while? One should not at least not fall a second time in the same place. But Su-Yen did it. It was unbelievable, yet reality is often so strange. I can't possibly keep my eyes on this screen for 24 hours without sleeping, can I? Su-Yen felt a bit desperate. This truly made him feel utterly powerless. Yet the people in the communication channel were also like this. A new notification comes out, and they don't discuss it. If we discussed specific content more, and everyone shared thoughts on the new rules, wouldn't that be better? No one can what exactly did this new content say? Su-Yen wanted to ask, but he gazed at the conversations in the communication channel, which had gone from surprise and fear to sudden collective silence. Suddenly, Su-Yen understood this new rule is sensitive, making everyone oppose each other. This is a rule that no one wants to discuss or explore further. It instantly shattered the somewhat friendly atmosphere of collective unity and mutual assistance that had just formed. All the goodwill that had spontaneously arisen among humanity appeared ridiculous and pitiful in front of it. Should I mention Lin Wan and ask about the specific rules? Su Yin frowned, contemplating whether to do so. Honestly, he did not expect Lin Wan to speak this time. Although there were not many idle remarks in the chat logs, Su Yin was still able to roughly infer the core content of the new rules. It was a competition on all fronts. To fall behind meant death. In such an atmosphere, Lin Wan and Su Yin were competitors to each other. Would she harm herself to benefit others? What a ridiculous thought. That would be too much of a good person. Forget it, I'll ask Jing instead. Just as Su Yin was about to leave the room to look for Jing, he paused in his steps. He noticed that several messages had appeared again in the communication channel. I just woke up. What happened earlier? I just woke up too. Why is everyone silent? New rules. Damn, why did new rules come out while I was sleeping? What are they about? A few users scattered in the chat were frantically asking questions. Among them was the unfortunate Qin Shan. Hey, it seems I'm not the only one who missed out. Su Yin chuckled, recognizing these users as familiar faces, all of whom had recently purchased carts. Calculating the time, they had just bought carts not long before resting, and now they had just woken up coincidentally, missing the announcement of the new rules. This was truly not anyone's fault. After all, no one knew in advance that the mechanisms would announce new rules the next day. At this moment, the state of the chat channel was exactly as Su Yin had guessed, still silent with no one answering. No one was obligated to respond to their confusion, and no one would assist their competitors, not even by providing nearly public information. A bunch of unfortunate souls. Fortunately, I have Jing. She should be able to analyze more. Su Yin shook his head, trusting in Jing's intellect. After all, if he could slightly discern some clues, Jing would surely be able to analyze more detailed information regarding the new rules themselves. Even if she couldn't, there was also Chen Jixin and the other intelligent subordinates. Pooling their wisdom, it wouldn't be too difficult to deduce the full scope of the new rules. Just at this moment, Su Yin couldn't help but squint his eyes. He saw a familiar avatar in the communication channel. It was Lin Wan. She reappeared, announcing several detailed contents in the communication channel along with a comment. Lin Wan. Above are all the details of the new rules. This time there aren't many rules, but the core is quite brutal. Lin Wan, sis, don't say anything else. I just have 2 words: grateful. Qin Shan was overjoyed. Lin Wan did not respond and remained silent. She merely announced the rules, but did not enthusiastically analyze more subsequent correct choices and survival strategies, as she had in the past. This might also suggest that she was currently confused and afraid, not knowing what to do. Su Yin glanced at the several contents of the new rules, his expression gradually darkening. Damn, this is really harsh. Su Yin murmured, finding that the specifics of the new rules were quite similar to his own deductions and analyses. Moreover, it was even harsher. A full-speed competition with hidden quotas meant that a large portion of the entire area would certainly perish. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became, and he couldn't help but feel a faint anxiety rising within him. What is my current progress? Who is ahead of me? How many have already cleared the levels? Everyone was silent, or were they all focused on racing forward? Under the new rules, no one could completely suppress their calm. Everyone would unconsciously think this way. The more they thought, the more worried they became. In the face of the brutal core premise that 60,000 people would die, Lin Wan's action of announcing the news was met with scorn. The more people lagged behind, the more would die, the greater the probability of one's own survival became. Announcing the new rules was merely to give these sleepy users a greater chance of survival, which in turn compressed the survival chances for themselves and others. Was it worth it? This was pure foolishness. Yet no one cursed her. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they were too occupied. At this moment, even Qin Shan and the others fell silent, not having the time to express gratitude. They all seemed to be racing ahead. However, it was undeniable that Lin Wan indeed surprised Su Yin. Given the content of the new rules, her behavior of helping others was a significant self-sabotage. The previous kindness was merely a compassionate helping hand to the weak. Now the kindness was a tangible sacrifice, akin to feeding an eagle by sacrificing one's own flesh. It was truly foolish, yet she did it anyway. This girl really walks the talk. It seems I owe her another favor. Su Yin sighed. If Lin Wan hadn't announced the new rules, he would probably still be here pondering and analyzing slowly. Now every minute and every second counts as life. Having slept for so long, if he didn't start racing now, it would be disastrous. Without hesitation, Su Yin rushed to the bedside and pressed a button. This was a special communication device that could directly connect to the vehicle's cockpit and the laboratory. Beep. Following a hurried electronic sound, a slightly tired voice from Chen Jixin came through. Is it the master? You're awake. Announce to everyone. Move forward at full speed. Su Yin spoke sternly. The new racing rules have been published. Immediately head to the end of this path. We will die if we fall behind. Yes. Chen Jixin immediately replied, pausing for a moment before cautiously wording, Master, there's something I must mention. Speak. Su Yin was already getting dressed, preparing to get out of the vehicle to dispatch the team. At that moment, Chen Zixin's voice caused him to freeze. Master, we are already next to the end. Huh. Su Yan lowered his head looking at the communication device, stunned. Did we reach the end? What? I just woke up and hey, we're at the end. This is a bit unbelievable. Su Yan rubbed his cheek, confirming with a question, does that mean? Did you all see the new rules? No, I didn't know there was news of new rules being announced before this. Chen Jixin slowly shook his head calmly, transmitting, it was Miss Jing. She convened all the intellectual subordinates for a brief analysis meeting on racing for survival while the master was asleep. Miss Jing believes that the overall user pressure for racing in the current area is not high, which does not align with the survival logic and racing needs of the underlying mechanism. In other words, she suspects that the master and the other users might be collectively in on-novice period. We deduced that there is a high probability that the mechanism will change, so we arrived at the end in advance to be on standby. Currently, we are in the third working meeting determining whether to formally engage and explore the endpoint area. Bad news, Su Yan missed another notification regarding the mechanism. Good news, the intelligent subordinates are indeed useful. They can even predict changes in the mechanism in advance. Chen Zixin's response nearly made Su Yan jump with excitement. Awesome. Su Yan laughed heartily, genuinely praising you guys are indeed clever. Especially Jing, she is truly impressive. Until this moment, Su Yan seemed to have understood that his subordinates were somewhat different from the others. Other people's subordinates follow as the master issues commands. Without orders, they would not take any initiative, silently accompanying along the way. But Jing in our house is completely different. She is truly unique. This subjectivity is top-notch. She is so proactive. Su Yan transmitted call Jing over I have something to discuss with her. Master, she has already gone over. Chen Jixin reminded the moment you activated the button she rushed to the room and should be arriving soon. At that moment, there was a gentle knocking sound from outside the door. Master, are you awake? It was Jing outside softly asking, there are some matters I need to seek your opinion on. Even when busy, the girl always paid attention to the movements in the small room. The instant Su Yan's voice came out, she would appear promptly. Perfect timing. Su Yan smiled with satisfaction, quickly opening the door to welcome the girl inside, eagerly placing the chat records before her. These user mechanism interfaces were all bound to the user's perspective. Unless the subordinates were beside the user, they couldn't see anything. Jing also did not know what the new rules were, but she quickly understood Su Yan's needs, immediately flipping through the group chat records to see all the rules Lin Wan had announced. Jing had a pair of delicate and long eyebrows which slightly raised at this moment. As expected, the first day was merely a guidance period. The real pressure for the first round of survival has arrived. Jing looked at Su Yan, and Su Yan smiled. What's this? You anticipated the mechanisms. Your move was truly splendid. We went to sleep, yet it didn't delay our racing. Hey, this feeling is really exhilarating. So you mentioned you needed to seek my opinion, right? Su Yan stroked his chin. Chen Jixin just said that the third meeting is about exploring the endpoint area, right? You are worried about losing subordinates, so you want to ask me. No problem, approved. Go explore. You arrange it. I allow for the potential loss of subordinates. Su Yan waved his hand. He could still distinguish between priorities. If there were no urgent reasons, he would definitely care for and cherish every subordinate's life. But if he was at risk of being eliminated and erased at all times, then sorry. The subordinates should scout, take risks. After Su Yan made this promise, unexpectedly Jing smiled and shook her head. No, master, we don't need to rush right now. I originally planned to do so, but based on the provisions of the new rules, I think we can approach it differently. Jing paused, gently sweeping a strand of hair from her temple, and softly said, the structure of the zero-sum game has already formed. This is a competition of life and death, and we have something to gain. What should we do? Su Yan looked at Jing and said directly, you tell me, I will do it. Bang bang. Su Yan lightly patted his chest with his right hand, then pointed at Jing, raising his head. Buddy, I trust you. Jing was amused and smiled, her ordinary face showing a hint of beauty. The master should be able to see that the collective silence in the current area channel is due to everyone's panic. The new rules, especially the last one about not disclosing the number of clearances, have pulled everyone into a zero. Everyone thinks every little progress of others means a greater probability of my own demise. Thus, the best choice is silence, to push forward quietly and continuously. Jing's voice was gentle, explaining carefully, fearing that Su Yan might not understand. But in this atmosphere of collective panic, everyone is unaware of what stage they are in and how close they are to death. Moreover, with the restriction of no private chat, everyone is forcibly divided into individuals, amplifying them. This path is not long. People's blind rush will soon reach the end, especially now that several hours have passed since the new rules were announced. I believe a significant number of people have probably reached the end. Jing paused slightly and said softly, but the fact that the master has not been eliminated indicates that the endpoint. Combining Natasha's reconnaissance information from yesterday, she mentioned that the endpoint area has a strong biological aura, which is likely the final boss. I believe many people have rushed to the end, and some may have even encountered the final boss. Some may have died because of their own recklessness. Jing paused here briefly, and Su Yan continued her thought. Are you suggesting that we gather intelligence from others? They have failed, but the surviving users who failed hold more information about the endpoint. By collecting this information, we can minimize our own losses and increase our chances of clearing the game. Su Yan sighed suddenly and self-deprecatingly smiled. It seems a bit difficult. How could anyone be willing to provide information for free? Even if one wanted to buy information, it's impossible since private chat is not allowed here. Jing was taken aback looking up at Su Yan. For a moment, she suddenly realized that Su Yan's nature was far more upright than she had imagined. In fact, Jing did not want to suggest acquiring information to enhance the probability of clearing, but rather to amplify panic, to increase the intensity of the competition, using this to drive more people to blindly rush to their deaths dying at the hands of the boss. Because she was already convinced that the powerful biological strength at the endpoint should not be underestimated far beyond what most users could withstand at this stage. The silence in the area channel over these hours was enough to prove that Jing's deduction was correct, or else Su Yan, who had been asleep for so long, would have been eliminated long ago. She had already noticed that the new rules on the surface exerted zero-sum pressure, but the real threat lay not in the 7-day limit or the 20,000 slots, but in the endpoint itself. The more anxious people are, the more they fear falling behind, the more blindly they rush to the endpoint, and the faster they walk towards death. This is the true trap of the new mechanism. Thus, the best strategy is to wait for the deaths of at least 60,000 people or to accelerate the voluntary deaths of many users. As long as the remaining users after mass deaths are fewer than 20,000, Su Yan would have a full 7 days to gradually strategize towards the endpoint, ensuring a high likelihood of success. Not seeking a high ranking, but maximizing the probability of survival. Therefore, it is crucial not to let people calm down. They must continue to die in panic. Jing thought that she had analyzed it clearly, but the master still brought up another direction. She had not anticipated acquiring intelligence about the endpoint. Indeed, such malicious thoughts would not occur in this man's mind. Jing stared blankly at Su Yan momentarily. He is truly very different. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Yan glanced at Jing and couldn't help but rub his head. My idea does seem a bit naive. No, it's quite ingenious. Jing suddenly smiled and agreed. The master is very clever, saying what I wanted to say. You think so too? Su Yan was surprised and Jing nodded. Yes, acquiring information is the behavior that best aligns with the master's interests, and the concern about disclosure can also be utilized. At this stage, we can at least confirm that it is of no use how anxious everyone is. The endpoint is not so easy to pass. I believe many users have also realized this issue. However, the collective silence also indicates that everyone distrusts each other. No one will actively discuss intelligence or how to pass through the endpoint, because private chat is not possible and any intelligence would be shared collectively. They fear that if they say one more word, it will increase their probability of elimination. Jing paused, contemplating how to devise a plan that aligns with Su Yan's interests while being relatively benevolent. Of course, this was not difficult for Jing. Public intelligence is a good starting point. Jing quickly raised her head, smiling. The master can actively speak up, announcing the exchange of information for information, using blood coins to purchase information or card exchanges for information. And the acquisition method can fully utilize the mechanism of user transactions to conduct transactions using carriers that can hold information such as paper and other items, thereby achieving confidential exchanges of intelligence and avoiding public sharing. Su Yan looked up pleasantly surprised. Hey, this method is not bad. Smart people excel at discovering details. User transactions themselves do not restrict items, and transactions are inherently a form of transmission behavior. Since its transmitting intelligence is also entirely feasible, and transaction behavior inherently possesses confidentiality. Many users on the next day did not have many opportunities to trade with others, making it difficult to discover this exploitable mechanism loophole. But if we do this, others will also discover the transaction loophole and will frequently exchange intelligence. Su Yan quickly pointed out this downside. As long as everyone exchanges intelligence with each other, they might not choose me for exchanges, and my progress in strategizing towards the endpoint might slow down. What the master said is very correct. Jing praised, and then quickly provided a solution. Of course, this isn't a problem. The master just needs to announce one thing. When purchasing information every 6 hours, the master will disclose one piece of intelligence he has acquired for free. I believe not everyone will be as generous as the master. Therefore, after the master does this, the focus will be high, and people will instinctively be more willing to trade intelligence with the master. In this way, the master can ensure a large amount of intelligence is read for the first time, which is very necessary. Because with the team card's combat strength the master currently possesses, and considering the daily privilege draw situation, the master's overall strength is not low, even ranking among the top few in the current area. As long as we ensure that the master can timely receive a large amount of intelligence with first reading rights, we can quickly clear the endpoint area and smoothly enter the next stage. Jing spoke in great detail, fully considering various factors affecting Su Yan, including the free privilege act. Ultimately, Jing proposed a strategy of steady exploration with the servant team combined with public acquisition and free intelligence to strategize towards the endpoint area. Additionally, Jing proposed several alternative plans to ensure the normal implementation of the strategy and the progress of the campaign to respond to special situations. In her estimation, Su Yan would at least clear the game within 48 hours. Alright, let's do it. Suyin, lacking in decisiveness, immediately made the call, bring Natasha here. Forget about holding any third meetings. Explore immediately, but be sure to pay attention to safety. Focus on gathering intelligence and do not delve too blindly. I allow casualties, but there must not be unnecessary casualties. Otherwise, those responsible will be held accountable. Suyin grasped the core point of what Jing had just said. The endpoint is difficult, and the more anxious one is, the more prone they are to accidents. This is the most correct reality, and not many people can recognize this under the anxiety pressure of the new rules. All right. Jing nodded, but couldn't help suggesting, would it be better if the master said it personally? What do they not listen to you? Suyin was taken aback and immediately became furious. Oh, these useless people, are they going to make me say everything myself? What do I have these servants for? Not at all, they are actually very willing to listen. Jing smiled, and Suyin raised an eyebrow. Then why are you still dawdling? Get to work. Okay. Jing turned and left the room, quietly placing a stack of papers on the table before she went. This was the report material she had brought back from the conference room. The emergence of the new rules had been too sudden, and she hadn't had the time to discuss it in detail with Suyin. Suyin noticed Jing's actions and picked up the folded materials to glance at them after she left. Proposal for the initial industrialization of the base vehicle. Food distribution and self-supply construction plan. Non-equipment card weapon armor crafting and consumption assessment. Non-card material recovery methods and reuse possibilities for the competitive walking map. Suyin flipped through each page, each containing detailed textual statements, rigorous data extrapolations, risk assessments, and practical directions. It even specified which servants would do what for how long, and when they could accomplish it. At the top and bottom of each material page, there were brief summaries and preliminary ratings of different project priorities. Very detailed, very comprehensive, very easy to understand. These materials were not difficult to comprehend, simple enough that Suyin did not need to think hard. He could understand them with just a glance. This girl had done a lot of things during the hours that Suyin was asleep, far more than he had anticipated. I have reached the end point, and this place feels somewhat melancholic. Is everyone still alive? Are there any good brothers stuck at the end? I plan to buy some information. Of course, it's not a free exchange. Information for information, cards for information, blood coins for information, supplies, and cards for information are all acceptable. 8 hours after the new rules were announced, Suyin's remarks broke the silence in the communication channel. No one spoke, but Suyin was very patient and sent several messages. He even tagged Lin Wan and Qin Shan along with several users who had previously reserved to buy carts. Suyin, Qin Shan, buddy, are you still alive? Qin Shan, I'm here. Qin Shan and Lin Wan replied in succession, but their responses were brief, clearly lacking the mood for idle chatter, as they were focused on overcoming the end point. As for those users who had reserved to buy carts, they were now completely silent, unknown whether they were alive or dead. But even if they were alive, they likely had no mood to buy carts at this moment. The prerequisite for buying a cart is to first pass the end point. Otherwise, even having 800 carts without the 2,000 slots is futile. Let's chat. Is there anyone selling first-hand information? It's also fine to come to me for information. Suyin connected with several familiar old users and sighed, let's discuss together. We may not all be competitors. After all, there are 2,000 slots available. Suyin's words conveyed a strong sense of confidence. Qin Shan smiled wryly, about to reply, when he suddenly saw another user interject. Wang Lu, Suyin, boss Su, we're different from you. You've gathered so many blood coins from selling carts, and your strength is quite formidable, so there's a high chance you can get into the top 2,000. Wang Lu, Suyin, but the rest of us can't, and we don't have the mood to chat idly like you do. Xiaoming Shan, Suyin, boss Su might be too relaxed, and has forgotten that private chats are not allowed here. Anyone selling information must do so publicly. Are you trying to trick us into freeloading? Suyin, what freeloading? Am I that kind of person? Honestly, I have methods for private chatting. As soon as this was said, many users observing the communication channel were taken aback. Some were surprised while others were skeptical. Wu Shasha, Suyin, I don't believe you unless you tell me. Suyin chuckled, finding such individuals amusing. Alright, I know you don't believe me, so let me show my sincerity. Suyin publicly announced, from now on, I will share a piece of free timely information about the endpoint every 6 hours, ensuring its authenticity and accepting group supervision. Right now, I can disclose the first piece of information. Suyin paused, sitting atop a vehicle, gazing into the distance as the base vehicle moved slowly back and forth. 500 meters away is the endpoint area, a three-way intersection, just as Natasha had scouted, with 3 dead ends in every direction. Near each intersection stands a nearly collapsed super skyscraper blocking the way, surrounded by rubble, as if this place had been ravaged by a nuclear bomb, impassable by any means except for flying. Aside from the skyscrapers, a large number of zombies roamed the entire intersection area, visibly numbering in the thousands. Natasha and Zhou Heng's team were approaching the horde. The endpoint is a three-way intersection with 3 dead ends and a vast number of ruins. The scale of the zombie tide exceeds 1,000. The first piece of information, the actual number of zombies at the endpoint, is over 1,000. The closer you get to the skyscrapers, the more zombies will surge out from the surrounding ruins, and the critical factor lies not in the seemingly endless horde. This information was obtained earlier by Natasha during her reconnaissance and is now disclosed by Su Yan in the community. Many users who had already reached the endpoint could verify the authenticity of this information, and most users lacking sufficient strength were indeed trapped by the vast horde. At this moment, some users couldn't help but actively question Su Yan. Zhao then where is the critical point? Su Yan, in 6 hours I will disclose it for free. Su Yan, of course you can also choose to exchange information with me now for new information. I promise not to deceive anyone with the publicly disclosed old information. After all, everyone is watching. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Wait for 6 hours. It seemed the risk was too high. The longer the wait, the more likely it was that the number of passers would increase. Right now, no one knew who had already passed. Any user who remained silent might have already cleared the stage and left. No one wanted to wait, blindly wasting time near the end point. So should I buy information from Boss Su? Wu Shasha couldn't help but ask Su Yan, Boss Su, how much information do you actually have? Su Yan, a lot. Wang Lu, with so much information at your disposal, why don't you just pass the end and leave? Don't tell me it's because you're kind-hearted. I only believe Lin wants kindness. Su Yan, tisk, why say it so bluntly? I'm just unable to leave, it's too difficult. Su Yan said half-jokingly, even if I possess a lot of information, it's not enough. Why I need more information for this difficult endpoint area? Su Yan paused and added, from my personal analysis, it is highly likely that no one has cleared the stage yet. Everyone shouldn't blindly trust the intimidating clauses of the rules. Having said that, Su Yan casually tagged someone, Li Dali. Su Yan, it's nothing, I slipped, continue your work, old Li Dalio. This slip action had already made many users realize Su Yan's intention. He silently proved to everyone through tagging Li Dali that this strong man, who could easily spend thousands of blood coins in the early stage, had not yet cleared the level. So one might ask how many others can pass now. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't tell everyone that he knew Li Dali was still here due to Jing's analysis. Jing analyzed that Li Dali had a 70% probability of not having cleared the stage yet, and for someone like Su Yan, who loved to gamble, 70% was essentially a 100% probability. In no time, more and more people began to fall silent. More began to believe what Su Yan was saying, and the anxiety in their hearts slightly eased. At least they were not as worried. This was Su Yan's first step in his plan to alleviate everyone's panic so that they could consider more possibilities. Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone approached Su Yan seeking information. Wu Xian, Su Yan, information for information. How exactly do we operate? This user wanted to exchange information, as she didn't need money or supplies, but rather more crucial new information. Su Yan's eyes lit up. This user was unfamiliar to him as she rarely spoke, and considering her current attitude and request, she was likely a user with strength. She held information about the end point beyond the zombie tide. It's simple, it'll show you how to operate and you'll understand. Su Yan smiled. Of course, you can't use the information I've publicly disclosed for free to exchange. If you do, I will. As Su Yan joked, he sent a transaction request. Wu Xian, I'm not that stupid. Huh. Wu Xian hesitated and confirmed her agreement upon seeing the transaction request. Soon she saw a piece of paper on the transaction interface that the other party had inserted. Although she couldn't see the content clearly, Wu Xian instantly understood Su Yan's so-called private chat method. This Boss Su really knows how to exploit loopholes. Wu Xian murmured, and she had already seen Su Yan's reminder. Wu Xian, where's your information? At least let me see a sample. Just wait a moment. Wu Xian forcefully pulled the clothing of her attendant, gently sliced open the attendant's arm with a dagger to draw blood, quickly wrote on a strip of cloth, and then placed it in the transaction interface. Not everyone had paper and pens as supplies. Even if they had seen them during their searches, a very few would carry them. Soon the transaction was complete. Su Yan received the first piece of information and immediately flipped through it, deciphering the scrawled blood characters. The ruins of the building on the far left have a breach. It is not a path to the exit, but a trap. Su Yan raised an eyebrow and instructed the servant waiting by the car, go tell Zhou Hong and the others that there is a breach in the building on the left. It's a trap. Have them confirm the intel, but ensure they don't fall into the trap. Understood. The servant nodded and quickly turned to leave. Su Yan spoke in the channel, this is good intel, but you didn't die, which is impressive. Knowing it was a trap and still alive, that's quite strong, right? Do you have good cards? Wu Xian said, thank you for the compliment. What about the follow-up on this intel? She looked at the content of the paper, very concerned about the subsequent information. Are you looking to buy more? Su Yan replied, but I don't think you have any other intel to sell. If you want to exchange for something other than intel, the price won't be. How many blood coins? Wu Xian asked. Su Yan replied, 20,000 blood coins, or 2 S level non-material cards. Wu Xian said, that's too expensive. Different intel comes at different prices. The follow-up intel you want is priced this way. Wu Xian fell silent, seemingly hesitating, perhaps doubting her funds. Su Yan didn't mind. He preferred if Wu Xian didn't buy. After all, this woman had dug too deep into the intel, reaching the limit of what Su Yan could offer. He pretended to have a lot of intel, but the information he held was from the batch Natasha brought back. The intel he previously traded included the final area's zombie horde has a strong perception ability capable of seeing through conventional hiding methods, making it impossible to explore deeply through stealth. This intel isn't cohesive, but Wu Xian asked about the follow-up, which confirmed one point. Wu Xian knew there were stronger creatures lurking in the building, and she had clearly identified the existence of a boss. What she wanted to know were the boss's location, strength, and other related information. But sorry, Su Yan didn't know either. High prices deterred next. In the communication channel, many users were secretly observing the exchange between. Oh no, these two are really exchanging intel. Boss Su truly has a private chat method. Everyone noticed and began to feel anxious. On the surface, Su Yan seemed to be buying intel, but in reality he was selling it. People speculated about how much intel Su Yan actually possessed. Would buying it give them a greater advantage at the end? Perhaps some questioned the depth of Su Yan's intel pool, but most trusted Su Yan's strength. After all, it was a fact that Boss Su was raking in blood coins with his handmade cart. A user with such strength would naturally go further in the final area, and acquiring more intel was only natural. Moreover, this user Wu Xian, her tone of speech also seemed to prove that the intel provided by Boss Su was useful, confirming that he wasn't lying. Very good. The car dealer has turned into an intel dealer. Boss Su is still the boss, still in high demand. But most people were still anxious inside, unsure how to speak up, as Su Yan's 20,000 blood coin offer had startled quite a few. It was only the second day. Many users couldn't even gather the 2,000 blood coins needed to buy a cart, let alone purchase the more expensive final intel. Not to mention, it had only been a few hours since the new rules were announced, and there were still people who hadn't reached the end, simply due to a lack of strength. The zombies along the way were already quite tough, let alone the fact that they had seen Su Yan's publicly shared free intel. There are more zombies at the end. It was utterly despairing. The path zombies hadn't been dealt with yet, and there were still zombies at the end, and the final zombie tide was not the key to passing through. What the hell? Do we really have to wait 7 days? Just eliminate me now. Some were in despair, while others pondered how to pass through. The stronger users were all near the end, and they were the targets Su Yan was squeezing. For these end users, even if it seemed no one had passed through yet, the 7-day limit was still very tight. They needed to find a way to deal with the endless zombie tide and find the key to pass. It seems the only way is to start with Boss Su. As people had their own thoughts, Qin Shan couldn't hold back. Su Yan bro, do you have any cheap and useful intel that I could use? Wait a moment, Qin Shan added shyly, I'm a bit poor. Bro, if not, just forget it or pretend I didn't ask. I do. What kind of price are you looking to buy? Su Yan asked. Qin Shan pondered, I don't have any intel to exchange. I only have 500 blood coins left. I know that's a bit low, but I was sleeping this morning. Come. Here's a key intel worth 500. Without hesitation, Su Yan sent a trade request. Qin Shan was taken aback, quickly realizing what Su Yan meant by private chat methods. The other users were completely unaware, still in the dark, as no one could see others' trading processes. Soon the trade between the two was completed. Qin Shan looked at the contents of the note. The final area's zombie horde has a strong perception ability capable of seeing through conventional hiding methods, making it impossible to explore deeply through stealth. Qin Shan trembled all over and expressed his gratitude. Su Yan bro, this intel is crucial. I happen to have related methods. I almost wanted to try it just now. Qin Shan was overly excited. I think this intel is worth far more than 500 blood coins. You really lost out. Oh, I feel so bad. Qin Shan was knowledgeable. He understood how crucial this seemingly simple intel about the final zombie horde's special mechanism was. It might not matter to others, but Qin Shan relied on stealth to survive. Hated the intel match. Su Yan chuckled and casually replied, oh, just a minor loss, nothing to worry about. He was generous, completely unconcerned, instantly establishing the new persona of the generous and mysterious. What? You think it's wrong for me to sell the same intel twice, selling it to two different people? No, I never said I wouldn't sell repeated intel. Besides, these people won't communicate with each other. No one would be generous enough like Su Yan to publicly share the intel they paid for, so they obviously wouldn't know that Su Yan sold the same goods multiple times. Even when the private chat methods are thoroughly researched and multiple people swap intel, finding repeated information, it wouldn't fall on Su Yan. After all, when there are many intel sellers, who knows where the information originally came from? As for the truthfulness of that, all depends on personal judgment. There will certainly be scammers and forgers of intel, but that's not within Su Yan's consideration. Even Su Yan himself was mentally prepared to encounter a few scammers. It didn't matter, being scammed wasn't an issue. The main thing was to show his attitude, letting more people be willing to trade intel with him. With Qin Shan's further confirmation, more and more people were tempted. Boss Su seems really impressive. He is both expensive and cheap intel. His depth is unfathomable. However, some still wanted to take advantage and couldn't help but ask Su Yan, boss, I don't have intel either, but I want to exchange for better intel than what Qin Shan has. How much do you think is appropriate? I suggest exchanging intel for intel. That's more valuable. The person replied, but I don't have any intel. After saying that, he regretted it, thinking he shouldn't have said that. He should have pretended to have intel and used fake intel to deceive real intel. Su Yan saw this and laughed. Oh, wasn't this a delivered excuse? Taking this opportunity, Su Yan candidly said, then you should explore the end and seek out intel. Su Yan added, be careful not to die. Exchange for new intel, accumulate a few times, and won't you grasp more intel? Wouldn't the probability of passing become much greater? Su Yan continued, And even if you don't find any intel, killing more zombies is also good. The zombie tide at the end is enough for us to kill several rounds. This is indeed true. While Su Yan was communicating, Natasha and Zhou Heng's two teams had already engaged in combat with the zombie tide. The two teams of servants led by SR cards occupied advantageous terrain, constantly harvesting the zombie tide to ensure the team's safe advancement. As the battle continued, streams of bloodlight shot towards Su Yan, transforming into his blood coins. Just sitting here, the money would grow on its own. Once Su Yan said these few words, everyone basically understood his meaning. Boss Su planned to use this method to grasp more intel, leveraging more people's strengths to enhance his own safe passing efficiency. This wasn't excessive, everyone understood. Who doesn't consider their own interests? Boss Su has his own capabilities and capital to do this, the rest could only envy. Even if some clever people wanted to imitate, they needed to weigh if they had Su Yan's fame and charisma, as well as his unfathomable intel pool. Master Squad 1 reports. They have confirmed a breach in the trap near the left building. There appear to be 10 special zombies, each roughly 3 to 5 times the strength of ordinary ones. Squad 1 requests orders attempt to force through the breach. The passage beyond leads into the left building. Shortly after, a servant rushed over with fresh news. Su Yan withdrew his gaze from the comm channel and glanced at the servant beside him. He was a newly drawn tire follower, a servant type with the profession messenger ancient. In the current circumstances, he could indeed be useful. What of Squad 2? Su Yan looked up and scanned the distance. He could no longer make out the silhouettes of the two squad's followers. They had penetrated deeper inland. Their approximate positions could only be inferred from the directions from which the undead surged and attacked. Squad 2 under Zhou Heng's command is heading toward the right building. The messenger reported swiftly. Miss Jing organized the Terminal Exploration Command. She suggested splitting the squads to explore different areas for more intelligence, and she herself is personally leading other followers to draw additional waves of the undead, easing the pressure on the two squads' advance. As the messenger spoke, Su Yan could see that at the vanguard of the convoy, a group of burly male followers stood armed and armored with varied equipment, drawing and absorbing the undead's attention. Even before Su Yan woke, Jing had already discovered by tentative probing that the terminal area harbored a peculiar mechanism, an invisible boundary near the terminal. Step within it, and one would be besieged by the terminal horde. A stealth proved useless. Yet if one stepped out of that boundary, even when the horde was only 2 or 3 meters away, they would stop attacking and turn back toward the terminal area. Jing made full use of this mechanism, positioning her followers along the boundary's edge to control more of the horde's assaults, ensuring 2/3 of the undead focused their attention near the demarcation. By mastering the rhythm of luring, the horde one could remotely steer the terminal swarm's movements with almost no loss. She is very good at pulling aggro. Su Yan watched from afar and broke into a smile. He found himself increasingly pleased with Jing. The girl never failed to surprise him. How is Squad 1 faring? How confident are they about breaching the gap? Natasha reports there will be casualties. A success probability is 50%. Upon hearing the messenger, Su Yan pondered briefly, then waved him off. Hold Squad 1 for now. Await my command. Understood. The messenger took the order and hurried away. He moved far faster than the other followers, bearing a distinctive banner that allowed him to relay commands remotely to both squads. After the messenger left, Su Yan glanced at his blood coin tally, adding the intel sales and the undead killed by the two squads along the way. Su Yan currently held 866 blood coins. Enough for 8 draws, though unlikely to net anything worthwhile. Still too little money. Su Yan shook his head. He intended to save up for stronger skills or weapons to aid the two squads deeper. Given my present combat capability alone, even a steady income of blood coins will not suffice to clear the main problem is that zombies are scarcely worth anything. One yields only a single blood coin. An SR card's high-frequency kills might crack 1,000 per hour at best. If one must protect oneself or undertake non-killing tasks, an SR's hourly kill yield may only be 300 to 500 blood coins at most. Su Yan's estimate was based on the combat knowledge of the martial master. That old man was T0 tier among SRs. If other SR cards were considered, the efficiency estimate would likely be even lower. As Jing suggested, speedrunning the terminal requires collective strength. One person cannot do it alone. Su Yan returned his attention to the comm channel. Several users had already tagged him to probe and buy intelligence. They were all cart users who had purchased wagons. Compared to strangers, they trusted Su Yan more and dared take them. They lacked intelligence themselves and needed to keep their cards for the terminal run, so they could only trade blood coins for intel. Conveniently, this suited Su Yan perfectly. Easy, brothers. Your longtime customers, I'll give you a break. Cart users get a 20% discount on intelligence. Su Yan waved his hand and readily agreed, selling different pieces of intel to each caller. The intel came from what Natasha had brought back. Some Su Yan had already sold to Qin Shan, and some were trades from Wu. The prices varied. After selling to 7 more users, Su Yan had earned a total of 5300 blood. Each piece averaged only about 700 blood coins, but with volume the total became substantial. Damn, this money comes too easily. Su Yan could not help exclaiming, this is pure no capital business. No wonder everyone wants to be a captain. Unlike building wagons, which cost 1,000 blood coins, selling intelligence required no real outlay, just swapping information back and forth. The comm channel buzzed as if the cart sale had resumed yesterday. Every buyer praised Su Yan's intelligence as useful. They were not as ecstatic as Qin Shan, but admitted the intel was worth the expense. Of course it was worth it. A few hundred blood coins buys merely a handful of draws, little real combat power, and no effective help for yet those same coins could purchase intel that effectively let one explore portions of the terminal without loss, saving personal time, risk, and combat casualties. Each person weighed those trade-offs in their own mind. Watching more people try to buy from Su Yan, the remaining users grew. They became restless, truly anxious. It was impossible to control. Even the calmest among them found themselves wrestling with the central question: others bought intel, and I did not. Does that mean they will clear the terminal more efficiently than I will? Will they have an easier path into the top 20,000? Inevitably, the answer was glaringly obvious. No matter how many times people told themselves not to rush, the sight of the comm channel's anxious crowd wore them down. Su Yan did not realize that the hotter his intel trade became, the more pressure he placed on everyone else. The new rules were quietly fostering a stronger collective game mentality, precisely in line with Jing's original layout. But now people were not charging toward the terminal as Jing had hoped. They were rushing towards Su Yan instead. Su Yan, boss Su, sell me an intel, give me a discount too. Su Yan, bro, I don't want a discount, just send the intel quickly. I'm about to head into the terminal. Su Yan, I'm late, I just arrived at the terminal, huh? Brother, I'll buy fast, even if it's a repeat of someone else's intel, just let me be the first to buy. More and more users posted fervently, tagging Su Yan. Most of these users were not weak and had no intention of lingering. They were preparing to formally enter the terminal. Before doing so, spending spare coins to buy 1 or 2 intel pieces from Su Yan to bolster their safety was clearly a worthwhile investment. Sell to everyone. I'll sell it all. Su Yan's grin threatened to split his face as he cheerfully obliged each request. He had only a few pieces of intel, but the crowd's enthusiasm and their willingness to buy duplicates was insatiable. One person paying a few hundred blood coins, 10 people, 20, 30. Su Yan watched the blood coins flowing in, and a deep satisfaction swelled in him. So good, so satisfying. This is true survival. Why should nice people clear the undead themselves? Everyone becomes my labor and beast of burden. He felt elated. Even when a few scam buyers surfaced during the transactions, he barely concerned himself. Small problems happen in any business. The few scammers did not anger him. He casually exposed one. Brothers, watch this one. He claimed to have intel, but sent blank messages. Pure scammer, don't fall for him. He did not mind personally. As Boss Su, he portrayed himself as a good entrepreneur with collective responsibility. Let me take the loss so others will not be deceived. He admonished everyone with the scammer's name and avatar. Remember, never trade with scammers. Better to be transparent and silent. Exclude them entirely. Cheating, Boss Su, is akin to cheating tens of thousands. Even if they do not succeed, others will quietly remember the fraudster. To sacrifice long-term trust for short-term gain was utterly foolish. Su Yan could not stay mad at these scammers. He almost pitied them for their stupidity because there were simply too many blood coins to bother being angry. During a lull in transactions, Su Yan checked his remaining blood coins and drew a sharp breath. Blood coins 56772. In just 2 short hours, he had raked in over 50,000 blood coins. He had dealt with only about 60 buyers. Even without the cart user's 20% discount, the average intel price was just over 900 blood coins. Damn, even if I staked all my possessions and fought the undead to the death, I couldn't earn 50,000 in 2 hours. This is the resource yield of 50,000 zombies. 50,000. Su Yan muttered, his body trembling with ecstatic delight. He did not soar, but the sensation far surpassed. Most crucially, Su Yan wanted to stop and spend his coins on draws, but many users were still queued to buy intel. The more users bought intel and ran toward the terminal, the more those who had not bought grew anxious. Everyone else is going to explore the terminal. What about me? Should I stand here and wait? A few hundred blood coins isn't much, but if the number of clearance slots is under 20,000, this could be fatal. Anxiety, overwhelming anxiety. The more anxious people became, the more impulsively they spent. Amid constant self-justification and collective panic, more and more people handed their money to Su Yan. Even Jing's repeated warnings and extensive analyses could not erase the faint anxiety that troubled Su Yan himself, let alone the other users. Thus, Su Yan's coffers swelled ever more. A flood of users tagged him, urging him to continue trading without delay. Su Yan glanced at the gacha pool, then the comm channel, then at the exploration intel from the 2 squads. Should he spend coins on draws to speed clear the terminal, or keep selling intel? A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Just a moment, but it made him almost want to slap himself. What am I thinking? Damn it, why hesitate? How could I harbor such disrespect toward blood coins? A man who refuses money is a fool. Su Yan gritted his teeth and resolved. The neural ranking rewards are nothing, at most a few SSRs. Do I lack top-tier cards? No, I lack blood coins, many blood coins. Jing had said that the chance of clearing within 48 hours was extremely low. At most top-tier users like Li might have a shot, but most others would not make it. No more words, he trusted Miss Jing. Su Yin decided to go all in. He would fatten his purse now and worry about. Next, Su Yin fully focused on the intelligence trading. All discussions about key area explorations and speedrun endpoints were temporarily set aside. Su Yin understood clearly, as long as he clung to one core idea, that everything was still within reach before Jing reminded him to endure the personnel losses and conquer the endpoint area. If there was still time, then he would profit immensely. Now I finally understand why capitalists dare to sell the ropes that strangle them. After all, it's not like they've been strangled yet, or we can talk about that when it happens. Don't talk about selling the noose. I'm not even afraid of the threat of annihilation right now. What's there to fear? Su Yin sighed at this moment. He could deeply understand how unreasonable and impulsive humans could be under desire. But truly, the feeling of watching money pour in was exhilarating, making it impossible to escape. As the two small teams lingered in the key area, the harvested blood coins continuously transformed into streams of blood light, flowing towards Su Yin, yet he was no longer concerned about the meager battle gains. Too little, far too little. It wasn't that Natasha and Zhou Hong weren't working hard, it was simply that Su Yin had discovered a faster way to make money. The two small teams were still harvesting the lives of zombies in the endpoint area. Natasha and Zhou Hong were not in any real danger, as most zombies were hung at the boundary line by Jing's orders. The remaining few zombies were basically no match for the combat teams. At most they would respawn after being killed, and the respawn time was even faster than in the street area. Zhou Hong was exploring to the right, while Natasha obeyed orders and stayed in the left building area. In these 2 hours, she had turned to look at the gap in the left building more than once, hesitating whether to lead her team inside. The master told me to wait, yet there hasn't been any news. Could it be that the master is stuck in a deadlock, but doesn't want us to fall into greater danger? Natasha looked up into the distance. Her vision was excellent, and she could see Su Yin sitting on top of a car. That man had a serious expression, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the communication channel, his fingers flying across it. Is that plan not going smoothly? Natasha bit her lip involuntarily, recalling what Jing had said to her before. If we are indeed summoned slaves, mere copies, pitiful beings that can be consumed at will, this may be our greatest misfortune. Compared to the relative freedom of the users, we are left with only loyalty. This is our predetermined fate, but the only blessing is that we have encountered a decent master. He may not be exceptional, not a worthy lord of allegiance, but at least in his eyes, we are not cheap. Those words surfaced in her mind involuntarily. Natasha remembered the look in Jing's eyes at that time, filled with some complex, unclear meaning. Loyalty can be enforced by mechanisms, but sometimes it can also be a choice. A gust of wind suddenly swept through the ruins, carrying the hoarse roars of distant zombie hordes. At the boundary line, Jing was still directing more servants to control the situation, maintaining a stable exploration rhythm. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and looked up in Natasha's direction. Jing was a thinking servant lacking combat power and unable to see far, yet Natasha felt that girl was looking at her. Dahu. Suddenly Natasha spoke up, and the dual hammer-wielding Da who looked up to respond, "Hey, Captain." He was just a basic end card, yet he wielded great equipment cards. This was an extremely mismatched card configuration, but no one found it strange. After all, compared to the equipment cards themselves, their master cared more about the lives of his people. Are you afraid of death? Natasha withdrew her gaze, looking at the nearby gap, where several terrifying crimson figures were wandering, exuding a dreadful aura. Not really. Dahu tilted his head, following her gaze, understanding Natasha's meaning. Actually, for people like us. Dahu suddenly smiled. If we die, it could be a form of relief. It's just that the master might. At least that means your card worth 100 blood coins will be remembered after death. Wang Daju suddenly spoke up, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Dahu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. But it seems my cost is already more than 100 blood coins, while I've consumed more than half a food card. The master will lose outright. He doesn't care. Natasha slowly drew her short sword, her gaze towards the gap, growing increasingly cold. Miss Jing said, "If possible, let him clear it as fast as possible. I don't want to wait any longer. He may not be anxious, but I am." "Then let's go." Old Chun raised his hand to pull the gun bolt, holding a combat rifle. Although the ammunition was limited, he was quite satisfied with his new weapon. "Death doesn't matter, but we should at least trade for something. This gun card's value is said to be worth 10 or so in level servant cards and market price. Try not to die. Our goal is to get through here and find the path to the next stage." Natasha paused for a moment, whispering, "At least die with some greater value. I'm counting on you all." With that, she took the lead and charged towards the gap, and the several eerie monsters lifted their heads in response, met by Natasha's decisive attack. Draw the bow, tighten the string, and shoot the cold light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows pierced through the air, sharp and swift. "Go, hurry up and follow." Old Shin called out to the team members, closely following that green figure. At that moment, Natasha understood better than anyone that the words Miss Jing had said earlier might carry a hint of utilitarian meaning. But at least in this moment, Natasha was willing. Jing had analyzed it thoroughly before. The greatest threat of the new rules was the 7-day limit. The other new rules, such as hidden quotas, were merely mechanisms to spread panic, creating collective game theory, to cause people to lose their composure. In plain terms, if the mechanism only allowed 20,000 people to survive, there was no need to establish a 7-day time limit. It would suffice to retain a rule of 20,000 quotas. The 7-day deadline requirement precisely indicated that the difficulty of the endpoint area was extremely high enough for Jing to suspect that the mechanism actually wanted to eliminate all users. Only the 7-day limit was the most challenging aspect. Not everyone could gain the strength to conquer the endpoint area within 7 days. Thus, regardless of the true nature of the endpoint area, the information related to it was not the key. The growth of the user's strength was the real key to victory. Even if users unleashed astonishing potential due to the threat of death to create miracles in the first 3 days, no more users could clear the first stage. According to Jing's plan, the last 2 days on the 6th and 7th day would be when all users competed most fiercely. Before that, Su Yin theoretically had ample time to gain even greater benefits. Accumulating enough blood coins would lead to the fastest growth in strength. At this moment on the communication channel, Su Yin traded another batch of information, but as soon as he finished one transaction, he looked up at the channel. Su Yin couldn't help but squint. Oh, someone finally couldn't hold back faster than Jing expected. On the communication channel, someone was mimicking Su Yin, loudly promoting information trading. They were selling the information bought from Su Yin at a lower price to others claiming to have mastered private chat methods. Business robbers had arrived. We have come to this point after all. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. Although he felt somewhat dissatisfied, he was not surprised and did not blindly blame or hurl insults. There was no need for that. Prior to this plan, Jing had already assessed the current situation. After all, the price at which Su Yin sold information and the number of transactions were all visible to the public. Most people only casually calculated it in their minds and understood just how much profit Su Yin was making right now. It was a profit among profits. In such circumstances, human nature would inevitably lead to jealousy, envy, and a desire for replacement. Some individuals, through trading with Su Yin, had grasped private chat methods and a certain foundational intelligence, and then entered the arena to share the spoils. This was a scenario that was bound to happen. The backgrounds of these individuals were mostly similar to what Su Yin had guessed. They were all staunch followers of the vehicle party. They believed in a more ruthless survival method, claiming that only by surviving could one discuss other matters, fervently pursuing the jungle law of the survival of the fittest. Of course, their actions also drew some people's rejection and ridicule. Aren't the pieces of information you sell just those you got from Boss Su? You sell a secondhand information. Isn't that shameless? Yet these people felt no sense of wrongdoing, confidently retorting, because I sell it cheaper. This piece of information costs 800 from Su Yin, but I only need 500. That's a full 300 blood coins cheaper. If you want to be a fool with money, go buy from Su Yin, right? Is there a rule that only Su Yin can do this business? Aren't we human too? It's a fair market. If Su Yin has the ability, he can drop the price too. We are not afraid. We can lower our prices and see who can go lower. After all, in the survival of the fittest, don't we all understand this principle? Well said. Only by being ruthless can one survive to the end. Who cares about morality and face? I really laugh to death. Those who talk about morality die the fastest. Huh. Are you trying to morally bind me? Sorry, I'm not buying this. If you can form a team with me, fine, but I won't agree to team up. Their rebuttals left others speechless. Indeed, who cared about face at this point? The more shameless one was, the more likely they would gain the upper hand. Moreover, to take a step back, even if these people really fought against Su Yin and drove down the price of information, it would be a tremendous benefit to the remaining users. Buying information at almost cabbage prices wasn't that delightful. With this thought, people fell silent, and even the users who sought to buy information from Su Yin dwindled. Some even deliberately sought out the followers of the vehicle party to buy cheaper information in front of Su Yin. Luo Jiao, Shin Mo, hey boss Shun, could you provide some cheaper information? After all, I'll buy wherever it's cheapest. The cheaper the better for the masses. Luo Jiao, I really can't stand some people who sell trivial information at inflated prices, purely exploiting the masses just like blood-sucking parasites. Su Yin squinted his eyes. This clown had jumped out again. He currently had over 60,000 blood coins, and if he saved a bit more, he could kill him today. Su Yin remained silent, letting the emotions brew, while the followers of the vehicle party felt even more pleased seeing Su Yan's silence. Look, this boss Su is nothing special. He knew he couldn't outmatch us. So what if we bought information and sold it? What's wrong with engaging in a malicious price war? Why should the benefits of trading information only go to him? We are here to seize it. Severing one's financial path is akin to killing their parents. It was impossible for Su Yin not to feel angry, but Jing had already prepared a countermeasure for him. According to what Jing said, let them sell freely. After all, it's just the same few pieces of information repeated over and over again. With no subsequent information from me entering the market, it will collapse within half a day, and ultimately everyone will still have to come to me for transactions. Su Yin squinted his eyes, contemplating Jing's words. This is the safest approach. After all, I have indeed made a significant profit, and many are jealous of me. The finish line is approaching. There's no need to complicate things. Let them stir up trouble. I should focus on drawing cards and exploring deeper regions at the end. These people can only sell secondhand information to mid-tier users. The stronger the users are, the more they understand that only through me can they exchange for sufficiently valuable information. After all, not everyone is on the same level, though very few powerful users are willing to share much with the weak. Jing's analysis was quite accurate. It was indeed labor-saving and practical, conforming to the consistent psychology of Jing, and the powerful users, the stronger ones, are the less they care about the flies and simply find them childish. Su Yan understood this principle as well, but he felt a deep sense of discomfort in his heart. This feeling was akin to encountering keyboard warriors in the past. It was obvious they were trying to irritate you, yet you genuinely could not just reach through the internet and beat them up one by one. Of course, Jing also understood her master's temperament and predicted that Su Yan would not hold back providing other solutions for him. In fact, there was a moment when Su Yan seriously contemplated letting it go, not fighting for this breath, cultivating his mind, and growing up aspiring to have the demeanor and vision of the future lord of the floating mobile city. But precisely, the people in the communication channel grew increasingly pleased, and in the trading of information, they pointed out Su Yan intentionally or unintentionally. Oh, I sold 3 more. Feels great. I'm now somewhat of a walking competition owner too, right? Haha. What did I say? Survival of the fittest, right? Holding information and flaunting it in the market, not afraid of being snatched. Purely foolish behavior. Did they really think they could digest the market of tens of thousands of people alone? Indeed, I also dislike the things and actions he previously mentioned, pretending to be magnanimous and righteous, while clearly we are equally ruthless, yet he insists on acting like a moralist, which is disgusting. Right? If you have the ability, purely benefit the collective, give away information for free without asking for money. Without true goodness, what's the point of pretending to be an upright hero? These people not only profited, but also flaunted it. Indeed, Su Yan couldn't endure it any longer. If it was merely about snatching business, it would be fine and we could earn money together, but why sell my goods while stepping on me? Good. Then let it be my fault for blocking the road. Su Yan took a deep breath and stated, 6 hours have passed. Let the virtuous do their utmost, announcing all the sold information. Immediately after, Su Yan sent out all the information that had been sold in one go. Free sharing, a collective free ride. Did the others still expect to profit from secondhand information? Previously, I could reluctantly accept everyone making some money together, but not anymore. Flip the table, no one eats. With Su Yan's numerous statements, the information was fully disclosed, and the entire communication channel suddenly fell silent. Countless users recorded the information at the first opportunity, feeling ecstatic. Let them quarrel, but it's great. We are the ones benefiting. The secondhand vendors were stunned. Even several recent transactions were urgently canceled, and no one was willing to buy their cheap information anymore. After all, no matter how cheap the information was, could it compare to the free information boss Su was now giving? Su Yan, hey, what's wrong with you? Some secondhand vendors were furious, directly accusing Su Yan, you don't sell and yet destroy the market, right? Aren't you shameless? Su Yan, who is truly shameless here? Su Yan was genuinely amused. These people claimed to be ruthless survivors, proudly declaring themselves as the most shameless villains, yet when countered they fell apart. Are you a true villain or just a child? You can only speak out, but cannot accept these dark aspects in your heart. Are you allowed to bully others, but unable to accept being bullied yourself? What kind of survival of the fittest is this? Su Yan's rhetorical question instantly made a large number of second-hand vendors fall apart, incessantly hurling harsh insults at him, but Su Yan smiled happily. Insult away, the more you scold, the more it shows your discomfort. Su Yan even found the mood to joke. Who just said I'm not truly good and virtuous? I'm genuinely doing good, well, why can't you accept it? Let's stop undercutting each other. I'll give everything for free, how can you still fall apart? The more Su Yan laughed, the happier he became. Jing attentively observed Su Yan's movements, noticing the smile on her master's face. As expected, he chose to do just that. Jing withdrew her gaze, her lips curving slightly, as she wasn't particularly concerned about these matters. It merely confirmed once again that her assumption was correct. Her master was someone who would not accept losses, with a very stubborn temper. Although Su Yan's actions seemed to lead to mutual destruction, preventing anyone from continuing to profit from selling information, since Jing had long predicted he would act this way, she had already prepared more options and countermeasures for Su Yan. She absolutely would not allow Su Yan to exchange his defeat for revenge on his enemies. Jing only allowed Su Yan to stand tall. She would not let him suffer losses, just as he would never allow her to die easily. In the communication channel, some users who had purchased information complained to Su Yan, Boss Su, if you keep doing this, the intelligence I just bought seems worthless now. Not long after, there are those who are getting it for free. Did I waste my money then? Su Yan shrugged. This isn't my fault, the cause and effect are clear. It's their fault for trying to provoke me, that's just my temperament. I won't take the blame, if they lost it's on them. Of course, some people defended Su Yan, saying, oh, don't blame Boss Su, he's a pure good person. How many people have you seen willing to share so much information for free? Indeed, he's quite good. I acknowledge Boss Su now, I have the confidence to explore the end point now. More users' evaluations of Su Yan at this moment soared to an extreme, they found him very pleasing to the eye. They were all low-level users who couldn't afford to buy intelligence. Initially, they were very desperate, unable to match the progress of others' guides, but unexpectedly, Su Yan provided so much free information in one go. Just then, while many second-hand sellers were still attacking Su Yan, Lu Sun suddenly spoke up. Lu Sun said, "This is good, no one should sell anymore. Boss Su won't earn money, and we can all benefit the collective together." He was gloating, reminding everyone that this was a lose-lose situation. The second-hand sellers could not sell, and Su Yan couldn't sell either. Everything was free now. Some second-hand sellers also reacted, sarcastically commenting that they were not at a loss either, effectively sabotaging this profitable path. "If we can't profit, you Su won't profit either. If we calculate who is at a loss, you will lose the most." Moreover, a second-hand seller proudly declared, "I have merit. I made it so that Su can't get any blood buns." Su Yan sneered and directly revealed the second card he had prepared. "I declare, I will continue to maintain a 6-hour frequency of free information release. I, Su Yan, have fully committed to exploring the end area. After that, all intelligence will be priced at a minimum of 5,000 blood coins per piece. Welcome everyone to continue purchasing or exchanging information. If any information sold in subsequent transactions is resold by a buyer, I will immediately publish the sold information for free." Su Yan's statement shocked many. Numerous second-hand sellers could not comprehend. Had this person gone mad? He still wanted to sell new information and at a higher price. Not only was he selling at a high price, but he also did not guarantee the value of the information for buyers. The intelligence they paid for could still be given away for free. Luo Jiu couldn't help but ridicule. "He must be crazy for money. Do you think anyone will buy it? After all, you will publish it. We can just wait for the free stuff." Su Yan was too lazy to respond and tagged a few people: Li Dali, Wu Xian Lin, Wan Qin Shan, Wang Xing, Chen Liua. The few people he tagged were all strong users identified through previous trading situations. With Su Yan's tags, these previously silent individuals began to respond. Li Dali said, "Okay, sell it as soon as possible." Wu Xian said, "I'm almost ready with 20,000. I need that crucial piece of information later." Wang Xing said, "Sure, I support it." The continuous declarations from powerful users left the rest of the users in the communication channel stunned. The second-hand sellers were wide-eyed, completely unable to understand how such people existed in the world. How could these people not see blood coins as money at all? The minimum price for intelligence was 5,000, which required people to kill at least 5,000 zombies to exchange for it. And there was the uncertainty of the 6-hour free public release. Did they still want to buy this? What were they thinking? Luo Jiu was exasperated and couldn't help but tag these people, questioning them. "Are you all crazy? Don't you know that Su is taking advantage of you? Can you really afford this high price? Don't you know to stand up and resist?" But no one paid him any attention. So many silent users were busy exploring the end, completely uninterested in the inquiries of low-awareness users. Responding even once was an insult to their intelligence and a waste of time on their progress. Only Li Dali answered Luo Jiu's question. "Luo Jiu, want to team up? I want to explain in person." Luo Jiu's face turned pale in an instant, and he quickly closed his mouth, not daring to speak. He hadn't forgotten that he had offended Li Dali. Teaming up with a tadpole, wasn't that courting death? The other users were also astonished by the strong user statements. They all tagged Lin Wan to inquire, as Lin Wan was the most communicative among these individuals. Lin Wan quickly explained in her spare time, "I don't know what others think, but I'm already exploring the end area, and the timeliness of intelligence is very important to me. Firstly, I trust Su Yan. I believe the information he provides is generally worth this price. Secondly, I don't care if the information I buy is published as long as I ensure that I'm the first to understand this intelligence or say purchase intelligence that is very useful to me. That's enough. For me, I cannot confirm whether the information after 6 hours will be useful. I can't take that gamble." Lin Wan explained thoroughly, and many smart users seemed to understand. This was also the most important part of the plan: the first viewing rights of the information. This was not only important for Su Yan, but also for other strong users. These individuals did not care about short-term costs and benefits like low-strength users. They were confident in clearing the endpoint, ensuring their ranking was above 20,000, and were subtly competing for the top-ranking rewards. In simple terms, it was like early access. If you don't have money, you wait for free. If you do have money, you enjoy the intelligence that enhances your chances of clearing earlier. To achieve this, Su Yan also needed to meet one prerequisite: to have the deepest exploration of the end area ahead of everyone else. Only then could he provide more valuable information, stabilize the current situation, and firmly suppress Luo Jiu and the others who were waiting to see Su Yan's jokes. Ultimately, I've given them a bargain. These blood coins can only be used to enhance strength for now. Su Yan glanced at the communication channel and then at his own blood coins. Blood coins 68252 pieces. More than 60,000, a substantial amount, enough to elevate Su Yan's strength to a remarkably fierce level. At this moment, a messenger hurriedly arrived, bringing new information. "Master, Miss Jing has a message for you." Su Yan had just opened the sacrifice altar, retrieving his gaze to look at the messenger. The messenger bowed respectfully, speaking. "Miss Jing says a gentleman seeks revenge. 10 years is not too late. Cheating the small with wealth is also cheating oneself." "Understood." Su Yan nodded, and the messenger cupped his hands and turned to relay the message. Su Yan looked up at Jing and the distant group of servants. She wasn't looking at him, but he understood that she was afraid he would get too carried away. Afraid that he would impulsively spend the 100,000 blood coins he just earned on forced teeming to kill, thus delaying the progress of exploring the end. Am I that irritable? Su Yan shrugged, waved his hand, and invested blood coins in drawing cards. Equipment card, 100 draws. Skill card, 100 draws. Talent card, 100 draws. Material card, 100 draws. Characteristic card, 100 draws. Except for the servant card, Su Yan invested 100 blood coins in each card pool. 50,000 blood coins went in. He did not seek an extreme enhancement in any one aspect. That path was not suitable for Su Yan. What he wanted was comprehensive strength. I understand now. At the boundary, she glanced at the messenger soldier and smiled, saying, "You've worked hard. Please stay here and help me relay the flag orders. Shall you? Miss Jingham here. Take an level food card for an extra reward." Without looking back, Jing issued the order, and the little girl beside her pulled out a food card from her pocket and handed it to the messenger. The messenger was taken aback as he received it, saying, "Thank you, Miss Jing. This might not be appropriate. I just did what I was supposed to. The master would scold you for this." The food card resources belong to the category of supply cards, and the probability of drawing one is not high. Even with Su Yan's substantial wealth, he does not possess many food cards. Currently, the hundreds of servants need a low food ration system to barely maintain their collective survival. No, this is the master's intention. Jing smiled upon hearing this, saying, "There is no need to doubt the master's care for you. You are our only means of conveying messages during large personnel deployments and battles, at least for now. The more you cherish a talent, the harder you work. The more you will receive proportional and greater rewards. You are not tools being used by him. You are real living beings in his eyes, deserving of a proper system of rewards and punishments. Regardless of whether you are willing to do more, he will cherish you. Those who perform better should enjoy more of the masters." Jing's words clearly reached the ears of the surrounding servants, especially the new servants who remained silent, but their expressions showed signs of being moved. Frankly speaking, the messenger was merely doing his job and had not displayed any remarkable performance or achievements. Yet Jing intended to use the messenger's individuality to express her stance and convey Su Yan's will to the other servants. What she sought was not just her own loyalty, but for all the servants to do the same, fully implementing Su Yan's current and future will from the top down. The forced loyalty of the mechanism offers too few benefits. Only by making people more loyal and more recognized by Su Yan can they unleash the value of their cards beyond their original worth. To this end, Jing will use every opportunity, big and small, to express Su Yan's stance to the servants, subtly influencing more and more new and old servants. She tells each of them by Su Yan's side they can enjoy far more attention, respect, the realization of self-worth, and be seen as human rather than mere cards. Perhaps not every servant is willing to accept this near-gratitude manipulation, but as long as the collective atmosphere of loyalty is formed, it becomes an irreversible trend. The servants are also living beings. They will conform to the immense collective inertia and gradually reveal their true value. The messenger gratefully accepted the food card and walked up to Jing under the envious gazes of the new servants, raising his hand to wave the order flag. Left squad, exit the boundary. Right squads 13, enter the boundary and stay for 5 minutes. All personnel in the rear with firearms open fire freely to cover the team rotation. With Jing's calm commands, the messenger's arm swung powerfully, the flag crackling in the air. He was now filled with vigor. He felt that coming here was perhaps not such a dreadful thing. At least this team is reasonable and respects his efforts and abilities. Chunji Xin stood nearby, coordinating logistics, separating supply type ammunition cards and arrows. "We can hold out at most until dark." Chunji Xin suddenly spoke. "The supply cards are running low. Are you sure your plan will succeed?" "He is drawing new cards." Jing did not look back and softly replied, "Doctor, you're smarter than I am. These plans are not hard to understand. You should know the most important factor is the master. He indeed is as you predicted." Chunji Xin glanced towards Su Yan's direction, hesitated slightly, and lowered his voice. "You agree with his intelligence route, yet you remind him not to spend money to kill. You are guiding him to compete for first place." Jing nodded, saying, "That's right, it's quite obvious." Jing, this is a calculation. No leader would appreciate such a wise person. Chunji Xin shook his head, reminding her gently, "Even if he understands now, perhaps he would still want to be the first. But you are indeed guiding him intentionally. And when he becomes strong enough, he will reassess what you have done for him." Chunji Xin understood Jing's line of thought. From the very beginning, she had determined Su Yan's clearance time, ranking methods, and all aspects, including personnel losses and cost consumption. She even predicted that Su Yan would be besieged by other greedy users, leading to the breakdown of the financial route of information trading, and even her provided solutions were deliberately guiding Su Yan to be at the forefront of the clearance. To satisfy the intelligence appetite of strong users, Su Yan must become the strongest in the current area. Otherwise, he cannot earn this money. To make this larger fortune, Su Yin must invest all his blood coins to continuously enhance himself. He must be the first to clear the levels. Jing did not respond, merely smiling indifferently. Her attention remained focused on the boundary, constantly controlling the attraction of the corpse tide, ensuring the exploration progress of the two main Jing did not respond, merely smiling indifferently. Her attention remained focused on the boundary, constantly controlling the attraction of the corpse tide, ensuring the exploration progress of the two main combat teams. She should have gone in by now. Jing noticed that Natasha's team had not sent back any flag messages for quite a while. The older servants find it easier to understand Jing's attitude because they can feel the differences in Su Yin more acutely. Chunji Xin delivered the last stack of ammunition cards to the hands of the firearms team. Servants returned to Jing's side and couldn't help but whisper, "At my age, I could be your grandfather. Perhaps you find me long-winded, but you should know better than I do that sometimes the fate of loyal ministers isn't so good. Moreover, he is not as foolish as you think. You don't need to guide him too overtly. Let him make his own choices, strive for himself. These should not be difficult for you to achieve. Protecting oneself through loyalty is still loyalty." Chunji Xin hinted very clearly, as many things are inherently aligned with Su Yan's own interests. Jing does not need to provide extra guidance. Some of her actions seem somewhat intentional, but Chunji Xin does not know the reason for this intent. He is indeed very clever, but also too soft-hearted. Jing remained silent for a moment, then softly said, "I am just an end card. He will surely gain more powerful support in the future. I fear that by then he will be unwilling to part with me." Chunji Xin trembled upon hearing this, and his eyes gradually widened as he looked at Jing. To allow the master to ruthlessly eliminate her at some point in the future, she would do some things that make the master uncomfortable from the start, leaving traces and reasons for him. You have placed yourself in the position of an eliminator from the very beginning. This is beneficial for him. Doctor, I am quite cheaper than all of you. But he should have finished drawing by now. Jing interrupted the conversation, not wanting to continue, and reminded Chunji Xin, "You should go now, doctor." Chunji Xin opened his mouth, ultimately saying nothing, only deeply gazing at Jing before turning. 500 draws, encompassing 5 major card categories. At this moment, a total of 500 cards swirled around Su Yin, shimmering with various dazzling glows completely surrounding him. Awesome. Su Yin laughed heartily. Regardless of the levels of these cards, the sheer scale of the card collection was already astonishing. At this stage, there shouldn't be many users who can draw hundreds of times like I can write. Thinking of this, Su Yin felt a tinge of pride in his heart. After all, most users at this stage lack even the means to deal with the end's zombie tide, and their strength is generally low, but they likely have few cards in stock. By Su Yan's estimate, the average number of cards held by users of the Tianshu platform would not exceed 50. 50 cards may seem like a lot, but non-UR level cards are not permanent cards, and they have limitations such as durability and usage times. Once used, they are gone, or it's not as if obtaining a card leads to a permanent solution in a certain domain. Let's see if there are any good draws. Su Yin began to count the 500 cards around him. As per the usual practice, he prioritized counting the highest level cards among them. Out of 100 equipment cards, he drew 1 SR card, 12 R cards, and 87 N cards. Out of 100 resource cards, he drew 23 R cards and 77 N cards, among which there were 42 food cards. Out of 100 skill cards, he drew 1 SR card, 9 R cards, and 90 N cards. Out of 100 talent cards, he drew 6 R cards and 94 N cards. Out of 100 trait cards, he drew 100 N cards. The draw rates are still disappointing. Su Yin rolled his eyes, feeling utterly helpless inside. Not to mention drawing more SR cards, even the pool of trait cards yielded not a single R card. All of them were N cards. No wonder tens of thousands of users were scratching their heads and waiting helplessly in front of the end's zombie tide. With such a draw rate, it's hard not to feel frustrated. On the endless road, luck in drawing cards is crucial. High-level cards are strong, while low-level cards are weak. At least for now, users find it difficult to achieve greater breakthroughs with their own talents and intelligence. Currently, all users heavily rely on the luck of drawing cards. Su Yin lowered his head and continued counting the cards. For the SR equipment card, explosive bow modified. The others included are cards undamaged, dagger, tactical helmet, swift boots, etc. N cards, iron shield, cast, iron axe, jianghu, iron sword, etc. For the SR skill card, gale slash. The other are cards included precise, shot, steel, muscles, emergency, healing, etc. N cards, bandage, enhancement, toxin, resistance, water, sensing ability, etc. Resource are cards included military, self-heating package, advanced first aid kit, powerful painkillers, etc. N cards, dehydrated vegetable pack, a bundle of nylon rope, a large waterproof cloth, etc. Talent are cards included rapid learning, energy, perception, stamina, specialization, etc. N cards, hearing, enhancement, balance, and effective self-healing, etc. Trait N cards included slight luck, low level, agility, quick walking, powerful physique, keen sense of smell, etc. This was Su Yan's first time drawing a full 500 cards, and the vast array of content made it nearly impossible for one person to thoroughly study them in a short time. However, even so, Su Yin still discovered some interesting details among these 500 cards. The effects of talent cards and skill cards are quite similar, but their methods of consumption are a bit different. Su Yin played with a few cards in his hand, comparing and analyzing. The consumption of skill cards is determined by number of uses. Using it once means using one skill card, and once the number reaches 0, the card is discarded. The higher the level of the skill card, the more uses it has. Whereas talent cards are determined by time. Once activated, the talent is effective for the remaining time displayed on the card without any limit on the number of uses, but frequent use will accelerate the consumption time. Once the time reaches 0, the card is discarded, and the higher the level of the talent card, the longer its duration. These two should each have their own strengths and weaknesses perfectly in line with the unique consumption mechanism of the entire card pool. Whether it's equipment cards, resource cards, talent cards, or skill cards, even the servant cards that behave like living beings possess a special consumption mechanism. Once the lifespan reaches 0, the card is gone, and from this perspective, indeed, below UR cards, everything is but trait cards seem to be an exception. Su Yin picked up a few trait cards for a closer look, finally confirming each trait card is permanently present. Even the lowest level N trait cards possess temperament attribute, like UR cards, once used they exist forever. This means that one inherently possesses such a trait. And the effect of trait cards is to grant the target a long-term possession of a certain special non-human ability, which can provide far greater aid than what equipment talents or skills can offer under certain conditions. No wonder trait cards are so hard to draw. 100 draws yielded only the lowest level cards. Su Yin understood that these trait cards do not possess a consumption mechanism, which makes them even more precious. It's even harder to draw good cards. Even with Su Yan's terrifying resources, he couldn't draw a single level trait card, let alone the other users. Su Yin estimated that even if all tens of thousands of users on the Tianshu platform drew trait cards together, perhaps only 1 or 2 extremely lucky individuals would manage to draw slightly better trait cards. The probability is too low, but its effects are indeed excellent. Su Yin pondered for a moment and had to admit that if he had more resources and a wider selection space, he would prefer to draw trait cards. Just for this Onino consumption effect, trait cards are enough to be called the sole king among the 6 major card categories. If I have more money in the future, I can research the trait card pool more thoroughly. Su Yin thought about it. As of now, he didn't have the capital to delve deeper. As for the remaining cards in his hand, like equipment cards and resource cards, these were all old friends he was very familiar with, so he was too lazy to be picky. He simply drew the only SR equipment card, Explosive Bow Modified, and then drew the SR skill card, Gale, briefly examining the description. Explosive Bow Modified Rare Level SR Equipment Card. Card description: this is a composite bow modified by alchemical magic with strong pull and extremely fast shooting speed. When the arrow hits the target, it triggers a small-range magical explosion, dealing secondary damage to surrounding enemies. Basic attributes: attack effect 15, final damage 5, shooting speed 30. Card effects: explosive arrow contains 1,000 points of magical energy. Each shot has a chance to automatically trigger the explosion effect of fireball spell. Cannot trigger when magical energy is 0. Quick reload: arrow loading time reduced by 40. Card durability: 300 can be repaired when above 20 points. Durability decreases by 1 point for every 100 shots. Gale/rare level SR skill card. Card description: upon activation, the user transforms into a gust of wind, delivering consecutive strikes to a single target in a very short time. Skill prerequisites: must hold a melee weapon. Effectiveness of skills with non-sharp weapons decreases by 20. Skill effectiveness decreases by 50 if muscle strength is below 50 points. Skill effects: after using the skill, the next 5 attacks will occur simultaneously, each enjoying an attack effect 10. If all 5 attacks hit the same target, the final blow will receive an additional attack effect 100. Skill cooldown 30 seconds. Card durability: 150. Non-repairable durability decreases by 1 point with each use. Temporary cards are just temporary cards. Su Yin shook his head, not very satisfied. With UR cards in hand, it was hard to accept these cards that required careful counting of durability. Among the SR cards, Su Yin preferred trait cards and servant cards. At least these two did not require. It's hard to imagine what kind of tough days the other users are going through. Su Yin chuckled to himself. Master. Chun Jixin walked over from a distance, bowing respectfully. Miss Jing sent me to take some cards. The front lines need more resource support. Oh, take them away. Su Yin didn't mind and stuffed the 500 cards into Chun Jixin's hands, then continued to look up at the communication channel. Chun Jixin was taken aback, looking down at the thick stack of cards that she couldn't hold with both hands. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Is there anything else? Su Yin noticed that Chun Jixin hadn't left and turned to ask in confusion. Chun Jixin tactfully reminded lowly, Master, are all these for Miss Jing? She will give them all to the servants. Don't you want to keep some cards for yourself? So many cards just for the low levels. Is the master really that generous? What else? Su Yin was amused by the question. How many cards can I use alone? Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I wouldn't be able to use them all. It's about making the most of resources. Take them away. Jing can arrange them as she wishes. I trust her. Su Yin turned his head and added, of course I trust you too, doctor. Bang bang. Su Yin lightly patted his chest with his right hand and pointed. You know we are all good comrades with a common goal of survival, sharing with each other. Chen Jixin fell silent. After a while she nodded slightly and turned to leave. Halfway she couldn't help but look back at Su Yin on the roof. Suddenly he seemed to understand Jing's thoughts. This young man indeed possessed a unique charisma. I need a group of brave warriors to deliver some cards and supplies to the exploration team. To be precise, this is the 3rd exploration team, as we still have one direction that has not yet been explored. Jing calmly held 500 new cards, scanning the crowd with a steady voice. This is not a command. I allow self-nomination in the next 10 minutes. If no one is willing, I will select on my own. I represent my master in promising that all partners who self-nominate for battle exploration will receive priority support and assistance in the future with the right to obtain more resources such as food supplies, equipment, skills, and special cards. Of course, battle means death. I do not want cowards, nor those who seek death under forced loyalty. Jing paused for a moment, her voice remaining flat. Everyone, this is a gamble. Will you grit your teeth and live with me to bet on whether that man can bring you a different life and future? Jing was perceptive. She had long noticed that many summoned servant cards at the moment they accepted their fate bore a certain level of death wish. Some servants did not care about the torment they endured, nor did they mind injury or death. They inherently rejected their fate, but felt powerless to resist. Thus for most of them death was a pursuit and a form of liberation. However, this was not what Jing desired. She disagreed with such an atmosphere and mindset. To be indifferent or even deliberately seek death was a negative attitude that would greatly undermine Su Yan's interests and future. Therefore, she needed to promise a brighter future and ignite a hope unique to the servants. To make them truly realize that being a servant, or specifically Su Yan's servant, was not such a disastrous thing that one would wish to die for. Some things are more important than death. This is true for Lin Wan and other users who have always adhered to personal morals, for those who harbor kindness and personal integrity, and naturally for these servants as well. Being human sets one apart from animals. Humans also fear death, but more often they will wait in their brief lives for something worth sacrificing their lives for. Jing was not yet able to achieve this, but she was consciously planning, guiding, and consolidating this collective will. However, her words did not yield significant effects. Most of the older servants had been in the previous 2 exploration teams. Here there were only new servants who had arrived recently and had little sense of identity with Su Yin and the older servants. Even though Jing had tried several times to initiate establishing initial team systems and promising a beautiful blueprint, what did these have to do with them? They were merely servants. No matter how beautiful the future appeared, it belonged only to the users, to their masters, using their true value to elevate someone high above them. Why should this be? This life can be given to you, but the soul is the bottom line. The servants exchanged glances, and no one stepped forward. Jing remained calm, having anticipated this outcome. She did not plan to see any results at this moment. She was only trying to ensure that before she stepped down, she could leave behind a solid and stable foundation for Su Yan. This step was merely to plant a seed, allowing some servants who could survive to know what had happened today, subtly influencing the new servants. Jing was waiting. The 10 minutes quickly passed without anyone self-nominating. Jing silently tightened her grip on the cards she held, just about to speak, when she saw Chen Jixin step forward. Doctor. Jing looked up slightly puzzled. I also want to participate. Chen Jixin smiled. The old man adjusted his clothes and gently brushed his graying temples. The afternoon sunlight fell, enveloping him like an ancient sculpture. Jing was taken aback and smiled gently. Impossible. I cannot allow you to go into the tide of corpses. That would be disrespectful to you and a great offense to the master's interests. But some things cannot be measured by benefits. Chen Jixin shook his head, and Jing withdrew her smile, narrowing her eyes. Doctor, do you also seek death? Previously, yes. Chen Jixin glanced at Jing, then looked at the new servants, suddenly smiling. Everyone, we are actually the same batch of cards. I am fortunate to have a slightly higher rating and to receive the master's favor and attention. But seriously, this favor does not seem to satisfy me, and at least compared to my past experiences and life, it feels insignificant. Chen Jixin paused, his voice slightly somber. I haven't been here long, but I often ponder a question. I have memories, a past, and a personality. I am also a person, so why have I become a card? The rules of the endless road are cruel, fraught with danger, oppressing the users. But they seem to be much better than us. In fact, many times we cards do not fear death. I just feel this is very unfair. I can also participate in the race. I have the courage to face death and danger, but why am I a card while they are human? Chen Jizin's words made some servants lower their heads, their expressions fluctuating, yet they remained emotionless. They could not feel anger or resentment, nor could they feel injustice. Even if they understood and recognized what Chen Jixin said, the mechanism had locked their thoughts. They could not betray, not even if they felt dissatisfaction. This was an incredibly tragic thing. A living being with memories, thoughts, and dignity could not feel anger towards another person. Even at this moment, Chun Ji-zin's words were filled with anger and unwillingness, but his tone and expression showed no trace of dissatisfaction. He could not do that. Fundamentally, from the biological basis, he currently could not control this emotion and could not generate any ideas or actions harmful to his master. In fact, he could only speak up to this point. Beyond that, the mechanism would not allow him to voice it. So when I am alone, what if the roles were reversed? Chun Ji-xian suddenly smiled, looking very happy, as if he thought of something interesting. What if they were the cards, and we were the users? What kind of scene would that be? Some new servants couldn't help but smile at his words, as if it were just a joke, even if it wasn't very humorous. But the fact is, we are just cards. Chun Ji-xian pointed to his chest, then stroked his temples calmly, stating, thus, we will use death as a means of resistance. Whether we are copies or the true essence in this situation, it seems that dying the fastest is the only means of liberation. I have always believed this until not long ago when that young man said something to me. Chun Ji-xian did not specify and did not use honorifics, but everyone knew who he was referring to. He might have spoken without intention, but he truly said it. Chun Ji-xian paused, then laughed again. He said, we are of the same kind. Both humble, pitiful beings struggling in the face of death. His original words were not quite like this, but the core was clear. He indeed recognized that there was no difference between users. We are merely toys on this road, just puppets of greater powers providing only entertainment value. The infighting among a group of toys is incredibly sad and uninteresting. Unfortunately, very few users understand this principle. They are more engrossed in the pleasure of life and death over the servants. Chun Ji-xian laughed heartily, his elderly voice carrying a strong sense of sarcasm. This laughter was proud, imbued with a lofty disdain. Humanity is great, but also pitiful. Because among our kind there are always those few who at certain times gain some slight power and become arrogant, eager to exert every bit of authority to harshly judge and exploit their peers. This is merely to satisfy their pitiful self-esteem and vanity, to highlight their false sense of strength. I do not expect you to understand this principle. I just want to say I am not afraid of death, but now I want my death to happen. Chun Ji-xian stroked his gray hair again, his trembling hands betraying a flicker of excitement within him, but at least at this very moment, that young man still thinks of me as a person, believes I am equal to him, a fellow pitiful being. Yes, as a person, he considers me a person, not just a card. I am no longer so lost, and have grown a bit afraid. Chun Ji-xian smiled faintly, but I also yearn for death, for I hope for a more valuable death, to respond to his recognition of me. Comrades, we are travelers on the same path, just as you and I are now at this very moment. No one knows what the end will be, but we are willing to continue onward for the same goal. As a card, I will die at some point in the future. That is my predetermined fate. But I do not wish to die for those pitiful users. I hope to die for a correct direction, for a hope. Chun Ji-xian fell silent for a moment, and slowly said, everyone, I hope to die with dignity. What about you? The aged voice resonated with power. The new servants observed silently, scrutinizing Chun Ji-xian and assessing the old man's upright stature. He was elegant, a learned elder who had dedicated his life to academia, harboring a pride and arrogance beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It was precisely this extraordinary mental capacity that distinguished him from regular humans, rendering him less obsessed with power and desire. Instead, he yearned for something else. He sought ideals and pursuits that could prove his worth and allow him to shine brilliantly in the brief span of a century. Thus, the words spoken by Chun Ji-xian were not particularly stirring. He scorned manipulation, laying out his stance plainly. Chun Zixin's intentions were straightforward, his position and attitude clear. He supported Jing and Su Yin and wished everyone to do the same. Chun Ji-xian believed this was right, requiring no persuasion from others. He would persuade himself and was willing to. Many could not comprehend how at countless moments throughout history a small group of individuals could shout what seemed merely slogans, yet inspire more and more people to stand up. Why is this? In truth, understanding is unnecessary. It is the present individuals who empathize. This is a human instinct. They would engage in actions that appeared foolish to others, for it is this foolishness that lays the groundwork for humanity's miracles, distinguishing them from the wisdom of animals. Even though these servants came from different worlds possessing varied cultures and thoughts, their essence as humans remained the same. Following those words, there was still no response. Jing looked up, noticing that the new servants did not erupt into enthusiastic responses. People remained silent. The afternoon breeze blew by. Just before Jing decided to speak, a man stepped forward. I will work for 1 day in exchange for food for a day. He was strong and sturdy, squinting his eyes and smiling indifferently as he spoke. This is not excessive, it's quite reasonable. Jing turned to him, recalling his profession as an Arcard border soldier ancient, who was also of T0 rank among survival type Arcard servants. Such individuals were unruly, and even now they cared little for so-called passion and camaraderie. I might be different from everyone, I don't really want to die no matter where I am. So as long as the master doesn't let me die, I will work for him. The man licked his lips, smiling with ambition. Miss Jing's self-recommendation comes with more resources. Can I understand this as a merit-based system? Yes. Jing looked at him and nodded in agreement. The greater the contribution, the greater the reward. The man squinted and smiled. Then I am very eager for one day when the master acquires stronger servants I can stand atop them due to my seniority. Of course, as long as your value is sufficient. Jing smiled, unconsciously touching her slender and beautiful finger. He was a rebel, but at this stage he was an excellent combat force. Is no one stepping forward? Before Jing could ask, the border soldier had already turned to the crowd, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. People like us are low-ranking cards here. In the previous world, we might not have been significant figures. If that's the case, why care? Since he is willing to reward, aren't you afraid to compete? This was not about reason, but the sentiment was right. Some hesitant minds had already unconsciously stepped forward. All were survival-type followers with different professions, such as scout, forest ranger, tribal hunter, mine guard, horse bandit, each possessing a certain level of combat capability. Unlike the other servants, they all harbored ambition. Very well. Jing nodded in approval and gestured to the orphan Xiaoya beside her. Record this with individual signatures. The third exploration team, self-recommending for pioneering. Those who survive this time will receive priority advancement. Jing paused, looking at the 10-odd men before her, all gazing at her with intense eyes. Do not inquire into what people are thinking, for the human heart is inscrutable. Simply observe how they act, whether it is out of desire, ambition, or shared ideals. At the very least, they were not fighting out of orders. They were actively engaging. As long as the master is alive, I will remain in my position. Jing took a deep breath, her clear voice resonating through the ruins of the city. All who lead the charge shall be honored. From this moment, I shall not fail. Distributing equipment and carrying supplies. They set off under the gaze of the new servants as the border soldiers led the third team of explorers, carving a bloody path through the tide of corpses into the depths of death. Once again, the configuration was remarkably high. Each of them received sufficiently powerful weapons and equipment, still exceeding the card level. Moreover, thanks to Su Yan's 500 draws, the third team's servants possessed skill cards and talent cards, with each person utilizing at least one type of combat-related characteristic card. Once used characteristic cards cannot be reclaimed as cards, which is the only downside of characteristic cards. The cost is a bit high. Chun Jixin retracted his gaze and lowered his voice. If the threats at the destination exceed expectations, our losses will be significant, which does not align with your usual style. A fortune is spent to buy bones. Jing continued to gaze into the distance, smiling. Doctor, you understand this principle better than I do. The gains and losses of the moment are not important. I do not seek that. Chun Jixin raised an eyebrow. Then what do you seek? Jing raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling gently. The hearts of men. Since the master considers us human, the power of the human heart should be firmly grasped. The mechanism can grant the master the privilege of drawing a UR card each day, but I can also create a stronger privilege for the master. A very kingly thought. Chun Jixin was not surprised and kindly reminded. But you must do this not only for them, but also help the master understand. In the doctor's eyes, isn't that young man already kingly enough? He indeed has potential, but there is much he lacks. It doesn't matter. The more talented a person is, the more they enjoy the feeling of teaching a king. Jing looked deeply at Chun Jixin, causing the old doctor to involuntarily avert his gaze. For a moment, the elder felt as if his thoughts were laid bare. Jing smiled and did not pursue the topic further, returning to her work. Aside from constantly monitoring and remotely controlling the exploration progress of the entire destination area, the remaining large number of cards still needed better allocation and arrangement. It must be fair and resources must be utilized effectively. Whether it was Jing or Chun Jixin, they both believed that the cards remaining in hand were the least valuable. Cards that had been used until they were worn out were the best cards. This matter was entrusted to Chun Jixin. She intended to allow him to shoulder more responsibilities. After all, talented individuals enjoy the process of solving problems. Compared to yesterday, Chun Jixin might have resisted this unnecessary loyalty, but now he gladly accepted. Given the larger number of card draws this time, Chun Jixin also took the opportunity to understand the effects, mechanisms, and main functions of different card types. In the process of categorizing, organizing, and allocating, he gradually understood that resource cards were the most broadly applicable among the 6 major card types, encompassing food, medicine, tools, and materials among most miscellaneous cards. The high similarity in effects and different durability mechanisms of talent cards and skill cards seem to offer multiple combinations and scientific models for reducing cost losses. The low quality and permanent nature of characteristic cards imply that each investment and usage must be placed on core personnel to minimize unnecessary waste and loss. The early powerful effects of equipment cards cannot be ignored. However, from the perspective of UR card mechanisms, it seems that lower-level equipment cards possess significant substitutability and self-production potential. Of course, he also fully understood the unique aspects of many individual cards, such as the lucky characteristic, which despite having a high ceiling cannot affect the card pool itself, or characteristics like quick learning and agile thinking that when combined seem to produce effects greater than the sum of their parts. The more he researched, the more obsessed Chun Jixin became, increasingly astonished by the breadth of the mechanisms. Within the 6 major card types lay nearly infinite possibilities. This was merely the extremely low-level R and N cards. In the higher-level SR and SSR card types, Chinjishin was certain there were even more incredible combinations and schemes. Perhaps the master is correct, the level of cards is only superficial, and how to use them correctly is the key to solving problems. Chinjishin mused during his organization. This should also be the secret hidden within the mechanism card pool, but how could he know? He, like us, has only been here for 2 days. How could he master these core mechanisms so quick? Could he truly be a genius? Born with a foresight for strategy. Oh, what genius. It's just that I've played the game more than most. In the public chat channel, Su Yin responded modestly to Qin Shan's praise. Brother Qin, you clearly don't play much, do you? Judging by this card pool's abysmal drop rate, I'd say the devs have been scheming something foul. And frankly, it's even worse than that Battle Royale title. Inept at deception, yet arrogant enough to think a low-tier card rank alone can intimidate anyone. Su Yin spoke freely and lightly, utterly unpretentious. So much so that Qin Shan felt flattered and instantly perceived him as outgoing and easy to get along with. The reason these two were idly debating card pools and tier rankings in the chat channel was simple: both were utterly. Su Yin had been barred by Jing from joining the terminal exploration. Even holding an UR equipment card, he dared not risk himself, nor did he possess fresh intelligence to sell. He could only wait for reports from his attendants. Qin Shan was even more immobilized. He had attempted several times to break through the zombie horde, but failed each time. Now he merely slaughtered stragglers at the periphery, waiting for a turning point. Thus both found themselves with nothing to do, and resorted to idle chatter to pass the time. Meanwhile, many others in the channel watched silently, suddenly sensing that Boss Su was remarkably approachable. He was genuinely willing to share minor insights and analyses had gleaned about card pools, not hoarding them like precious secrets, fearful of others learning too much. Unconsciously, users began to believe that though Su Yin lacked Lin Wan's warmth and kindness, he would still gladly answer questions, even from strangers, as long as they weren't outright enemies. To Su Yin himself, none of this mattered at all. And gacha was after all meant to be discussed, shared, debated, collectively refined. It was about cross-verifying the merits and flaws of different pools. Of course, the main reason was simpler. I pull UR cards every single day, and so why not chat? I lose nothing, am guaranteed a safety net. Soon users unable to breach the terminal, or unsure where to begin, began joining the conversation, and their discussions subtly coalesced around Su Yin alone. Every speaker adopted a tone of deep respect, hoping for authoritative guidance from him. True, Su Yin didn't radiate overwhelming power or invincibility, but somehow people instinctively trusted him. Nit defied articulation, most simply felt he was decent, likable, and easy to talk to. Oh, no need for such formalities. These are mere conjectures. I've shared everything I know. We're all survivors clinging to life. Helping one another is only natural. Su Yan's replies remained consistently affable and magnanimous, and he truly enjoyed it. Yet some users grew resentful. A few attendant vehicle faction members suddenly interjected with veiled sarcasm. Boss Su, didn't you promise to clear the terminal? Everyone's waiting to buy your intel. And aren't you wasting their time and making brotherly wait in vain? If I were you, I'd have charged straight into the terminal already, instead of chattering idly with a pack of useless amateurs. And hey, NSU Yin glanced over and couldn't help but chuckle. He wasn't angry, only genuinely astonished. Are there still fools like this in the world? And those words didn't just offend Su Yin. They also insulted the entire community currently engaged in earnest dialogue. What do you mean? And someone snapped before Su Yin could reply, calling me useless. And aren't you? Wu Qianqian, the user who posted those words, replied with a cold sneer. Only those doomed to fail, those certain to die, waste their final moments on trivialities like this. We're all pushing toward terminal clearance. Yet what are you doing? Waiting to die? And hold on. So you'll clear it just because you say so? Can you even breach the horde? NSU Yin suddenly interjected, amused. You ask what I'm waiting for. I'm awaiting intelligence. And what, pray tell, are you waiting for? Waiting to witness my first successful clearance. Qin Shan burst out delightedly. Boss Su speaks truth. And that retort struck perfectly, and a wave of enthusiastic support surged across the channel. Su Yin rarely adopted such a confrontational stance, but when he did, it cut deep. And indeed, only a handful had pierced the terminal horde thus far. Not even Li Dali among the strongest users had yet reported entering the building interior. The vast majority remained stalled at the terminal zone, unable to advance. That was undeniable fact. Nan facts like sharp blades pierced straight to the heart. Wu Qianqian erupted in fury, cursing, Boss Su, I'll be watching you die. NSU Yin shrugged indifferently, party invite. Wu Qianqian choked and fell silent. Look, another one broken. NSU Yin smiled. The fly was swatted, but the easy camaraderie had vanished, replaced once more by the creeping unease everyone had just begun to shed. Wu Qianqian's words were harsh, but true. Users unable to breach the horde faced near certain erasure. Yet breaching it was nearly impossible. The terminal horde was staggeringly vast, its respawn mechanism unervingly swift. Often before a user could fell even a dozen zombies, dozens more would surge forth from all three towers. Individually weak, yes, but even so users' personal strength proved insufficient to break through. Insofar, the only viable solution anyone had devised was summoning more attendant cards to withstand the tide. Yet some rational users had calculated given the Horde's scale and respawn frequency, even dozens of attendants might fall short, and factoring in summoning costs and attrition the investment offered dubious returns. Only by hoarding blood coins to amplify one's own power, or by devising clever workarounds to bypass the Horde, could one hope to overtake the rest. The hushed channel simmered once more with rising anxiety, until Qin Shan suddenly posted, "Su Yin, brother Su. You said you were waiting for intelligence. Weren't you supposed to scout it yourself?" NSU Yan's response was deliberately ambiguous, yet everyone grasped the implication. If users wouldn't risk themselves, then naturally their attendants must bear the burden. But aren't attendants too weak? And someone interjected rationally, "Among the 6-card categories, I favor attendants most. I initially thought them convenient, yet their actual utility aligns precisely with their tier, offering no remarkable advantages. This pool is so rotten. Most pools yield low-tier attendants. They're fearless, yes, but at best cannon fodder. I've calculated the cost. A 100 blood coin attendant yields barely over 100 in return. If luck turns sour, you're outright in the red." The user sounded frustrated and bewildered. "Su Yin, brother, how many attendants do you have? Aren't you afraid of losses if you send them into the terminal?" "Losses? So be it, I don't mind." NSU Yin laughed heartily, and privately wondered were his attendants somehow stronger than others. Through this half-hour of casual banter, Su Yin had gathered basic intelligence from numerous users, including those who favored attendant cards yet found them disappointingly ineffective. Loyal, obedient, fearless, yet somehow lacking intangible value. Lacking initiative. Su Yin hadn't probed deeply, but his intuition sharpened. I must have triggered some latent mechanism, without even realizing it. Naturally, he bore no obligation to disclose or explain such things publicly. In casual exchanges on harmless details sufficed. No need to imagine him as Lin one handing out charity to every passerby. No one understood how Su Yin had achieved this. Many speculated he concealed further trump cards using the attendant-led clearance ruse to obscure the truth. After all, a hard truth stood unchallenged based purely on efficiency and cost-benefit analysis. Attendant cards yielded negligible returns, and since they enhanced neither core user strength nor self-reliance, their priority in gacha strategies ranked universally low. So how had Su Yin done it? And he was definitely hiding something, and everyone was certain. NSU Yin offered no comment, merely watched silently, shaking his head. People overthink too much. Even if I told them the truth, they wouldn't accept it. They weren't wrong. Objectively, attendant cards were inefficient and costly. Yet Su Yin refused to judge them by such metrics. He viewed them through a different lens entirely. For human worth lies precisely where calculation fails. And at that moment, Wu Xian, who had remained silent until now, spoke directly to Su Yin. "Wu Xian, Su Yin, boss Su, I've gathered enough blood coins. Can we finalize the intel sale?" NSU Yin, "Which intel? What kind?" "Wu Xian, I want full intelligence on the towers. The more detailed, the better." And she sought the boss's location strength or pathways deeper inside. She might even have entered a tower already, only to retreat having discovered one of its hidden trap gaps. Su Yin didn't answer immediately. He was weighing how best to respond. And because he held no such intelligence, and admitting ignorance was unacceptable, yet refusing the transaction felt equally inappropriate. Disaster. Will I be mocked? NSU Yin frowned, then sensed someone rushing toward him. He looked up the messenger arrived like a gust of wind, breathless with excitement. "Master, breach achieved. All 3 teams have succeeded. All 3 exploration teams report entry into the towers, and have pinpointed the exact locations of powerful entities within each. Miss Jing is preparing her first deep probe, and sent me to ask if you have additional orders." And the messenger's report lit Su Yan's eyes. The bosses have been located. Perfect timing. And Jing is unmatched. Her efficiency is astonishing. Just then the channel, briefly silent, began to fester with suspicion as users waited in vain for Su Yan's reply. Luo Jiu, likewise trapped before the Horde and steeped in frustration, noticed the silence and smirked. "Su Yan, can't deliver. Blown your own trumpet. They've scraped together 20,000. Where's your intel?" Haha. And that laugh eased Luo Jiu's anxiety, just slightly. If he couldn't reach the terminal, then neither would Su Yan. Fine, let them all perish together. But the moment Luo Jiu's laughter rose, his peripheral vision caught Su Yan typing, and the mirth died mid-breath. "Su Yan, Wu Xian sent. Proceed with transaction." In Luo Jiu, "Impossible. You're lying. You couldn't have reached the towers in mere hours. How could you possibly achieve this?" "I haven't, and countless others haven't either." With that Horde standing between them, even an iron-willed warrior would struggle to carve a crimson path forward, let alone enter the towers. And even if one somehow breached the outer wall, rapid respawns would encircle them from front and rear, risking utter annihilation. It was virtually a death sentence, the very reason most elite users dared not venture deeper. No one gambled with their lives so recklessly. Su Yan ignored Luo Jio's challenge. Only Wu Xian replied, Su Yan, the intel I seek is valuable, but is 20,000 truly fair? 20,000 blood coins felt steep, especially since this intel wouldn't guarantee her clearance. Su Yan responded generously, Wu Xian, premium clients receive privileges. Your next intel comes free, ensuring continuity. How does that sound? Wu Xian was satisfied. Su Yan, you're a man of integrity. And the exchange concluded smoothly. Mutually agreed upon. Users stared stunned. Anyone with sense understood instantly Su Yan possessed real intelligence. He'd waited chatting casually while his clearance progress surged ahead of everyone else's. Only Luo Jio sat rigid, jaw clenched, staring blankly at the channel, wanting to speak, yet finding no words, slowly sinking into hollow desolation. Why am I always humiliated by him? Is he my natural antithesis? In that instant, Luo Jio felt like a fool on stage. No one acknowledged him. Su Yan didn't spare him a thought. Ni's mockery, his glee, his rage, were to others little more than a forgettable act in a mediocre variety show. No one paid attention to Luo Jio's remarks and jeers, nor did they consider whether he felt shame and powerlessness at this moment. Recalling the first day of the competition, this person was brazenly showing off and frequently speaking in the communication channel. His arrogant demeanor and invincible spirit now seemed increasingly pathetic in comparison. The path of the competition is ruthless. Those who are not far ahead are always at risk of being eliminated and ignored. At this moment in the communication channel, many users cared about only one thing: what information had Su Yan sold. Given Wu Xian's consistently honest attitude and details, everyone could guess the content of this information and actively tagged Su Yan, trying to subtly extract some details. But Su Yan remained tight-lipped, conveying only one attitude: transaction. Bring money to buy it, otherwise there's nothing to discuss. It was impossible to freely disclose information worth 20,000. Exchanging information was also out of the question. Who knew if there were scammers trying to take advantage? Right now, Su Yan insisted on one thing: after the trouble caused by the minion carriers, he would only buy and sell information purely with blood coins and cards, nothing else. He wouldn't even accept servant cards, as once summoned, they would bind to loyal users, losing their trading value. If there was hatred, it should be directed at those troublemakers who disrupted the market, otherwise Boss Su would still be willing to be a good person. Most users felt disappointed by Su Yan's firm stance, but were helpless. After all, the vast majority here relied on Su Yan to get things done and were unwilling to easily offend him, like Luo Jio's group. While everyone was unable to ascertain the situation, some powerful users noticed new information had emerged and tagged Su Yan. Li Dali, Su Yan, 20,000. I want the information you just sold. Wang Xing, Su Yan, bro, I want it too. Can I offer 10,000? Just give me half of the information. Chun Liuha, Su Yan, do you have information that can help us pass through the corpse tide without injury? These individuals were not uninterested in the communication channel of the Tianshu platform. They simply looked down upon speaking casually. Even when dealing with Su Yan, they mostly observed with scrutinizing eyes. At this moment, Wu Xian's new transaction had fully demonstrated Su Yan's lead, and more powerful figures hurried to seek new information. Regarding these transaction requests, Su Yan naturally welcomed, all sure, all good. Old Chen, I'm afraid I can't help you with that information. Su Yan candidly stated, it's not that I'm stingy, but the method I use to overcome the corpse tide is likely something others can't replicate. Buying it would be a waste. To replicate Su Yan's approach to overcoming the corpse tide, one must first have a thoughtful and dedicated type of minion to oversee the situation, then have dozens of minions capable of coordinating effectively to maneuver the scale of the corpse tide, and finally a small group of minions unwilling to die easily to keep pushing forward. If any one aspect is missing, they won't reach the level Su Yan has achieved now. Chun Liuha felt regret. I understand you have a different good card, right? There's really nothing we can do. This was a beautiful misunderstanding, and Su Yan did not wish to explain. After all, he indeed had a good card. Half an hour later, Su Yan repeated the transaction 11 times, selling the information he had given to Wu Xian again to 11 major buyers. Of course, not everyone was willing to pay 20,000 blood coins. Among them, 8 people purchased half of the information for 10,000 blood coins. Su Yan could understand if for users at this stage, no matter how powerful they were, over 10,000 blood coins were still a significant fortune. If the card pool were not so terrible, they would have drawn cards long ago, and Su Yan would have had no chance to sell information. Thank you, terrible card pool. He glanced at his remaining blood coins and couldn't help but shudder, silently counting. Including what he had left and the blood coins accumulated by the minions, Su Yan currently had 175673. 170000. A full 170000 blood coins in hand. Who could single-handedly kill a total of 170000 zombies in just under 60 hours of competition time. At this moment, even though Su Yan was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement upon seeing this number, his thrilled expression utterly unconcealed. 1700, how exhilarating it was. Looking across the entire Tianshu platform, Su Yan could truly shout, on this endless path, I am the richest in the entire district. At this moment, Su Yan felt an authentic and sincere gratitude towards the card pool. Even a pit has it, especially in the final area without decisive top-tier powerful cards. Even having many ordinary cards would not suffice to clear the level. Since everyone was destined not to draw good things, it would be better to use blood coins to purchase more valuable items. Kill Luo Jiao. Su Yan's mind flashed with this thought, but he quickly chuckled. Forget it, that girl would go crazy. Although Su Yan wanted to do this, he cared more about the suggestions of his own people. With so many blood coins, I can just draw freely. Su Yan was already calculating previously with a few thousand blood coins. He barely got a few SR cards, so wouldn't over 100,000 blood coins be more than enough? What SR cards? He could already start looking forward to SSR cards. What if the card pool's drop rate is low? Just smash it hard. Why are you still here? Su Yan noticed the messenger still beside him, and suddenly realized, oh, you need to report right. Tell Jing that she can decide everything. He was too excited, and almost forgot the main matter. However, this time, she can wait. After I finish drawing cards, we can strengthen again for a greater probability of clearing the level. Su Yan's smile was rich and genuine. He was truly eager to take a gamble on the card pool. The messenger, however, had a moment of distraction, noticing a detail. The master treated the matter of competing for survival, always referred to as we, rarely using himself as a judgment standard. Aren't you leaving? Su Yan looked puzzled at the messenger, who couldn't help but lower his head, and quietly said, Master, there's one more thing. A first team has encountered an issue. They didn't wait for the third team's card support, and entered the building's breach early. The first team. Natasha's team. Su Yan suddenly shot up from the roof of the vehicle. Didn't I say not to act recklessly? What happened to her? This was bound to happen, but it came sooner than Su Yan expected. So far he hadn't lost a single minion. He had been doing everything possible to ensure that each minion could survive. Perhaps due to a protective character, or perhaps unwilling to incur losses. But at least Su Yan was doing just that. Upon receiving the news, he almost ran to the front line, braving the stench of corpses to reach Jing's side. Master, what are you doing here? Jing was very surprised. Heaven knows how much effort she put into persuading Su Yan to stay in the rear. Why did this messenger allow the master to come to the dangerous boundary line? The girl's gaze briefly swept over the messenger, but did not linger. Has Natasha fallen? Su Yan's expression turned serious, and his good mood had completely evaporated. Master, I may have disappointed you. A weak voice came from the right crowd. Su Yan looked over and saw Natasha weakly leaning against the ruins of a building, surrounded by several medical profession minions who were busy tending to her. I'm still alive, not completely dead. Natasha smiled, her face pale, her voice hoarse. A horrific deep hole was in her abdomen, and her white ribs pierced through the fresh blood and flesh exposed to the air. She was completely limp and unable to move, with numerous injuries on her body left to be bandaged and treated. This voluptuous and sexy, beautiful huntress was now devoid of charm, enveloped in the pungent smell of blood and battlefield filth. As long as you're still alive, that's good. Su Yan took a few steps towards her, and then stopped, looking at Natasha with complex eyes, quietly asking the medical minion beside him, can she be treated? Considering Natasha's injuries, if it were an ordinary person, they would likely be waiting to die, at most experiencing a brief revival. She should be able to. What do you mean by should? This sister's physical quality is indeed very good, far exceeding that of ordinary humans, but there are too many wounds. A girl raised her head, adjusting the cross hat on her head, and said quietly, the most serious wound almost grazed the edge of her heart. If she is to be saved, it will require a lot of people's effort, and many medical cards will be used. It's highly likely that even using all the medical cards won't guarantee her recovery. What do you mean? Su Yan squinted, his tone calm without anger, but the girl nurse didn't dare to look up. I heard people say that each card has a cost, and according to the treatment team's estimate, the cost to treat her has already exceeded 8,000. Investing a treatment cost of 8,000 with no guarantee of recovery. At the current market price, this SR card seems dispensable. For a moment, the air fell silent. Some minions were quietly observing Su Yan, seemingly waiting for an order that would push someone toward death. At this moment, they could see the fate of a fellow being when their value was extremely low, perhaps a form of relief. Treat her. Su Yan issued the order, calmly shattering the silence. No one dared resist their master's command. It was delivered with absolute authority. The medical team swiftly mobilized. Healing cards were activated one after another, treatment protocols were assessed and deployed without delay. Natasha's body began to shimmer faintly under the soft, overlapping luminescence of numerous healing cards. Natasha lay motionless amid the rubble, straining to speak, perhaps to caution Su Yan, but her voice had already abandoned her. And what exactly happened? Su Yan kept his gaze fixed on the wounded huntress, not turning as he asked, the question directed at Jing. Master, she entered the breach before third team supplies arrived. I did not ask for that. Su Yan cut Jing off, his first moment without a smile. Ni's expression turned utterly impassive. Around him, servants instinctively lowered their heads. None dared meet his eyes. This young man now exuded an indescribable aura, the cold, unyielding fury of one who truly held power. Yet his response to Natasha's choice seemed to confirm Jing's account. Not falsehood, but sober truth. Are you implying Natasha defied your orders, or that you lack the competence to lead this team? Su Yan narrowed his eyes. Jing remained silent, offering no explanation. He trusted Jing utterly, believing this girl could deliver the survival force envisioned in his strategic blueprint even if it fell short of the ultimate scale. Could she at the very least lead this 100-strong cohort precisely as he willed? Su Yin had invested 2 full days' worth of resources, only to witness a handful of sortier combatants suffer catastrophic injuries even before formal engagement with the boss. This outcome was unacceptable to him, and instantly he began re-evaluating Jing's capabilities, wondering whether her card tier genuinely constrained her command efficacy. The crowd parted as Lao Chen Tu and Da, who approached exhaustion, etched deep into their faces. Master, please do not blame Miss Jing. It was our recklessness. Recklessness? NSU Yin let out a hollow, mirthless laugh. So you're all telling me Natasha was a fool, knowing full well the peril, yet rushing headlong to her death? No one answered. The decision had been Natasha's alone, an unforeseeable, irrevocable act. Speak plainly. How was she injured? What did you encounter? Su Yin spoke slowly. Lao Chen Tu drew a deep breath. His right hand was tightly bound in bandages. After entering through the trap breach, Miss Natasha eliminated the monsters guarding the entrance and led us deeper inward. Inside, we encountered many variants of zombies, each possessing distinct abilities. Some concealed themselves, others floated, and still others crackled with electricity. Yet none exceeded Miss Natasha's capacity, until the 12th floor of the tower. And Lao Chen Tu swallowed hard, his eyes clouded with helplessness. There we met a shadow, its form indiscernible. It moved with blinding speed. We couldn't react nor hit it with gunfire. Miss Natasha instantly judged it unbeatable and ordered our retreat. But it pursued us outward. Miss Natasha stayed behind alone to cover our withdrawal, so we could return with intelligence. We didn't go far. We waited several floors below to rendezvous with her. I don't know what transpired above, but in mere seconds, only seconds, I saw Miss Natasha plummet down, her body ravaged by wounds. The creature stood at the breach several floors up, gazing down upon us, yet it did not leap. Some invisible boundary seemed to hold it there like a rule inscribed in the very architecture. They had faced the boss and narrowly escaped annihilation. And had it not been for the gatekeeper mechanism, none of these servants would have returned alive. The disparity in raw strength is not your fault. NSU Yin took a slow, measured breath. Lao Chen Tu bowed his head in shame. Master, Miss Jing bears no guilt. Every one of us endorsed Captain Natasha's decision. Our entire unit erred. The elder servants empathized deeply with Jing and understood her aspirations. Yet such empathy introduced greater unpredictability, higher potential reward, yes, but also heightened risk. Su Yin glanced briefly at Lao Chen Tu and said coolly, "You are dismissed to rest. The research division will analyze all intelligence and the boss's mechanics immediately and assemble a new exploration team specializing in long-range probing and damage assessment. Even if direct hits prove impossible, find ways to further test its capabilities, minimizing casualties in the next engagement." His gaze swept over Chen Jixin and the others, who nodded solemnly in assent. "And, Jing, you are to oversee Natasha's care. Keep her alive, no more no less." Su Yin glanced once at Jing before departing swiftly. And if healing cards were scarce, then they would be drawn. And from a purely cost-benefit perspective, Su Yin could never afford to discard and sortier servant so lightly. Just before disappearing from view, Su Yin paused and turned back to instruct Chen Jixin. "From now on, Doctor, I entrust greater oversight to you. I wish to avoid recurrences, even if progress slows." "Yes, Master." And Chen Jixin bowed respectfully and watched Su Yin return to the base vehicle. Only then did he lower his voice. "Miss Jing, what precisely was your intent?" And Jing looked up puzzled. Nas Chen Jixin quietly assigned tasks to his research team. He murmured, "I suspect Natasha was influenced by you. Otherwise, an elite huntress like her would never take such unnecessary risks. Nan, Natasha is certainly not the sort who courts death. Then you must have said something to prompt her decision. Am I correct?" "In." "I said nothing." Jing smiled faintly. Chen Jixin doubted her, but pressed no further, merely warning softly, "What you've done has crossed his threshold. He will reassess your competence anew." And Chen Jixin paused mid-sentence, then fixed Jing with a long, penetrating look. And he realized this was precisely the result she had intended. Jing knew Su Yin cared little whether Natasha's decision stemmed from personal recklessness. The mere occurrence of such an outcome, deviating sharply from the established plan, was proof enough that her leadership might be flawed. A leader who cannot guide those beneath her, surely that reflects a deficiency in managerial acumen. And precisely this realization was what Jing needed Su Yin to accept, early deliberately, so he would sooner make critical choices about promoting superior strategists or over-relying on her alone. "Do you regret it?" Chen Jixin sighed. Jing smiled. "Isn't this the optimal outcome? A timely accident, costly yet contained, gets severity calibrated precisely within his tolerance, while delivering sharp, unmistakable warnings. Some things lie beyond his control. To learn acceptance of sacrifice, to confront it consciously, to offer it deliberately, in that," Jing added softly, "is a fundamental quality every exceptional leader must possess. A timely accident. Can accident truly be qualified as timely In Shinjishin savored the phrase, then raised his eyes, profoundly knowingly, toward Jing. Miss Jing, you understand how to cultivate a sovereign better than anyone else alive. I only wish for him to learn more and faster. Jing raised her hand. Wu Xiaoya handed her a worn notebook. Bending her head, she began writing. The situation is now clear. At minimum, one team has verified the boss's approximate strength and the gatekeeper mechanism. Though the bosses in the remaining 2 towers remain unengaged, their power levels likely differ little. A monster surpassing sortier combatants, yet insufficient to obliterate them instantly. This aligns perfectly with my stage-based threat analysis, still well within the parameters of our operational plan. Jing lifted her gaze toward Chunjishin. Doctor, do you agree we can clear the objective before dawn? You've already orchestrated everything. Why consult me? Chunjishin offered a wry smile. This girl had, from guiding collective morale to inciting Natasha's squad to advance prematurely, then leveraging Natasha's injury to accelerate Su Yan's growth, while simultaneously extracting detailed intelligence on the final boss to finalize the clearance strategy and timeline. Every link in the chain appeared premeditated. Each step, just as she described, exquisitely calibrated. You hold great importance. Indeed, in his current estimation, you already stand as a viable replacement for me. Jing playfully winked, a rare, genuine smile gracing her lips. Yet Shinjishin understood this was only a possibility, one that might remain forever theoretical. Su Yan would not easily revoke Jing's command, and that delicate equilibrium was precisely what she required. She could step aside, but any successor would need to surpass her decisively. You'll handle it then. No waiting for his card draw. Chunjishin sighed. You estimated earlier he should hold over 100,000 blood coins by now. He'll almost certainly draw healing cards. Won't you offer alternative suggestions? No need. I never rely on the odds of favorable draws from the pool. Jing smiled faintly. Let the master enjoy himself. Interfering excessively in his draws would truly overstep. Is there anything you wouldn't dare do? Shinjishin didn't believe her. Watching the girl resume her duties, he recalled her silence during Su Yan's outburst. Chunjishin whispered, unable to restrain himself. Miss Jing. Why Natasha specifically? She carries sufficient weight. Jing's answer was disarmingly simple. She recognized Su Yan as a man of deep loyalty, and the longer one served him, the more profoundly one became cherished. Natasha of First Squad fulfilled every criterion: formidable skill, high-tier cards, and a unit composed almost entirely of veteran servants, each detail flawlessly aligned. And if the unexpected occurred, if she truly died, Shinjishin's voice dropped low, would that still fall within your acceptable margin of loss? Doctor, you shouldn't have asked that. It makes you seem rather foolish. Jing's smile vanished. She studied Shinjishin from head to toe, then adjusted her glasses with a light touch. No risk is ever guaranteed controllable. All actions bear dual consequences, and I cannot abandon necessity for fear of consequence. From the outset, Jing had accepted Natasha's potential death, and perhaps Su Yan would blame her more fiercely as the central commander, but she retained the capacity to defuse even that fury. Indeed, that was a naive question. Shinjishin suddenly laughed, a quiet, unsettling sound. He felt this girl was unfamiliar, far less transparent than he'd imagined. Jing, you are far more ruthless than your master. Natasha, her comrade from the same cohort, commanded her deepest trust, yet remained expendable. A sovereign should embody greatness and radiance. Jing replied with serene composure, issuing new orders even as she answered, but greatness requires baseness to define it. Radiance thrives only against the contrast of darkness. I am what he needs, now and always. The sacrificial card pool erupted with a strong crimson glow, and cards floated down like flowing water, landing beside Su Yan. 20,000 blood coins exchanged for 200 resource cards. Su Yan's expression remained impassive as he raised his hand to collect them, quickly counting. Excluding food cards, tool cards, and other minor category cards, this batch of resource cards contained 56 medical cards, including 2 SR-level medical cards. Not bad luck. Su Yan's expression softened slightly. This draw was in line with the expectations and experiences of many users regarding the card pool. Although only a brief 2 days had passed, everyone had gained a bit of experiential judgment regarding the card pool's pitfall. According to the extraction experiences provided by most, on average, one could obtain an SR-level card with about 10 to 15,000 blood coins. Of course, this is merely an average drawn from the current situation and does not represent everyone's extraction outcomes, nor does it guarantee whether the mid-draw replacement of the card pool would affect the SR drop rate. Ultimately, it comes down to the fact that most users simply do not have enough blood coins to accumulate more extraction experience from the card pool. Holy Embrace Rare SR Resource Card. Card description can be used on a single target, summoning Holy Light to envelop the target, continuously restoring a large amount of life for 30 seconds and dispelling all common toxins and negative states. Special effect has a chance to trigger a perfect repair effect for serious wounds, but will put the target in a weakened state for 24 hours. Card durability 33, non-repairable, reduces durability by 1 with each use. Emergency Rescue Kit Rare SR Resource Card. Card description contains essential medical technology items such as efficient hemostatic gel, powerful adrenaline injectors, and portable external defibrillators. Special effect: when healing, a severely injured target has a chance to stabilize their near-death state and immediately restore 30 of life. Card durability: 55. Non-repairable, reduces durability by 1 with each use. An SR healing card is surprisingly not a one-time use. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. It seemed that high-level resource cards could be used multiple times, which was a nice little mechanism that made the card pool seem a bit more benevolent. Take this and give it to Jing. Treat Natasha. Su Yan handed the new card to the servant beside him and instructed, tell her not to conserve card resources. Make sure Natasha survives. If the cards run out and the treatment results are still not assured, inform me immediately. Yes. The servant nodded respectfully and quickly left. 2 SR cards, which were relatively precious medical cards, would at least start from an expensive price of 30,000 blood coins even at this stage. Using them all to heal a single SR servant was indeed a bit of a loss, but Su Yan didn't care. It couldn't be helped, the man was making good money now. Of course, this was not because Su Yan had any special feelings or importance for Natasha. He treated the rest of his servants the same way. Ever since he verbally confirmed Chen Zhizin's plan blueprint, Su Yan had long been mentally prepared. If he was to lead a team, he must show resolve and vision. A leader possesses not only status, glory, and the enjoyment of various benefits, but also bears the corresponding responsibilities and burdens. Moreover, through the analysis and comparison of the other users, Su Yan keenly noticed a different approach to treating servants, which allowed him to unearth the true value of servant cards. If that's the case, then one must show the right attitude. The difficulty at the end point is indeed not low. With my current strength, I'm still a bit lacking. Su Yan turned to glance at the key area at the end of the road. The tide of corpses was still present, and several hours of encirclement had not diminished their scale. The best plan is to wait for the subsequent days for the UR cards. If a decisive battle card appears, it would easily. However, I cannot fully rely on this. There is too much in the 6 major card pools, and UR cards may not guarantee the drop of battle cards. Jing's current strategic layout for the team is correct. As the core of the team, I cannot easily engage in dangerous battles. The optimal solution will still revolve around the core of the servant team. Su Yan's inner thoughts agreed with Jing's earlier analysis. Utilizing daily UR cards to cover Su Yan's own strength enhancement while investing the rest of the gains into the servant legion and base construction would achieve comprehensive growth. The remaining 150,000 blood coins should be spent around this point. And to build a stronger racing team, all 5 other types of card pools besides resource cards must be covered. Characteristic card pool: 200 draws. Equipment card pool: 200 draws. Talent card pool: 200 draws. Skill card pool: 200 draws. Servant card pool: 200 draws. Su Yan waved his hand, throwing down 100,000 blood coins in each pool. As the altar continuously transformed and flickered among the 5 major card pools, cards burst forth rapidly, descending around Su Yan. Su Yan picked them one by one, merely giving a cursory glance at the card levels. With so many cards in his possession, the R and N cards from the 6 major card types were not worth Su Yan's in-depth analysis, and he directly handed them over to Jing and the research teams for study and use. Su Yan focused solely on counting all the higher-level cards from SR and above. The first round of cards drawn from the characteristic card pool still yielded a large number of N cards, with only 3 level characteristic cards. They were Strongman, Battle Instinct, and Swift Steps, whose effects were comparable to talent cards and skill cards of the same level, and importantly, they could exist permanently. New drawing experience: the characteristic card pool is not subject to the so-called drop rate judgment. It is harder to draw from than other card pools. Even a level card is considered good. Su Yan gently pinched these 3 level characteristic cards, all of which were combat-related and unsuitable for his own use. Su Yan had a clear understanding of his positioning. His combat capability was only planned around UR cards, and the combat-type cards drawn were best given to the servants to use. Here, give it to Jing. Su Yan handed over the 200 cards. The returning servant hurried off again. This new servant seemed to have grasped it. Miss Jing was indeed correct. Their master truly treated the servants well, as all the drawn cards were entirely for them. Su Yan looked up and continued to draw cards. The second round yielded equipment cards with 200 draws, resulting in 2 SR cards, while the rest were mostly N cards with fewer cards. It seems that every time a card is drawn, it affects the number of our cards. When no cards are drawn, the number of our cards increases. Su Yan flicked the SR card in his hand, revealing a cold weapon, great sword, and a magic staff. Continue. Su Yan looked up and drew the talent and skill cards. A total of 400 cards, but only 1 SR skill card, which was difficult for Su Yan to accept. Am I really this unlucky? Su Yan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Wasn't it said that there was a high probability of obtaining an SR in 100 draws? The earlier equipment card drop rate matched this experiential judgment, but why was it not the case for talent and skill cards? Could it be that my luck is just too poor and am naturally a non-lucky person with drop rates far below the average? Su Yan did not believe it, yet the reality was as such. The only good news was that this single SR skill card was of the magical healing type and had slightly more uses than the previous SR skill card. Damn, only 100 cards left. Suyin looked up at the remaining servant cards somewhat anxious. Could it be that there won't be a single SR? Suyin raised his hand, plucking them one by one to count. End card, R card, end card. Huh. Suyin was taken aback. He raised his head and saw a servant card shining more brilliantly than the others, distinctly different from the rest. What is this? Suyin raised his hand to pluck it and focused his gaze. This was a card that gleamed with a more radiant golden light, beautifully exquisite, clearly marked on the card face SSR. Damn. SSR. Suyin was suddenly overjoyed. I knew it. That's why there were no drops earlier. It was all to cushion the big drop. Ding. Suyin flicked the card and sighed, refreshing. New draw experience. When a higher level card is about to be drawn, there will be a noticeable low draw phenomenon. So does this card pool imply a potential guarantee mechanism that just requires more draws to validate? Suyin pondered for a moment, but decided not to write down the speculation in the competitive rules as it couldn't be taken seriously. But it didn't matter, after all, he had drawn it this time. After 1,000 draws, he secured his first SSR servant card. The feeling was simply more exhilarating than the UR cards Suyin drew every day. After all, UR cards are guaranteed, but manual draws are completely random and uncontrollable. It's all based on luck, just a gamble. Suyin quickly removed the remaining cards, just as the servant delivering cards returned. For Jing. Without looking up, Suyin pointed to a large stack of cards on the roof of the car, indicating the servant to take them away. As the servant paused to catch his breath and looked up, he saw the large stack of cards, and his expression changed instantly. He couldn't help but tremble as he said, "Master, do all these need to be given to her?" After just delivering 200 cards, now he had to deliver 700 or 800 more. What else could it be? Suyin looked at the new servant, a thin boy who he vaguely remembered was an end-card servant of a newsboy. Lacking combat ability and special skills, he was just fast and loud. In the hands of most users, this type of card was considered useless and likely would be used as cannon fodder to lure zombies or directly serve as a servant vehicle. But in Suyan's team, Jing would assign each servant an appropriate position. Gulp. The boy swallowed hard, gathering the large number of cards into his arms, but dropped a few in his nervousness and scrambled to pick them up. Master. Moi. I see many cards are of a higher level than ours. Wouldn't it be wasteful to use them? Little comrade, this line of thought is very dangerous. That is a capitalist mindset, and it's wrong. Understand? I don't understand. The boy's eyes were filled with confusion. The world he once inhabited was not like that. Is a capitalist mindset, and it's wrong. Understand? I don't understand. The boy's eyes were filled with confusion. The world he once inhabited was not like this, and he had never received such education. He couldn't comprehend what his master was saying. In his past understanding, he was not only of low status on the endless road, but also lowly in his previous world. If you don't understand, go ask Jixin and Jing. Suyin shrugged. If you don't understand, learn. Cards are tools, and tools are meant to be used by people. Then are we not also cards? The boy was even more confused, looking at his master, seemingly waiting for a clearer answer. You are right. On this path, in the eyes of the system, we are all cards. Suyin pointed at the boy and then himself. But in my eyes, we are all human beings. Master. The boy opened his mouth, wanting to ask more, but still didn't say anything, lowering his head, and he could tell that his master had more important matters to attend to, and that he shouldn't ask any further. But he had doubts at deeper confusion. He had never heard anyone say that someone like him could also be qualified to enjoy and possess things of greater value than himself. It seems that every world has its own values. Suyin watched the boy's figure as he walked slowly, seemingly absent. Servants come from different worlds with different memories and thoughts. Coordinating them all in one place is indeed a challenging task. Suyin rubbed his forehead. Forget it, I'm not a great person. Why think about this? Take it slow. Let's still take a look at my new cards. SSR. Suyin retracted his gaze and couldn't help but smile, admiring the card in his hand. The image of this card's servant depicted a tall man, bald, with a scarred face, fierce eyes, and a body full of muscles exuding a violent aura. Though only shown on the card, it gave off a vivid and fierce aura of slaughter, almost as if the dense malice would burst from the card and hit Suyan's face. This looks like a combat card. The more Suyin looked at it, the more satisfied he became, admiring the new servant's strong muscles. It truly provided a strong sense of security. As Suyan's fingers stroked the card, a piece of servant data information popped up before his eyes. Name: Blood Slaughterer Luo Dashin. Age: 29 years. Type: Vanguard Survival. Servant grade: SSR Epic. Muscle strength: 535. Nerve reaction: 551. Stamina: 538. Mental will: 502. Self-healing immunity: 528. Servant traits: rebellious maniac, inherent trait. Often kills masters, cannot tolerate being commanded or restrained, immune to mental control effects of SSR and below. When provoked by enemies or in a state of rage, all attributes temporarily increase by 20, lasting until the end of battle. Desperate reverse scale, inherent trait. For every 10 of life lost, all attack effects increase by 12. Suppression of death will inherent trait. When facing a death judgment, there is a 50 chance to be immune to that death, forcibly surviving for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, if faced with another death judgment, the chance will repeat, with a 10 decreased probability. For 3 seconds of forced survival, the minimum judgment probability is 1. Blood slaughterer inherent trait. Within 3 seconds after a death judgment, each time an enemy is killed gains one of target's maximum health, ineffective if the target's rank is higher than his own. Servant skills. Killing intent as weapon passive skill. When fighting unarmed, the basic damage recovery speed increases by 100. When fighting with weapons, each attack effect increases by 20. Hades frenzy passive skill. After each death judgment, if not dead, all basic values increase by 20. Kill thousands of troops active skill. Consumes a certain amount of stamina to execute, increasing own attack effect by 80. No cooldown until stamina is exhausted. Drunken technique passive skill. When drinking or in a state of drunkenness, the basic stamina recovery efficiency increases by 100. Servant items none. Servant introduction. He is a ruthless battlefield maniac with outstanding combat power, having personally killed 12 of his own battlefield commanders who were death row inmates. Hiss. Su Yan gasped, looking at the new servant's data, unable to help but exclaim, Lu Bu Ra. He is very powerful, but a master killer. Su Yan could understand why this guy, despite being a death row inmate, was still alive. Likely someone above was reluctant to dispose of him, but couldn't control such a madman. Just look at all these traits and skills, focusing on getting stronger in battle, especially the servant trait of suppression of death. Well, it's simply abnormal. What does it mean that each death will be judged, and if successfully judged will be immune to death? Moreover, the minimum probability is 1. This means if he is lucky enough, even a 1 chance could allow him to continuously be immune to death. Then combined with the effects of Blood Slaughterer and Hades Frenzy, he becomes even stronger after being immune to death. Strong to the point of being limitless. Never dying, always growing stronger. Good. This card pool doesn't make sense. This must be UR card data, right? Su Yan sighed loudly, feeling perplexed by Luo Dashin's core mechanism. Is this still within the realm of humanity? Where does this guy come from? Which world has humans that can be immune to? However, to say it can match UR is indeed not very accurate. Su Yan still hadn't obtained a UR card in the servant category and couldn't make a comparison, but there was no doubt that this SSR servant's data truly overwhelmed all other servant data. Even the combined combat knowledge of the 3 major talents in Su Yan's cards couldn't compare to Luo Dashin. Truly, SSR card data is so overpowering that it crushes everything. Let's summon and take a look. Su Yan raised his hand and crushed the card, grinning. No need to worry about being a master killer. This card was perfect, but the flaws were also evident. But coincidentally, his greatest flaw was completely countered by the competitive mechanism. The servant's absolute forced loyalty means that no matter how mad Luo Dashin becomes, he cannot harm Su Yan. So things always have 2 sides. The competitive rules aren't entirely bad. At this moment, Su Yan felt like praising the competitive rules. As the card transformed into a burst of bloodlight and landed beside Su Yan's base vehicle, a strong man stepped out from the bloodlight. He was bare-chested, muscles like iron, eyes like lightning, holding his head high with a face full of arrogance. You? Su Yan. Luo Dashin's physique was as robust as a mountain, and as he stepped out from the bloodlight, his gaze fell upon Su Yan on top of the car. His tone was rather impolite, calling him directly by name, his eyes filled with pride. Even though Su Yan was sitting on top of the car, Luo Dashin had to look up, yet still gave Su Yan the feeling of being looked down upon. Tisk, a rebellious one. Su Yan chuckled. You can't even call me master. TCH. Luo Dashin sneered contemptuously. I can't kill or hurt you, but you're not worthy of me calling you master. Luo Dashin was halfway through when he noticed the newspaper boy running back from a distance, returning to Su Yan's side to continue standing by. Luo Dashin caught sight of the boy, paused, and suddenly charged forward. Just in time, I'll kill one to vent my anger. Luo Dashin laughed maniacally and reached out to grab the boy's off. A burst of intense, murderous intent surged towards the boy, startling him into sitting down on the ground, his face filled with despair and confusion. Damn! Su Yan exclaimed in shock, raising his hand and commanding, come back. Luo Dashin's iron fist did not fall inches away from the boy. His form transformed into a red light, forcibly changing into a card shape, landing with a clink on the ground. Boom! A gust of wind swept past the boy's head and slammed into the ground, producing a muffled sound, sending debris flying and revealing a watermelon-sized deep pit. I am still alive. The boy was hit by the flying pebbles, feeling pain all over, trembling as he realized he was still alive. Bring him here. Su Yan covered his forehead, sighing helplessly, signaling the boy to retrieve the card from the... Taking a deep breath to calm his fear, the boy trembled as he handed the card to Su Yan on the roof of the car. Su Yan waved his hand. Let's go get far away and let the others stay away too. Thank you, master. The boy, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly fled from this dangerous place. Su Yan understood that Luo Dashin was not simple. His internal destructive power was immense. This guy had grasped the rules of the servants of the endless path. As soon as he came out, servants cannot harm their master, but there are no restrictions between themselves. Theoretically speaking, a single Luo Dashin could wipe out Su Yan's entire servant team. Su Yan believed that this bald man would likely be willing to do so. As for the consequences of doing so, Luo Dashin had killed his master 12 times before. Would he be afraid? Su Yan pondered that even if he threatened Luo Dashin with death, he would still be dismissive. Su Yan recalled the scene from earlier, thankful that Luo Dashin was at a distance from the boy. Though his strike was quick, he still had time to react. If Luo Dashin had been thrown into the group of servants, Su Yan asked himself if with his current reaction speed he could turn Luo Dashin into a card before he killed. SSR combat-type servants strike almost faster than thoughts can form, leaving ordinary people unable to. Does this card go to waste? Just pretend I didn't draw it. Su Yan held the card in his hand, pondering slightly, and ultimately decided to throw it out. Whoosh! The card flew through the air, glowing brightly in midair, and the figure of the bald man reappeared in a burst of red light. Moi! Luo Dashin stepped out of the light, looking around. Not seeing his target, he turned his gaze to Su Yan, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Hey, where did you hide him? Su Yan coldly gazed at Luo Dashin, suddenly smiling. Are you asking me? Luo Dashin laughed. Otherwise, there are only the two of us. Shut up. Su Yan calmly interrupted Luo Dashin's words. Luo Dashin's hands shot up in shock, slapping his own face hard in disbelief. Smack, 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 smack. One slap after another, loud and forceful. That's enough. Only when Su Yan called for a stop could Luo Dashin regain control over his hands. His face was already flushed red, covered with handprints. Luo Dashin hung his head silent, staring firmly at Su Yan. His eyes held neither anger nor murderous intent, merely staring wide-eyed. Do you understand? Su Yan sat on top of the car, resting his chin on his hand, smiling at Luo Dashin. On this path, I am the master. What I say is the rule. You must do what I command. You can't even harbor feelings of dissatisfaction. Understood. Luo Dashin gritted his teeth, answering sullenly, Master. Don't feel wronged. You should be grateful I'm a reasonable master. Otherwise your days would be even harder. Su Yan noticed Luo Dashin sneering. He clearly did not believe what Su Yan was saying. Su Yan was indifferent. Newcomers always acted like this. A few days of training would suffice. For safety, Sake, I will set 2 rules for you. Su Yan paused and said lightly. 1. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave my sight. 2. You are not allowed to harm or destroy any of my cards or card derivatives. Luo Dashin remained silent, only coldly listening. Su Yan knew these 2 rules had binding power, but their effectiveness was limited. Su Yan had learned from the experiences of multiple users that the forced loyalty mechanism of servants only ensured effectiveness towards the master. The master's commands had only an immediate effect on the servant. When Su Yan was not watching Luo Dashin and not constantly issuing forced commands, Luo Dashin still had the opportunity to kill other servants. In this light, Luo Dashin, this SSR servant, was actually quite troublesome. Would it have been better to draw another SSR servant instead? But this thought only flashed through Su Yan's mind. He knew well that the mechanism allowing servants to harm each other was a trap, a dilemma set by the endless path for users. Even if Su Yan had not drawn Luo Dashin today, as long as he continued to draw from the servant pool, he would eventually encounter this problem. There would definitely be troublemakers among the servants. Moreover, the stronger the servant, the higher the probability of encountering troublemakers. The more capable, the more arrogant. I know you are unconvinced, but there's nothing I can do. I'm the boss. Su Yan shrugged his shoulders, suddenly speaking. Are you feeling angry? Want to find a place to vent it? Moi. Luo Dashin raised his eyebrows, finally speaking. Are you allowing me to kill? Indeed, he was a fierce general from the battlefield with a real bloodlust. Killing. Well, that's still considered a person, isn't it? Su Yan pursed his lips, suddenly shaking his head and sighing. Let's forget it. Those 3 are too strong. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it, and your death would be a loss. What a joke. Luo Dashin laughed, his voice loud and filled with anger. Is there anyone in this world I can't kill? Take me there. I will show you. Oh. Su Yan raised his head and saw a layer of vibrant red light enveloping Luo Dashin's muscles, resembling a blood-colored cape, strikingly prominent. The inherent characteristic effect of a rebellious madman. Can't stand provocation, huh? Pure single-mindedness. The taunting method works 100. So you have hidden inherent characteristics. Then let's go, let me see it for myself. Su Yan jumped off the car and walked up to Luo Dashin, patting him on the waist. You want me as your master to be amazed and frightened by your combat power, right? TCH. Luo Dashin turned away disdainfully, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. In his mind, he seemed to envision some wonderful scenes, as if he could see Su Yan showing fear and admiration under his courage. Up close, Su Yan truly felt how tall Luo Dashin was. This guy stood before him like a little giant, nearly 2.5 meters tall. His body as solid as a wall. Su Yan couldn't even reach his shoulder. And there was the smell. Su Yan could detect a strong bloody scent. Heaven knows how long this guy had been among the dead. Su Yan led Luo Dashin towards the endpoint area. Soon Jing, who was busy, received news and hurriedly instructed the nearby servants before turning to welcome them. Master, why are you here? Jing noticed Luo Dashan behind Su Yan. This bald man, like a tower, emanated a violent and rough aura. No servant dared to meet his gaze where his eyes swept. A ticking time bomb killing like a demon. Jing silently thought. She noticed that the master was pacing not far away and did not approach her. Jing wisely stopped, maintaining a safe distance. Let me introduce a new friend, but I can't assign you to him for now. Su Yan gave a brief introduction, and Jing nodded, in understanding, remaining silent. This is my right-hand man, the commander of our team. Su Yan was still introducing, but Luo Dashan impatiently interrupted. Who are we going to kill? Don't tell me it's this woman, as she's as weak as an ant. Edge. Su Yan blinked, teasing. Are you anxious? Weren't you just disdainful? Heh. Luo Dashan sneered, the red light swirling around him, becoming somewhat restless. Jing, where is the location of the boss? Su Yan looked up at Jing, who pulled out her notebook and began flipping through it, saying softly, there is a powerful boss in each of the 3 ruined buildings which are currently difficult for us to conquer. I am preparing to take a steady approach. Just as Jing's report was getting started, Luo Dashan suddenly stomped the ground and charged like a red flame towards the key area. He dashed past the servants at the dividing line, aiming straight for the 3 tall buildings ahead. Jing put away the notebook and walked to Su Yan's side, whispering, Master, was my wording a bit too deliberate? Powerful, difficult to conquer, needing a steady approach. It's fine. Su Yan looked up, seeing the red flame frantically tearing through the tide of corpses, slowly nodding. It's an apt description. Jing smiled slightly, clearly feeling that she and the master had a tacit understanding. Bang, 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 bang. The end zone erupted with a series of explosive sounds akin to firecrackers as Luo Dashan fought frantically amidst the tide of corpses. At this moment, this man resembled a blazing flame enveloped in a red glow, charging into the horde of zombies barehanded, tearing apart everything in all directions. Any zombie he touched was instantly shredded like a piece of cloth. Violence. Passion. It's utterly exhilarating. The zombies seemed as fragile as rag dolls, spewing forth large amounts of black blood and filthy entrails with every pull from Luo Dashan. Yet this bald man did not shy away, allowing the black blood to cover him as he strode forward without a care. Watching him slay the zombies was truly a thrilling sight. However, there were too many zombies surrounding him, and Luo Dashan's fists could not guard his entire body. Before long, several zombies charged and closed, biting fiercely at his waist, calves, and arms. Su Yan observed from a distance, startled by the scene. No one knew what happened to Luo Dashan after he was bitten, only faintly hearing him roar with impatience, "Get lost!" As he shouted, his arms shook and the zombies that were gnawing on him shattered into pieces of black flesh. Unharmed, charging forward again. Taking large strides, he was a god that slayed gods. Luo Dashan continued to kill while advancing his target clear, and no matter how many zombies there were, they could not stop him. What a tremendous force. Su Yan watched, sighing. Although I can't see clearly, this guy's combat power is indeed ferocious. If there was any flaw, it could only be that his temper was too terrible and his murderous intent too great. Aside from that, he was practically the T0 level SSR card in Su Yan's mind, simple yet effective. Master. Jing extended her hand in front of him, and Su Yan looked down to see a telescope card. This girl truly understood things. Su Yan smiled, using the card to continue observing the battlefield. Luo Dashan was still slaughtering his way forward, while Jing signaled Chen Jixin with her eyes, instructing the base vehicle to approach for a better observation position for Su Yan. Unfortunately, before the base vehicle reached the edge of the boundary, Luo Dashan had already plunged into the gap of the building on the right, his figure disappearing from sight. Do you think he can succeed? Su Yan put away the card and asked Jing without looking back. The servants at the boundary were still in a daze, seemingly unable to recover from Luo Dashan's fierce bravery. Fortunately, the zombie tide in the key area had been drawn away by Luo Dashan, and more than half had been slaughtered, allowing room for everyone to adjust their formations. While Jing directed the servants to restore their formation, she replied, he can succeed. The difficulty of the 3 bosses is higher than SR level, but they haven't exceeded SSR strength. As long as you have SSR level or higher cards, you can clear the current stage smoothly. Jing paused, smiling as she said, I should congratulate you in advance, Master. We have hope of completing the first endgame strategy before nightfall. At this moment, dusk had arrived, and the sky was gradually darkening. There was less than an hour left before night fell. You think so highly of him? Su Yan raised an eyebrow, and Jing nodded. Although I only saw him once, I think he is an outstanding warrior, completely meeting my expectations for SSR level combat strength. It seems I haven't told this girl that Luo Dashan is an SSR level servant, yet she has already guessed it. To complete the strategy in 1 hour. Let's make a bet. I bet he won't finish off the boss before nightfall. Su Yan stroked his chin, but Jing surprisingly refused, saying, Master, I won't bet. Oh, are you afraid of losing? Not afraid. Jing shook her head softly, saying, I will always be your servant, so no matter the outcome, you will definitely win. Su Yan was taken aback, turning to look at the girl. She looked up at him, offering a faint smile. Interesting. Su Yan shifted his gaze, smiling unconsciously. Regardless of what the bet was, or whether the outcome was a win or loss, none of that mattered. Because she was mine and I would inevitably win. A very good answer. Su Yan was pleased, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed Chen Jixin sneaking around nearby. Doctor, what are you doing? I am researching the next upgrade blueprint for the base command vehicle. Chen Jixin put away the notebook in his hand, answering without changing his expression. Su Yan smiled encouragingly. Good job, thank you for your hard work. It's what I should do. Chen Jixin glanced at Jing, closing the notebook in his hand. He originally intended to report the strategy plan for tonight to Su Yan, which contained the specific plan he had discussed with Jing. To be precise, these were all the specific contents formulated by Jing, simply handed over to Chen Jixin. Chen Jixin highly recognized this plan, as he believed it was a configuration and scheme that could perfectly utilize all the strength of Su Yan's current team and cards with a success rate of over 90% to clear the stage before nightfall. However, it seemed unnecessary to present this plan now. Jing's gaze lightly swept over Chen Jixin, without any indication. She doesn't seem to take credit for it. Chen Jixin sighed, feeling that this plan, which could elevate the master's regard for him, was something she didn't want to mention, letting the newcomer showcase their value before the master. By the way, if there were no Luo Dashin, how long would you take to secure this place? Su Yan returned to the top of the base command vehicle, suddenly asking Jing, who smiled and replied, Thanks to Natasha taking on part of the risk, I expect to grasp all the mechanisms and strengths of the bosses by tomorrow, and at the latest we can achieve the strategy for 3 bosses by tomorrow night. Chen Jixin remained silent by the side, not exposing Jing's modesty. Oh. Su Yan sat on the vehicle's roof, letting the vehicle sway gently as he tilted his head in thought. The plan that was supposed to take 2 full days to complete aligns perfectly with your previous claim of a 48-hour clear expectation. Yes, master. Su Yan continued, the 48 hours you proposed, will it be exactly 48 hours to complete? Jing was momentarily taken aback, looking up at Su Yan, but he had already shifted his gaze, focusing on the distant building. Inside the building, the explosive sounds of bang, bang, bang continued to erupt, and one could faintly hear a man's excited long howl. Hit again. Why the hell are you running? Jing had no time to listen, only deeply gazing at Su Yan's profile. This man seemed to have realized something. He was aware that the coincidence itself indicated it was not mere coincidence. The speed of the master's growth was far faster than she had anticipated. Bang! Suddenly a loud sound broke Jing's contemplation. She looked towards the sound and saw the middle part of the right building being violently breached, the wall shattered as a bare-chested man stood at the gap, his right hand raised high, gripping a dark shadow tightly. The shadow had a humanoid shape, but it rippled like water, writhing like jelly. It was clear that it was struggling. A gasp came from the medical team as old Chen suddenly stood up excitedly, pointing at Luo Dashin. That's it injured us and the team leader. Everyone was astonished, and most of the servants involuntarily looked up, while Su Yan was also gazing. Luo Dashin was surrounded by a red glow, standing at the gap, his face wild with laughter and his eyes filled with arrogance and ferocity. You slippery bastard. You're so slippery. Huh. I finally caught you. Luo Dashin laughed maniacally, smashing the ground fiercely, each strike stronger than the last, causing the gap beneath him to widen. Cement splattered, steel bars bent. Yet he laughed even louder. Run. Try running again. Bang. Bang. If you can't beat me, then run, you worthless piece of trash. Bang. Bang. Everyone watched in astonishment, gazing at this bare-chested, bald, muscular man smashing the shadow, which rippled violently, seemingly enduring indescribable pain. Until, bang, Luo Dashin raised his hand and violently flung the shadow against the wall of the shadow was struck hard, splattering like a puddle of liquid against the wall. Before it could reassemble its body, Luo Dashin leaped into the air, using his momentum to charge towards the shadow. Boom. Luo Dashin's fists smashed down fiercely, crashing into another building's wall, taking the shadow along with him. Hey Blackskin, let's play again. Tisk, another one. Luo Dashin's voice rang out wild and exhilarating. He encountered the second BOSS, but for him it was not a problem. They were all just toys. Su Yan slowly withdrew his gaze, glancing at Jing beside him. I thought cards couldn't be purely classified by level, but now it seems I was wrong. Strong cards indeed have their reasons for being strong. Jing lowered her head and opened her notebook. Based on the intelligence brought back by Natasha, the boss in the right building possesses the core characteristics of rapid movement, immunity to some physical attacks, and the ability to transform into a liquid form to evade attacks. She did not answer directly, but responded to Su Yan's exclamation with specific intelligence about the boss. No wonder Natasha was heavily injured. Su Yan inhaled sharply. Unable to defeat, unable to escape, unable to capture this guy is the nightmare of all new users. The first boss is this difficult to beat. Fortunately, I have Luo Dashin. Indeed, the servants from different worlds all have aspects that are hard to understand. Chun Gxin also approached the car and expressed his opinion. In my understanding, conventional methods cannot restrain or harm this BOSS, but the newcomer managed to do it. He must possess special powers. After all, he is a formidable madman. Su Yan shrugged. I am not cursing, this is the evaluation given by the mechanism. As the three conversed, a loud bang came from the wall of the central building, which was blasted open from the inside. The figure of Luo Dashin reappeared, still bare-chested, each hand gripping a monster. His right hand held a shadowy humanoid figure, and his left hand grasped a massive creature resembling a blood-red lizard. He stood on the edge of the wall, one monster in each hand, leaping up to crash his head against the wall of the third building, crashing into it with a tremendous force. That's impressive. Su Yan gave high praise, and Chunji Xian nodded in agreement. Jing, how long has it been? Master, it has just been 13 minutes. You won. Su Yan had to admit that the strength of the SSR was indeed very impressive. It was a complete once. All three at once. All three at once. Finally, an excited roar from within the building echoed. I have given you the opportunity. What are you running for? Blackie, come back and fight me. This roar was filled with a thirst for battle, accompanied by a series of violent bangs. Fierce air currents surged, and the windows in the building shattered one after another. Su Yan was captivated, even neglecting the inquiries from others about new intelligence in the communication channel. 10 minutes later, the sounds of battle ceased, and Luo Dashin's figure slammed through the wall, falling straight to the ground like a cannonball. Boom. He landed with a thud, kicking up dust. He had created a deep pit in the endpoint area, completely unscathed, standing on top of several unlucky zombies. Zhou Heng and Bianjun's team were not far away, and these combat servants looked on in shock, watching as Luo Dashin charged through the tide of corpses, making his way back to Su Yan. Clap, clap. Luo Dashin shook his body, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, his gaze fixed on Su Yan atop the car. Are those the three you mentioned? Not very strong, not satisfying. He was not entirely pleased, but his tone remained arrogant. Luo Dashin raised his head, staring at Su Yan without moving or speaking, just standing there. Su Yan looked at him, feeling as if he were a kindergarten principal facing a proud little boy eagerly awaiting praise. Impressive. Su Yan gave a thumbs up, sincerely praising. Those three were quite troublesome for me. Only you and the whole team could handle this trouble. You are truly strong. Su Yan's praise was half genuine, half insincere, and Luo Dashin turned his head disdainfully. Humph, is this considered a trouble? But anyone could see the smug smile at the corner of Luo Dashin's mouth. Jing also cooperated. This gentleman is indeed impressive, possessing extraordinary combat strength. Chunji Xian nodded as well. In my long life, this is the first time I've seen such an invincible man. Humph. Luo Dashin turned his head again, unable to suppress the pride in his eyes, his lips curling upwards. Su Yan looked at Luo Dashin's proud demeanor and realized those 12 commanders likely would not indulge a child, or perhaps they had been schemed against. Where are the spoils? Su Yan inquired, and Luo Dashin turned back with some confusion. What spoils? What about the corpses of those 3 guys? Su Yan pointed toward the building, subtly reminding. I don't doubt your strength, but I believe bringing them back would better demonstrate your heroic achievements, even allowing everyone to witness your invincibility. Su Yan gestured to the surrounding servants, and Lao Chun and Da, who nodded first in agreement. Yes, yes. With the challenges of the 3 bosses overcome, the servants at the boundary also retreated, all eyes focused on. Everyone had just witnessed this man's terrifying strength single-handedly conquering a key area within half an hour, and in the most visually impactful and bloodthirsty combat style. The tension was palpable. If proving strength was unnecessary, Luo Dashin did not need to do so. The servants were already aware. But this bald man couldn't resist the stimulation, and upon hearing Su Yan's words, he turned and rushed into the tide of corpses, jumping back into the building. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Su Yan saw Luo Dashin throw out several items from the building, including broken pieces of flesh-black skins and burned red leather-like materials. He threw them with precision, sending a large number of corpse fragments falling not far in front of Su Yan over the tide of bodies. Here. Luo Dashin returned to Su Yan's side, gesturing with his chin. They are all here. Not bad. Su Yan complimented, signaling to Chunji Xian with his eyes. Chunji Xian understood and led the research team to begin analyzing and handling the boss corpses, striving to find usable information, intelligence, and materials. Mr. Luo, Jing suddenly spoke, brushing aside her hair, smiling. I wonder if I have the honor to ask you some specific questions about the battle process. Jing's tone was very humble, her posture extremely deferential. Luo Dashin raised an eyebrow. You seem somewhat pleasing to the eye. Ask whatever you want. Jing flipped her hand, took out her notebook, and began to inquire about the specifics of Luo Dashin's battle process, asking in detail about the specific intelligence, battle mechanisms, advantages, and weaknesses of the 3 bosses. In the course of her inquiries, she occasionally exclaimed to encourage Luo Dashin to share more. Su Yan watched nearby, even noticing that Jing's gaze inadvertently swept over some female servants who gathered closer by themselves. These women looked at Luo Dashin with admiration and astonishment, occasionally exclaiming, "Oh my! So dangerous! You are so impressive! How did you do it?" And similar exclamations. What is this? Luo Dashin looked proud, his arrogance completely uncontainable. Su Yan even confirmed repeatedly behind this bald man's rear there was indeed no tail sticking up. Very well, I was overthinking. With Jing here, there was no need to worry about Luo Dashin going on a rampage against the With this kid's intelligence, he likely belonged to the type that after being sold still needs to pay others. No wonder he ended up a death row convict despite his military achievements. As for Jing's intentions, Su Yin clearly understood besides using the opportunity to get to know the newcomer Luo Dashin better, she also aimed to collect more boss intelligence, enabling Su Yin to profit further. The strategy has been completed. Logically, we should have cleared the stage right. Su Yin gazed towards the endpoint area, stroking his chin. Why hasn't there been an information notification yet? Could it be that some steps had been overlooked? At that moment, Su Yin saw Jing making hand signals indicating Zhou Hong to lead the team to explore the interior of the building, while Bian Jun and the remaining combat servants systematically eliminated the tide of corpses in the key area. Jing should understand what is going on. Su Yin retracted his gaze. He no longer needed to keep staring at Luo Dashin and finally had the energy to refocus on the communication channel. As expected, he had just scanned the screen when he saw many users mentioning him, some inquiring about new intelligence, while others were subtly probing into his progress on the strategy. There were even a few sarcastic comments suggesting that Su Yin had not spoken or replied for a long while, possibly dead in the endpoint area. Su Yin smiled, not hiding it, directly stating, "Everyone, I have an announcement of good news. I, Su Yin, have conquered the endpoint area. The comprehensive key intelligence of the final zone has been fully grasped. Welcome to the final purchase." Users in the communication channel began to speak up, tagging Su Yin. Some expressed disbelief, some expressed shock, while others sneered quietly. Most people did not believe it. How long has it been? The new rules have only been out for less than 12 hours, and you've cleared. Qin Shan was extremely shocked. He could not understand how Su Yin had accomplished this. He was skeptical, but felt that Su Yin did not seem like a person who would lie. That's the truth. Su Yin shrugged nonchalantly. While I'm in a good mood, all subsequent intelligence will be at a 20% discount. Just tell me what you want. Su Yin was quite generous and confident. The small notebook in his hand meant that every word written there represented a considerable amount of blood currency. However, Su Yin still somewhat overestimated the purchasing power of the other users. Faced with his generous offer, most users expressed shock and envy, but no one made a purchase, only hinting indirectly. Su Yin, bro, how did you clear it? The time is just too short. Su Yin, I haven't even passed the corpse tide yet, and you say you've already finished. Su Yin, I still don't believe it. Your avatar still shows you are at the 11th stage unless you show some real proof. Su Yin, the new rules say not to disclose the information of those who have cleared it. You shouldn't be able to say anything, right? Doesn't that violate the logic of the rules? Su Yin was too lazy to reply to each one individually and directly tagged Li Dali, Wu Xian, and others. Li Dali, you've cleared it just like that. Wu Xian, congratulations, but I don't have enough money. These powerful users did not mention purchasing information as they were all severely lacking in funds. It wasn't that they lacked strength, it was that Su Yan's speed of strategy and efficiency in providing information were too fast. Just an hour ago, they had bought a batch of expensive intelligence. Before they could figure out how to utilize the new information, Su Yan had already announced his clearance. This man didn't even sell deeper intelligence, and the next free information release time hadn't even arrived, yet he had already finished. Isn't this a joke? Do you think we just cut down the corpse tide like mowing grass, earning blood currency like a printing press? Wu Xian wanted to buy, but was truly strapped for cash. Even Li Dali kept quiet about this matter. After waiting for a moment without anyone seeking to purchase, Su Yin could only sigh helplessly. Are you all out of money? Why are these people so disappointing? Chunji Xian had just gotten up to report on the analysis of the boss corpse when he heard this, and was momentarily taken aback, helplessly explaining, Master, at this stage, being able to afford intelligence worth over 10,000 is already the limit for strong users. The total number of users on the Tianshu platform is only capped at 1,000. It's already a miracle that one like you exists among them, as the speed at which others earn blood currency cannot keep up with your efficiency. What Chunji Xian said made a lot of sense. Strictly speaking, it was still only the second day since the 48 hours had not yet passed, and there were almost no more than 50 users on the Tianshu platform capable of killing over 10,000 zombies. No more than 20 users could afford to bid over 10,000 blood currency for intelligence. In just 2 days, being able to reach this point was already enough to prove that these people were truly top users. However, unfortunately, Su Yan's progress was too far ahead. Even the best users couldn't catch up. Is it my fault for being too strong? Su Yan chuckled. Looks like I won't be able to make any new windfall. Not. Jing returned to Su Yan's side. After glancing at the content in the communication channel, she whispered, since Master hasn't received any notification, yet it means the specific clearance time is still within our choice. Master might as well wait a little longer. Perhaps there's still a chance to make some profit. As Jing spoke, Su Yan had already turned his gaze towards behind her, where Luo Dashin had plunged into the final zone, single-handedly clearing the corpse tide. His combat strength was exceptionally fierce. Ordinary zombies could not harm him. Wherever Luo Dashin walked, it was a scene of blood mist dispersing and body parts flying. Is he really going to work like that? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Does he really want to listen to you? Jing smiled. He's not hard to persuade. Well, he really treats him like a child. The data in the card records that he previously killed 12 battlefield commanders and often usurped their masters. Su Yan lowered his voice, half threatening and half warning Jing. Aren't you afraid of becoming the 13th? I shouldn't be. Jing playfully blinked and teased. Of course, if Master wishes for me to die, I can give that chance. I can't bear to lose you. Su Yan laughed heartily, and Jing also gently smiled. Master, you could try your UR equipment card. Jing pointed at the 3 boss corpses that the research team had barely pieced together. Perhaps there are parts worth your recording. To be honest, I don't really like non-human combat knowledge. Su Yan pondered, and Jing reminded. Recording doesn't mean using it. 10 combat knowledge can activate the flash form, which can also serve as your own combat trump card when necessary. The UR card has a unique mechanism called flash form, and Su Yan was also looking forward to the effects of this unique mechanism. I'll listen to you. Su Yan didn't put on airs. He approached the boss corpse and reached out to touch it. Found the defeated creatures tier 3, mutated creature water zombie tier 3, mutated creature large blood lizard tier 3, mutated creature sown flesh corpse. The user's equipment card still has capacity for blank combat knowledge. Would you like to accommodate this creature and fill in the combat knowledge? This knowledge is temporarily assessed as rare level SR combat knowledge. Fill it in. With Su Yan's confirmation, 3 streaks of bloodlight emerged from the 3 piles of corpses and quickly rushed into the UR equipment card in Su Yan's hand. In order to gather 10 combat knowledge, Su Yan went to the boundary area to extract combat knowledge from the previously dismissed Tier 1 zombie corpses. Still need 3 more. There are no new creatures in the 11th stage. Let's talk about it in the next stage. Su Yan smacked his lips, and several new servants beside him wanted to speak, but held back under Jing's stern gaze. They wanted to remind Su Yan that if they only looked at the standard of creatures, the servants also counted as creatures. But Jing would not allow them to say it, as she wouldn't permit anyone to lead her master down an extreme path. Her king could be decisive in killing, but he must not be led astray into darkness. That darkness should stop with her. What do you plan to do with the remaining corpses? Continue researching? Su Yan looked at Chunji Xian, who shook his head. The current research tools and technological level are limited, making it impossible to collect more valuable information. I believe they may not be very helpful for the future. Of course, if the master wishes to keep them, I can find a way to cut and preserve more samples. Let's keep a small amount of, Jing suggested. The rest can be sold to the other users, but I don't recommend that either. We have no obligation to make others stronger unless they are high-priced buyers. Jing believed that there were many types of cards, and perhaps there were users who could fully utilize the boss corpses for significant enhancements. In the absence of obvious benefits, Jing did not want to see other users rapidly growing stronger, because in her eyes, every user was an enemy of Su Yan. All right, we want sold besides. Su Yan nodded, just about to say something else, when suddenly a notification message popped up before him. Congratulations, user. Your servant has explored the critical point of the current stage. Please proceed to the critical point area within 8 hours to advance to the next stage. If you do not proceed within the time limit, it will be considered a forfeiture of the current stage clearance. According to the detection, you are the first user to clear the current stage of the Tianshu platform. You have obtained a new privilege. The next draw will definitely yield an SSR card. You have obtained a new privilege. The next 3 draws will definitely yield SSR cards. The effects of privilege draws do not affect each other and can be stacked or delayed. You have obtained a new privilege exemption rights X10. You have obtained a new privilege exemption rights X100. Exemption privileges are only effective for the current. The notification from the mechanism has arrived. Su Yan was taken aback, then his eyes brightened. Let's secure the first place in clearing. Beside him, Jing also saw the content of the message and smiled. It should be Luo Dashin who has arrived. He mentioned in the previous intelligence inquiries that there is a door deep within each of the 3 buildings, and the bosses have a very obvious guarding stance. I think that must be the critical point mentioned by the mechanism. And killing the boss to reach the critical point is regarded by the mechanism as obtaining the qualification to clear the level. Jing provided the answer, and Su Yan nodded but quickly realized, wait, 3 doors. Are you saying that if I only pursue clearing the level, I actually only need to defeat 1 boss? Yes. Jing agreed. Master is very clever. I thought I had to kill the bosses of all 3 buildings. Su Yan covered his forehead and asked, did you think of this before? Jing smiled silently, not responding. Well, the answer was already obvious enough. We still have 8 hours left. Just as you anticipated, we still have some leeway, although not much. Su Yan didn't believe everyone could earn much blood coins in 8 hours, but earning a bit is still better than nothing. However, it must be said that the privilege reward for being the first to clear is quite generous. Su Yan opened the sacrificial altar, glanced around, and found that all 6 major card types were glowing with golden light, indicating that his next 4 draws would definitely yield SSR level cards. Jing, give a suggestion. Which one should I draw? Su Yan was somewhat eager. How about directly going for 4 SSR servants? That would definitely be a huge help. Not in a hurry for now. Jing said softly. We can arrange according to the specific circumstances of the next stage. Within the current 8 hours, the master can survey the endpoint area, search for resources in the 11-stage streets, and try to avoid any omissions or waste. He'll leave these matters to you. You understand better than I do. Su Yan smiled, and Jing nodded in agreement. As for this exemption privilege, Su Yan searched for a long time before clicking on his personal avatar to find the privilege record. 11-stage exemption privilege. Holding this privilege allows one to obtain privilege effects by consuming different privilege counts. Privilege effect blessing. By consuming one exemption privilege, you can mark a non-self user in the current stage, granting them the clearance permission for the 11th stage, but they will not enjoy the privilege rewards of clearance ranking and will not be counted in the allowed clearance quota. Privilege effect severe punishment. By consuming one exemption privilege, you can mark a non-self user in the current stage, imposing one of the following penalty effects on them. Within 24 hours, 50 reduction in movement speed, 50 increase in stamina depletion rate, or 50 reduction in blood coin earning efficiency. This can be stacked. Privilege limitation cannot be used on users already recorded as cleared. Interesting. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. He suddenly found the mechanism a bit incomprehensible. Every rule in the clearance encourages users to compete against each other, making each other opponents. Yet those who clear first can help the remaining users clear directly, skipping the process of group competition. Or toy with those who have yet to clear. It seems the 8 hours is the entertainment time the mechanism provides for the strong. Jing suddenly spoke softly. Whether it's blessing or punishment, it actually provides emotional value to the first clearers, allowing them to enjoy the satisfaction of being admired by everyone, as well as the thrill of inflicting punishment. This privilege represents two choices of good and evil. It does not bring any obvious practical benefits to the clearers. It feels more like a query regarding their stance. Is it meaningful, eh? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. What does it really want? To distinguish good from evil? Or just to watch the fun? Jing responded, perhaps neither. Then what is it? Su Yan asked. Jing shook her head. I don't know. She wasn't lying, at least for now. Jing truly could not see the meaning of the exemption privilege given by the mechanism. Or perhaps it is simply for amusement. It doesn't matter if given, just use it. Su Yan waved his hand, opened the communication channel, and selected the avatars of 2 users using the privilege effect once on each. Before long, in the communication channel, the terrified curses of Luo Jiao and Lu Sun appeared. Luo Jiao, Su Yan. What are you doing, Su? Are you looking for death? Lu Sun exclaimed. Su Yan, are you really going to kill us all? Are you even human? Su Yan chuckled. Oh, it really works. However, there was one downside. These 2 actually knew who inflicted the punishment effect. It seemed the mechanism was rather cunning. But it didn't matter. Su Yan could also be straightforward about it. Users in the communication channel saw Luo Jiao and Lu Sun angrily cursing, and judging from their content, it seemed to mention something about privileges. Punishment. Everyone felt curious and began to ask. Luo Jiao and Lu Sun sorrowfully accused Su Yan of doing them a favor. This bastard just gave me an exemption mark. Just now the notification told me my movement speed is halved for 24 hours. Me too. How am I supposed to clear with this? He's trying to kill us. This is outright murder. The 2 of them sobbed as they accused Su Yan, who was laughing happily, casually tossing out 2 more punishment effects. Luo Jiao screamed. Su Yan, screw you, are you coming again? Do you even have humanity left? Su Yan threw out another privilege, reminding him. Keep cursing, I still have over 100 times left, and it can stack. Luo Jiao fell silent, filled with fear. He had already accumulated 3 punishment effects: halved movement speed, increased stamina depletion, and reduced blood coin earnings. Each punishment effect was extremely harsh and could greatly affect the efficiency of clearing. Although he was in a terrible situation now, at least these 3 major punishment effects only lasted for 24 hours. He could grit his teeth and endure. What if he really angered Su Yan and got a 7-day package? How could he clear then? I'm just kidding, you get punished even if you don't curse. Su Yan laughed and sent a total of 18 privilege effects to Luo Jiao. 7-day package, take it, no need to thank me. Luo Jiao was in despair. Su Yan, XXXX. XXXX. The curses were too vulgar to be viewed. It was clear that this person had completely broken down. He could see no hope of survival. The more vulgar Luo Jiao cursed, the happier Su Yan laughed. The other users in the communication channel silently watched, gradually grasping the situation. Qinshan, Su Yan bro. Did you really clear it? Su Yan, you see, why does no one believe me when I speak the truth? I'm in a good mood now, so I'll share a new piece of information for free. There is one boss in each of the 3 buildings. You don't need to clear them all. Just killing one is enough to clear. As for why they are cursing, it's due to the clearance reward exemption privilege. As soon as this was said, the entire place was in an uproar. With Luo Jiao's continuous angry curses as proof, no one doubted the authenticity of Su Yan's clearance. Although the mechanism does not disclose the information of cleared users, the entire Tianshu platform knows that Luo Jiao and Su Boss do not get along. Sometimes the performance of an enemy is the best proof. For a time, there were those congratulating Su Yan, those recording free information, and those inquiring about privilege. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yan roughly disclosed the effects of the exemption privilege, stating, I still have 78 privilege effects left, I can help 78 good brothers without asking for a high price, just sincerity will do. Suyin also wanted to sell at a high price, but it was clear that users with the strength to clear would not spend a high price on the exemption privilege, while those with lower strength couldn't produce much blood coins. In that case, whatever can be sold will be sold. Qin Shan was overjoyed. Suyin broke and I buy one. Am willing to use all my wealth to buy it. Suyin was puzzled. You seem capable enough, oh, aren't you planning to clear it yourself? Lacking confidence. Qin Shan, Suyin, to be honest, I think it's better for me to be a bit timid. There were quite a few users with similar thoughts, especially those who considered themselves to be at a mid-tier level, believing they were on the edge of the top 20,000. Seeking stability, they all tagged Suyin, hoping to get a privilege effect. Everyone's remarks were extremely sincere, pleading to the utmost, almost begging on their knees. In the face of life and death pressure, dignity truly means nothing. Of course, there were also those who questioned, Su boss, I just calculated, and it seems something is off, right? The number of cleared users should be 110 times for the exemption privilege. Shouldn't you have 97 times left? Why is it only 78 times? Oh, I left some for Lu Sun. Suyin explained with a smile, casually tossing 19 punishment effects to the silent Lu Sun. A similar 7-day package completely filled. Warning. User Su Yin has used exemption privilege on you. You have received the following penalty status. Lu Sun, who had been trembling with fear and dared not speak to draw Su Yan's attention, suddenly broke down, cursing in despair. Su Yan. You really aren't human. One was Luo Jiu, one was Lu Sun. The two alternated in their furious curses, crying out in accusation, yet could only exchange for Su Yan's refreshing laughter. Jing, this mechanism truly understands humanity. The emotional value it provides is quite sufficient. Su Yan considered himself to be somewhat petty. If it weren't for Jing's constant persuasion, he would have spent a fortune to kill someone by now. However, it's not so bad now. Playing with the exemption privilege is quite enjoyable. Not only did I save 200,000, but I also got to kill someone. Su Yin was very satisfied with this, and of course he harbored no psychological burden about it. Su Yin would not indulge in unwarranted cruelty, but he was not adept at repaying kindness with kindness. He could hold back his anger, but he would always remember his grudges. He would repay any opportunity. As for the many users on the communication channel, many clever individuals were the first to send trade requests to Su Yin. They sought nothing more than to let Su Yin see their requests as soon as possible, so they could directly purchase and Su Yin briefly glanced at the items in some trade requests, mostly cards and blood coins with values generally ranging from 100 to 300 blood coins. Indeed, it was the users with weaker abilities who were more eager to obtain the exemption privilege. However, Su Yin did not have many privileges in hand, and there were nearly 1,000 trade requests at the moment, with the numbers rapidly increasing. He couldn't cover everyone, so Su Yin selected some familiar users for trade, such as the cart users like Qin Shan and others who had previously spoken up for him in the communication channel. Regardless of the value of the items these people were trading or the blood coins involved, Su Yin agreed, in one go granting one exemption privilege. Boss Su was a person who valued relationships. You helped me, and even if it was a trivial matter, Su Yin remembered it in his heart. He remembered both kindness. In just over 10 minutes, Su Yin had given out all 78 privileges in exchange for a total of 56696 blood coins, 152 food cards, 32 equipment cards, and 12 non-durability skill cards. The number of blood coins was quite considerable, but all the cards were of then grade. Su Yin didn't expect these users to give more and didn't mind if someone took advantage of the situation. The scale was quite large, it was extravagant. All right, the privileges are all given out now. Su Yin joked. Look at these two still cursing. Thank goodness I have a broad mind, otherwise there would be more than 2 people cursing me right now. He subtly referred to some of the servant vehicle users like Wu Qianqian and others who had exchanged harsh words with him once or twice, but Su Yin didn't take it too seriously. To be honest, if it weren't for Luo Jiu and Lu Sun's many provocations, Su Yin might not have wanted their lives at this moment. But unfortunately, one reaps what one sows, and many things are self-inflicted. Seeing Su Yin say this, the users felt both pity for the two and regret for not snatching the exemption privilege for themselves. The servant vehicle users dared not speak, as they didn't know whether Su Yin had really given out all the privileges or if he was just fishing for reactions. Users who had already received the exemption privilege, such as Qin Shan and others, expressed their deep gratitude in the communication channel. Without needing Su Yan's hint, they immediately started to curse Luo Jiu and Lu Sun. These 78 people were completely unburdened at this moment and had become staunch supporters of Su Yin. Anyone who provoked Su Yin was also challenging their stance. After all, Su Yin had proven through action that mingling with Boss Su truly allowed one to reap benefits. Under the siege of these 78 people, Luo Jiu and Lu Sun could not curse back, nor did they dare to form a group. They could only stare blankly at the channel information in despair. We are doomed this time. Luo Jiu muttered in despair, while Lu Sun still struggled for a solution amidst the hopelessness. He pondered, it's not over, there is still hope. The top 10 clearance users all have exemption privileges. Oh, we can buy them. We can use all our assets to buy them, using exemption privileges to counter exemption privileges. He can only impose punishment effects. He can't stop us from clearing the levels. You're right, this bastard is just the first to clear the levels. Surely more will clear it. Once he leaves, we will buy the exemption privileges at a high price, even if we have to give out all our cards and blood coins, as long as we can clear the levels. As long as we enter the next stage, our punishment effects will disappear. Everything can start over. Luo Jiu became more and more excited as he grasped onto the only hope. But soon a new message in the communication channel shattered his hopes again. Su Yan, Li Dali Wu Xian Wang Xing Chen Liuo. Everyone, I am giving away all the existing clearance information for free, including boss mechanisms, standards for clearance intensity, and methods to avoid zombie waves. I only ask one thing: if any of you obtain an exemption privilege, please do not give it to Luo Jiu and Lu Sun. I hope you can show some face. Su Yan's generosity was tremendous at this moment. Since the strong users had already been drained by him, he would no longer sell information. Instead, he was giving it away for free. All he sought was to utterly crush these two, to cut off all their hopes. Su Yan tagged over 60 powerful users who all promised to comply. This was merely a trivial matter. The strong had their pride and would not go back on their word. Moreover, the free favor that Boss Su was giving out was worth more than tens of thousands of blood coins. Then, without waiting for the remaining users' hints or pleas, Su Yan further announced, "A few hours later, before I leave, I will disclose all the endpoint information." What these old clients received was merely the first viewing, right? Everyone just needs to wait a bit to also get it for free. I have one requirement: to eliminate Luo Jiu and Lu Sun. As long as everyone shows some face, if there are conditions to meet again in the next stage, you will be my good buddies. Everything will be negotiable. Su Yan was not only winning over the strong, but also trying to rally the remaining users of the Tianshu platform, even giving benefits to the servant vehicle users. Luo Jiu stared blankly at the communication channel, as if he had lost his soul, remaining motionless. Even though the warning for competitive walking had already appeared, he couldn't suppress the regret in his heart as his feet were gradually burned. If he could relive the first day back then. If he had answered Su Yan's question instead of Lin Wan, would he have obtained another kind of exemption effect by now? Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Compared to Luo Jiu's gloomy and desperate face, the communication channel was filled with cheers, with users shouting praises like, "Boss Su is generous," and Su Zong's merits are saintly. Even the servant vehicle users joined in, unable to pick out any faults with Su Yan. For someone like him to leave without forgetting to benefit others, how could one say he was not good? He merely wanted to kill two pests. In such a cruel world of competitive walking, having such strength with such a low frequency of killing was truly merciful. Sigh, it seems I'm getting a bit too excited. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yan calmed down slightly, looking at the stream of compliments in the communication channel, yet still feeling a twinge of pain. Giving away so much information for free is indeed generous, but if it were according to the original plan, I could have easily earned a few thousand blood coins. Jing noticed the regret on Su Yan's face, guessed the reason behind it, and softly comforted him. "Master, the cost of acquiring information is almost zero. It's much more cost-effective than spending money to kill someone." "That's true, you really know how to comfort people." Su Yan laughed heartily, waving his hand, "Quickly clean up the remaining work plans and advance to the next phase." "Yes." Jing nodded obediently and retreated to focus on the final cleanup work. Chen Jixin was leading a team of cognitive servants, preparing the next phase of the walking competition plan and deconstructing the finish area. It is worth mentioning that with the death of the three main BOSSES, the corpse tied in the finish area did not refresh after their demise. Along with several servant teams returning to explore the roadside buildings, the information that came back also mentioned the mechanism details regarding the disappearance of the zombies. "The mechanism is really stingy, not letting me continue to farm blood coins in the remaining 8 hours. Su Yan stroked his chin and spoke in the communication channel. "Li Dali Lin Wainer. I'll be leaving soon. Is there anything I can help with?" "No need for payment, just let me know." Su Yan specifically inquired with the two of them, remembering how they had both helped him not long ago. Whether it was Li Dali's righteous words or Lin Wainer's information gift, Su Yan kept them in mind. "Lin Wainer, the information you provided earlier is very valuable. I should be able to clear the stage without bothering you too much. The little saintess has such a soft exterior, but a strong will, unwilling to ask for help easily." Su Yan didn't press further and called out to Li Dali, who had been silent until now. "Li Dali, when you reach the next stage, help me ask something." "Su Yan, what should I ask?" "Li Dali, ask if my mom is around. If she is, tell her Li Dali is coming right away." Su Yan. Sure." Although finding someone this way seemed like searching for a needle in a haystack, the little tadpole indeed had a filial heart. Su Yan's current number of servants had exceeded 300, and the entire team was efficiently managed under Jing's coordination, each fulfilling their duties, busy and unceasing. With the servants handling numerous complex tasks, Su Yan found himself quite relaxed in the following hours. Time flew by and night fell. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed, and it was now midnight. "Master, we can set off now." Jing returned to the command vehicle looking fatigued and softly said, "There is a critical point in every building. We have 3 directions to choose from, but we cannot confirm the differences among these 3. It's up to you to decide, Master." "The middle one." Su Yan waved his hand and sent out the final message in the communication channel. Brothers, I'll go ahead. I'll wait for you in the next phase. The other users, seeing this, congratulated him and eagerly awaited the final benefits. Su Yan kept his word, and in the next moment, he began to reveal all the information about the first phase's finish line, instantly garnering heartfelt praise from numerous users. Su Boss could have simply packed up and left, but he didn't. His small act of kindness would undoubtedly save a portion of users who were otherwise doomed. Even the merciless servant vehicle factions had to admit at this moment that Su Yan's character was indeed commendable. 10 minutes later, in the middle building on the 5th floor, amidst the ruins of battle, Su Yan saw a large door at the deepest part of this level. It was unlike any ordinary wooden door. It was entirely made of iron, pitch black, with crimson light swirling around its edges. As Su Yan approached this iron door with several servants, an information prompt popped up before him. User detected with clearance to proceed. Would you like to proceed to the next phase now? Please note that besides the user's clothing, known non-card items can be carried. If there are any uncollected cards, please return them to card form promptly. Any non-card items will be automatically destroyed upon clearance. Just as you guessed. Su Yan looked at Jing beside him, raised his hand with a smile, and said, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Master, see you soon. Jing smiled slightly, transforming into a card amidst the swirling red light, landing in Su Yan's hand. The other servants also reverted to card form under Su Yan's command, while those outside the building had already turned into cards. Including the non-card command vehicle, it was simply dismantled by the research team and stored into several large. Phew, here I come for the next level. Su Yan took a deep breath, completed the final checks, and pushed open the black door. Creak. Accompanied by the heavy sound, the inside was pitch black and impossible to see. Su Yan pondered for a moment and stepped inside. Bang. The moment his figure disappeared into the darkness of the door, the black door slammed shut. Only the empty ruins of the building remained, along with the foul breeze blowing through the broken windows, sweeping the deserted city streets. Su Yan felt a darkness envelop him as he stepped through the door. After a brief moment, his body felt heavy. Surrounding lights slowly emerged, with the dim sky casting pale moonlight, illuminating the surroundings. He stood on a new city street, still surrounded by the ruins of the abandoned city, with scattered wrecked vehicles, dilapidated shop buildings, and residential buildings covered in moss. Before Su Yan's eyes, a countdown timer still showed 3 minutes, exactly like in Phase 11. It just added a time limit displayed as 180 seconds, 180 seconds. How am I back in the starting area? Su Yan blinked, finding this place remarkably similar to the starting area of Phase. But when Su Yan looked back, he could see the tilted silhouettes of the 3 buildings seemingly far away. While assessing his surroundings, Su Yan quickly took out a large number of cards and chose to use them. Preparation phase cards cannot be activated. Su Yan finally saw this message, followed by a flood of notification messages filling his view. Damn, so many. Su Yan exclaimed in shock, having learned from his previous 2 experiences. He widened his eyes. Congratulations to the user for leveling up and entering the Zombie Wasteland 12 walking competition phase. Current area channel is competing together 52561. Since you are the first to clear the last phase, a champion of the walking competition mark has been added to your personal information. Your current champion mark, 1 walking competition champion. From phase 12 to 110, a new walking competition mechanism has been added, competing together. 1. All users entering the current Tian Shu Platform 12 phase will be randomly assigned a walking partner for a 1v1 walking competition. 2. When one user clears phase 110, first the other lagging user will be immediately eliminated. 3. If neither user clears phase 110 within 14 days, or both will be eliminated. 4. If one partner dies midway, a new partner will be randomly added immediately. 5. The user limit for the current channel area is 1-0, and any users from phase 11 will be randomly assigned to enter after clearing. Fortunately, I didn't miss the new rules this time. Su Yan smiled in satisfaction. The new walking competition mechanism wasn't too complicated, it was just a different method of killing. Strictly speaking, the killing efficiency of the competing together mechanism was even less shocking than eliminating tens of thousands of users in one go during phase 11. It feels like the mechanism has gone soft. Are they afraid of killing too many and having no one left to compete? Su Yan murmured humorously. He wasn't worried about any partners, just waiting for the countdown to end. Just kidding. The value of being the champion of the 11 phase in 2 days speaks for itself. Who dares to compete? Who can compete? Who has the strength to eliminate me? At this moment, filled with confidence, a new notification suddenly appeared. User detected as the champion of the Tian Shu Platform Phase 11. Reminder: the partner of the champion will also be another champion from the respective channel area. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's expression changed instantly. Damn, is it uncomfortable for you if I feel good? Strong against strong, weak against weak. So your system is fair now? Su Yan was truly annoyed. The companions of the other users were completely random. However, when it came to the champions, they had to fight in pairs. It doesn't matter, I can clear stage 11 in 2 days, that's already fast enough. Even if there are strong champions in other areas, their strength should be about the same as mine, right? Su Yin took a deep breath, calming himself as he waited for the countdown to end. When the final second of the countdown ended, all notification messages in front of Su Yin disappeared. At that moment, Su Yin used his card Come Out. Luo Dashin. A bright red light appeared, and a muscular bald man with an arrogant expression appeared next to Su Yin. No matter what companion you have, let's first bring out the strongest combat force. But before Su Yin could use the next card, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. From the depths of the ruins of the street building to Su Yan's right, a shocking red light suddenly emerged, illuminating the path as it rose. Like a red long knife slicing through the sky from below, grand. Dazzling. Incredibly astonishing. Su Yin was taken aback. He saw a massive red light curtain form in an instant, which then quickly turned transparent, reflecting the scene outside the curtain. The ruins on both sides of the originally competitive street were now completely replaced by the enormous light curtain, and the image behind the curtain was an identical urban street. The same competitive path, the same competitive map, the same starting area. The only difference was that another man stood on that street wearing a strange black outfit with a muscular build, arms crossed, coldly observing Su Yin through the light curtain. A fellow competitor. Su Yin instantly realized that the companion mechanism was not about teaming up, but rather about walking the same competitive path. What are you looking at? They'll dig out your eyes. Luo Dashin also noticed the man behind the light curtain. He disliked the look in that guy's eyes and rushed forward with a sneer before Su Yin could give any orders. Boom. A loud sound came as Luo Dashin's fist slammed hard against the light curtain. The curtain remained unaffected while Luo Dashin's fist was bloodied and shocking due to the recoil. If you have the guts, come over. Luo Dashin pointed at the opposite side, his voice filled with provocation. The man on the other side sneered at Luo Dashin, opening his mouth to say something, but no one could hear it. Clearly this light curtain could only be seen through and could not transmit sound. Come back, this light curtain can't be broken. Su Yin quickly realized and solemnly called Luo Dashin back. The mechanism required competitive walking, not face-to-face combat. The speed of clearing was the only standard for competition. Luo Dashin turned around in frustration, glaring at the man outside the light curtain, who looked back with a hint of mockery in his gaze. Su Yin was also observing the man. Their eyes met briefly, and he saw the playful excitement in the dark-clothed man's eyes, as if he was looking at prey. Su Yin pursed his lips, quickly scanning the surroundings of the man's competitive street to observe any differing details. The entire layout of the street he was on was identical to Su Yan's without any noticeable differences. No, there is still a difference. Su Yin noticed that on the ground beneath the man there was a countdown indicator that was slow. The countdown for the man in black was 25 hours waiting. Damn. Su Yan's expression changed slightly, cursing inwardly, feeling both shocked and astounded. This guy actually cleared stage 11 within the first day. He cleared it so fast that no one could match him, so he waited here for me for over a day. Such terrifying strength must be among the top tier globally. Oh no, this is a bit precarious. A faint anxiety arose in Su Yan's heart. He couldn't discern the man's actual strength and had no idea what cards he possessed. The competitive race had already begun, but the man showed no urgency to move forward, leisurely assessing Su Yin through the light curtain. Was he staying here to gather more information on his opponent? Or was he confident of victory and thus not in a hurry? Su Yin hesitated for a moment, took out a card for silence, and summoned it. As the bloodlight flickered, a girl wearing black-framed glasses stood beside Su Yin again. After confirming Su Yan's presence, she immediately glanced around, then her gaze fell upon the light curtain. The girl adjusted her glasses and smiled. Interesting rules. Silence. Su Yin approached the girl and quietly explained the new mechanism. Silence listened quietly while also observing Su Yan's competitor through the light curtain. After a moment, she suggested, Master, just ignore him and proceed step by step. Shouldn't we keep some cards hidden? Just lay everything out. Su Yin asked for confirmation, to which Silence nodded. No need to hold back, nor to show off deliberately. Moreover, revealing some strength can make the opponent anxious, and anxiety can lead to mistakes. Silence smiled, looking encouragingly at Su Yin. Trust me, he may not be your match. That's true. Su Yin felt slightly relieved. The difficulty of stage 11 was not too high. As long as he had a stroke of luck to get a battle-type SSR card, he could easily clear it within 24 hours. But what was an SSR card? I must get a UR card every day. With that thought, Su Yin no longer hesitated and began to summon his servants one after another. Chunjishi Natasha Zhou Hong, Da, Hu Xiao Ya Old Chun. As each servant card was summoned, Su Yin noticed a slight change in the expression of the man outside the light curtain. The smile on the lips of the man in black became more pronounced, and a deeper mockery emerged in his calm gaze. Did this young man not find summoning so many servants to be cumbersome? This was a survival race, not a company outing. In the eyes of some users, only the blood coins spent on oneself are the true path. There's no need to draw from the servant pool. Silence, he seems to look down on me. I noticed that too. Hey, we are all champions. Why is he so picky about his opponent? Su Yin glanced at the man too lazy to care and continued summoning cards. The 300 servant troops were in position, and he let Silence distribute equipment cards, skill cards, and talent cards, returning the servant teams to a state of readiness. Finally, Su Yin took out a few equipment cards summoning the module components of the base vehicle, which were handed over to Chun Zixin's research team for reconstruction. Chun Zixin was quite foresight. He had considered the possibility of vehicle disassembly and modular breakdown when constructing the base command vehicle, greatly facilitating off-road travel and transport. With Silence's orderly coordination, the 300 servants quickly began to work. The reconnaissance team moved forward, the exploration team began searching buildings, and the combat team stayed in front, without moving while the research team assembled the vehicle. The entire team operated methodically, while Su Yin paced back and forth exchanging glances with the man, looking at each other. Sure, my servant team is working hard. What are you doing, just standing there? No, he indeed could afford to just stand still. Su Yin suddenly realized that the competitive race had already begun, forcing him to start moving continuously, while the man across remained motionless with his arms crossed. His feet remained normal, and there was no sign of the competitive punishment. Oh, is that his card effect? Su Yin was curious about what kind of card allowed a user to avoid moving. No, competitive walking is the core rule of the mechanism. This man only appeared to be standing still to the naked eye. Su Yin pondered, and suddenly noticed the expression of the man in black changing dramatically, surprise evident in his eyes. Following the man's gaze, Su Yin looked back and saw that a massive black base vehicle had been fully assembled, showcasing its coolness and dominance. The black metal reflected a cold sheen under the moonlight, giving an extremely heavy sense of technological beauty. The man in black outside the light curtain fixed his gaze on the vehicle, and Su Yin saw a flash of envy in his eyes. Hey! Su Yin noticed this and couldn't help but chuckle. Kid, you have no vehicle in this race, just your legs. This guy is truly pitiful. The man seemed to notice the smile on Su Yan's face. He snorted coldly, paused for a moment, and then rushed forward. This person moved swiftly, disappearing into the depths of darkness in the blink of an eye. Oh, still a glass heart. Su Yin made an accurate judgment. Any man would inevitably envy a super cool vehicle. The stronger the strength, the stronger the pride. This guy had just been standing there acting cool, displaying a high and aloof attitude of not being anxious to race, but the moment he saw the base vehicle, he couldn't stand the excitement and took off. However, it would be a lie to say that the man in black had no advantages at all. Being alone, he could come and go with ease. In this regard, Su Yin felt a tinge of envy, as he could not be so carefree with his family in tow. On the same competitive walking path, each person's method of survival differed. Jing, he has already started to push ahead. Su Yin returned to the vicinity of the base vehicle, seeking Jing's opinion. Do you think we should follow him and catch up? No need, at least not now. While Jing continued to issue commands to direct the servant team, she quietly shared her thoughts. This new rule for the competitive walking does not impose a strict time limit during the 11 phase, and it includes various smaller stages from 12 to 110. There is also a contingency plan for the possibility of participants dying during the event. Therefore, I estimate that the difficulty of this competition is extremely high, and it is progressive. The closer one gets to the 110 phase, the greater the danger becomes. So there is no need to rush, and that is one reason. Jing paused for a moment, raised her hand to rub her brow, and spoke with a hint of fatigue. Secondly, although both the master and he are champions of the 11 phase, the strength of the previous champions is actually quite inflated. This is because the difficulty of the initial 11 phase is not high. One can quickly clear it with multiple SR or SSR battle cards. While luck can carry one through the 11 phase, the intensity of the 12 phase will certainly far exceed that of the 11 phase, and each subsequent phase should follow suit. In the successive speed runs through the smaller stages, the influence of luck has been significantly diminished. In other words, even if the master's opponent possesses a UR card, it does not guarantee a swift passage to the 110 phase. Well, I am certain he will stall at some stage with little progress. In other words, even if the master's opponent possesses a UR card, it does not guarantee a swift passage to the 110 phase. Well, I am certain he will stall at some. That is inevitable. Jing spoke softly. If we consider the 11 phase as the beginner phase, then even the beginner phase requires SSR card strength to clear, and the difficulty escalates to UR level thereafter. Moreover, there are 6 categories of cards in the pool, and the number of UR cards available is vast. Can one top card really allow swift passage through multiple phases? That is impossible. The mechanics will not allow us to have it so easy. In a sea of millions of competitive walking users, there are certainly a select few who are fortunate enough to draw a UR card. Thus, the requirements for clearing the subsequent phases after 11 cannot rely solely on a single card. It requires a combination of card strategy, tactics system, and even the user's own decision-making. This is also why Dr. Chun holds the master in such high regard. During our discussions, he greatly appreciated the master's previous analysis, not judging strength based solely on individual card levels, but rather from a holistic perspective. Understood. Su Yin nodded in realization. He found it easy to grasp Jing's line of thinking and fully agree. In the mini-game systems he had played, this was a classic tactic that could trap countless players simply by lacking a core. Without a certain core card, one can only endure hoarding resources or spend money. In the path of survival, one cannot simply spend money, one must find other ways or hope that one's opponent is even weaker. Su Yan contemplated, thus I need to adopt the mindset of a free-to-play player adept at finding more intricate combinations and possibilities from lower-tier cards, leaning towards personalized strategy card customization to achieve my survival journey. After all, the drop rate of high-tier cards is exceedingly low. If one blindly pursues higher-tier cards while wasting lower-tier cards, it will only lead to a quicker demise. If one does not plan their card system and survival growth path from the beginning, not only will they struggle to face the increasingly high difficulty of competitive walking, but they will also fall far behind others. Survival in competitive walking seems to measure only the levels of cards, but at its core it still tests the user's own capabilities. As for my current system, it has long been established. Based on my personal experience and the intelligence of my servants, I am already considerably ahead of the other users in this regard. Just then the girl beside Su Yan suddenly swayed and fainted. Su Yan, unable to think any further, quickly embraced and supported her. Jing, what happened to you? Su Yan's face was filled with concern, and then he turned to the nearby Xiaoyu, instructing, go call the medical team. No need, master. Jing leaned in Su Yan's embrace, smiled weakly. I am just too tired, a little rest will. Only then did Su Yan remember that since he summoned Jing, the girl had not rested at all, tirelessly planning. Jing, with the physical endurance of an ordinary girl, had been balancing the team's pace in competitive walking, responding to various emergencies during battles, and strategizing more benefits and plans for Su Yan. She had long exhausted her energy. You should take a nap, the rest can wait. Su Yan spoke softly, but as Jing tried to push herself up from his embrace, he firmly pressed her down. The servant's card form does not possess recovery effects. I will take you to the vehicle. Master, there is no space in the vehicle. Jing helplessly allowed him to carry her and gently reminded, the first batch of servants also need to rest. They have exhausted even more energy from continuous battles. I have already established a rotating rest system. Then let's go to my room. You can't let the servants sleep on my bed, can you? Su Yan chuckled while Jing lowered her head, silent with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Master, I'll just sit on the roof of the vehicle for a bit. It's convenient for responding to emergencies. Jing, this is not a discussion. Su Yan carried the girl onto the command vehicle, where the upper two levels were already filled with servants. They were resting on relatively soft cushions, some still awake, and upon seeing Su Yan and Jing, they looked on curious. Jing's face turned slightly red as she buried herself in Su Yan's embrace, while Su Yan, being quite generous, carried the girl straight to the innermost master's bedroom. Bang! As the bedroom door closed, the entire vehicle erupted into a flurry of quiet conversations. Servants are also human, and being human, they have a penchant for gossip. Especially the male servants, whose faces bore knowing smiles as they discussed, though they did not dare to delve too deeply. The chatter was filled with playful teasing. As for the female servants, their faces were mostly flushed with envy, whispering among themselves, occasionally letting out shy giggles. After more than 10 minutes, the bedroom door opened again. Su Yan emerged from the room, looking composed, still holding Jing's notebook. Instantly, the servants' gazes turned towards him, many filled with curiosity or excitement. Su Yan, being a man himself, returned the servants' gazes, even catching a few pointed looks laden with meaning, as if to say, Master, how could you be done so quickly? The female servants, meanwhile, wore expressions of excitement, some showing a loving anti-smile. What are you staring at? Su Yan walked to the center of the vehicle, scolding them. If you don't sleep, get back to work. A bunch of people messing about, gossiping about their CP right on my head. Ha ha ha. The vehicle erupted with laughter, knowing the master's good temperament allowed them such freedoms. Laugh all you want. Later Jing will tidy you up. After scolding a few times, Su Yan got off the vehicle, not wanting to be too harsh on the busy and tired servants. Just as he got off, Xiaoya and the medical team personnel were already waiting nearby, signaling whether they needed. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then pointed out a few female nurses to board the vehicle to check on Jing's condition before preparing to open the small notebook in his hand. Su Yan's gaze fell upon Luo Dashin, who was walking confidently ahead about 200 meters away. According to Jing's instructions before sleep, Luo Dashin was currently tasked with pioneering the way forward and clearing dangers, bearing a combat responsibility. However, at this moment, there were no combat attendants accompanying Luo Dashin in a squad format. Instead, he was surrounded by a group of maids, all cheerfully chattering away. It must be news from the reconnaissance team that Luo Dashin is about to engage in battle. He is now a main combat personnel, Xiaoyu explained, as she had been Jing's assistant and had a slight grasp of the team's situation. But Su Yan shook his head, saying, that's not what I meant. Him asking about those girls. They don't seem to be combat personnel. Su Yan vaguely remembered the professions of several of the maids, most of whom were related to daily life, including roles such as waitresses, car salespeople, and beauty influencers. Oh, them. Xiaoyu also gazed into the distance and smiled. They are members of the mental health team, a maid squad that Miss Jing specifically reorganized not long ago. I see. Su Yan nodded, understanding without needing further introduction from Xiaoyu. He could roughly infer from the name. This was likely a group specifically established for Luo Dashin, which could also be extended to similar unruly attendants that Su Yan might assign in the future. After all, proud and strong men amidst battles could still hear the admiration and awe from charming young women, which provided significant emotional value and strong motivation. In simple terms, it is the attraction between the opposite sexes. Moreover, these combat cheerleaders can not only talk well, but also provide unknown in-depth guidance at critical moments, enhancing the effect even further. Suyin did not oppose the potential romantic interactions between these attendants as long as they did not go overboard. He could tacitly approve. After all, once a person has attachments, they can unleash the power of bonds and protection. We can jest about the family heroes in anime, but it must be said that this spirit is indeed one of humanity's greatest sources of strength. Suyin murmured, if everyone is just working hard, no matter how beautiful the future blueprint is, it won't matter, considering that people can get tired. Oh, when extremely tired, they might even think death is better. But if ideals are grounded in reality with friends, loved ones, family, then it is not just about my survival, but also about protecting more tangible interests and happiness. 1,000 passionate slogans cannot compare to the real beauty and feelings we have right now. Jing wove a rope to bind all the attendants, helping them realize that they were not just seeking survival for their master, but for themselves as well. First, provide people with something important. To avoid losing it, they will naturally strive to protect it. Suyin returned to the top of the vehicle and reopened the small notebook in his hand. This notebook had been carried by Jing all along, containing her numerous development plans and to-do lists with elegant and powerful handwriting exuding a faint fragrance. The notebook was quite thick, and Suyin could tell that it was almost filled. The content contained many things he did not understand, as Jing had written in a very concise manner to save paper, making it difficult for anyone other than her to comprehend. Fortunately, Jing had given him instructions before sleeping, stating that as long as he followed the detailed plans on a few pages, there would be no mistakes. She really doesn't trust me much, Suyin pouted. Does she think I'm such a poor master that I can't even manage a team of 300? Xiaoyu, what did Jing arrange before, and what stage are we at now? Master, the advanced reconnaissance team has already set off, and should be back soon. Next is the combat team's entry and the return of intelligence, along with the exploratory team's development along the route. Also, the research group's meeting is about to convene, and Miss Jing needs to host the proceedings to finalize the autonomous weapon production plan and the food supply contingency plan, as well as the first talent selection and trait distribution plan. I only remember these 3, but there should be 12 work meetings tonight. 12? Suyan's eyes widened as he glanced at Xiaoyu beside the vehicle. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? It's almost 2 a.m. and dawn is approaching. Can she really hold 12 meetings? Most of them are brief meetings and won't all take place inside the base vehicle. Xiaoyu explained, Miss Jing usually conducts quick interactions with the corresponding personnel. She is very smart, makes decisions swiftly, and doesn't need to waste too much time. Of course, for some highly specialized matters, she will pay special attention to the opinions of different attendants. Xiaoyu seemed to want to clarify further, but it was difficult for her to express comprehensively. Jing had too many things to accomplish in a day, as she was almost single-handedly shouldering all the large and small affairs of the entire attendant army. Even if Xiaoyu was only recording and assisting, she could not remember everything, while Jing had to handle everything. Suyin looked up and saw 200 to 300 people walking neatly on the street, yet it did not seem crowded. Countless small squads moved in an orderly manner with no attendant wandering lazily. They all had their tasks to do without interfering with one another. At present, even the exploratory intelligence from the front line would not reach Suyan's hands. It would be directly sent to the command group, which Chun Jixin concurrently served, where attendants with combat professions would make temporary decisions and adjustments according to the broad direction given by Miss Jing. This large team, operating tightly like a machine, was established by Jing in less than 48 hours, reaching a level of perfection that Suyin did not need to intervene further. It was hard to imagine the extent of effort she must have put in. No wonder she sleeps so soundly. It turns out there is nothing left for me to do. Suyin smiled, helplessly raised his hand to cover his forehead, suddenly feeling like Lu Shan. What he seemed to have to do now was simply to not mess things up. As long as he did not mess up, the kingdom would remain stable. If he really needed to give orders, he could just copy from Jing's notebook. Should I draw more thinking-type attendants to share some of the pressure for Jing? Suyin inhaled sharply, but after thinking it over, he felt it was inappropriate. What was the most regrettable thing about Lu Shan? It was because Zhuge Liang died. Looking at Jing's physique, she might be even weaker than Zhuge Liang. If the scale of attendance expands further, won't she be burdened to death? No, I must find a way to help Jing, whether in terms of strength or anything else. Suyin made a firm decision on the spot, intending to pay more attention to this aspect of cards. For instance, skills, talents, traits. From the current competition mechanism, the best method would be to draw some advantageous traits to enhance Jing's strength. Suyin reopened the small notebook and saw Jing's suggestions regarding drawing from the card pool. Overall, Jing did not overly interfere with Suyan's drawing direction. She believed that the master's plan would cover all card pools without significant bias. The sacrificial altar hovered before him, spinning with 6 major card categories. Among them, the words characteristic card shimmered with colorful radiance. I really hit the jackpot. Suyin sighed with satisfaction, feeling content in his heart. Setting aside the value of the initial draw privilege, just looking at the 6 major categories, the characteristic card pool was undoubtedly the most precious. There was no other reason. This card pool was exceedingly difficult to draw from, with hundreds of pulls resulting in nothing but end cards being a common occurrence. Based on this year-level, characteristic cards were definitely the pinnacle among the 6 major UR categories, their value being absolutely top tier. Then what are we waiting for? Let's enjoy it. Su Yan raised his head, glancing at the adjacent street outside the light screen, where a man in black was running too fast. If he waited here a little longer, he might even witness the moment he draws a UR card. What expression would he have? Let's draw. Su Yan tapped the screen, selecting the card pool for a free draw. The altar spun rapidly, spewing forth a torrent of blood-red light, when suddenly a flash of colorful light surged from the blood light, revealing a stunningly beautiful card that spun and fell into Su Yan's hand. Ding! A good card is like a beauty. Su Yan chuckled, caressing the card and appreciating it for a moment before gently revealing the card's data. Wisdom Master Iron Legion Legendary UR characteristic card, Iron Legion component. Card description: it comes from the unspeakable legendary legion possessing one of its ranks. This card can be used on any creature, allowing the target to acquire the legendary characteristic Wisdom Master Iron Legion. Once used, this card cannot be reverted back to being a card. Wisdom Master: the Wisdom Master of the Iron Legion, one of the 5 seats, possessing this characteristic grants the inherent effects of rapid thought, insightful vision, and limitless mind. Rapid thought can consume moderate stamina to activate, maintaining extreme mental capacity for 10 minutes, enhancing learning, decision-making, judgment, and forecasting abilities by 100. Insightful vision can consume moderate stamina to activate an instant prediction ability, allowing the user to perceive at least one incorrect option in any type of matter. The specific manifestation of this perception is intuitive awareness. Limitless mind: creatures possessing this characteristic experience a 20 reduction in stamina depletion rate, a 50 increase in basic cognitive abilities, a 100 increase in basic memory capacity, and a 100 enhancement in memory capacity and mental limits. Card information: when the creature holding this card is surrounded by other creatures possessing all Iron Legion characteristics, the Wisdom Master Advancement Shining Form will be unlocked, greatly enhancing and improving all inherent abilities. Iron Legion collective characteristic: collecting all unique Legion characteristic cards and using them will grant the exclusive Flash Form effect Legion Advancement. Flash Form: a unique effect of component cards that can stack and take effect with the Shining Form. Component quantity: 1100. Wisdom Master Iron Legion. Su Yan scanned the card data, momentarily stunned. With his years of gaming experience, only one thought crossed his mind. Officially recommended lineup. Su Yan blurted out, his expression a mix of joy and peculiarity. Damn it, my initial thought was correct. There really is a card system in this card pool. Not only do they have the potential to form a system, but there are also system cards directly recognized by the mechanism. Mechanism system cards even have a damn flash effect. Su Yan gasped, unable to find words to describe his inner astonishment and a hint of helplessness. The UR cards in his hand hadn't even unlocked a single Shining Form yet, and now he learned about the Flash Form. Seriously, how many other users can even know that cards have a Shining Form mechanism? Am I already at the forefront of the survival competition version? The Iron Legion needs to collect 100 cards. Well, let's not think about that Flash Form for now. Su Yan rubbed his forehead, focusing solely on the data of this UR card. At a glance, the positioning of this characteristic card was very clear. It was related to intelligence. Interestingly, none of the basic data of all the minions or Su Yan himself had any relation to intelligence, and the only tenuous connection was with mental will. It could be inferred that the intelligence data was hidden data, or perhaps it was something that even the mechanism couldn't accurately assess or display. Intelligence can't be directly quantified in terms of strength. Purely from the percentage increase in intelligence-related effects this card provides, it certainly seems high, but it also seems a bit unworthy of a UR card's data. Su Yan stroked his chin, pondering. My last 2 UR cards, regardless of how you look at them, possess some special mechanisms, and overall they fit the UR level. This one, the only effect that counts as a special mechanism is insightful vision, which can definitely eliminate one incorrect option, but it feels a bit lacking. However, the doubling of learning ability from rapid thought is quite good, showing strong growth potential. Forget it, after all, it's a component card, lower values are understandable. Su Yan quickly accepted the new card's data. Historically, any system lineup has never focused on single card strength, only on the 11 greater than 2 effect. As for how to use this card, undoubtedly Su Yan planned to give it to Jing. Looking at this team of hundreds who could fit the role of Wisdom Master better than Jing. Even if Su Yan might draw stronger cognitive minions in the future, or perhaps someone in the future would better fit the capabilities of the Wisdom Master. But in this survival race, failing to timely utilize the card to convert it into survival strength is the greatest disrespect to his own life. Without any hesitation, Su Yan had already determined the ownership of this UR card. He didn't even consider using it, because Su Yan felt that even if he benefited from the percentage increases provided by this characteristic card, its effects would likely not surpass Jing's improvements. Even though the intelligence value was hidden and not quantifiable, Jing's portion of that value was likely higher than his own, and Su Yin was somewhat self-aware. The moment Su Yin acquired this card, he was about to jump down from the roof of the car, but paused midway. That girl just fell asleep. Forget it, no need to rush this time. There are still 4 chances for SSR, let's continue our lucky draws. Su Yin looked up at the distance where faint sounds of hearty laughter from Luo Dashin could be heard along with booming explosions and some rhythmic gunfire. The entire team was not moving quickly, but everything was orderly with supplies constantly being searched and collected. If it were a solo user, they might far surpass Su Yin in terms of racing speed at this moment, but their efficiency of gain absolutely couldn't compare to Su Yan's massive team. Xiaoyan, Master, I'm here. Pay more attention to the front of the team, call me if anything unexpected happens. Xiaoyan nodded obediently and went to the front of the convoy. Su Yan's attention returned to the altar where the 6 major card categories emitted a golden glow indicating that the next draw was guaranteed. Su Yan directly selected the characteristic card category, pondering slightly before ultimately deciding. Let's draw it. Go for it. As Su Yan made his determination, a series of notifications confirming the 4 guaranteed draws were quickly acknowledged, and the altar began to spin. Amidst the blood-red light, 4 dazzling beautiful cards flew across the night sky, floating beside Su Yan. Su Yan raised his hand to pluck the 4 characteristic cards, focusing intently. Immaculate Epic SSR Characteristic Card. Characteristic effect permanently and automatically eliminates non-UR level toxins, bacteria, radiation, and other harmful substances, with a 50 chance to be immune to non-UR level non-physical attack effects and permanently immune to non-UR level mental negative states. Death Mark Epic SSR Characteristic Card. Characteristic effect: upon the holder's death, there is a 20 chance to transfer the death effect to the nearest hostile unit non-UR level creature. If no hostile creatures are nearby, the death effect will be immune effective for only 10 times within 24 hours. Mighty God Epic SSR Characteristic Card. Characteristic effect permanently increases the holder's muscle strength value by 100, and each time they deal effective damage, the attack effect increases by 20. After every 10 effective attacks, the next attack's effect is increased by 100. Golden Eye Epic SSR Characteristic Card. Characteristic effect: fixed vision distance is horizon limit. When making eye contact with any non-UR level creature, there is a 60 chance to inflict a random negative effect of blindness for 10 seconds, a dizziness for 3 seconds, an immobilization for 3 seconds, and a 100 chance to see through any concealment and hidden states below SSR level within the visual range. These are quite good. Su Yan assessed the 4 cards, nodding in satisfaction. Certainly they cannot compare to UR cards, but each card's characteristic effects are still decent. If given to any N-card minion, they would gain significant enhancements. However, in a comprehensive comparison, they still fall short compared to SSR minions like Luo Dashin. The results of drawing SSR characteristic cards 4 times show that SSR level minions have stronger overall capabilities. The only advantage of characteristic cards is that they can enhance a creature's own power, providing a permanent boost. Overall, it's not a loss. After all, SSR level minions are easier to come by than SSR level characteristic cards. Su Yan looked at the 4 cards in his hand, contemplating how to distribute them. Before he could make a decision, he saw the old Dr. Chen Jixin approaching, looking weary and haggard. Master. Chen Jixin reached the front of the vehicle, respectfully speaking. I have made some progress on what you were anticipating. Base Command Vehicle 2-0. Su Yan raised his eyebrows, looking expectantly, while Chen Jixin smiled and shook his head. That was the plan I discussed with Miss Jing before, but now there are some differences. After speaking, Chen Zixin's gaze fell on the small notebook in Su Yan's hand. He recognized it as something Jing carried with her, and roughly knew that Su Yan had seen the information regarding the advancements and improvements for the base vehicle. Chen Jixin originally planned to discuss this with Jing, but ultimately this matter still needed to be decided and executed by Su Yan, so there was no need for him to wait for Jing to wake up. What differences? Do you have new ideas? Su Yan asked with great interest. Chen Jixin nodded, paused for a moment, then spoke. In the established plan, this vehicle must evolve to the scale of a base. However, after the Master's previous quantum creations, we have basically grasped the only flaw of the UR talent card, the high cost of quantum energy. Given that the Master has not achieved a crushing lead during the survival race phase, we certainly cannot invest all our blood coins into quantum creation, so I have scrapped all previous plans and rethought a more energy-efficient model, the low-cost base prototype. Thanks to Miss Jing's reminder, I realized that the explorable buildings along the race path are in themselves a type of utilizable resources that must be fully utilized. Based on this, my next plan will involve multiple base vehicles serving different workshop functions, with each vehicle responsible for dormitory, military production, agriculture, exploration, and so on, to achieve a multifunctional coverage of the base in the phased plan. Chen Zixin's explanation was extremely simple and straightforward, and Su Yan quickly understood the base was too expensive to afford, so it was necessary to first use base vehicles to establish the important modules. That's a good idea. It allows us to experience some of the benefits of a mobile base more quickly. Su Yan nodded in approval, quickly pointing out the key issue. But what do you plan to do with these vehicles if we build a base later? Will they be dismantled for the base? No, they have the potential to serve as strategic vehicles and core components of. Chen Zixin adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. Miss Jing is confident in the various possibilities of future races, and I believe the same. Therefore, we must prepare for the destruction or occupation of the racing paths. Thus, the plan for multiple bases is worth considering and adopting, and it can also provide a smoother growth phase for becoming a mobile city. Chen Zixin paused briefly, then softly said, command vehicles, main bases, multiple sub-bases, mobile cities. After that, it depends on the master's will. Upon hearing this, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. What does it mean to depend on my will? Are you saying that you have already considered the plans after the mobile city? Are you planning something even bigger? Our team has just started, and you are already thinking about 5-year plans, 10-year breakthroughs, and a 100-year struggle. Stop, I can't digest such grand ideals for now. Su Yan raised his hand, rubbing his forehead. Let's talk about the present. How many base vehicles do you plan to create? 2 for the autonomous agriculture production line, supplemented with the creation of various essential planting tools to completely liberate the team's food card consumption costs. 1 responsible for producing and constructing basic tools, allowing us to have a rudimentary tool manufacturing and repair capability to partially reduce the consumption costs of low-level equipment cards. Chen Zixin provided his answers while pointing out the difficulties. Although the number of researchers is sufficient for now, our knowledge reserve capacity is insufficient. Many things still need to start from a relatively basic level. Therefore, we need to proceed steadily during the planning changes and rely more on the roles of the servants, enabling even the lower-level servants to unleash far greater value potential than they currently do. We absolutely cannot have the illusion of quick success and strength. Chen Zixin aimed to ensure each step was stable, unafraid of an endless road truly being endless, only fearing it was not long enough. Is this still considered basic? Su Yan gasped, suddenly feeling the doctoral level of scrutiny. Everyone is still relying on food cards and searching for resources along the way to meet basic survival needs, while we are about to achieve the capability of self-sustaining food production. Over time, this will save a terrifying amount of blood coins. Have you read on protracted war? Su Yan couldn't help but ask. Chen Zixin paused, slowly shaking his head. I haven't, but that name seems to align perfectly with my thoughts. Build high walls. Store abundant grain. Gradually claim the throne. Su Yan asked again, and Chen Zixin's eyes brightened. The master's thoughts are indeed precise and hit the nail on the head. Ooh, I admire them. Alright, I understand. No matter which world it is, smart people have an unspoken understanding. So what are we waiting for? He'll draw some cards and get started. Master, do we not need to ask Miss Jing? Is she the master? I overstepped my bounds. Chen Zixin hurriedly lowered his head. Please forgive me, master. There's no need to be so tense. Su Yan laughed heartily. Just joking. I trust her, and I trust you. Chen Zixin raised his head, looking at Su Yan's smiling expression, and couldn't help but lower his head again. He felt that for that moment the master's smile held a profound meaning, seemingly indifferent, yet also a reminder. The master knows the loyalty of the servants is completely trustworthy, but the power held by the servants is too deep. The master also understands. He just doesn't point it out, which doesn't mean he is a fool. Miss Jing is right. This is a good seedling, and his growth rate is much faster than I anticipated. Chen Zixin stood by the vehicle, head bowed, waiting obediently. Su Yan reopened the altar and glanced at the remaining quantum energy, 200. This was some energy saved up from the last time he sold a card amounting to a value of 200 blood coins. And now Su Yan's total blood coins had exceeded 110,000. This included over 500 that was left from selling information, plus another 500 from selling exemption privileges, along with profits from clearing the 11 endpoint area and the current battle teams cleaning road monsters. Selling things is the way to make money. How long would it take to earn 100? By killing monsters. Su Yan shook his head, following the usual routine of selecting from the resource and equipment card pools, investing 200 blood coins to test the waters. Having money means being extravagant, and he didn't care about the 400 draws at all. As a large amount of blood coins were invested, the altar spun wildly, and cards flew out one after another, fluttering around Su Yan like butterflies. Su Yan quickly picked them up one by one, glancing at the card levels. He was quite picky now. Any card below SR was immediately melted into quantum energy. There was no need to keep anything. He was about to achieve self-sufficiency in food and low-level equipment, and these low-level cards were merely placeholders. Out of the total of 400 cards, there were only 2 SR equipment cards, while the rest were all R cards and N cards. 400 cards, it's understandable not to get SSR, but how is there so little SR? Su Yan was quite disappointed. The card pool was becoming more and more pitiful. Entering a new stage didn't mean an increase in drop rates. The first round of public draws yielded such poor results. Is it because he drew too many SSR and UR earlier? That was my champion privilege. How could it affect the drop rates of the public pool? Damn the planners, secretly altering the drop rates. Ugh, keep these 2 cards and let Jing allocate them later. Su Yan handed the cards to Xiaoya and glanced at the quantum energy after melting 705. He invested 400 blood coins and gained over 500 points, which he was somewhat satisfied with. Construct the vehicle. Su Yin jumped off the top of the vehicle, taking the blueprint from Chun Zixin's hands to memorize it. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yin began to stretch out his hands in the open space, materializing a new base vehicle model. Following Chun Zixin's requirements, the new base vehicle had to balance practicality, taking the form of a large long freight truck resembling a workshop for freight transport operating on multiple wheels. Except for the driver's cabin, all internal requirements were to be made in accordance with the corresponding functions, providing maximized space inside the vehicle. The internal structure would not provide functionality outside professional domains and would not consider defensive or offensive capabilities. This was the most energy-efficient plan, and Su Yin agreed with it. After all, if the vehicle body were attacked, it would mean that Su Yan's team would have already suffered significant casualties. After a total of 1 hour, 3 brand new base vehicles appeared on the road, all measuring 10 meters long and 5 meters high, painted entirely black, larger than the command vehicle. The quantum energy consumed totaled 300 points, which indeed saved nearly half the cost compared to the command vehicle. However, while the vehicle body saved costs, the tools inside consumed a large amount of energy. For the 2 agricultural-based vehicles, Su Yin still needed to manually create cultivable onboard artificial soil, corresponding light sources, greenhouses, temperature modules, water circulation modules, and so on. This entire set of items included only half of the knowledge reserves mastered by the research team. The rest were beyond anyone's understanding of their principles and structures, forcing Su Yin to figure it out on his own. And working it out would inevitably increase consumption. In addition, there were also the necessary tool machines, large power generation components, processing equipment, material, melting machines, etc. inside the industrial base vehicle. These certainly had knowledge reserves and blueprints, but all were large items, which also cost a lot. After putting everything together, the 800 energy Su Yin had was simply insufficient. He was forced to drop another 500 blood coins into the card pool to draw equipment cards, melting all but 3 SR equipment cards before barely meeting the creation requirements. After a busy session, Su Yin looked at the 3 brand new base vehicles in front of him, while Chen Jixin had already arranged for the research team to check and debug them. Before long, Chen Jixin sent a reply, "Master, they are all ready for use." What a pleasing sound! I finally got it sorted. Su Yin rolled his eyes, feeling a throbbing pain in his temples. He wasn't tired from constructing things, it was just the 2 hours of mindlessly memorizing various vehicle blueprints and tool blueprints. This was indeed quite exhausting. Su Yin looked up to check his account, noticing he still had over 200 blood coins, but only 2 points of quantum energy left. Great, I've been drained dry. After such a long time, the sky was almost bright. All for the sake of making these 3 broken vehicles. I'm helplessly complaining. It's already costing so much money, don't even mention building a mobile city. Making a mobile base is already a massive project. Our ambitions really cost a lot, but it will definitely be worth the price. Suddenly Jing's voice came from behind, and Su Yin turned to look. He saw the girl standing gracefully by the vehicle, a beam of sunlight breaking through the dark clouds and falling on her shoulder, a faint smile on her lips. Her bright eyes sparkled with brilliance. Jing was not particularly beautiful, but at that moment a few words flashed through Su Yan's mind. It was not a breathtaking impact, but rather like a warm spring flowing over, gently permeating the heart. A woman's true value will never lie in her appearance. True beauty is substantiated by strength, by companionship, by witnessing and supporting one another. Su Yin had to admit that his gaze towards Jing was becoming increasingly appreciative, and even in that fleeting moment of seeing Jing waking up, a faint sense of security arose within him. It was absurd. His sense of security did not stem from the UR card in his hand, but from an N card that most people regarded with disdain. Chen Jixin also noticed Jing's awakening and immediately led the researchers over. "While you were resting, we completed the multi-base vehicle plan mentioned in the last meeting with the master. Would you like to take a look?" "Look at what?" Jing glanced at the doctor and smiled gently. "Does what the master does require my approval?" "Naturally, it does not require it." Chen Jixin lowered his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He always felt that these two shared an indescribable tacit understanding that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable being caught in between. "However, it does need your approval." Jing looked deeply at Chen Jixin, her smile unwavering. "After all, the master has always trusted you greatly, and we all know he values professionals highly. Look at you all. You all speak the same way." Chen Jixin fell silent, not wanting to say anything more. "Jing, I'll leave this to you. It's my turn to rest now." Su Yin laughed heartily, coming to Jing's side and flicking out a new UR card. "This characteristic card is quite suited to you, so don't allocate it to anyone else." Jing took the card without hesitation, offering a faint smile. "Thank you, master." With the N card and UR card combination, she believed there wouldn't be another user in the entire endless path who could do this. "Tisk, you seem a bit too calm now." "Master, I could express my gratitude in a more exaggerated manner." "No, that Su Yin smiled, raising 4 SSR cards and inquiring, "Do you have any good suggestions for these 4 cards?" Jing took them for inspection and softly replied, "I think the master must have a plan in mind." "I still want to hear your opinion like this card." Su Yan indicated the Death Mark SSR characteristic card, whose unique immunity to death effect mechanism is considered the greatest guarantee in the early stages. If it were to be allocated whether for personal use or for Jing, it was what Su Yan hoped to see. Luo Dashin. Jing quickly provided an answer. His original characteristic effect can maximize this card's potential, greatly enhancing his actual combat power. This card is quite compatible with his current role as the core strength of the team. I thought you would allocate this card to me. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, but Jing smiled. Absolutely not. Su Yan, is my priority that low? Unless we all die, the master would need such a card. She would never allow Su Yan to easily engage in battle, nor would she ever let him see danger. Su Yan was quite satisfied with this answer, patting Jing on the shoulder before turning to leave. In the end, Jing allocated all 4 SSR cards in her hand to Luo Dashin in the form of a meritorious reward to encourage him to exhibit a stronger desire for performance. This allocation plan unexpectedly aligned with what Su Yan had in mind. Long before Jing woke up, Su Yan had considered this. All 4 cards could be utilized in battle and were very suitable for Luo Dashin's current role. He was destined to fight at the forefront of the team, allowing these 4 cards to frequently exert their effects. Doing so would also continuously enhance Luo Dashin's strength as an SSR servant, achieving a level that approached UR combat servants through the constant strengthening of multiple excellent characteristics. Extreme Combat Power Card. This is a very conventional lineup allocation strategy, quite suitable during periods of resource scarcity. The master truly values you. Chen Jixin looked at Su Yan's back and lowered his voice. Miss Jing, you formulated the talent selection plan, yet you have become the master's primary cultivation target in his heart. It's likely that even if a more capable sage appears in the future, it will be difficult to replace your position. The master can have more than one sage. Of course, he can also have more than one doctor. Miss Jing, is this a warning to urge me to work overtime? Of course not. You are also considered a key cultivated personnel in his heart. I had anticipated that, but historically kings who are deeply emotional tend to have tragic ends. You should be prepared. Chen Jixin shrugged, turning to lead the research team into the new base vehicle. They were about to start the urgent agricultural production work, which was the most pressing task for the entire research team at present. Tragic. Jing raised an eyebrow, slightly falling silent for a moment as she gazed ahead at the convoy. Xiaoya, has the information collection on the monsters at this stage been completed? The reconnaissance team has finished organizing and all the monster data along the way is in the conference room. What is the initial judgment result from the command department? The stage 12 monsters are still in zombie form, but with slightly different body sizes. Their strength is approximately 35 times that of stage 11. Occasionally, there will be special ability zombies that ordinary combat teams cannot handle. It roughly corresponds to the elite monsters of the stage 11 endpoint area, but their blood coin yield is only 2 points. The rewards do not match the difficulty. It seems this time we cannot win by time. Jing pondered, slightly whispering to Xiaoya, relaying multiple commands inside and outside the convoy. With Jing's awakening, the entire convoy's efficiency seemed to have elevated, becoming faster and more cohesive. Su Yan sat in the command vehicle of the base, gazing at the convoy left and right as it slowly moved. The new base vehicles in front and behind were connected to the one he was in, while beside him servants hurried by. Centered around 4 base vehicles, this massive convoy of over 300 people had gradually taken shape, exhibiting a distinct operational trajectory, slowly revealing the embryonic form of a survival force. As Chen Jixin stepped down from the industrial vehicle, a long-waiting transport team began to incorporate various metals, tools, materials, and miscellaneous items collected during stage 11, melting them into metal, which researchers then used to operate machine tools and blueprints to create the tools and equipment needed for the convoy. Although they could only supply relatively rudimentary weapons and armor at present, it could greatly reduce the cost of equipment cards, ensuring that more arrows could be available for consumption. As for the base agricultural vehicle, the results of food production were not so quickly apparent, and food cards remained a significant consumption gap at present. Based on the current rate of combat earnings, it can only meet the routine resource consumption costs of the team and cannot accumulate additional profits. There is still a gap in food cards, and besides that, I also lack backpack cards. Otherwise, during the next stage's clearance, I won't be able to take too much with me. Su Yan silently watched the crimson light flying in from the distance. They were the fruits of the combat team's slaughter, transforming into his blood coins. Yet even though the servants were diligent, the rate of blood coin growth remained slow. It seemed Jing also had concerns in this regard, which is why she would appropriately slow down the pace of advancement, leaving more room for preparation to reduce non-card losses caused during clearance. It seems I have to get back to my old profession again. Su Yan stretched lazily, opening the communication channel for stage 12, briefly scanning through a few users' messages before speaking directly. Su Yan, a large number of rest vehicles are on sale within 20% discount for the first batch of purchases, and customized plans can be provided along with pre-sale and post-sale upgrades. What if there are no vehicles? Endless competitive walking road. Trust boss Su. Enjoy the difference. Sleep soundly all night. Su Yan competitive walking, a well-known trademark with strong quality and reputation. As Su Yan's statement was published, it immediately attracted the attention of several users. Sleeping soundly all night. Are you Su Fei? A user joked, but soon noticed a new detail. Su Yan, wait. Dude, why does your profile picture look different from ours? Su Yan also noticed this detail, seeing that his profile picture had an exquisite golden crown added to it. Before he could figure it out, a user exclaimed in shock, my god. Brothers, this is the champion. I clicked on his profile and saw he has won championship in race walking. He is the first user in the Tianshu platform to clear the race. I saw it too. Dude, you really have skills. Do you have good cards in hand? Is the champion selling goods? Let me see, are there any premium cards from the elimination? Suddenly more and more users noticed the difference in Su Yan's statement, tagging him to express their surprise and respect. The glaring golden crown was too eye-catching, reflecting Su Yan's uniqueness compared to other users, causing the many unfamiliar users in the new channel to lose their arrogance. These users came from different regional channels, but most were top-tier users who had cleared stages 12 first, all possessing great strength, good cards, and substantial resources. These users were naturally proud and not easily submissive. Before Su Yan spoke, the entire chat channel was quite desolate, with only a few talkative users chatting while the rest maintained a cool demeanor. But at this moment it was different. This Su Yan was the champion, a powerhouse among powerhouses. Even the silent observers couldn't help but jump in, eager to make a good impression in front of Su Yan. Indeed, after gaining strength, there are friendly people everywhere around you. Su Yan sighed, inwardly accommodating everyone while also inquiring if Li Dallas' mother was around. After all, if someone asks a favor, it must be done. But everyone was not concerned about Li Dallas' mother. They were only interested in the rest vehicle Su Yan mentioned. Previously, people hadn't noticed Su Yan's crown mark, but now that they did, his statements naturally garnered much more attention. Su Yan, such cards for rest vehicles should be quite expensive, right? A stranger user tentatively asked, and Su Yan smiled as he explained, it's not a card, I have special means to provide. Su Yan reintroduced the content from the introduction in stage 11. This time no one easily questioned or mocked it. After all, the value of a champion was evident. How could they possibly sell fake goods casually? This logic was quite unreasonable, but aligns with human nature. People always tend to trust and favor the stronger ones. Su Yan. In summary, the current initial version is priced at 2,000 blood coins. Only 2,000 blood coins. A user named Wang Shanshuan spoke, sounding quite surprised. So cheap. Last time I spent over 50,000 blood coins and didn't get a single vehicle card. A big client. Su Yan keenly sensed this person's substantial resources, indeed worthy of being among the first batch of clearers. He didn't even blink while spending 50,000 just to obtain a vehicle. But soon Su Yan realized he was mistaken. 2,000 blood coins, what kind of great benefactor is this for race walking? Damn, the card pool won't give me a vehicle guarantee, but you can. I really envy the users in the Tianshu platform. They must have all been sleeping in their vehicles for 2 days already, while I am still relying on my servant to carry me to rest. Don't even mention it. I can't even stop to go to the bathroom. Do you know how many pairs of pants I've changed? This dog-like mechanism is really inhuman. Su Yan, boss, so you just said there are customizations, right? Can you get a motorhome? The kind with a toilet and bathroom. Money is not an issue. In the entire chat channel, most users were complaining about the cruel mechanics and marveling at the low price of Su Yan's vehicle sales. 2,000 blood coins. Such a small amount of money wouldn't even make a sound in the card pool. But they could obtain a rest vehicle from Su Yan, allowing most users to break free from very rudimentary, half-resting methods. Indeed, the relationship between strength and wealth is proportional. Su Yan gasped, looking at the discussions in front of him in the chat channel. He suddenly realized he had come upon a mountain of gold. Once criticized for the expensive 2,000 blood coins in stage 11 by many low-strength users, it didn't count for anything in front of these first clearers of stage 12. Even a few users were still questioning Su Yan. Su Yan champions selling so cheap. There wouldn't be any tricks. Cheap. They actually think my prices are low. What kind of talk is this? Is this the mentality of the wealthy? Not enough price for the goods, so they doubt the quality. You may doubt my championship level, but you cannot question my vehicle. Su Yan sincerely exclaimed. The card is merely the most basic model designed for mass production, catering to low-level users. On the cart, there are enhanced versions, customized versions, premium versions, pro versions, emperor versions, dazzling versions, waterbed versions, and rope-bound versions. Professional racing vehicles. Everything you could want. As long as you desire it, as long as you have the money. Su Yan patted his chest in assurance, listing a long string of various versions that left people both surprised and uncertain. Su Yan was now very clear in his thoughts. To maximize the value of the UR talent card, the all things melting furnace selling goods was undoubtedly the way to go. Even if a person is strong, how much blood currency can one earn by desperately fighting a horde of monsters? Using economic means to harvest the blood currency from the majority of users is equivalent to having the entire channel working to earn money for Su Yan, with efficiency reaching near perfection. Only in this way can Su Yan's future plans be realized with maximum efficiency, allowing for an unrestricted and frenzied increase in his own strength and development speed. Of course, considering the diversification of the 6 major card pools, there will inevitably be users in the future who adopt the same approach as Su Yin to earn blood currency, forming a more complete market scale for racing users. But this has little to do with Su Yin right now. He will grow stronger first and enjoy the benefits. The users in the channel were greatly moved by Su Yan's confidence. User Wang Shanchuan was the first to place an order 2,000 blood currency right. Let's start with a card, and he'll test the waters for everyone. His trading request quickly came through, and Su Yin smiled as he replied, "Hold on, as the first buyer in this channel, I will definitely add some extra features for you with slight modifications." After saying this, Su Yin asked Xiaoya to extract some spare low-level equipment cards for refining, obtaining 15 points of quantum energy. Then Su Yin went to the conference room and memorized a design from a stack of blueprints. One of the daily tasks of the research team to continually explore new sellable vehicle styles for Su Yin to create and sell at any time. Su Yin casually picked an upgraded version of the card, adding a toilet module and a dining table module. Memorizing it was not complicated, and its cost was only 12 points of energy. 2 minutes later, Su Yin finished his crafting and sent the transaction again. 2,000 blood currency received. Once the transaction was completed, the onlooking users eagerly questioned Wang Shanchuan. After a little over 10 minutes, Wang Shanchuan replied, "Su Yin, how much is the customized version? How much is the premium version? Which one is the best?" He did not directly answer the other users' questions, but his words truly validated Su Yan's authenticity as a racing vehicle merchant. Boss Su's goods are genuinely useful. In an instant, the entire chat channel erupted with excitement. Wow, is this for real? Someone can really sell vehicles without being warned. This mechanism is so sneaky. How could such a big shot be born on Tianshu platform, causing me endless pain for several nights? What? Are you saying I no longer have to adopt a hugging position with the maids? I think I understand why this Su Fei could win the championship. Who would dare not spend this money? Who would dare not pay? Nonsense. His name is clearly Su Yin. Su Yin 3000 blood currency. Can you provide a racing killing machine? One that can automatically kill monsters. Countless users also began to question Su Yin, as some wanted to purchase the basic card, while others like Wang Shanchuan inquired about more expensive vehicle models. The crowd's varied voices converged into one phrase: money is yours. Get me my racing vehicle. Faced with the growing enthusiasm of the crowd, Su Yin couldn't help but smile broadly. This is not a life and death racing channel. It is clearly a channel of gold and silver mountains. The harder it is to draw resting vehicles from the card pool, the more valuable Su Yan's goods become, creating a monopoly. The market demand is exploding. Everyone, don't rush, take your time. Let me explain briefly. Su Yin spoke out, raising his voice to call. I strongly suggest that everyone buy a cart to test the waters first to see if it meets your needs, and then upgrade to a customized version if necessary. As for the vehicle style for loading weapons that a brother mentioned earlier, to be honest, it can be done, but the price is very high, and I really do not recommend it. Upon hearing this, some in the crowd couldn't take the provocation and expressed their dissatisfaction on the spot. Su Yin, what do you mean? Do you think we are poor? What Su Yin said about the cart was aimed at volume sales to accommodate users with lower strength. But every user present is a powerful individual who has completed the 11th stage within 3 days. Everyone has already amassed a substantial amount of blood coins. Even if some users drain the card pool, for now they have enough confidence and means to earn new blood coins to purchase vehicles. Does this Su Yin recommend a cart thinking we are low-level users? What a joke. Let's buy the most expensive. Let's buy the best. I want that weapon model. Tell me how much. A user named Su Lifeng boldly declared, ready to spend lavishly. Su Yin, give me the price. Su Yin, 2 million blood coins for the lowest tier automatic weapon module vehicle, but it does not include ammunition consumption and weapon wear. Su Lifeng. Look, if I were really going to sell, you wouldn't say anything. I haven't even used the automated weapon vehicle myself, yet you all are eager to buy. Before the other users could question whether Su Yin was asking for too much, he quickly explained, the mechanism isn't foolish. Even if I could create weapon vehicles, the cost would be exorbitant. Brothers, think about the value an automated monster hunting weapon vehicle could bring you. How much should it be worth? Upon hearing this, everyone agreed and set aside their previous arrogance. So, is there something worth a few? Wang Shan cautiously spoke. I want something with a high cost-performance ratio, boss Su. This posture, this tone. It was reminiscent of a novice going to a tech city, clearly aware they were walking into a trap, but still hoping to receive some technical guidance and recommendations. There's no choice. Technology is the power of speech. Economy is hard strength. Customized version. Su Yin promptly provided the answer. Different personal needs require different vehicle modules. Based on the existing mobile rest vehicle model, there will be additional features. Su Yin, everyone just send me your demands and signatures through a transaction. I'll handle it once I'm done, making it convenient for all and not delaying the race. Su Yin had already prepared a countermeasure, and the users unanimously agreed. They would provide a list and price demands to boss Su, leaving the rest to him to resolve, saving themselves the trouble. As for whether they'd be taken advantage of, no, my friends. Given the current situation, we have no choice. If there were another vehicle merchant, we buyers would have bargaining power, but right now, we can only hope that Su Yin is a man of integrity. Do merchants have integrity? It's hard to say, but Su Yan's smile has been unwavering, always lifted. He watched as transaction requests poured in, quickly escalating from dozens to over 100, only calming down after reaching over 300. 300 might not seem like many, but each one represents a strong user who has cleared the game first with substantial capital and a steady rate of earning blood coins. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Many more are observing from the shadows, and numerous users remain at the 11th stage without joining new racing channels. As long as Su Yan builds a good reputation, all 100,000 users in the 12 channel will be his customers, and he will monopolize them all. The only challenge now is whether I can sell 100,000 vehicles within 14 days while also competing against another contender for the championship. Su Yan scratched his head and suddenly smiled, but it seems I only need to focus on selling cars and drawing cards. As for the competition in the race, Tisk, Blackclad brother, you will have to compete against Jing from my side. Sorry, Blackclad brother. You think you are racing against me alone, but in fact you are racing against an increasingly large team. To compete with the wisdom, luck, and strength of one person against a mature team and an increasing number of UR cards. Su Yan was unaware of the strength and hidden cards of the champion Blackclad brother, but while he was agreeing to the transaction requests, he glanced up and saw Jing in the distance. The girl was already starting to emanate a golden glow, a characteristic of the wise master that was continuously becoming effective. Only Su Yan understood in his heart that this woman was the true boss that the champion had to face. She was far more lethal than all the bosses from stages 12 to 110. Su Yan withdrew his gaze and began to tally the various customized vehicle demands at hand. Wow, someone really wants a waterbed version of the vehicle. Aren't they supposed to focus on the competition and not just indulge themselves? They really have some nerve. Looking at another demand makes things more reassuring. It just requires greater durability, longevity, and preferably some external iron mesh for basic protective effects. TSK. Over 90% of the more than 300 demand orders include a need for toilets. It seems that merely competing in the race isn't the real threat. It's the urgent need to relieve themselves that poses the true danger. Eating requires a release, cold necessitates clothing, fatigue calls for sleep, and illness can lead to death. This is a truth even a pig can understand, yet it has largely been overlooked within the first 48 hours. Only now, after enduring torment several times, did people gradually begin to understand what the endless and the endless road truly meant. Under the relentless threat, taking good care of oneself and genuinely achieving immortality is not an easy. The various demands on these orders are bizarre and diverse, but there are also some surprisingly consistent requests, which can be seen as an extremely practical form of alternative intelligence that allows Su Yan to more intuitively identify and fill his own gaps. Before long, Su Yan finished reviewing all the orders, reopened the altar, and threw in the remaining 29,000 blood coins into the resource card pool. Out of a total of 290 draws, aside from retaining 2 SR tool cards and 58 food cards, all other cards were refined. He obtained 365 points of quantum energy, bringing his total to 370 points. Su Yan started with the lowest level card orders, sitting on top of the cart, raising his hands to work with both sides simultaneously, completing 2 basic carts in under a minute on average. I have to say, the more I make, the more proficient I become. This is purely using others' blood coins to enhance my own talent proficiency. Su Yan reflected inwardly. It seems it's not just that the blood coins I earn will also continue to be invested back into the card pool. Even if I can't draw good cards most of the time, it's essentially padding the card pool. This is also using the hard-earned results of others to support my own card pool, allowing me to continuously retain good cards and refine useless ones. Wow, that felt good. Soon, in less than 15 minutes, Su Yan swiftly traded away 37 basic card order demands, earning 740 blood coins. The cost of this batch of carts was only about 30,000 blood coins, yielding more than double the profit. However, basic carts are not the most profitable vehicle option. Basic carts were merely Su Yan's initial experiment during stage 11 aback. Then he was still timid, held moral convictions, and did not dare to earn too aggressively. But now, these are all bright red blood coins. Facing low-tier users, basic carts merely maintain survival demands. If necessary, Su Yan is even willing to offer discounts or sell at cost. That's the bottom line of goodwill. But those who want customized or premium versions, the wicked rich, hand over your money. Customized versions will yield 4 times the profit. Su Yan gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and vowed to earn a hefty sum from these wealthy fools. What 4 times? Suddenly a voice spoke beside the cart. Jing tilted her head in confusion, looking at Su Yan on top of the cart. She held a small notebook, coming to discuss something important, yet she heard Su Yan talking to himself. Oh, it's Jing. Su Yan looked up and smiled, fully revealing his plans, but Jing pondered for a moment, slightly furrowing her brow. Why have you stopped talking? Su Yan was taken aback. Do you also think I'm too greedy? Master. Jing hesitated, choosing her words carefully and softly, said, if we purely look at costs and profit margins, even the cost of a customized cart shouldn't exceed 500 blood coins. It's more reasonable to control your profit within the range of 10 to 15 times. 10 10 times. Su Yan gasped. Jing, I'm only adding a few small modules to the cart, and that warrants such a high price. The market will provide the answer. Jing raised a hand to smooth her hair and smiled. Luxury goods still find buyers, how much more so for necessities directly related to survival. Under the maintenance of disorder, monopolistic profits can reach as high as 282 times, it seems she is explaining that a profit margin of 10 to 15 times is already a humane and conscientious suggestion given her regard for Su Yan. If Jing were to sell vehicles purely by her own style, she wouldn't even sell a cart for as low as 2 blood coins, nor would she disclose free resting methods. Life-saving items should be valued by one's life. Either die or go bankrupt. Just like in countless disastrous years, great calamities, and chaotic times in history, that is when humanity truly reveals its darkest side. Su Yan fell silent for a moment, digesting learning and growing. Finally, he replied, Jing, you are much more ruthless than I am. Jing pursed her lips and smiled, but I am far less kind than you. Su Yan chuckled in surprise. Why does that sound like an insult to me? No, it's a compliment. Jing stated seriously, humanity exists because there are a few among them who have always, if the sky is always dark, then survive in the dark. If making noise is dangerous, then keep silent. If one feels powerless to shine, then huddle in the corner. But do not become accustomed to the darkness and defend it, nor should you take pride in your own complacency, nor ridicule those who are braver than yourself. We may be as humble as dust, but we must not be as twisted as maggots. Despicable ones should not criticize the kind-hearted. The tranquil eyes sparkled, but Su Yan felt reluctant to look. He's not deluding himself into thinking he's noble. Heads certainly like to make money. His heart is simply dark. It can't be learned overnight. 5 times. Su Yan decided on the spot. He couldn't shout out a high price of 10 times given the effectiveness of compulsory education. Jing looked at Su Yan with a smile, but her expression carried a hint of distrust. A man who considers doubling profits to be unscrupulous is not fit to be a competent merchant. However, he can excel and shine in other areas, not as the king in Chen Zixin's words, but as a leader. By the way, you didn't come to see me just for the price of the new vehicle, did you? Su Yan was flipping through various vehicle design blueprints while asking Jing, is there a change in plans? Yes, master. Jing stood by obediently and said, the effects of the 4 SSR characteristic cards exceeded my expectations. Luo Dashin's combat efficiency is very high. He has already cleared the endpoint of stages 12. Oh, well done. Cleared 12 already. So fast. Su Yan was taken aback, looking at Jing with disbelief, and Jing smiled in response. Hiss. This bald guy is impressive. But wait, I didn't receive any notification. Su Yan stroked his chin and wondered, is it possible that stage 12 only has a boss without a critical gate? That's right. Jing nodded. At the end of this path, there is a large bazaar building blocking the way, resembling an ancient arena. The reconnaissance team that cautiously entered half an hour ago brought back information confirming the presence of 2 bosses resembling the endpoint boss of stage 11. According to Natasha's estimates, the boss's strength is slightly superior to that of stage 11. Jing continued. After receiving the news, Luo Dashin hurriedly entered the building alone, taking 3 minutes and 42 seconds to resolve the battle and clear the way forward. I came here to verify with you whether we received any notification. Jing paused for a moment and softly said, since the master has not received any news, it is sufficient to indicate that before reaching stage 110, we will not encounter any critical gates. Each substage's endpoint area only has guarding bosses. Based on Luo Dashin's current strength, I initially estimate that we can quickly push to around stage 15. Jing continued, thus I would like to seek the master's opinion should we continue to advance or thoroughly clear the current stage 12. Jing rarely troubled Su Yan with decisions, mostly making them herself. However, she would seek Su Yan's opinion at appropriate times to help him grow and learn how to manage the team. If that's the case, stage 11 is merely to help everyone adapt to the race process, while the competition in stage 12 is the real contest. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then looked at Jing and asked, what do you think? Jing replied, both quick advancement and pausing have their pros and cons. I understand now. Su Yan nodded, no longer hesitating. Tell Luo Dashin to continue pressing forward until his first death. With 10 opportunities for immunity from death, Su Yan felt assured that this daring fellow could showcase his strength ahead. You coordinate the entire convoy to accelerate and keep up with Luo Dashin's pace. As for the resources along the way, take what you can and leave behind anything you can't carry. Su Yan decisively stated, higher stages certainly have resources of higher tiers, not to mention. I still want to catch up with our champion opponent and see which stage he is currently at. All right. Jing smiled and took her leave while Su Yan lowered his head to pull out a few design blueprints, continuing to craft the customized cart. However, his mind was no longer solely on selling vehicles. He was more distracted by the progress of the convoy. It's a pity I have no means to observe the battle. I can't see how Luo Dashin's current combat capabilities are and can't accurately gauge his limit strength. Su Yan noticed that after the command was issued, the convoy's speed suddenly increased. All servants who could get on the vehicle boarded, while those who couldn't stayed behind to search for resources and catch up. The command vehicle beneath him had already sped up, advancing to the end of the road of Stage 12 in just an hour. This road was only slightly longer than Stage 11. At the end of the road was a large structure blocking the way, a striking building towering 100 meters high, completely sealing off the area. The building indeed resembled an ancient arena, certainly not a structure one would find in a modern city. At this moment, it was already in ruins, the steel gates of the arena leaning and collapsed, revealing an inward passage. As the convoy drove inside, Su Yin could clearly see the heavy iron door still bore the marks of human fingers tearing at it, a shocking sight. Undoubtedly, this was the work of Luo Dashin. Further inside was the vast and spacious interior of the arena. Beneath a huge arched ceiling was a large area enclosed by sand and dust. The ground inside and outside was littered with the remains of zombies. These zombies were different from the ordinary ones in Stage 11. Many had beast-like or bizarre non-human shapes, and Su Yin even spotted a few corpses emanating frigid air. Presumably, these zombies were the second-tier elite zombies analyzed by the intelligence team, their combat power exceeding that of Ricard servants. Did Luo Dashin kill all of these by himself? Su Yin asked the paperboy beside the vehicle, who was already Su Yan's designated messenger. The boy's name was Chiku, said to be named after the weight of the smallest currency unit in his world. Upon hearing this, Chiku hurriedly explained, "Not at all. I heard Miss Jing say that half of them were killed with the assistance of other combat teams. Mr. Luo only killed half of the zombie tide and the two bosses." Su Yin looked around. The remains of zombies scattered throughout the arena nearly filled the path beneath his feet. It was roughly estimated that there were at least thousands of second-tier zombies here. Even if Luo Dashin only killed half, it was enough to astonish people with his terrifying combat power. Killing so many second-tier zombies in a quarter of an hour, and even killing two bosses. This madman is truly a gem. Su Yin muttered, then asked, "What about the boss corpses?" Chiku replied, "Dr. Chen said they had no research value, leaving behind some samples before discarding them. Miss Jing said it's mainly because Mr. Luo's fighting style is too brutal. The boss corpses are just fragments lacking any value for preservation. Well, a true man who fights hand-to-hand. It's just a pity that these two bosses aren't very valuable. The bosses in the racing path don't provide any loot or blood coins as rewards. Their existence is merely to block the way." Su Yin moved forward, and after passing through the critical area of Stage 12, still did not see Luo Dashin. This bald man was always at the front of the convoy. However, the ancient arena gradually left behind by the convoy was enough to prove Luo Dashin's combat power, satisfying Su Yin. The investment in characteristic cards was worth it. This bald guy is truly worth nurturing. While the convoy continued to advance, Su Yan's business of selling vehicles didn't stop. He had memorized several customized vehicle blueprints and reopened the altar to draw cards, continuing to gamble. With the total of 8500 blood coins earned from the slaughter by Luo Dashin and others, I invested all of it. He was not afraid of drawing useless cards, as the main purpose was to refine them into quantum energy and make money from selling vehicles. If he could get something good, it would be a direct windfall. Ever since Su Yin adopted this mindset while drawing cards, he never felt that the card pool was a trap. He even hoped that the card pool wouldn't yield anything to avoid wasting his refining efficiency. This time, Su Yin still chose resource cards as his drawing target. But in this world, the more one doesn't want something, the more it tends to come. As Su Yin invested 850 into the card pool, a large number of cards surged around him. Suddenly, Su Yan's gaze caught sight of one card that stood out. Among the countless ordinary cards swirling around the sacrifice card pool, suddenly spat out a brilliantly colored card with a pop. UR card. Su Yin jumped up from the top of the vehicle, his eyes wide open. Damn. I pulled out a UR card with a common draw. What a joke. A multitude of hundreds of cards continuously spewed forth, enveloping Su Yan's surroundings completely. He paid no attention to the other cards, simply raising his hand to precisely grasp the colorful card. This card was resplendent and exquisite, clearly marked with the card level legendary UR. This is truly a UR card. Su Yin couldn't help but gasp, an overwhelming sense of surprise filling his heart. Damn, has the card pool shown mercy? Has the mechanism changed? Based on Su Yan's numerous experiences with drawing cards, what was a mere few hundred draws? How could he possibly draw a UR card? Even if he tallied all his previous draws, it wouldn't trigger the so-called guaranteed mechanism. It can only mean one thing: the card pool truly has no guarantees. Whether something appears depends entirely on fate. This is exhilarating. This is thrilling. Su Yin took deep breaths, trying to calm his heart, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth remained uncontainable. There was no helping it. This feeling was extraordinary. The joy of drawing a UR card was far greater than the UR cards he received daily. But soon, amidst the thrill, Su Yin felt a twinge of regret. Damn, had I known I could draw a UR card, I would have pulled from the minion pool entirely. The UR resource card, no matter how he looked at it, felt like a misdraw. However, having it was better than not having it at all. Su Yin eagerly caressed the card, examining its data. Death God Contract Legendary, UR resource card. Card description: it is a top-tier treasure of a thief rumored to originate from a certain death god capable of recording the energy of all living beings, accumulating and distributing it, reversing life and death. Card effect: the holder of this card can mark an unlimited number of death god minions. Whenever a living being dies near the minions, it will automatically harvest that unit's energy into the contract for storage. When the card contains energy, the effects of the contract immediate return and destined will automatically activate. Immediate return: when the holder or a death god minion dies, the stored contract energy will be immediately consumed to reverse their death, restoring them to their peak state prior to death. There is no cooldown time, no limit on usage. The energy consumed is based on the minion's strength, cannot activate when energy is insufficient. Destined: when the same type of living being is repeatedly drained of energy, it will be recorded on a page of the contract. The holder can consume the corresponding energy to summon it. As a temporary death god minion, with no limit on summons, temporary minions cannot consume energy to reverse death. Card energy: 0 points. Card information: when the card's stored energy exceeds 100 million points and has marked over 10,000 death god minions, it will unlock a sparkling form, gaining a new card effect: life and death alternation. Card durability: indestructible. Damn, I didn't misdraw. Not at all. Su Yan, who had just sat down, jumped up again, nearly going mad with joy. The effect of this card was too outrageous. Compared to the few UR cards he already had, it was nearly a T0 level UR card. Damn, an unlimited collective invulnerability effect. And it also comes with combat capabilities similar to an undead army. With just this single card, I have both offense and defense. This is what a UR card is. This is what a UR card should be. Su Yan was so excited that his lips trembled. He had drawn a UR card, and it was the absolute best. Folks, who knows this feeling? Any user with a bit of gaming experience and knowledge could instantly understand the top-tier effects of this UR resource card. In this moment, what had once seemed inconspicuous to Su Yan, merely used for producing food, water, and tools, transformed into something incredibly precious. In an instant, it became immensely valuable. Forget about specialty card pools or minion card pools. My resource card pool is the true big boss. The mechanisms and functionalities for producing top-tier cards are fully maximized. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Su Yan took deep breaths but couldn't help but tilt his head back and howl. How can one stay calm with this? I'm going to die from excitement. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Su Yan held the card and continuously kissed it, grinning so widely his mouth was about to twist. Minions passing by with supplies cast curious glances, unable to comprehend why their master was so deliriously excited atop the vehicle. They couldn't understand that as long as the energy of this card was sufficient, Su Yan could stand there and let monsters kill him for 1,000 years without dying. Forget about whether it hurts to die. In any case, I want die. This is a version card. This one is the real divine card of the version. Never fades. Never gets eliminated. The god card among god cards. Su Yan was overly satisfied. This card fit his current situation perfectly and was immensely suitable against the threat of endless waves of monsters. Unlimited. No cooldown. No restrictions. The more I kill, the stronger the card becomes. This card is so strong that Su Yan even doubted whether he could piece together the entire set of the Iron Legion's component cards. It might not compare to this single card. Seriously, buddy, this card disrupts balance. It's pure cheating. If Su Yan weren't on the path of a minion army, if he were an individual user, the strength of this card would be slightly weaker. But it just fits so well. Luck has finally smiled upon me. Su Yan clutched the card and, facing the bewildered boy Chi Ku beside the vehicle, loudly ordered, "Go tell Jing. Have the whole team slow down. Let everyone take turns coming to me. I want to record everyone in the new card. And Luo Dashin and the reconnaissance team ahead all come back. Immediately. Right now. Now, every monster Luo Dashin killed was wasting energy that rightfully belonged to the new card. Compulsory education has taught us that wasting is shameful." Su Yan didn't want to be a shameful man. Okay, master." Chi Ku hurriedly left, racing to inform Miss Jing. The boy was genuinely flustered. His master, who had always been calm, cheerful, and tolerant, suddenly seemed like he was having a fit, wanting to gather everyone. "Oh dear God, please don't punish my beloved master. He is my only hope of surviving here." "Hey, Mark." Su Yan grasped the card and gently flicked it towards Chi Ku's back. Unbeknownst to the boy, a wisp of black light detached from him, swiftly merging into the card. At this moment, the swiftly running boy appeared to Su Yan, surrounded by a faint black glow, signaling that he had been forcibly marked as one of the death god minions by the card. Indeed useful. Su Yan contentedly caressed the card, and as it was used, a thick, dark tome fell in. Opening the contract, every page was still blank, with no information about summonable temporary minions. But Su Yan was not anxious. This thing was already in his hands, and every monster he killed could be summoned at a crucial moment. With ready cannon fodder, he no longer needed to fear excessive loss of minions affecting morale, and it could greatly enhance the combat style of all combat minions, allowing them to fight without hesitation. Before long, the boy rushed back, with Jing still whispering anxiously in her ear, expressing his worries. Jing smiled and nodded. Upon reaching the vehicle, she looked up at Su Yan, who was happily counting the remaining cards atop the vehicle. Congratulations, master. You already know. Su Yan pouted. That big mouth had made it impossible for him to show off. Not everything, but it's clear that your new card should be very powerful. Jing smiled, and Su Yan proudly tossed the card to her. Take a look, enjoy it today. I am also the luckiest of... Jing lowered her head to check the new card's data, and after a while she looked up and agreed. This card is indeed powerful and very well aligned with your future plans. Although Jing still believed that the strength of this card did not warrant such excitement, seeing Su Yan's happy demeanor, she chose not to say much. From her perspective, the new card was mainly focused on defense, lacking in offense, still containing flaws and shortcomings, and could not be deemed perfect. It just happened to perfectly complement most of what Su Yan currently possessed, like the top-tier combat power Luo Dash and numerous minion teams, and the crucial life-saving trump card that Su Yan was still lacking. The card is good, but the rest of the drop rates. Su Yan shook the thick stack of other resource cards, deeply sighing. Damn, only 3 are cards. The rest are all in cards. This card pool doesn't let me gain any advantage at all. Getting a UR has lowered the drop rates for so many cards in the batch. 850 draws. Not a single SR. This dog card pool is getting more and more outrageous. Su Yan felt a bit greedy, while Jing smiled quietly without speaking. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the front of Su Yan's vehicle, startling him to raise his head sharply. A man with his shirt off, covered in the stench of dark blood, landed in front of the vehicle with a wild and frenzied... It was Luo Dashin, who had leaped off the top of a distant building, crossing hundreds of meters and landing precisely in... Hey, why did you call me back? Luo Dashin asked impatiently, clearly just coming from the battlefield, his blood still boiling and his mind restless. All right. Su Yan gently stroked the card marking, signaling Luo Dashin. Let's go, it's nothing now. What a miss... Luo Dashin touched his bald head, chuckled coldly a few times, pulled his foot out of a small pit, and quickly turned to leap away. Before leaving, he threw out a warning. Don't call me unless it's necessary. I was in the middle of a good kill. This guy. Su Yan smiled helplessly. The bald head suited the endless path, enjoying the thrill of mowing down foes every day. Except for his lack of understanding of human emotions, he meets the standards of a warrior. Jing rarely explained anything about someone, but it was evident she found Luo Dashin easy to work with. He never resisted any combat orders, even those that were extremely dangerous, almost like sending him to his death, who Luo Dashin followed through without fail. Why would I bother with him? I barely have time to soothe him, Su Yan chuckled. In the following half hour, over 300 members of the entire team under Jing's coordination began to arrive at the vehicle, marking one after another. The new card marking didn't take much time. The bulk of the time was spent managing the reasonable movement of team members, ensuring that the marking was done without affecting the team's progress, resource searching, or battle arrangements. All of this was managed by Jing, while Su Yan sat relaxed atop the vehicle, casually tossing cards. Jing, since you've seen the new cards, shouldn't we adjust some of the upcoming battle plans? Of course, Jing smiled. I will adjust the upcoming work to allow everyone to gather new card energy more quickly. Just gathering, not making the collective combat style more adventurous. Su Yan looked at Jing's back, stroking his chin, suddenly sighing. This girl is still a bit too cautious. In Jing's eyes, this card might serve more as a trump card and wouldn't overly influence the already formulated plan for competitive walking. Forget it, continue crafting, once done sell them, and draw again afterward. Su Yan put aside other thoughts and continued to immerse himself in the identity of a vehicle merchant. He had begun to enjoy this feeling. As long as he kept flipping back and forth like this, a large amount of blood coins would flow in effortlessly, allowing him to draw as many as he desired. It felt as if he had stumbled into a cracked game version. With a simple click, the shop was free. Hey, what a delightful experience. Out of the 849 draws, he obtained 100 food cards, while the remaining 749 were all refined, adding 759 points of quantum energy. As for the custom cards, most customer demands were quite consistent. First-time buyers approached with a trial mentality, so Su Yan didn't need to add overly complex modules. The energy cost for each custom cart was approximately 15-18 points, with very few exceeding 20 points. Over the next hour, Su Yan worked tirelessly, almost producing 1 cart per minute. In a moment, he crafted 45 custom carts. Su Yan, bosses, get ready to receive your goods. Su Yan tagged custom users in the communication channel, initiating trades, delivering carts, and collecting blood coins. On average, the cost price of a customized card was around 1,600 blood coins, while Su Yan priced each at 8,000 blood coins. With an 80 discount, the final selling price of each customized card was 6,400 blood coins, and Su Yan generously rounded it down, selling for only 6,000 blood coins. This price was already quite reasonable and full of sincerity. For users in stages 12, this amount of money was hardly anything. It was simply too cost-effective to buy a beginner vehicle. In the end, Su Yan earned 29000 blood coins. The total time spent was no more than 2 hours. At 11 a.m. on the third day, Su Yan looked up at the number of blood coins displayed next to his avatar, remaining silent for a long time. Making money. How can it be so easy? Su Yan felt a bit dazed, murmuring, "My subordinates earned just over 10,000 blood coins from a morning of battles, while I made almost 300,000 in just 2 hours." And this was with Su Yan being quite conscientious, not hoarding goods or taking advantage of the fire, offering very decent prices for the vehicles. The money came too quickly, too easily. Just then a few users who had been secretly observing spoke up in the communication channel. "Su Yan, congratulations boss, Su, you must have made a fortune this time." "Su Yan, I just roughly calculated. Did you make about 200,000 blood coins this time?" "Hiss. 2 hours for 200,000, you are a real boss. Your foundation is ridiculously impressive. Honestly, I always thought being able to save around 100,000 blood coins would put me ahead of the pack, but I didn't expect there to be such a master. Damn, I'm really envious." My eyes are turning red. Even these self-proclaimed strong users couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, wishing they could leap out and stir the pot, eager for Su Yan to encounter misfortune, ideally dying on the spot. What one person gains, another loses. The sage once said this should not be the case, yet human nature often manifests in such ways, unable to bear the sight of others doing well. Fortunately, these users retained a semblance of rationality and did not resort to outright insults. Instead, their words were laced with palpable jealousy. "The cost is quite high." Su Yan quickly replied half-truthfully. "If 6,000 blood coins were tossed into the pool, not a single vehicle could be drawn. The cost of producing a vehicle is not cheap either." "If everyone doesn't believe it, thinking him making too much money," Su Yan added, "then I won't sell them anymore." Upon hearing this, many users who had yet to obtain a vehicle changed color, instantly rushing to rally behind Su Yan and condemning the incorrect statements of others. "Boss Su can earn as much as he wants, so what are you jealous of? If you have the ability, go get your own vehicles. Come on, brothers, you think 6,000 blood coins is expensive? How did you clear stage 11? Did you come in relying on your exemption rights like a noob? I had tens of thousands of blood coins saved up in the 11 phase. Being able to exchange 6,000 blood coins for a vehicle is practically a gift from Su Fei." I also agree with this reasoning. But his name is Su Yan. Su Yan, I've said it 1,000 times. There were many supporters in the chat channel, and some users were genuinely grateful to encounter Su Yan. Regardless of how much he earned, he had at least concretely addressed everyone's basic survival needs, providing significant help. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to the chat channel. He intended to continue drawing cards, having resolved to keep at it, curious about how many good cards the pool could yield. However, just as Su Yan opened the altar card drawing interface, he suddenly noticed another commotion in the chat channel. A user with the same champion insignia appeared, drawing everyone's attention. This champion user's first statement was aimed directly at Su Yan. "Su Yan, you've earned so much money, do you have a life to spend it?" Su Yan was taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. Who is this person coming at me so rudely right off the bat? Wait, a champion user, and with such hostility. Understood. He is Black-clad brother, a rival racer of Su Yan. Su Yan chose not to respond, instead directly clicking on the profile of the user named Ding Hashan to check his progress. 16. He's pushing ahead so quickly. Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Truly, he was an unstoppable force in solo racing, charging ahead without any worries. Looking back at Su Yan himself, his convoy had just passed the ancient arena and was currently in the mid-stage of phase 13. Due to the previous UR card markings and the racing matters, the entire convoy speed was delayed. "I don't think there will be much of a problem." Su Yan spoke casually, neither confrontational nor harsh, but after a pause he asked, "Ding Hashan, buddy, are you buying a vehicle?" Ding Hashan snorted coldly. Heh. He felt that Su Yan was pretending to be calm while in fact he was frantically rushing to catch up with his progress. After all, they were 3 small stages apart, and anyone would feel anxious. The other users watching began to sense the tension. "Su Lifeng, 2 champion brothers, is this a race among peers?" Wang Shan inquired. "Is that even a question? It's obvious. However, I see that Boss Su's progress is indeed lagging a bit. I have already reached the sprinting zone of phase 14. Su Lifeng exclaimed. Hiss. Masters against masters. The mechanism is truly fair. To be honest, I believe Boss Su's odds of winning are not low. He has just acquired so much blood currency, which should lead to a decent strength increase. The delusions of the weak. Ding Hashan suddenly spoke, chuckling. You think you can turn the tide with just hundreds of thousands of blood currency? The difficulty of drawing cards from the pool is evident. Without special means and extraordinary luck, hundreds of thousands of blood currency can only buy a pile of trash. This was indeed not a false statement. Some users agreed silently, but hesitated to voice it to avoid provoking Su Yan. Both were champions, and offending either was unwise. After all, it was no longer phase 11A. At this point, users could accumulate 100,000 blood currency within days if they gritted their teeth, and offending someone could lead to forced teaming. Special means. Su Yan took note of this phrase, feeling somewhat suspicious. Does this guy in black not rely on luck to draw cards either? Oh no, he wouldn't also have a strong trump card, would he? Su Yan quickly instructed Chica to convey this matter to Jing, while at that moment Ding Hashan continued in the communication channel. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I advise you to buy some vehicles from him while he is still alive. Once I clear the level, that vehicle merchant will be wiped out. Ding Heshan's remarks were filled with arrogance and pride. He absolutely believed that Su Yan's abilities could not surpass his own. What if he has more money? Some cards cannot be obtained just by having money. Ding Heshan was absolutely confident, which was why he dared to show up at this moment, enjoying the feeling of imminent victory in front of his opponent. The users present, though silent, were secretly sending trade requests to Su Yan, offering new vehicle orders. They showed through their actions that they were more optimistic about Ding Heshan. After all, no one was foolish. Ding Heshan's bold statements clearly indicated that his cards were not weak, and he was quite confident he could speed through phase 110. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Yan was not dead yet the priority was to buy a vehicle, one should always consider their own interests more. Is this guy trying to get more people to buy vehicles from me, hence dragging down my racing energy? Su Yan raised an eyebrow, maintaining his presence, and remarked, Ding Heshan, are you trying to promote my business so much that you expect me to give you one for free? Save it for the grave. After throwing down this remark, Ding Heshan stopped speaking. When Su Yan clicked on his avatar again, he discovered that the man's progress had advanced. It was now phase 17. This made Su Yan genuinely uneasy, furrowing his brows. This guy is only 3 small stages away. In just one morning he progressed so quickly. Does he have any combat type UR cards? Su Yan thought to himself, damn it, why am I so unlucky to encounter such a top-tier lucky player on my first match? Su Yan took a deep breath, but at the moment there was indeed little he could do. After all, he had placed all his bets on Jing and the servants. Trying to set up a new racing card now would only lower his odds of winning. Reflecting on himself, Su Yan didn't consider himself weak. He had the privilege of a first draw, and the longer it dragged on, the stronger he would become. But the fairness of this mechanism was simply excessive. In the first collective matching race, Su Yan was matched with a top-tier lucky player holding a high-strength single card. Privilege first draw versus top-tier lucky player. Su Yan was genuinely fed up. This mechanism was truly unyielding. Let's draw cards first. Overthinking won't help. A focus on the present situation. Su Yan calmed his emotions and opened the altar. With 2 900 blood currency, he reserved 900 for backup, spending the remaining 200 all at once. A total of 2,000 draws, allocated to the 5 major card pools. 400 draws from the trait pool, 400 draws from the servant pool, 400 draws from the equipment pool, 400 draws from the talent pool, 400 draws from the skill pool. Give me some good cards card pool. Su Yan gritted his teeth and looked up. The radiant glow from the altar unleashed by the 2,000 draws was incredibly dazzling, and cards continuously surged forth, filling the space around Su Yan. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. In the rapid scene of cards being drawn, Su Yan's gaze was fixed. He was waiting for a new top-tier card. But unfortunately, after more than 10 minutes of drawing time, no new UR card appeared. As expected, the probability of drawing a UR card from a standard draw is nearly 0. The previous draw was purely accidental. If there isn't a significant boost in combat power once Ding Heshan breaks through to phase 110 today, I might not even reach the privileged first draw on the 4th day. Su Yan sighed, unconsciously clenching his fists. His current assets were quite abundant, but he still lacked in top-tier combat power, at least compared to your level combat cards. Just as Su Yan was about to raise his hand to count the cards, Chica rushed over from the front of the vehicle. Master, Miss Jing has responded. What did she say? Su Yan, not bothering to count the cards, pushed through the sea of cards with both hands, sticking his head out to inquire with concern. Chica, looking shocked at the dense cards on the command vehicle, swallowed hard and replied, Miss Jing said, in fact, our progress isn't slow. Luo Dashin has already reached phase 15. 15. Su Yan was delighted. Although this progress was slower than Ding Heshan's, it was still good news. Wait, how come Luo Dashin has advanced while my progress still shows 13? I understand the user's progress bar is based on the segment currently being traversed, or whether the boss ahead is dead does not affect the user's specific progress. Ding Heshan was fooled by me. He thinks I am stuck at phase 13. Su Yan understood, but still felt a bit regretful. Luo Dashin is still a bit slow. Did Jing not mention anything else? She did. Chica nodded repeatedly. Miss Jing said Master need not worry. She used the Intelligence Master's abilities to eliminate incorrect options, and has confirmed that Ding Heshan will stop at least 12 hours at phase 19. Miss Jing also said Ding Heshan has at least 1 UR card in hand, but it may not necessarily be a combat type UR card, otherwise Master would have been eliminated long ago. Miss Jing also stated the boss at phase 15 already possesses card strength comparable to SSR level. She predicts that Luo Dashin will likely be blocked at phase 17 or 19, as his combat power is not truly your level, and he will have to rely on death probability for a war of attrition then. Miss Jing thinks this approach is not prudent, as she hopes Master continues to draw cards, preferably focusing on the She said Master has only 2 options, either manually cultivate a top-tier power comparable to a true UR servant, or hope for UR cards in the next 2 days. Chica paused, looking somewhat tense. Miss Jing also said that Master has at most 1 more privileged opportunity to gamble, because Ding Heshan will definitely clear the level within 24 hours. 24 hours. In the front of the convoy, Chen Jixin looked at Jing with suspicion. You have such high hopes for Ding Heshan. In your previous characteristic analysis, didn't you already confirm that the endpoint strength from stages 1 to 9 would reach UR level? Since Ding Heshan will be stopped at stage 19, he surely won't be able to speedrun stage 110. He will at least be held up for over 20 hours in stage 110. In that case, the Master will have at least 2 to 3 opportunities for privileges plus the energy accumulation from the Death God contract. Luo Dashin will surely gain combat capability comparable to UR during stage 110. Chen Jixin didn't understand. Even if the Master no longer uses blood coins to draw cards, our odds of winning are still over 70%. Why do you say that to the Master? Jing fiddled with the cards in her hand and calmly replied, to intimidate. Intimidate? You are intimidating the Master. Chen Jixin was stunned, looking at Jing with a complex expression. I see you think he has been too smooth in these 3 days and needs to feel tense. You are using Ding Heshan's appearance to make the Master raise his vigilance, so he doesn't take the endless road lightly lest he stumbles into future competitive stages. Miss Jing, you even considered this. Chen Jixin took a deep breath, admiration still not showing in his eyes, but saw Jing looking at him with a strange gaze. Doctor, what are you talking about? I merely wanted to tease him. Jing adjusted her glasses, smiling gently, nothing else. Chen Jixin. This girl never used to joke. She must have learned it from that man. We need to speed up. Time is running out. Su Yan raised his hand, frantically removing the cards around him. He barely had time to carefully check the data functions and effects of each card and could only focus on the high-level cards. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yan finished counting. Among the 400 servant cards, there were 2 SR cards, 38 R cards, and 360 N cards. Among the 400 trait cards, there were 6 R cards and 394 N cards. Among the 400 skill cards, there were 2 SSR cards, 12 R cards, and 386 N cards. Among the 400 talent cards, there was 1 SSR card, 22 R cards, and 377 N cards. Among the 400 equipment cards, there were 56 R cards and 344 N cards. This time the drop rate isn't low. Some goods came out. Su Yan was somewhat surprised. He initially thought that after the UR cards were released, the drop rate would significantly decrease, but unexpectedly this guy did not play by the rules. Based on the consistent nature of the sacrificial card pool, drawing 2,000 times at this moment could yield 3 SSR cards, which is an excellent result for most users. Su Yan handed most of the cards to Chico beside him and then briefly glanced at the 3 new SSR cards. 2 SSR skill cards, 1 Judgment Strike, and 1 Swift Dominance. The skill effect of Judgment Strike is that attacking an enemy without a weapon will inflict an additional 10 of the current attack as true damage. This skill is extremely straightforward, having only this one effect, but Su Yan keenly sensed that the strongest aspect of this skill card is that it isn't limited by UR strength. Even when facing UR enemies, it can still inflict true damage. Its only 2 drawbacks are 1. The damage value is not based on the enemy's health percentage, but calculated based on its own attack effect. This is a hidden mechanism value and cannot be accurately estimated before battle. 2. This skill card has only 50 durability, even less than a third of an SR skill card. The skill effect of Swift Dominance is doubling movement speed for 1 minute, increasing self-defense by 200 while moving, and any attack during the speed duration deals damage equal to its own defense value. This card is slightly weaker among SSR skill cards, mainly because it doesn't quite fit Su Yan's current team strength situation, but the card's durability is very high, reaching 300 points. Not bad. It doesn't quite fit Luo Dashin, but it's still usable. Su Yan murmured and glanced again at the SSR talent card Overlord Bloodline. The skill effect of Overlord Bloodline is during the talent activation period, the next attack will exhaust all of its stamina, granting an additional 1000 attack effect. If the enemy is not dead, it will forcibly weaken the enemy's defense by 1. The duration of this talent card is 30 days. God card. Su Yan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. This card is a perfect match for Luo Dashin. In the eyes of other users, this card is quite useless, being a last-ditch effort card. After all, after 1 strike, the user is exhausted, and if they don't kill the enemy, they are left helpless. But does Luo Dashin fear being helpless? He actually wishes to die a few more times. Even if it's just to deliver that 1 strike, that would be a pure profit. With a 1000% bonus, this value can almost rival battle-type UR cards, right? Su Yan doesn't have such UR cards, but he is certain that this card will greatly enhance Luo Dashin's combat power. Quick, take this to Jing. Especially these 3 cards, they must be used by Luo Dashin. Su Yan instructed Chi Ku beside him, remembering one of Jing's suggestions, manually nurturing combat servants comparable to UR levels. The card pool doesn't provide UR servants, but we can cultivate them with a large amount of resources. And Luo Dashin, as Su Yan's only SSR combat servant, is the most suitable candidate. With a large number of combat-type trait skills and talents backing him, even if the mechanism isn't enough, we can still create a value monster through sheer quantity. As long as it can fight, as long as it can clear the stages. After finishing the counting of these 2,000 draws, Su Yan opened the communication channel, once more finding Ding Heshan from the followed users to check his progress. Still at stage 17, it seems his advancement speed has slowed down a bit. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to focus on drawing cards. By around 2 p.m., Su Yan finally took a break, rubbing his sore shoulders and temples, and glanced at his earnings. Excluding costs, his current blood coins had reached over 5800, with 25 points of quantum energy remaining unspent. To be honest, that's a lot of money. But unfortunately, this several 100,000 blood coins couldn't excite Su Yan, because when he checked Ding Heshan's progress again, this lucky guy was already at stage 18. Only 2 small stages left. What if he suddenly goes on a roll and clears by tonight? Damn it, if it weren't for this guy, I would have already started crafting base modules with all these blood coins. Su Yan sighed deeply. This lucky guy kept charging forward like a mad dog, forcing Su Yan to keep up, and if he slowed down even a bit, there was a risk of being wiped out. 58,000 continued drawing cards. Damn it, I'm really getting fed up with this. Forget it, let's take a break. Su Yan closed the sacrificial card pool. He had spent several hours intensely drawing cards, refining, and selling vehicles. Though drawing was satisfying, he didn't obtain any decisive strong cards. To win against Ding Heshan, non-UR cards definitely won't do. I wonder if the many non-UR cards I drew earlier have had any significant enhancement effect for Luo Dashin. Su Yan murmured as he had just sent Chi Ku ahead to ask questions. At that moment, he happened to see a little boy running back quickly. Master, latest progress report. Mr. Luo has charged forward and has already broken through stage 17. He is about to sprint into stage 18. Hey, he passed. Su Yan was overjoyed. Jing initially estimated that Luo Dashin would be stuck at stage 17, but unexpectedly, he passed through smoothly. Now the gap between both sides has narrowed. Good man. Good bald head. Su Yan laughed heartily, waving his, go investigate. Report back. Tell Luo Dashin that Ding Heshan is estimated to be charging into stage 19 now. As long as he surpasses the progress before tonight, the master will grant him a wish. Whatever he wants, I will give it. Su Yan was quite generous, currently counting on this muscular man Luo Dashin to clash with Ding Heshan. He had to give it his all, and he must not let Luo Dashin slack off. No, not just not letting him slack off. Su Yan needed Luo Dashin to burst forth with a desire for victory stronger than mere forced loyalty, a stronger subjective will to win. The real contest is at this moment. Good. Chika nodded repeatedly, just about to run back, but then slapped his head and rushed to the front of the vehicle, handing over a card. Master, this is a card that Miss Jing asked me to give you. She said you probably didn't look closely at these cards. This card allows the master to perceive the frontline battle more intuitively. Oh. Su Yan reached out to take it. This was a level skill card, Desire Insight, he had drawn earlier. The skill effect is it allows the card to mark a creature, and each time the skill is used, the user can gain a 180-degree perspective of that creature. The card has 100 durability, and each skill lasts for 30 minutes. This card has no combat power, so it is considered extremely durable within the R card range. A good card. Oh, Jing really understands me. Su Yan happily accepted this card, which had already marked Luo Dashin's perspective. As Su Yan used the card, his vision abruptly went black, instantly replaced by a brand new high-speed moving perspective. The entire perspective presented a 180-degree view ahead, unable to turn. And at the bottom of the view screen was Luo Dashin, who was moving at high speed. He was still bare-chested, racing alone through the shattered streets of the city. The agile skill had already been activated, and Luo Dashin's speed soared to its peak. The dim sky was filled with all sorts of grotesque elite zombies, constantly roaring as they lunged toward Luo Dashin. Get lost. Luo Dashin shouted loudly, kicking and crashing forward, charging into the horde of zombies without flinching. Bang! With a single stomp, the abandoned car cracked open, and he shot forward like a cannonball. With a clear target, he aimed directly at the endpoint of stage 18. Su Yan, through the skill card, saw the front line of the convoy for the first time, filled with elite zombies, densely packed. It was an endless sight. Only Luo Dashin stood alone, facing the monstrous tide that filled the streets. He was exceptionally strong. Even when the horde overwhelmed him, Luo Dashin paid no heed, allowing the zombies to tear at his flesh as long as it didn't affect his sprinting speed. Gold light flickered on Luo Dashin's body, occasionally surrounded by a bluish arc, and no matter how many zombies there were, they could not breach his defenses. This was not his inherent characteristic effect. It was a large number of low-intensity cards drawn by Su Yan earlier, meticulously selected by the advisory team's cognitive servants, all of which were invested in Luo Dashin without any incompatibilities. How many did Jing use on him? Hiss. So many. Su Yan took a moment to pull up Luo Dashin's data, only to find that the rows of skills, talents, and traits seemed endless. Too many. Almost hundreds of them. That's a huge investment. Su Yan marveled, laughing heartily. With such abundant resources piled into extreme cards, no wonder this guy could push through to stage 18. At this moment, Ding Heshan was also in stage 18, perfectly matching Su Yan's progress. Could those who came later surpass him? Su Yan didn't know. All the hope of the convoy rested on Luo Dashin alone. Su Yan's gaze was firmly fixed on the bald man, watching him rampage forward, charging all the way to the end. At the end of the road, there are only 5 enormous stone platforms interconnected by thick iron chains. The platforms are massive, neither gold nor iron, and are far from urban architecture. On each high platform there sits crawls, or stands a ferocious zombie monster. Their muscles are bulging, their bodies either pitch black or crimson, neither human nor beast, with bizarre physiques that no longer resemble ordinary zombies. Another pack of dogs blocking the way. Luo Dashin had already sprinted forward, his speed unyielding, laughing maniacally. 5 punks dare to obstruct your grandfather's path. Bang! He leaped high, carrying the overwhelming momentum of his sprint, his fist raised in fury, striking directly at a boss. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, shaking the high platform. The colossal monster in the center, towering at 3 meters, raised its barrel-like arms to block, merely swaying, while shaking off Luo Dashin. Taking advantage of the momentum, Luo Dashin landed while the other monsters on the platforms began to descend, quickly surrounding him. 5 pairs of crimson, vengeful eyes fixed intently on this man. A stench pervaded the air, a dangerous aura enveloped him, causing the man's hairs to stand on end, yet a stronger thrill surged within him. 5 SSR levels. Suddenly the walkie-talkie hanging at Luo Dashin's waist emitted a voice from Jing. Are you confident? Natasha and Zhou Heng's team is still in phase 16, you can wait a bit longer. Evidently Jing also had cards capable of directly observing the frontline battlefield. What are we waiting for? Luo Dashin narrowed his eyes, his fists colliding with a thud, a savage smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Aren't our opponents also on this road? Do you want me to concede? You said before I'm also a strong card. Let's see who's stronger. Kill! Luo Dashin roared, not waiting for the 5 bosses to attack. He charged forward, his iron fists smashing fiercely towards the central monster. Judgment! The man's hands erupted with azure light, activating the SSR card skill. He stacked terrifying skills, talents, and attributes alongside the SSR level trait Hercules and his inherent characteristics and skills. The amplification ratio of this strike was beyond calculation. This punch struck at Su Yan's terrifying foundation. Puff! The punch was so fierce that it pierced through the monster's abdomen, and Luo Dashin's whole body shot through the monster, drenched in black blood. Roar! The monster howled in pain, its life force astonishingly resilient, able to turn and strike at Luo Dashin. Hey! Luo Dashin swiftly pivoted, raising his hand to meet the monster's gaping maw with the strength of his iron arm. A contest between human and monster. The other 4 bosses sensed the opportunity, charging towards Luo Dashin from different directions, forming a pincer attack. Open up for me. Luo Dashin roared, his eyes wide with fury, his entire body straining. He disregarded the attacks from the other bosses, pouring all his strength to break through the monster's teeth in a furious explosion. Slash! Puff! Corroded black blood sprayed everywhere as the 3-meter giant was torn apart by Luo Dashin. Puff! Almost simultaneously, a zombie boss resembling a tiger leopard pounced, sinking its claws into Luo. The dark fangs easily pierced through human flesh, and the zombie's head shook violently, tearing away a large chunk of flesh in the blink of an eye, spilling blood-red intestines all over the ground. Damn! Luo Dashin's eyes turned crimson. He turned and raised his hand, golden light swirling around it, unleashing the innate effect of Overlord's bloodline in the moment before death. Stacking a 1000 attack effect. A brutal smash. Puff! The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed as the zombie's head was instantly smashed open. Even with its SSR level capabilities, it couldn't react in time, perishing alongside Luo Dashin. No, the bald head was still alive. Su Yan witnessed it all as a red light surged fiercely around Luo Dashin, only to dissipate in an instant. Suppression of death while activated. Immunity to this death, forcing survival for 3 seconds. Underworld seal activated. All basic attributes skyrocketed. Comprehensive combat power increased. Luo Dashin's waist wound began to heal at a terrifying speed. With red eyes lowered, he grinned maliciously at the remaining 2 zombies. Originally 3 were left, but one unfortunate soul triggered the death mark effect at the moment of Luo Dashin's death, transferring the death penalty. This non-UR level boss died on the spot. A 20% chance, and it happened. Amid the excitement, Su Yan could only shake his head. This boss is truly luckier than I am. Only you 2 are left now. Luo Dashin chuckled menacingly, laughter chilling his gaze fierce enough to make the 2 zombie bosses hesitate, seemingly afraid to charge recklessly. Luo Dashin clapped his wrist, wherein our card equipment storage card, 100, was strapped, containing 100 various battle potions and tools. One of the stamina recovery cards was quickly crushed by Luo Dashin, transforming into a bowl of clear water that he drank in one go. Then he grabbed another food and beverage card, downing half a bottle of yellow wine, spilling the other half over himself. Wine technique effect activated. Stamina recovery efficiency doubled. Refreshing. Huh. This is exhilarating. Luo Dashin laughed wildly, feeling slightly restored, and charged directly at the left boss. On the battlefield, he never hesitated. If you want attack, I will kill. With only these 2 bosses left, they were small in size, quick in speed, but couldn't shake off the effects of agile dominance that empowered Luo Dashin. Especially under Luo Dashin's relentless offensive, every strike was fearless, every punch landed solidly. He fought fiercely, determined to push through. Furious. Bold. Frenzied. half his body stained with blood, yet he did not retreat. The thrill of combat was intense with visual impact aplenty. Su Yan watched his blood boiling, wishing he could charge to the front lines as well. This bald head is too reckless. I like it. Su Yan couldn't help but clench his fists, suddenly realizing something. With only these two bosses left, they are definitely not his match. Could it be? I am about to surpass Ding Heshan. I must enter phase 19 first. The outcome was exactly as Su Yan had hoped. In less than 6 minutes of slaughter, the two zombie bosses fell one after another. They were no match at all. This lunatic's actual combat power had already surpassed SSR. Luo Dashin with savage cruelty ripped their corpses apart, breached, crushed their skulls. Even though Luo Dashin's body was lacerated to the bone, a horrific sight, he still stood alone atop a high platform, laughing wildly. 5 weak dogs. Trash. Trash. Ha ha ha. His bald head gleamed in the dim sunlight. His laughter was full of arrogance and relish. A static hiss came through Luo Dashin's wireless earpiece. Jing's voice: take a short rest, Zhou Heng will arrive. Next time you act alone, clear some of the zombies along the way, their support will reach you faster. The radio at Luo Dashin's waist had been completely smashed in the fight, but Jing would not rely on a single means of issuing orders. Luo Dashin sneered abruptly. What use are those trash? I'm enough by myself. Mind your words, they are comrades, and can help you, Jing replied. Jing's voice remained calm. You are strong, but you are not invincible. Only the power of the team is your true support. Luo Dashin kept sneering and was about to retort when Jing said, do not forget, much of your current power comes from the master's favor. He would not want you to disdain the other servants. TCH. The bald man sneered repeatedly, but unusually did not talk back. He truly looked down on the other combat servants, yet it was undeniable he had received greater favors from Su Yan. That was a fact. A Luo Dashin scorned argument. He only sought the exhilaration of battle. Jing did not expect Luo Dashin to change. She softened her tone, slightly return. Tomorrow we'll move to the next stage. The strategist team needs to readjust your body stats and servant data. No need. Luo Dashin refused coldly. He stood alone on the platform, his gaze fixed toward the end of the next intersection. Beyond it lay stage 110. Behind the 5 platforms were the final 2 stretches of the concurrent race. They'll clear it today. Luo Dashin licked his lips, a fighting hunger unlike any before flared in his eyes. This is not meant to goad you. Jing's voice grew cold and stern. Luo Dashin, return to the convoy immediately. The boss at stage 110 is definitely you are. You are not its match. Do not squander the contract's energy. Everything was covered by Jing's design. No, your tire boss appeared at the end of 18. Yet 5 SSR-level zombie monsters already wielded strength comparable to a UR. The creatures guarding the final 2 stretches, the 19 and 110 stages, would be your tire without. They could stop nearly 99% of the competitors. No one had certainty of victory in 110 until a complete solution was found. The strategist team favored caution. After all, combat inevitably consumed resources, and any extra expenditure would be a great loss to Su Yan's interests. This endless path was very long. Jing needed to account for every cost. TCH, how will you know unless you try? Luo Dashin scoffed. Those scheming trash. What could you expect them? Luo Dashin had always clashed with the thinking-type servants. Su Yan surmised this was a bad impression left by past experiences. You can only count on me, Luo Dashin said arrogantly, head held high. He sneered. Didn't you say that fellow was also? I've already surpassed him. I must beat him. A matter of pride, Jing answered calmly. The master promised you that if you beat Ding Heshan, he would grant you a wish, anything you desire. At your current recklessness, your odds only fall. Damn that wish. Luo Dashin laughed. I want nothing. I want him to see it with his own eyes. See how strong I am. Watch how I defeat that scum. He is indeed watching. After a brief silence, Jing said lightly, at this very moment, he watches you. He has wagered more resources on you. Will you let him lose? I think that among the 12 people you killed, none ever trusted you like this or risked such a gamble. Luo Dashin's eyes narrowed. The smile at his mouth's corner faded, but he continued to stare at the road's end beyond the platform. The bloodstained man exuded a rank stench that even the city's strong wind could not disperse. After a long silence, Jing spoke softly. Come back. You are his only reliance now. He trusts you more than anyone and does not wish to see you take reckless risks. Return. Luo Dashin grinned. Tell him I will win. I will for certain. If you lose, then Luo Dashin. Then die. Accept the wager. With that, he tilted his head and ripped off the earpiece. Luo Dashin snap. He crushed the earpiece between his fingers and tossed it aside, cutting off Jing's indignant rebuke. The city's wind howled ever louder. Luo Dashin suddenly lifted his head and from Su Yan's viewpoint met his gaze. He did not know by what means Su Yan observed him. He only looked up at the sky. Suddenly Luo Dashin struck his right chest a few times with his right hand, then pointed to the heavens. It was a gesture Su Yan often made. The bald man grinned. Su Yan, you must honor the wager. Before the word fell, Luo Dashin hurled himself from the platform and charged onto the city street of stage 19. Driving a gale before him, he raced toward the final point. Woman, what do you know? A warrior dies for his confidant. This madman. Too arrogant. The strategist team. Chen Jixin and all the thinking servants heard the final hiss on the radio and exchanged glances. I told you we shouldn't have cultivated this guy. Zhou Hong would have been the better choice. This man is too reckless. No one can control him. He's only an SSR. How could he possibly beat a UR? There's news from the master. There are over 500,000 blood coins. We still have a chance. Urgently recall Zhou Hong. Though he's only SR paired with Natasha, there is hope. Send him. Even if he loses, he can at least wear the boss down, giving those behind more information and opportunity. The thinking servants argued anxiously, their words reproachful, toward Luo Dacian. Not even Miss Jing could restrain this man now, who else could command him? His victory in 18 already exceeded the plan. That was merit. But attempting to dash through 19 and 110 in defiance of orders was reckless. This fellow's headstrong behavior could well cause the entire plan's collapse. His disregard for his life blindly squandered the master's vast assets. If the results turned worse, the master's campaign might end here. No one could shoulder such a consequence, and there was no time to keep blaming Luo Dacian. They rushed to devise additional contingency plans to raise the finish line success rate. Chen Jixin frowned in thought, but suddenly stopped riffling through backup plans and looked up at Jing. The woman removed her earpiece, her expression still composed. Had the anger she displayed over the radio been everyone's illusion? Chen Jixin came to Jing's side and lowered his voice. Should we choose Zhou Hong? Cultivate that escort. He is far more controllable than Luo Dacian. Indeed, Jing agreed. Jing nodded in assent. Although he is only an SR servant, the master has abundant resources and could elevate him to practical SSR combat capability. Then, what about Luo Dacian? Chen Jixin asked warily. This disobedient servant, do we abandon him? Abandon? Jing smiled faintly. Doctor, I never intended to control him. Only the master has that right. And he wants to go to 110. This is something that will inevitably happen. Jing brushed her hair and said calmly, to bring him back, one must use certain means. Chen Jixin fell silent and returned to the group, watching the rank thinking servants whisper and busy themselves. He suddenly felt it unnecessary. The situation remained under the woman's control, and Luo Dacian's rashness was part of the plan. Even Chen Zixin's proposal to cultivate Zhou Hong, intended to replace Luo Dacian, was in Miss Jing, perhaps a matter to consider after 110, merely a secondary top-tier plan to supplement Luo Dacian. At this moment, she still remotely controlled the front line. Can Luo Dacian win? He can't possibly beat a UR. Chen Jixin wanted to ask, but he shut his mouth and remained silent. He did not know what win rate Luo Dacian appeared to have in Jing's eyes, but it seemed this was not something for him to dwell on. Heaven knows what she's thinking. Chen Jixin shook his head and abruptly rose, but Jing called after him, Dr. Ware, to study the upgrade plan for the next base. Chen Jixin did not look back. I feel I'm not needed here. I should do. You are still needed. Jing smiled, but did not stop him, merely casting a calm glance at the other thinking servants. It is the master who needs them, not her. Hey, this bastard is being disobedient. Su Yin retracted his skill effect, shocked and angry. This bald man is too unruly, simply a troublemaker among troublemakers. He had emphasized to his servants many times before that Jing's orders were his will and absolutely could not be violated. This Luo Dacian truly. It's hard to say. Su Yin scratched his head, smacking his lips, saying that while he was indeed angry at Luo Dacian, he also genuinely admired him. This bald man is truly a tough guy, daring to fight and compete. Oh, what leader wouldn't love such a warrior? Especially that last move from Luo Dacian, it really touched Su Yin. The meaning of this guy is simply too obvious. If you dare to bet on me, I will dare to fight for a great victory. This bastard, how come he is just like me, all in for the gamble? Su Yin thought for a moment and still felt it was inappropriate, turning to Qi Ku and instructing, go ahead and ask Jing if she was pretending to be angry just now, or if she is genuinely angry. Oh, Qi Ku nodded, tilted his head, but did not move. Su Yin raised an eyebrow. Hey, are you going to disobey too? Your surname is Luo, right? Oh no, master, I was just recalling. The boy waved his hands, repeatedly hesitating for a moment before speaking. Miss Jing said earlier, if you ask similar questions, just say she knows in her heart, and the master doesn't need to worry too much. Oh, faking anger. Huh. Su Yin nodded, suddenly realizing something was amiss, staring intently at Qi Ku, making the boy feel uneasy. Master, I swear I didn't remember wrong. Miss Jing really said it this way. What you mean is you want to find her an hour ago, and she let you respond with this sentence. To me now, eh? Su Yin narrowed his eyes, then relaxed his brow, suddenly smiling. Damn, I really found a Zhuge Liang. Did she say anything else? Su Yin looked at the boy, who lowered his head. Miss Jing said this is a test. If Mr. Luo can win, it indicates that he has reached a certain threshold, or that the non-UR level cards in the system can unleash power comparable to UR level. Only by validating this can our talent selection plan have a solid foundation for long-term execution. And if Mr. Luo loses the contract, can also ensure his life, and the master need not worry about losing this decent servant card after investing too many resources. Because Miss Natasha and Mr. Zhou's team has been providing frontline support, their delayed progress is to accumulate contract energy more quickly. Miss Jing plans to allow Mr. Luo to use all the current contract energy. With massive contract energy support, even if Mr. Luo refuses to accept defeat. He must face it. Even if he holds a mindset of certain death, it won't work. Miss Jing said either he wins or he admits his failure after multiple deaths. The outcome of the former goes without saying, and the latter can ensure the collection of sufficient intelligence on the 19 and 110 endpoint bosses. And it can make this troublemaker restrain his arrogance, becoming easier for the master to control. The boy paused slightly and asked in confusion. She also said that she actually prefers the outcome of Mr. Luo's defeat because this would inevitably consume a vast amount of card resources. The boy did not understand why Jing said this, but he still accurately related. She said that a proud man like Mr. Luo often will not yield to power, but will definitely be restrained by guilt. He won the master's trust and gamble only to lose miserably, unable to wash away the shame with death. Only with such a Luo Dashin can he truly become the sword in the master's hand. Both winning and losing are part of her planned rehearsal. This woman has never considered the possibility of winning. She is unlike Su Yan, not betting on Luo Dashin at all. Regardless of winning or losing, she has her backup plan. Calculations without oversight. Su Yan's mind echoed these 4 words, unable to help but exclaim, "Is she really an end card?" The boy looked up in confusion, and Su Yan met his gaze, suddenly wanting to laugh. From grasping human hearts to the connection of current plans and future strategies, each move she made since stage 11 was not just considering the present, but often had deeper layers of profit considerations. The entire convoy already has over 700 servants, and most of the R and N cards are in front of him. These lower-tier servants indeed have their own merits and highlights, but overall they conform quite well to the strength levels within the mechanism framework. Yet there is only one Jing. She is the exception. She cannot be an N card. There must be something wrong with it. Su Yan now could not care less about Luo Dashin's reckless advances. After all, even his most trusted commander thought winning or losing didn't matter, so what was there for him to worry about? Su Yan's entire attention was involuntarily focused on Jing. Especially at this moment, Luo Dashin's recklessness reminded Su Yan of Natasha back, then bringing a sense of uncanny familiarity, filled with Jing's unique style of action. The same uncontrollable top-notch combat power, the same possible outcomes of winning or losing, and the same assurance of victory. The final result was Natasha's true loyalty and the allegiance of the majority. Now can Luo Dashin escape her calculations? Su Yan's expression showed a faint daze. He recalled the beginning from Chun Zixin's appearance to the formation of the convoy and the finalization of the future blueprint. It seemed that Jing had begun to truly reveal her astonishing talents from that time. From building the convoy to the rules at the endpoint, from perfecting systems to rallying hearts, from small matters to frontline battles, from probing the core of the mechanism to grasping the overall situation. It was as if there was nothing she could not accomplish. Systems, visions, combat power, economy, mechanisms, human hearts. She had them all in her hands. This is an N card. You tell me this is an N card. If I cover the card level icon, it would probably look like a UR level thinking servant. The more Su Yan recalled these details, the more astonished he felt. He even had a vague feeling. On the first day I drew her, she seemed to really enjoy talking to me. Could it be that she was just assessing me, observing me, then deciding whether to truly help me? Hiss, why don't the other N cards do this? Among more than 700 people, there are quite a few N cards as thinking servants. Why are their talents so ordinary? There's a problem. 100% there's a problem. Su Yan was very certain of this, only he didn't know where the problem lay. But in the current walking competition phase, the world's top powerhouses like Su Yan have gradually realized that beyond the 6 major card types on the surface, there seem to be many hidden mysterious mechanisms. For example, the rarity of characteristic card pools with lower drop rates, extremely difficult to draw vehicle cards, and card group systems that have not been publicly disclosed. Based on these speculations, Jing's uniqueness as an N card does not seem so difficult to understand. Forget it. No matter what problems she has, it has come to this point. Su Yan scratched his nose. He thought it through and decided to put aside what he couldn't understand for now. Just treat it as if he had drawn a grand prize. Su Yan simply stopped thinking and returned to the present, since Jing believed it would be better for Luo Dashin to lose. Then what if Luo Dashin really wins? Su Yan suddenly looked at Chi Ku. Go ask her if Baldi winning would make her very disappointed. Chi Ku looked up, staring wide-eyed at Su Yan, but did not turn to leave. Okay, I understand. Su Yan covered his forehead, sighing helplessly. Tell me, how did she answer me? Again, this little girl calculated it. Goodness, ever since she used the intelligence master trait, she has become a bit less reserved, almost as if she's showing off her talents in front of Su Yan. Whether she is satisfied or not doesn't matter. What matters is that the master is satisfied. Chi Ku echoed Jing's exact words. Making this sword a bit sharper is also good, so the master can use it longer. A life and death race among top contenders. In Jing's view, it is merely a performance for sharpening the master's sword. Su Yan remained silent, smiling after a long while. Ding Heshan, oh Ding Heshan, you are truly unlucky. It's all right. Rest for now. Nsu Yan rubbed his head and redirected his attention to his blood coins. If Jing's rarity card was an extreme rarity, might it not suggest that the card pool concealed far more extraordinary cards than anyone suspected? This is extraordinary. I'll need to scrutinize every card meticulously. It's quite the undertaking. Lost in contemplation, Su Yin prepared to draw a batch for testing, when suddenly activity in the communication channel caught his eye. A group of users were debating the endpoint difficulty across minor stages, such as 15 and 16, most referencing Ding Heshan, drawing Su Yan's attention. Wu Qianqian. If what everyone says holds true, then, although the race map remains identical across competing teams, the stage bosses each team faces are entirely distinct. Su Lifeng, you're new here, aren't you? You've overlooked a core principle: a team's stage boss difficulty isn't absolute. It's calibrated against the strength of their direct rival in the race. Su Lifeng, take for instance the rivalry between Senior Ding and Boss Su, a head-to-head contest between two champions. Their stage bosses must inevitably surpass those faced by all others. Yet, even among champions there exists a clear hierarchy, and the question before us is whose strength sets the benchmark, the stronger or the weaker of the two. Wang Shanquan, Senior Su, speaks wisely. Based on my experience, reaching stage 16A boss difficulty appears calibrated to the stronger of the two rivals. For example, I sense my opponent is slightly weaker than I am, yet the stage 16 boss posed little challenge, it barely exceeded S rarity and strength. Lin Wan, I have a question. If boss strength scales with one's own power, doesn't that mean others too possess a realistic chance of overtaking the champions? Could the underdog truly triumph? Wang Shanquan, Madam, this is fairness. The system deliberately permits underdogs a genuine path to victory. It does not enthrone the strong eternally. Qin Shan, no wonder my stage 12 boss was only rarity, though still quite formidable. Ultimately, I'm simply too weak. Li Dali Mom, where are you? It's Dali, I'm speaking right now, and... Hey. Su Yin chuckled, familiar faces everywhere, and clearly the intelligence he'd gathered during his initial run had greatly aided these users. They'd now progressed steadily into this same racing channel. Thus, users previously sharing this channel had converged once more, akin to a game server merge. NSU Yin, making my grand entrance. Qin Shan, hey, big brother. In Lin Wan, Su Yin, fancy meeting you again. In Li Dali Mom, can you see me speaking? As Su Yin spoke, veteran users from Tianshu Terrace greeted him warmly. One and all courteous. Such reunions occurred frequently within racing channels. Seasoned participants hardly blinked, yet the arrival of a champion inevitably drew widespread attention. Many quietly opened Su Yan's profile to check his progress. Lin Wan did likewise, and murmured in mild surprise, Su Yan, how is it you're still at stage 14? I cleared it far later than you, and yet I've already reached stage 15. In her tone carried genuine concern. She valued Su Yan, not merely out of past indebtedness, but because she recognized in him the same unyielding moral compass. She upheld herself. Su Yan brushed it off lightly. Ah, just a slow traveler. I savor the scenery along the way. And who would believe that? And no one did. Not even Qin Shan, who'd opened his mouth to press further, only to be preempted by another voice. Ding Heshan, Su Yan, how's the view? And the second champion had arrived. Users across the channel instinctively slowed their pace, focusing intently on the communication channel. A faint tension hung in the air. NSU Yin arched a brow and replied with a smile, quite lovely. Ding Heshan, the endpoint zone of stage 18 isn't half bad, but a pity you'll never behold the towering platforms before me. Stuck, aren't you? Enjing calculated it perfectly. You certainly don't hold a U rarity combat card. And she predicted you'd stall for half a day at stage 19, but you're already struggling against the 5 bosses of stage 18. Su Yin grinned broadly, replying casually, truly impressive. I'll strive to catch up. And he saw no need to boast. Yet Ding Heshan refused to let him off so easily. You truly must strive. And Ding Heshan's words carried an almost sorrowful weight, still lingering at stage 14. I find it difficult to imagine how you ever cleared stage 11. Frankly, your plight is rather tragic. You fall far short of me, yet the system by virtue of your champion status has matched you as my rival. Su Yan, I confess I bear no desire to kill, but the rules demand it. And to ensure my survival you shall serve as my stepping stone. Upon clearing stage 110, I shall burn a bundle of joss paper in your memory. Ding Heshan seemed to sigh, a tone both pitying and condescending. Do not blame me. Blame the injustice of the system itself. TCH. NSU Yin clicked his tongue, thinking what an insufferable show-off. And hey, this Ding fellow sure talks big. Got a good card, and already thinks he's invincible. Qin Shan bristled, his reply dripping with sarcasm, yet Ding Heshan ignored it entirely. Ni's gaze held only one person, Su Yan. To Ding Heshan, non-champions were mere background figures. Su Lifeng, however, chose to respond, bold of a newcomer to speak so freely to a champion. Su Lifeng, Qin Shan, do you know what intelligence Senior Ding shared with us just now? He faced an SS rarity boss as early as stage 15. Your stage 15 boss tops out at S rarity. Do you grasp the chasm between those tiers? And that revelation left Qin Shan wide-eyed, his heart pounding at the sheer inhuman disparity in stage difficulty. Wang Shanquan, Ding Heshan Sr., might we ask the difficulty level of your stage 18 bosses? In Ding Heshan, 5 of them. roughly SS rarity each. His tone remained detached, revealing no reluctance. After all, boss difficulty varied uniquely per racing team. Across the entire racing channel, only 2 champions existed, Ding Heshan and Su Yan, and only Su Yan's stage bosses mirrored Ding's exactly. As for whether disclosing this intelligence would advantage Su Yan, Ding Heshan dismissed the thought. In his heart, he could not fathom how someone still stranded at stage 14 could possibly breach stage 18. It was utterly impossible. And even if Su Yan concealed hidden strength and somehow clawed his way to stage 18, Ding Heshan would long since have cleared the final stage. So he spoke plainly. Let Su Yan witness firsthand the staggering gulf in their power and savor the despair of imminent erasure. Wang Shanshu and Few. No wonder he's the champion. Facing that intensity, I'd have slit my wrists long ago on my own race path. And Su Lifeng. Yet here stands one who hasn't. Clearly your mindset still falls short of his. And Su Lifeng, Su Yan senior brother. Please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean you. Just slipped out. Su Yan had just drawn a fresh set of cards and was tallying them when he noticed the mention. He lifted a brow and glanced over, then smiled unruffled. Su Lifeng, no harm done. After all, I am indeed advancing through stage 14. Su Yan wasn't lying. He genuinely ordered his convoy to accelerate moments earlier. He was earnestly rushing forward. NAS for the bosses ahead. Apologies, there are no bosses ahead of my convoy. N. Su Lifeng stood on the street staring at Su Yan's message, momentarily stunned. How remarkably easygoing. He didn't even detect my slight. Su Yan heard it perfectly, yet simply didn't care. And had he truly been stalled at stage 14, or trapped at stage 18, he might have felt a quiet sting of discomfort. But now, the more people revered Ding Heshan, the more delighted Su Yan became. And not long ago, these very users had instinctively respected and praised him, not only as a champion, but also as a vehicle merchant. Now comparing their progress, many silently concluded Su Yan had already lost. Not champion, on the verge of annihilation. What difference did prowess make? A doomed man commanded no reverence, nor required any. And indeed, many users didn't even bother provoking Su Yan like Su Lifeng did. Instead, they flooded him with trade requests. Better to secure an affordable vehicle while he still lived. Su Yan accepted every order without hesitation, pledging swift fulfillment. Soon Su Yan noticed a curious detail. Some users, fearing Ding Heshan might clear the race too swiftly, leaving no time to procure vehicles from him, explicitly offered higher premiums in their orders, begging him to prioritize them. Oh, opportunity knocks. Su Yan's eyes lit up. He laughed aloud. Ding Heshan truly is a talent. He's even boosting my prices. Consider the irony, boss. Su had originally intended to craft affordable, high-quality vehicles to serve the public good. And then Ding Heshan stirred the pot, and now these users were eager to pay more. I'm not the one turning greedy. It's you bidding up the price. Su Yan chuckled, waving his hand to approve. Then Su Yan proactively posted in the channel, given my rival's commanding lead, I've resolved to sacrifice personal advancement, devoting greater time to vehicle production, striving to offer more rest solutions before my inevitable defeat. Yet I likely won't serve everyone, so priority goes to those offering premium pricing. Ni's stance was unequivocal. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm throwing in the towel. My final act. Making a fortune. At those words, users instantly grasped what truly mattered. Orders poured in, seizing this singular opportunity to acquire vehicles from a merchant facing imminent demise. No one condemned a champion who surrendered his chance at survival. Quietly raising bids was the only rational move. And even Ding Heshan, observing this, found himself disenchanted. Su Yan, how utterly dull. Fine then. Savor your final moments. Bear witness to my supremacy. Su Yan, since I'm nearly gone, how about? You'd like a vehicle too? Ding Heshan, fine. How much? Oh no. This is going to leave Su Yan at a loss. He just casually asked. Who would have thought Ding Heshan actually has he also recognized the situation and is too lazy to show off to a dead man? Is that why he lowered his stance? Even Ding Heshan is buying cars. The other users are even more enthusiastic. As for the heated atmosphere in the communication channel for purchasing cars, Ding Heshan simply does not care. Deep down, he does not believe that Su Yan can achieve a leap in combat power just by the amount of blood coins. Both he and Su Yan understand that the endpoint from 110 is the Euro level BOSS, which is not a problem that money can solve. The drop rate from the 6 major card pools is so low that even with millions of blood coins, it's likely impossible to obtain a single UR card. Moreover, he will strive to clear the levels, ensuring Su Yan does not have the time to accumulate strength. This is Ding Heshan's greatest confidence. One must not be too self-assured. I never easily show off nor give others the chance to slap me in the face. Su Yan shook his head, sighing as he reached out to take several new cards. While communicating, he also transferred the remaining 5/8 of 0 blood coins into the supplies card. 5 SSR cards, 26 SR cards aside from some food cards and healing cards, the rest can be refined. UR cards are indeed hard to obtain, and this time the drop rate is considerably lower. Su Yan glanced at the 5 SSR cards, 3 magical medical cards, 1 food card with a durability of 1,000 points, and 1 infinite capacity storage card. All of these are considered hard currency. The 5800 blood coins weren't spent in vain. Especially the high-level racing storage card, which resembles a small wristband that can be worn on the hand. With a light tap, it can store and use cards in a phantom state, and can also precisely dispatch a specific card through one's consciousness. There is no limit on storage, no durability restrictions, and cards will not be lost even if the storage card is damaged. This item is clearly a specially made object for the endless path of racing, meeting users' increasing demands for carrying cards. What surprised Su Yan was that he had also drawn several storage cards from the equipment card pool, and now he had drawn one from the supplies card pool. Such a card exists, and not just in one card pool. Su Yan toyed with the storage card in his hand, and casually tossed it to Chica. Take these cards, and the storage card to Jing. Su Yan currently has no need for storage cards. The cards he draws are either for refining or for immediate use, while Jing can make better use of this advanced storage card during her frontline supervision. After Chica left, Su Yan took a glance at his current quantum energy, 9,555 points. Almost 10,000 points of quantum energy. Enough for Su Yan to fulfill a large number of orders. Time to get started. Su Yan took a deep breath, and with both hands working simultaneously, he unleashed a halo and quickly began to manufacture cars. After each batch of manufacturing cars, Su Yan gained a deeper understanding of the capabilities of this UR card. It wasn't just about a higher level of proficiency and faster speed. Su Yan also made some attempts and adjustments in the details. For instance, this time, after more than 10 minutes, Su Yan attempted to transform the nearly instant manufacturable basic cart model into a customized cart for advancement. He added and modified small modules and functions without significantly altering the body of the original cart. This attempt went smoothly without failure, and Su Yan was pleasantly surprised to discover, hey, the cost of energy has even decreased slightly. This not only accumulates the required number of advancement attempts for brushing UR-level flashy forms, but also reduces costs, achieving a win-win situation. As Su Yan researched and refined, time continued to pass. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yan manufactured a total of 233 basic carts costing 8 points of energy, originally priced at 2,000 blood coins, and 325 customized carts with an average cost of 15 points of energy, originally priced at 8,000 blood coins. This batch of carts consumed a total of 6,439 points of energy, leaving 3,116 points of quantum energy remaining. It's not even close to running out. This wave of energy was too much, leaving Su Yan exhausted, yet there remained a large amount of usable quantum energy. Time to sell. Su Yan took a deep breath, summoned his spirit, and began tagging numerous purchasing users in the communication channel responding to order requests. He selected orders from users who were willing to pay a premium and gradually fulfilled their demands. The average premium for this batch of users was 160. As orders were completed one by one, a continuous influx of blood coins flowed in, and the massive blood light merged into Su Yan's blood coin deposit. After half an hour of selling, over 500 vehicle orders were completed. Considering that these users purchased at an average premium of 160, Su Yan gained a total of 4905600 blood coins. Oh my god! Su Yan exclaimed in shock, nearly losing his balance and falling from the top of the car. Fortunately, the boy Chica was quick to support him from below. Master, please be careful. Damn it. Su Yan couldn't bother to respond to Kike's concern. His eyes widened as he stared at the amount of blood coins beside his avatar, mumbling for a long time without uttering a single word. 9 million blood coins. A fortune. This is an unbelievable and terrifying amount. Su Yan rubbed his eyes and checked several times before daring to believe that he hadn't seen it wrong. So much. Under the shock of immense wealth, Su Yan's expression showed no trace of joy or excitement, only an unusual calmness. His heart raced violently, but his gaze was exceptionally composed. It wasn't that he was steady as a rock. Rather, he was overwhelmed as the stimulation was too great. He sat on the roof of the car for a long time, glancing repeatedly at the users in the communication channel, where many users who had failed to purchase vehicles were continuously shouting to buy, pleading with Su Yan to hurry and manufacture cars. Before dying, I must get my vehicle sold to me. No matter whether it's the 2000 model or the 8000 model. Such a cheap means of rest, I must get it. The enthusiasm of the people for purchasing remains intense, while Su Yan's wallet has swelled to the brink of bursting. No wonder. No wonder Jing isn't anxious, no wonder she thinks I have a sure win. Su Yan murmured, with my speed of making money, how can I lose? Why would I lose? Who can defeat me? 5 million. A whole 5 million. Who the hell can win against me? Su Yan suddenly stood up, howling to the sky from the top of the car, his voice filled with long-awaited excitement and madness. Wow. Chico was startled, hurriedly looking up at his master on the roof, while passing servants also glanced over, puzzled about the source of Su Yan's excitement. Only Jing, still on the front line, seemed to sense something. She looked up for a moment, but quickly averted her gaze. 5800 in costs, nearly tenfold returns. There are still over 3,000 energy points left unspent, and this unexpected reward the greatest contributor is Ding Heshan. His pride and arrogance, with the confidence of victory and multiple advancements ahead, led many users to believe Su Yan would lose, offering a 1 6 times active premium to frantically purchase the soon-to-be sold-out rest vehicles. Various factors combined to create Su Yan's astonishing wealth today. In less than 5 days I've amassed millions in assets. Tisk at this moment I really want to show off. Su Yan pressed down on his racing heart and sighed deeply. Should I show off to Ding Heshan? Forget it, he's my benefactor. I won't provoke him anymore. Alright, I haven't processed Ding Heshan's order yet. Forget it, what does a dead man need this for? Su Yan laughed and the fatigue from frantically manufacturing vehicles vanished in an instant, feeling as if the sky was high and everything was so beautiful. Though Su Yan continued to agree to the vehicle purchase orders from others, he no longer had the desire to manufacture cars. Firstly, he was indeed a bit tired and needed to rest. Secondly, Su Yan had to ponder how to effectively convert this 5 million into his own strength. Indeed, Ding Heshan's arrogance was justified. Even with millions of blood coins in hand, Su Yan wouldn't dare to assume he could draw a UR card that could solve the current problems. But the problem is, Su Yan never intended to focus on UR cards. He was taking the path of extreme card, selecting suitable servant units and pouring vast resources into them to forcibly raise their strength to a level comparable to UR. What's wrong with low-level cards? As long as there's enough money, one can reach the top. You're Ding Heshan relying on luck for meals. I don't have that luck, so he'll just use money to speak. It's a traditional pay-to-win strategy. Natasha and Zhou Heng are both suitable candidates, and our card servants like Bianjun are also worth cultivating as a second tier. But regardless, the pressure from Ding Heshan still exists. Although he's already ahead by a small margin, he also has the chance to overtake. The first problem to solve remains the strength issue at the endpoint of 110, so Luo Dashan is still among the primary sequences for cultivation. I think Jing is thinking the same way. Su Yan pondered for a moment before concluding, let's first see how Luo Dashan is doing. It's been over 2 hours, and there's still no news of a breakthrough at 19. He should have lost by now, that sword should have been forged. This is also good, better than him being arrogant and challenging the 110 stage. The sooner he listens, the stronger he becomes. While laughing, Su Yan used the probing skill card. Baldy, the master still values you greatly and won't make things difficult for you over 1 or 2 failures. As the skill activated, Su Yan's vision faded to darkness, quickly switching to Luo Dashan's visual environment. In the brief moment of darkness and light, Su Yan saw a rapid series of images flash before him, the ruins of the city flying backwards. It was the dark clouds swirling. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the vision froze. Only then could Su Yan see below his current view. Luo Dashan stood up from the ruins, struggling to bend over, his body covered in blood with a gaping wound in his lower abdomen, his injuries shocking. Yet he continued to grin, stuffing his blood-soaked intestines back into his body while biting down on a wine jug, letting the high-concentration liquor flow down his throat, coursing through his body, stinging his wounds. Demon, how many times can you still kill me? Luo Dashan laughed, his teeth stained with blood, his eyes filled with incredible arrogance. He stood tall on the desolate street, raising his blood-dripping, severed finger pointing ahead. Before him was a humanoid monster shrouded in shadows, resembling a deity with blood light atop its head, exuding an overwhelmingly strong aura. It exuded pressure over everything. Your level boss. The strongest monster. Even though Su Yan wasn't on the front line, he could tell its power at a glance, having touched the limits of the boss at stage 19. This is a test exclusive to top champions. It was floating in the air, overlooking the bloodied human man below. It could not comprehend why this tiny being was still alive. He was even laughing, his laughter becoming increasingly crazy. Arrogant, manic, contemptuous. Either I die or you perish. In this battle, you and I to the death. 2 hours. A full 2 hours of battle. Luo Dashan could not recall how many times he had been gravely injured and on the brink of death, yet he still felt the fire burning in his heart. Scorching, intense, uncontrollable. It ignited his fighting spirit to astonishing heights. Kill. Luo Dashan let out a long roar, charging forward, his iron fists breaking through the path, almost instantly leaping high to strike at the shadow. In that brief moment, every characteristic skill and talent within him was pushed to the limit, and with a single punch numerous effects converged, radiating a brilliant golden light. Bang! The humanoid shadow kicked out, striking Luo Dashan's chest with astonishing speed. Boom! Luo Dashan's punch missed, and his entire body was sent flying once more. When Luo Dashan crashed back down onto the ruins, Su Yan finally saw the large hole in his chest. His heart completely shattered, his body staring lifelessly at the sky. Instant kill. The year-level boss was at its peak strength, far beyond what SSR level combat power could withstand. The gap is too vast. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but leap to his throat as he clenched his fists. The limit card isn't enough. Luo Dashan is simply not a match. Suddenly, a golden glow flickered across Luo Dashan's body in the ruins, flowing throughout him, and his eyes slowly regained a glimmer of life. Crack, crack. Accompanied by a series of crisp sounds from his joints, Luo Dashan flipped over and stood up forcefully. All his wounds had vanished, and his aura returned to its peak. Fierce and arrogant. The effect of the Death God contract card had activated. Su Yan still held the Death God contract card in his hand, gently brushing over it, As he checked the remaining energy, within his line of sight, 352530 points. There were still 35000 points of contract energy left, and it was continuously increasing. And the energy consumption for Luo Dashan's resurrection after death was only 1000 points. He can die at least 350 times. No, even more. Su Yin murmured, because Natasha and Zhou Heng are continuously harvesting the lives of ordinary monsters according to the previous energy harvesting ratio. Level monsters can provide 10 points of contract energy S or level, can provide 100 points, and SS or level, can provide 100 points of contract energy. The energy cost for triggering the resurrection effect is also based on this level. Although Luo Dashan has actual combat power exceeding SSR level, his body is still at SSR level, so the cost for one resurrection is only 1000 points. Thinking of this, Su Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The prior arrangements had indeed been precise, providing Luo Dashan with considerable leeway. No matter how he struggled, Luo Dashan would never truly die in the 19th phase. In fact, the rate at which Luo Dashan consumed energy was outpaced by the energy harvesting rate of the other combat teams. Because the path to victory was not only about the boss's extreme strength, the small monsters along the way were at least level with a large number of SR-level elite monsters mixed in. More in number, higher in quality. They indeed couldn't provide more blood coins, but the vast amount of contract energy they offered was tangible. Third time, Luo Dashan spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning as he looked up at the sky. The first time you landed and fought me, it took you 20 minutes to kill me once. The second time you bullied me for not being able to fly, killing me in midair. It took a full 40 minutes. This time I've held on for over an hour. Luo Dashan licked his lips, his eyes growing increasingly excited. You're not doing well. Your speed has slowed. Your strength has weakened. What if you are? You can also tire out. Luo Dashan's voice was both proud and mad, brimming with it. He craved battle, but he was not foolish. Luo Dashan knew better than anyone where his advantages lay. With the endless path quantifying and characterizing the strength and skills of the subordinates, Luo Dashan had become tougher than ever. Once upon a time, on those brutal battlefields of blades and swords, countless experts stood tall, yet Luo Dashan still made a fearsome name for himself. He even countered stronger opponents. What he relied on was this madness of daring to fight to the end. Come again. Luo Dashan carelessly charged forward, once more leaping high and swinging his fist fiercely. With his peak form, he delivered a full-strength punch, without holding back, without dodging, only attacking, and in the high air the humanoid shadow suddenly shifted, dodging to the left, while retaliating with a black arm, striking Luo Dashan's chest and abdomen like a fierce whip. Luo Dashan did not evade at all, his eyes fixed on every slight movement of the shadow, and at the moment the shadow dodged, his fist seemed to have been prepared early, swiftly veering to the left by several inches. Bang! Boom! Two thunderous sounds erupted simultaneously, and Luo Dashan was once again sent flying, his body drenched in blood, sustaining grievous injuries. But the shadow in the sky was also struck by Luo Dashan's full-strength punch. I hit! Su Yin exclaimed in delight. He could see it clearly. But soon Su Yin noticed something was amiss. He saw the shadow's body flickering, as if the screen signal was disturbed, twisting for several seconds. That punch was effective, but it seemed to have little impact. In contrast, Luo Dashan lay on the street ruins, completely exhausted, his injuries shocking, yet he was still hanging on to life through his inherent probability immunity effect. Gulp! Luo Dashan crushed the stamina potion hidden in his mouth, forcibly recovering half his strength with the effect of his drinking technique, and an extra 20 boost from being near death. Boom! The moment the shadow stabilized its flickering form, it dove down from above for a powerful strike. Luo Dashan flashed quickly, his expression showing a hint of shock, then erupting into joyous laughter. Ha! You are done. This time you didn't kill me. During the 2 hours of entanglement, when the shadow realized that it was difficult to kill Luo Dashan, it had attempted to deliver a finishing blow more than once. Luo Dashan had already figured out the shadow's tactics, allowing him to strike the enemy in the previous instant and evade at this moment. But based on the previous battle conditions, he should not have been able to inflict damage on the shadow, let alone dodge this lethal strike in midair. Yet Luo Dashan accomplished it. So your limit is just killing me 3 times. Luo Dashan slightly bent down amidst the scarred street. He was poised to unleash his attack, his eyes blood red. What a waste. Now it's my turn to strike back. Come again. Kill. Luo Dashan stomped his foot and charged forward, fists raised. Every single strike from him was a guaranteed fatal blow. The shadow's hands trembled, forming a mass of darkness that instantly twisted into a giant black hammer, smashing down towards Luo Dashan like a small mountain. Luo Dashan braced with his left hand, forcing the black hammer to deviate at the cost of shattering one of his arms, narrowly avoiding it, and his right fist struck the shadow again. Boom! The shadow's body emitted a deafening thud, twisting and flickering in a mass of black mist, becoming increasingly unstable. Cough, cough. Luo Dashan was once again exhausted, plummeting towards the ground, while coughing up blood, his injuries worsening, deathly energy engulfing his body. His inherent trait activated again. Probability immunity. A 20-stat boost stacking on top of that. Within 3 seconds, he could fight again. As soon as Luo Dashin hit the ground, he almost instantaneously sprang back up, like lightning from below, once more charging with iron fists. Beast, am not dead yet. What are you hesitating for? Luo Dashin was left with only one fist, yet he charged with overwhelming killing intent, striking the shadow before its form had stabilized. Unfortunately, this time, he did not succeed. The year-level monster's reaction speed was too fast, almost instantly counterattacking, sending Luo Dashin flying into a nearby building buried deep. Another instant kill. Su Yan watched closely the boss's strike completely severed Luo Dashin's body, splattering blood and entrails across the street. After landing the hit, it seemed to go mad, diving down, its limbs transforming into 4 massive hammers, each 10 meters thick, crashing down towards the ruins that buried Luo Dashin with the rage of a mountain. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 black hammers slammed down in a frenzy, each impact shaking the city streets slightly, as if an earthquake had occurred. Each blow was heavy and powerful. Each strike was a guaranteed kill. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Yet another instant kill. Su Yan observed the real-time monitoring of the contract energy, noting that every 23 seconds, the contract energy would sharply decrease by 100 points. This indicated that Luo Dashin was continuously enduring inhuman torment in the ruins, dying repeatedly in excruciating pain, yet each time he resurrected, he witnessed his peak body being pulverized. The speed of the 4 hammers was too fast, so fast that they almost formed afterimages. The explosive sounds sounded like missiles striking the ground, astonishing. The dust rose. The ruins shattered into powder. After a full 2 minutes of hammering, the shadow seemed to tire, as if hesitating. The 4 giant hammers transformed back into limbs, hovered in the air, gazing down at the buildings that had nearly been completely flattened. After a brief moment, just as the shadow was about to turn and return to its guarding spot, it almost concluded that this tiny human was dead. Crack! A loud sound of rubble breaking echoed, resonating loudly in the empty and silent street, startling the shadow into a sudden turn. There, from the deep pit beneath the ruins, a completely naked man emerged, covered in blood-red light and scale. It was Luo Dashin. Rising from the pit barefoot on the ruins, his eyes filled with madness, yet his stature remained tall. 32 times. I'm quite easy to talk to. You've killed me so many times, and I only need to kill you once. Come again. Luo Dashin shouted once more, leaping high towards the year-level boss. But the shadow stood still, frozen, not moving or retaliating. It seemed lost. How many more times would it take to truly kill this human? This is too shameless. Su Yan shook his head, feeling both shocked and exhilarated. The way Luo Dashin fought not only left year-level boss dumbfounded, but even Su Yan the master was taken aback. Although he had anticipated this scene, seeing it with his own eyes still made his blood boil, even more so at the terrifying resilience of Luo Dashin. If one were to purely deduce from the consumption of contract energy, it seemed easy to identify Luo Dashin's advantage. But maintaining this advantage would require enduring countless deaths. It would be one thing if the year-level boss could just kill him outright, as dying that way wouldn't be so painful. However, if it was a massive hammer strike like before, dying repeatedly in a pulverized state, even his inherent invulnerability could not hold up, forcing him to continuously die and resurrect using contract energy. This certainly allowed him to survive, but the process was excruciating, almost unbearable for any human. Yet against all odds, Luo Dashin persevered. He let this boss torment him as it wished, regardless of how many times he was killed or how many cycles of life and death he endured. It was of no concern. As long as I am still alive, this battle must continue. If it were anyone else, even if they could still live, they would probably have already been too scared to fight. Su Yan murmured, the gap is too vast. This guy who has been suffering through repeated deaths can still grit his teeth and endure. He must truly be insane. Ordinary people would have already cracked mentally from experiencing death repeatedly in such a short time, completely tormented into a state of madness. But Luo Dashin remained articulate, his attitude resolute, and his fighting spirit soaring. This man truly relished death. Boom. Luo Dashin struck with a punch, but did not injure the shadow. It reacted, instantly manifesting a shield to clash with his iron fist. Luo Dashin's punch failed, his right hand's fingers broken, yet he smiled with immense joy. Hey, my fist didn't shatter. Your power is truly diminishing. Yours also has its limits. I'm pushing it to the extreme. Luo Dashin was particularly excited and launched another fierce attack. His body leaped like a cannonball. Oh, no matter how high the shadow rose, Luo Dashin could always push forward to engage in battle. He could not fly, he was at a disadvantage, but so what? As long as these fists can hit, that's enough. Every hit strikes flesh. Every move is with full force. This time, he was actually able to grapple with the shadow in midair for almost 15 minutes, using his inherent invulnerability and explosive effects, landing a total of 7 punches before dying. Contract energy consumption. Luo Dashin instantly revived, launching another fierce attack. Time and again, he traded his own death for opportunities to strike. Even though the gap between them was vast, no one could withstand Luo Dashin's fighting style. Dying once is no problem. I just need to land one punch on you. If I die 100 times, I can land 100 punches. And all of Luo Dashin's newly acquired skills, talents, and traits are purely offensive. Stacking, numerical, critical hits, final damage, defense reduction. This was the cultivation plan that Jing personally arranged. She had long cemented Luo Dashin's growth direction, the sharpest sword. He only had SS level defense, but possessed a damage output nearly comparable to your level. As long as he could break through the defense's, victory was assured. Su Yan watched in silence, his gaze unwavering as he witnessed Luo Dashin rise again after repeated deaths, noticing that the shadow's power visibly weakened with each death. You is indeed very strong. One level up is an instant kill. But even instant kills consume energy, and Luo Dashin was waiting for the moment it too would exhaust its power. Come on. After the 37th death, Luo Dashin fiercely attacked, only to see the shadow turn and flee. For the first time, it avoided battle, prioritizing evasion. Ha ha ha. Luo Dashin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, his joy reaching its peak. This guy had treated Luo Dashin with contempt during the first 3 deaths, but after 2 hours of entanglement, it gradually realized how troublesome Luo Dashin was, repeatedly killing him in its strongest form for several minutes. At that moment, it had already reached the limit of its attacking power. The city street within 100 meters had been smashed down half a meter deep, showcasing the strength of this boss. Luo Dashin had made it through. The shadow's power had been drained through repeated consumption. What else could it do but run? Just like an ordinary zombie, wait to die in place. It was a boss that had intelligence. If it couldn't win, it could still buy time to recover its strength. But Luo Dashin would never allow that opportunity. He crazily accelerated like a mad dog, relentlessly biting at the shadow's back. What are you running from? What are you running from? Come kill me. This scene made Su Yan feel dazed, as if he had returned to the climax of the 11 endpoint stage. The rhythm of the battlefield had returned to the familiar chase battle of Luo Dashin. With the strength of one man, he had forced the Ur-level boss to flee in panic. This is a mad dog. If you can't kill it, it will bite down hard on a piece of flesh and shake its head. Su Yan gave the most accurate assessment. The current Luo Dashin was no different from a mad dog, desperately pounding the shadow with his iron fists, causing it to flicker and distort. At times, the shadow, pushed to its limits, would turn and counterattack. It bore the brunt of Luo Dashin's invulnerability and explosive traits, killing him several times. But what was the use? Luo Dashin laughed heartily each time he stood up again, charging forward barebodied to strike fiercely. His cards had run out, his card holder was broken, and his clothes had been destroyed. He was left with nothing but his bare self. But he could still fight. As long as he had this life, the battle would not cease. After a full hour of relentless pursuit, Su Yan witnessed the shadow being dragged down from the sky, its frenzied speed slowing, until Luo Dashin caught it, nearly riding on it, while delivering furious blows. Bang, bang, bang. Was that you pounding me just now? Pound me. Let me have it. Bang, bang, bang. Get up, fight me again. Bang, bang, bang. Playing dead. Let me see you play dead. Aren't you supposed to fly? Fly again, fly again. The streets rang with Luo Dashin's triumphant and sinister laughter after revenge, his fists swinging fiercely, each strike powerful and heavy, creating overlapping afterimages and causing the ground to tremble. The shadow beneath him, tormented, was flickering and barely able to maintain its human form. This guy, really? Su Yan couldn't bear to watch, slightly averting his gaze to the dim sky. The path of the extreme card is correct, but this fighting style truly made the boss suffer. Su Yan sighed, unable to resist a smile. No matter, in the end I won. Regardless of how many times Luo Dashin died, he had genuinely accomplished a counterkill beyond his level. However, this year-level boss was indeed resilient. Even when pressed down by Luo Dashin, it could still counterattack near death, seizing the opportunity to kill Luo Dashin twice. You still have strength. Luo Dashin was not shocked, but delighted, once again madly tearing and chasing after resurrection, pressing the boss down. Continuing to pound fiercely. The shadow truly had no strength left to struggle. Even in a last-ditch effort, it couldn't find an opportunity, being tortured by Luo Dashin for half an hour before reluctantly taking its last breath. Successfully killed the 5th-tier year-level gatekeeper creature Shadow Ecology, earning 2,000 blood coins and 10,000 contract energy. As a notification flashed before Su Yan, it declared the final death of the shadow. Luo Dashin accomplished the ultimate feat, proving his astonishing resilience and potential value. Poor BOSS, it must have been quite desperate before its death, feeling the suffocating sensation of being devoured alive by ants. Su Yan sighed, watching Luo Dashin slowly rise, the shadow beneath him having transformed into a puddle of black water. Is it dead? Luo Dashin reached out to scoop it up, but the black water dispersed like thin silk, slippery and non-sticky. Is this the boss's corpse? Su Yan's heart stirred. This was the body of a Ur-level monster, representing Ur-level combat knowledge. If he could obtain it, regardless of whether it was in a non-human form, it would be one of the solid Ur-level combat trump cards. But how to inform Luo Dashin? Oh no, this skill card can only observe, it cannot communicate. He hoped the bald man wouldn't mishandle the corpse. Just as Su Yin was preparing to find a way to contact Luo Dashin at the front line, he saw Luo Dashin examining the black silk garment in his hands, suddenly looking up at the sky. Luo Dashin grinned. Su Yin, you want this right? Wait, I'll bring it back for you. Hey. Su Yin was taken aback, then laughed heartily. This bald guy isn't stupid. Oh, very good. This investment was worth it. Of course, it is also possible that Jing had given Luo Dashin a heads up in advance. However, based on Luo Dashin's consistent behavior, he would never easily listen to anyone and generally held a rebellious attitude towards orders. The fact that he could think of bringing back combat knowledge for Su Yin at this moment is undeniably a significant change in attitude, which sufficiently proves that Jing's various arrangements for Luo Dashin were indeed correct. Luo Dashin was indeed slowly accepting Su Yan's identity, although he was still unwilling to call him master voluntarily. But Su Yan thought it was inconsequential. Talents, you see. The more capable a person is, the more they should have certain privileges. After this round, he won't continue to move forward, right? Su Yin observed Luo Dashin watching as this bald man held a water-black skin, lifting his head to glance at the final path from 1 to 10. After a few minutes of hesitation, Luo Dashin chose to turn back, swiftly returning to the convoy with a graceful leap. Not bad. He listened this time, didn't continue forward. Su Yin was quite satisfied. His expectations of a person like Luo Dashin weren't high. As long as there was change, even if it was very small, he was content. To put it bluntly, Luo Dashin's temperament was quite childish and could easily be used as a tool by others. Especially in the political and military arena, a single misstep could lead to scapegoating and betrayal, easily plunging one into a situation of collective hatred and irreversible doom. In this endless path, everything is bad, but the good part is that every user has the final say. As long as I appreciate you, you won't be wronged here. Su Yin retracted the skill card, redirecting his attention back to his enormous wealth of blood coins amounting to several million. After personally witnessing an exhilarating battle, Su Yin felt a strong desire to draw cards again, and this time his goals were much clearer. Jing needs cultivation, and so does Luo Dashin. 1 literary, 1 martial, 2 extreme cards, both of the highest priority in the first sequence. Su Yin pondered, carefully calculating how to make these 2 individuals stronger. There was no other choice. These were his right and left arms. Especially after acquiring the Death God contract, Su Yin was increasingly inclined to cultivate his own subordinates. He even hoped to cultivate them into extreme card subordinates, wishing that the mechanism wouldn't raise their card levels. The lower the card level, the lower the resurrection cost, yet the actual combat power would be stronger. Over time, the energy saved would also amount to a considerable sum. 3 heads left, really troublesome. Ding Heshan spat out a mouthful of blood, crushing the card to heal his injured left hand, while his gaze fixed intensely on the 5 high platforms within the endpoint boundary. On those high platforms hovered 3 SSR-level BOSSES, gazing back at Ding Heshan, poised to strike. If he dared to step in, he would definitely be met with a thunderous onslaught from these 3 bosses. Below the other 2 high platforms were the corpses of 2 other BOSSES, which Ding Heshan had painstakingly managed to kill. He had intended to clear this level at the minimum cost, but with 5 SSR-level BOSSES, he found himself overwhelmed, ultimately sustaining minor injuries. Looks like I need to find a way to use some trump cards. Ding Heshan was hesitating, contemplating the next strategy: either use some trump cards or wait until tonight. After midnight, the accumulated rewards from my UR card will appear. If I'm lucky and get 2 more SSR cards, I can probably clear the 18 stage without injury. With that in mind, Ding Heshan couldn't help but open the communication channel again to check on Su Yan's progress among the users he followed. He actually reached 15 already. Ding Heshan frowned slightly, but didn't take it too seriously. The difficulty of 15 wasn't significant, and this kid might not be able to advance further. His current dilemma was whether or not to wait until night. Let's wait a bit, it's safer this way. Oh, I can't afford to get seriously. Ding Heshan ultimately made up his mind. Su Yan definitely can't catch up to me. The difficulty of 17 is considerable, and based on his current pace, he will be stuck for at least 2 days. As long as I can get through the first half of the night, I can pass the 18th stage. If I'm careful, the remaining 2 stages shouldn't be too difficult. Ding Heshan chose to play it safe. He knew he could take down these 3 bosses if he grit his teeth, but the risk of injury was too high, and it would consume too many trump cards. After all, he not only had to consider the current 18 stage, but the remaining 19 and 110 stages were all. After making a decision, Ding Heshan retreated to a safe area, tossing out several subordinate cards to signal them to clear the ordinary zombies on the street for resting space. While his subordinates battled the zombies, Ding Heshan took a moment to glance outside the light screen. At the end of the street opposite was also 5 high platforms, but they were empty, without a boss in sight. Perhaps Su Yan hasn't stepped here, so the boss hasn't respawned. Ding Heshan chuckled nonchalantly, unconsciously raising his head for a clearer view, but the buildings at the street's end were too tall, blocking more detailed views of the opposite endpoint. Forget it, if I can't see it, I can't see it. Throughout this day, Ding Heshan had occasionally glanced at the situation on the opposite street, but each time he was met with hordes of zombies densely packed and layered. This time was no exception. In the non-end area of the 18th stage on the opposite side, the figures of zombies still filled the space. The sheer number of zombies filled Ding Heshan with a sense of safety. I don't have to worry at all with so many zombies still here. Even if Su Yin could fly, he wouldn't be able to get over. Just as Ding Heshan was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly noticed a shadow darting across his peripheral vision in the distance, moving at high speed. Right across from him. Ding Heshan was startled and quickly looked up to see, but found no sign of anyone. The street on the opposite side was still full of zombies who seemed disturbed as they roared and ran, but there were no other. What's going on? Did the horde of corpses get startled? But where are the people? Ding Heshan repeatedly focused his gaze, but couldn't discern anything, only returning to the safe area in confusion. Did I just imagine it? Yes, it must have been my imagination. Su Yin has no ability to reach here. Ding Heshan felt uneasy but couldn't find a reason, muttering to himself for comfort. If he could really come here, he would have flaunted it to me long ago. How could there be a man in this world who could show off without As a person, the most important thing is to be low-key. Showing off too easily only invites hatred. If one must show off, it must be when success is assured. Otherwise failing would be too embarrassing. In the communication channel, Su Yin accepted a new order while responding to Qin Shan's question. Look at me. I didn't show off much when I was at 11, and now I have even less qualification to do so. As for what you just said, if someone can win the championship, let them take it. Life and death are the same. I really don't care. Su Yan's attitude was extremely carefree, causing the other users observing in secret to feel a deep respect. This boss Su really has an attitude, treating annihilation as nothing, his laughter unyielding. Indeed, as long as one isn't afraid of death, they appear particularly carefree and earn respect. Su Yin bro, why do I feel like your words are akin to a broken pot breaking further? Qin Shan couldn't help but speak up, asking him, already at 15, how come you're also at 15? You should be much stronger than me. Hey, do you need help? What cards do you need? How many blood coins? I owe you a life, so whatever you want I'll give you. Qin Shan felt terribly at seeing Su Yan's downfall, recalling how just days ago boss Su was so spirited, dominating the situation at the endpoint. It hadn't been long since they last met, and now he was in such a dire state, only able to sell off vehicles before his demise to benefit the collective. Qin Shan felt a mix of emotions. It was hard for him to accept that the great figure in his mind was about to fall, while he, a mere underling, could survive longer. He didn't think of himself as worthless. He genuinely felt regret for Su Yan. Keep it for yourself. A look at how many cars I've sold, and after earning so many blood coins, I'm still at 15, right? Su Yan joked, even if you give me a few million blood coins, there are some cards I just can't draw off the card pool. It's just an unsolvable matter. Lin Wan said, at least I can help you a bit more. I still hope you can pull yourself together. Even if you ultimately fail, at least you tried, and we supported you in your efforts. Lin Wan, unwilling to see him downcast, also tried to persuade him. They all felt that Su Yan's completely unfazed demeanor was quite anxiety-inducing. Is he really just giving up? Has he come to terms with reality? But indeed, Ding Heshan had already revealed the terrifying difficulty of the 18th stage. Perhaps Su Yan knew that with his strength it was extremely difficult to pass the 18th stage. Lin Wan sighed quietly in her heart, sitting in the cart, as she repeatedly counted the cards she had, but couldn't find a single one to resolve the SSR level challenge. The favor Su Yan had done for her might never be repaid. It doesn't matter, this is just the last words of one about. Su Yan was enjoying himself, growing increasingly open and generous. Come on, more orders quickly. If Ding Laogu rushes through, I'll be done for. Everyone hurry up. This statement from Su Yan truly made people anxious. Some users who hadn't received carts hastened to send in order requests. They even stopped asking for custom versions and just wanted to get a basic cart to solve their vehicle problem. Boss Su, please take it slow and dying, otherwise we still need to use subordinates to solve resting issues, carrying rest all the way, making it hard to get a good sleep. At that moment, Ding Heshan's figure appeared in the communication channel. Ding Heshan, Su Yan at 16 now. Weren't you just at 15? His words left many users in shock as they began checking Su Yan's avatar. Wait, Boss Su is really at stage 16. Wait, he had been chatting and joking with us and hadn't vanished to tackle the stages. How did he quietly transition to the next stage? Everyone was astonished, feeling it was unbelievable. Su Yan raised his head, watching the ceiling of the building glide slowly above him, which was the obstructive structure of the endpoint area of 15. At this moment, the convoy was gradually passing through, officially entering stage 16. Speaking of which, if Ding Heshan hadn't spoken up, Su Yan wouldn't even have realized that his convoy had already entered the next small stage. TSK Tisk, that certain someone. Su Yan looked at the communication channel and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, clearly claiming not to care, but still secretly keeping an eye on me like a fervent fan. That's right, big brother. Qin Shan also sensed something was off and eagerly asked Su Yan, are you about to take off? Are you going to push forward hard now? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was astonished. Ding Heshan also stared intently at the communication channel, waiting for Su Yan's response. Could it be? Su Yan really drew a good card. Is this champion going to exert strength now? How can I fly? With a card? Su Yan retorted, lamenting. You didn't see how formidable that boss was earlier. I laid all my cards on the table. I almost emptied my resources just to barely get past it. I really don't know how to handle the boss in phase 16. I might just have to wait to die. Su Yan sighed, and the crowd looked on in doubt. Ding Heshan was somewhat skeptical. He had been closely observing Su Yan, but unfortunately Su Yan did not speak again, seemingly disheartened. Are they here? Su Yan turned away from the communication channel, looking at Jing Chenjixin and Luo Dashan approaching from a distance. The three arrived together, evidently with important matters to discuss. Congratulations, Master, we have resolved the problems in the endpoint area of Phase 19. Jing spoke obediently while Luo Dashan shook off his new clothes and proudly raised his head. Humph. That proud expression seemed to say to Su Yan, look, I let you win your bet, aren't I impressive? I saw it all, you did indeed well. Su Yan nodded with a smile, his gaze landing on Luo Dashan, particularly praising, especially you Luo Dashan, you truly made a name for yourself in battle. Majestic. That boss was no match for you, utterly powerless in your presence. I watched that battle with my own eyes, and only now do I understand how strong my Dashan really is. The power of Dashan truly astonished me. It was breathtaking. I am completely convinced. Su Yan lavished praise, and Luo Dashan's head rose higher and higher, his mouth curving into a wild grin, yet he still maintained a disdainful expression. TCH, what's that worth? Master, didn't you make a promise earlier? Jing timely reminded from the side. You said if Mr. Luo could surpass Ding Heshan, you would fulfill one of his wishes. Of course, my word is my bond. Su Yan smiled and asked, Dashan, just speak your wish. I don't want it. Luo Dashan raised his head and said calmly, I lack nothing. Just finished a battle, and now you want to give me a reward. What do you take me for? I care about my reputation. I understand at the peak of perfection an invincible person. Su Yan nodded in agreement. But merits are merits and faults are faults. It's not that Dashan is aloof, but as the master I still need to show some attitude. How about this, Jing? You are always clever, you decide for Dashan. Master, although Mr. Luo is extraordinarily powerful in combat against enemies, he still needs to rely on his physical strength, which is quite disadvantageous. Jing hesitated, then Su Yan quickly realized equipment card. The next SSR equipment card, even a year-level equipment card. Prioritize it for my Dashan. Chenjixin observed clearly, and Luo Dashan's eyes lit up slightly beside him. This man was not interested in beauty or power, he only loved fighting and had long wanted a capable weapon. But he also cared about his pride and would not easily ask Su Yan for it. One card might not be enough. Jing pondered slightly and reminded, with such great merit as Mr. Luo's, and I believe he can definitely take the endpoint area of Phase 110, a master might as well be a bit more generous. I still have over 4 million blood coins, and all subsequent cards will be prioritized for Dashan. Regardless of characteristics, skills, talents, or equipment. As long as Dashan can use it, feel free to use it. Su Yan waved his hand grandly. As long as I'm here, Dashan can just fight to his heart's content. No need to worry about anything else. Jing smiled and nodded in agreement, while Chenjixin lowered his brows, but he could still hear the man beside him breathing a bit heavily. Even so, Luo Dashan remained disdainful. TCH, I don't need it at all, why must you give me something? Sigh. Chenjixin sighed inwardly, you foolish bald head, how can you compete with these two? The way they were playing off each other, even 10 of you combined would still fall short by 200 brains. Dashan, take a rest, don't rush to tackle Phase 110. Su Yan paused and tactfully said, I truly believe in your strength. The mere Phase 110 is no match for you, but it's still important to give others a chance. Merit lies within oneself, and it isn't beneficial for team dynamics or for fostering a good atmosphere. Dashan, take a moment and let these subordinates who are not as good as you have a little chance to show themselves. What do you think? Su Yan sincerely asked, and his words made Luo Dashan feel quite pleased. I'll listen to you, let them have some opportunities. Luo Dashan replied calmly. I'll take a break. What's the harm in letting them chase some merit? See, this guy's not hard to manage at all, purely soft-hearted. Su Yan smiled, signaling Jing to take Luo Dashan. Jing silently nodded in agreement and raised her hand to summon Xiaoya and the rest of the research team. Chenjixin finally interjected, pointing to the people behind him moving the items. Master, these are the corpses of the bosses from the previous phases of 19. They should be the most valuable for battle knowledge right now. I originally planned to bring these to you after tackling Phase 110, but Miss Jing said it doesn't matter if it's early or late. It can also help you understand the UR card's shining form sooner. You all did well. Su Yan jumped down from the top of the vehicle and took the thin layer of black skin from the hands of the research team servant. Discovering slain creature level 5 UR level creature shadow ecology. In the user's equipment card there remains space for blank battle knowledge. Should this creature be absorbed to fill in battle knowledge? This knowledge is temporarily assessed as legendary UR battle knowledge. Fill it in. Su Yan did not hesitate and immediately took out the UR equipment card to fill in the new battle knowledge. As a burst of blood red light was drawn from the black skin and infused into the UR level equipment card, it marked Su Yan's first acquisition of UR level combat capability. Although it was non-humanoid battle knowledge, at least it was UR. In the future, if he encounters some trouble, like if the enemy discovers Su Yan's characteristic of having a large convoy and many servants, would he be considered weak himself? Then he would charge and kill the king, only to find that this king was also a UR. This scenario was indeed quite despairing. After acquiring the new knowledge, Su Yin immediately checked its detailed effects. He was quite curious about what abilities the UR monsters that could keep defeating Luo Dashin possessed. Shadow Ecology Legendary UR Battle Knowledge. Knowledge type non-human shadow form. Loading effect gain all combat instincts shadow energy system and transformation abilities of the UR level creature shadow ecology. After loading, the user can freely switch between human form and shadow form, mastering all core abilities. Core abilities shadow form actively triggered can transform the current body into a pure shadow form, continuously consuming any energy during the effect period. Immune to 80 of physical damage types, immune to all types of toxins and curse effects, gains low altitude flying ability. Between reality and illusion, passively triggered when receiving a fatal attack, can consume any energy to achieve instantaneous evasion, completely avoiding the fatal attack. When all energy is exhausted, this effect cannot activate. Mind manifestation actively triggered, any part of the body can transform into any weapon form, and each normal attack after transformation possesses an eroding effect, causing an additional 10 true damage. High-frequency slaughter actively triggered, attack speed increased by 200. Every 10 attacks trigger the shadow slaughter effect, capable of slaying non-shadow creatures below UR level. If the enemy is UR level, every 10 attacks inflict a half defense negative status effect on them. Shadow domain actively triggered, consumes half of all energy types, increasing all attributes by 100. All core abilities consume half the energy. Final moment passively triggered when energy, health, and stamina first reach 0, instantly recover 1/3, while gaining an additional 50 to all attributes. Can be triggered 3 times within 24 hours. Hiss. You died so unjustly. Su Yin inhaled sharply, giving an accurate evaluation, feeling pity for this boss. Look at this luxurious array of abilities: slaughter, quick retreat, special form, damage immunity, flying ability, any transformation. If only Luo Dashin had a second life, he probably wouldn't even touch the hem of their clothes. This year-level boss's core mechanism had as many as 6 top-tier types, and when combined it could only be summed up in 4 words: tough and strong. Then he was crushed to death by Luo Dashin with sheer force. Still weak. Had you a second life, the result would have been different. Su Yin shook his head, then suddenly smiled. However, the stronger you are, the more I like it. In a good mood, Su Yin walked over to the other boss corpses, the 5 SSR level bosses from Phase 18, 3 SSR level bosses from Phase 17, and 1 SSR level boss from Phase 16. A total of 9 SSR level battle knowledge. Su Yin filled them all in one breath, replacing all the lower level battle knowledge. He actually wanted to keep some human battle knowledge like martial arts masters, but unfortunately, to unlock the shining form, he needed 10 battle knowledge that were at least SSR level. At this moment, Su Yan's first UR equipment card had all 10 types of knowledge complete. As the last piece of knowledge was filled in, the UR level equipment card in Su Yan's hand suddenly shimmered, with dazzling colors uncontrollably detaching from his hand and spinning in front of him. Su Yan looked up, and a brand new notification message appeared before his eyes. The equipment card, Judgment, has been unlocked. Shining form. Unlocking shining effect, judgment, and containment. Finally, it's shown. Su Yin let out a satisfied sigh as one of his UR cards finally advanced to a shining. He raised his hand and removed the completed judgment card, which appeared even more splendid and exquisite at the entire card glimmered brightly, constantly radiating a colorful and dazzling light, as if it were perpetually flashing and extremely eye-catching. Su Yin looked at the other UR cards that had yet to shine. Although they were beautiful and splendid, they lacked the sparkling form, making the difference quite apparent. Holding the shining card gave an immense sense of prestige incomparable to anything else. Su Yin gently caressed the card's surface, focusing on the new data of the shining card. The other data of the judgment card had not changed, it simply gained an additional shining effect. Shining effect: each time it is used, it must load 10 types of combat knowledge simultaneously, perfectly compatible with each other, and gain the additional card effect of judgment and containment. Judgment and containment: when using the card, one can activate either judgment stance or containment stance with the ability to switch at any time. Judgment stance: set any knowledge within the card as primary knowledge. The primary knowledge cannot use the combat abilities of the other knowledge, but absorbs the basic value x10 of the other 9 types of knowledge as an additional enhancement effect. Containment stance: any enemy unit killed by the card holder will convert into judgment energy based on its life tier upon death, and this judgment energy can be perfectly replaced with all types of energy for use by any combat knowledge. There are actually 2 effects. Su Yin nodded in satisfaction. Both are quite good, perfectly compatible with the original card's effects. The core ability of the judgment card is the combat knowledge, and the 2 new effects in the shining form are based on the combat knowledge, allowing for a more perfect display of its original combat capability. The extreme combat power of judgment stance and the high storage capacity of containment stance directly elevated this UR card's single card strength to a new level. To put it bluntly, how did that unfortunate boss from 19 die? Wasn't it ground to death by Luo Dashin? Had it possessed the shining effect of the Judgment card with endless energy and the additional tenfold enhancement from the 9 types of knowledge, even Luo Dashin wouldn't have been able to wear it down. However, just looking at it, one cannot discern its true strength. It doesn't seem particularly powerful in its shining form. How about I try the specific effects of the shining form first? Su Yan felt a bit restless. After some contemplation, he used the card, initially opting to use it in containment stance. As a burst of colorful light flickered, it enveloped Su Yan completely, drawing the anxious gazes of the surrounding attendants. Su Yan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him, with waves of strange combat instincts flooding his mind. These were the combat abilities and talents of monsters that should not be compatible with the human body. However, under the mechanism's effect, they did not bring any discomfort to Su Yan, and his memories and cognition were not interfered with at all. He remained himself, but with a multitude of powerful abilities unique to the monsters along with formidable physical attributes. This is the feeling of being strong. Huh, my body, why is it still human? Su Yan looked around in surprise. When I used human knowledge before, there were changes. Oh, why is there no change now with monster knowledge? Could it be that this is the effect of perfect compatibility? Not changing form. Completely without side effects. Su Yan chuckled and opened his profile to check his physical data. Upon seeing Su Yan's jaw dropped, unable to close it. Damn. Su Yan's eyes widened as he looked at the dense array of skills, characteristics, and talents he had gained, nearly adding up to dozens. Have I become a mini Luo Dashin? What about my physical attributes? Wow. So many. So fierce. Su Yan gasped, staring intently at the basic attributes displayed on the panel. Muscle strength, 1,525. Nerve reaction, 1,362. Endurance, 1,680. Mental will, 1,406. Self-healing immunity, 1,668. All 5 basic attributes have surpassed the 1,000 mark. To be fair, the just summoned Luo Dashin had a total value of just over 500 points. Even after experiencing the first round of extreme training, Luo Dashin's physical attributes barely broke the 700-point mark. With Su Yan's compatibility with 10 types of knowledge, the 5 basic attributes completely crushed Luo Dashin. Damn, this is truly terrifying. Su Yan couldn't help but exhale, quickly calculating in his mind, if the base value of SSR level is around a few hundred points, then the UR level must be nearly 1,000 in basic value. Luo Dashin should be considered T0 level SSR as a reference. The other SSR level bosses' values should be at least 200 to 300 points, right? I have 9 SSR level knowledge and 1 UR level knowledge. Combined, it should be more than 1,500. Could it be that perfect compatibility does not mean a direct stacking of basic values, but rather a mutual enhancement of attributes? My current attributes are likely slightly stronger than those of the shadow ecology, representing a UR-enhanced version of strength. With this thought, Su Yan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What if I used Judgment Stance? He thought and acted on it. With excitement, Su Yan chose to set shadow ecology as the primary knowledge and switched to Judgment Stance. In the moment of confirming the switch, a dazzling burst of colorful light flashed around Su Yan. It was before the hot light dissipated, Su Yan squinted his eyes, feeling as if his body had been suddenly elevated to the utmost limit, as if he completely possessed the power to destroy everything. Quick, let's see how many points I have now. Su Yan struggled to suppress the strange sensation within, opened his personal data, and focused his gaze. Muscle strength, 38,926. Nerve reaction, 39,955. Endurance, 37,505. Mental will, 35,668. Self-healing immunity, 39,665. Damn. Su Yan's eyes widened, feeling his scalp tingle. All 5 basic attributes have surpassed 30,000 points. It's explosive. It's crazy. I can collapse this world. In exchange for losing the talent abilities of 9 SSR level knowledge, I gained the most extreme physical capabilities. At this moment, Su Yan was excited to the extreme, unable to help but excitedly punch the air. I am invincible. Suddenly, a loud sound of air explosion. A powerful turbulence erupted from the air trajectory of Su Yan's punch, sweeping away everything around in an instant. Boom. Nearby researchers and attendants like Chun Jishin were blown away by the turbulence, sent flying like straw to the far edges of the streets. Damn. Su Yan was alarmed. I just lightly punched out in excitement and accidentally injured my own people. Dr. Chun. Su Yan was anxious and rushed over to check, but just as he lifted his leg to step down, boom. The city street beneath Su Yan's feet suddenly caved in, as if a meteor had fallen, and Su Yan's body dropped into a deep pit that was 3 meters wide. He crushed the ground. Su Yan was dazed, looking up at the 5-meter-high ground, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Perfect compatibility, my foot. I can't even control such a strong body. It's really not Su Yan's fault. He originally just wanted to walk normally. But who knew that the bluestone pavement felt? Clearly, it was a city ground capable of bearing dozens of tons of vehicles that felt just like a rural dirt road. No, it was even worse than a dirt road. It felt like stepping on snow. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts. Suddenly, a sharp pain from the soles of his feet jolted Su Yin awake. He quickly lifted his foot to see that the top of his foot had turned bright red from the scorching heat, with skin peeling and bleeding. Do not stop. The warning message from the mechanism flashed, causing Su Yin to twitch his mouth. Damn, am this invincible, and I still need to be warned. Alright, the mechanism is impressive. Su Yin took a deep breath, striving to control his form, and gently lifted a foot. As soon as the thought emerged, his body shot out of the deep pit, with a swift motion floating in midair with the flying ability of the shadow ecology. The astonishing noise that erupted here had already attracted the attention of Jing and the others. The medical team's attendants quickly arrived, turning over the rubble to rescue Chen Jixin and the others. Su Yin cautiously landed, deactivating the card's ability, and hurriedly asked what happened to the doctor and the others. They died. Jing walked out from the crowd's side. They died instantly from an external force impact. However, with the innate energy present, they have already been revived. Goodness, they really killed their own people. Su Yin scratched his head awkwardly, and Jing quietly inquired, Master, what's going on here? You take a look yourself? Su Yin handed over the judgment card, saying it flashed, but it was a bit too flashy. Jing was momentarily taken aback, silently took the card to inspect it, and eventually gave her evaluation. It's indeed quite good, and there's room for growth. Quite good. Su Yin took back the card, astonished. Jing, is this just good in your eyes? It's a flashing card. The most perfect form of a UR card. I know. Jing gently brushed her hair, smiling lightly. This card is indeed extremely powerful for us right now, and it will surely solve the challenges at the end of levels 110 perfectly. But without this card, we could still tackle the challenges ahead. The final outcome hasn't changed yet, can only be considered a decent addition, or more accurately, a strong guarantee for several major stages currently. Jing paused, seemingly waiting for Su Yin to digest her words. After all, beyond the flashing effects, there are still the explosive flashing forms and the year level system cards. Master, do you think the mechanism would easily grant you a powerful ability that can break through to the utmost limits? Indeed, that's not wrong. Su Yin regained his composure, tilting his head and asking, are you saying there's an even higher level above UR cards? Does that dog planner have a backup plan? Not necessarily. Jing shook her head. Regardless of whether higher level cards exist, there is one point that you are correct about. The mechanism must have numerous ways to counter users, and no matter how powerful the force, it cannot escape the framework of competitive racing. Otherwise, Master wouldn't be walking back and forth. Jing pointed out Su Yan's current walking state. She noticed that even with the UR flashing effect, the core rules of competitive racing were still in effect. You can't completely stop. Su Yan shrugged, carefully reflecting on Jing's words. The effects after the card flashed were indeed astonishing. However, upon careful comparison, it was merely a display of robust physical stats, still far from the terrifying level of being able to move mountains and fill seas. To claim true invincibility is indeed an overstatement. There's no need for regret, Master. At least within the range of UR combat cards, its flashing effect is already excellent, perfectly matching the stats of combat cards. In Jing's classification, equipment cards generally belong to the category of combat cards. The flashing form of the Judgment Equipment card signifies that Su Yin has fully mastered a top-tier combat card, which indeed marks a significant advancement. After a brief exchange, Jing continued her busy work of coordinating the convoy, not relaxing one bit despite Su Yin possessing the top-tier power of the flashing card. The various large and small affairs of the entire convoy, personnel arrangements, resource allocations, progress of various tasks, and scheduling of research projects. These were what Jing deemed the most important matters. As for the current racing threats, Jing considered them merely tasks to handle. She was more adept at planning for the future and preparing in advance. Regarding the flashing card in Su Yan's hands, Jing did not offer any additional usage suggestions. All UR cards should be decided by the master himself. The doctor just now seemed to want to discuss the next construction matters for the base with me. Now it seems that'll have to be. Su Yin looked into the distance, seeing Chen Jixin staring at him in fear, hesitating to come closer for a moment. Let that old man rest for a while. Su Yin sighed. He was already old, yet had once been killed by himself. The doctor was not like Luo Dashin, a lunatic. The pain from dying once would take him a long time to recover from. Besides constructing the base, Su Yin also had a considerable number of tasks awaiting him. I need to master this flashing card, proficiently draw several million blood coins, and finalize the orders for the carts in hand. So busy, both Jing and I are quite occupied. This competitive racing truly makes one busy yet fulfilled. Su Yin returned to sitting on the top of the vehicle, fiddling with the flashing card in his hand, feeling a mild restlessness in his heart. Speaking of which, should I go directly to levels 110 and test the specific combat effects of this card? After all, with the innate energy, even if I make a mistake, I won't die, I might as well enjoy a battle. Indeed, he is still at stage 16. Ding Heshan closed Su Yan's avatar progress data, unable to help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. I overthought it. He merely got lucky passing through 15 back then. He must be pretending to be nonchalant, trying to show off that he breezed through stage 15, so as to put pressure on me, attempting to make me anxious. With so much time passed and the sky turned dark, he hasn't made any progress. Indeed, the lack of true strength will ultimately reveal flaws. Ding Heshan looked down upon him again, refocusing his attention on the high platform before him. Tonight, I will definitely clear level 18. Suyin, you must be anxious right now. Don't worry, I will leave enough time for you to earn a good amount of blood coins before you die. I will make you spend all your money, then watch you grasp a bunch of useless cards looking on helplessly as I take your life. Damn it, where's my SSR equipment card? Suyin stared wide-eyed, sitting on the top of the vehicle, gazing at the multitude of equipment cards in the sky. He had just invested 1,000 draws in the equipment card pool, and yet not a single SSR card came out. Can you believe it? Did the drop rates change without notice? Did they stop giving out rewards? Knowing that I have a flashing card, is that dog planner intentionally suppressing me? 1,000 draws, 0 blood coins, and the cards obtained only had melting value. Suyin raised an eyebrow, glancing at the amount of blood coins he had. Forget it, let's go all in. After all, I have plenty of money. 10,000 draws. Equipment cards. Suyin gritted his teeth, angrily smashing 1,000,000 blood coins into the equipment card pool. He had to get some good equipment for Luo Dashin, otherwise wouldn't that be breaking his promise? As the terrifying amount of blood coins was poured in, a massive torrent of cards erupted from the card pool, instantly filling all the surrounding space. There wasn't even enough room. Thousands of cards continued to stack higher like a tower, spinning and floating above Suyan's head like a tornado. This scene was truly spectacular, leaving the surrounding attendants with their mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock. Tsk tisk, what a delightful feeling. Suyin smiled happily, unable to resist glancing across the street outside the light screen. Unfortunately, that guy Ding Heshan wasn't at stage 16, otherwise he would witness this scene of me drawing cards. With so many cards, wouldn't he be green with envy? Hey, rewards are coming. Oh wow, quite a few have come out. Suyin looked up at the card tower, noticing about 10 beautiful cards glimmering with golden light. His card drawing experience was incredibly rich. He could tell at a glance that these were SSR level cards. Not bad. Suyin nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to pluck these SSR cards, counting them slightly. Shattered Star Hammer, Frost, Psy Shield, Melted Core Gloves, High Energy Laser Rifle, Infinite Bloodlight, Holy Sword, Everburn Mask. In total, there were 18 SSR level equipment cards covering various types of equipment. There were magical items, melee weapons, and firearms, truly everything one could wish for. This time the drop rate is clearly above average. Suyin stroked his chin. Just now I didn't get any rewards from 1,000 draws, but now I got 18 from 10,000 draws. This card pool is quite capricious. Take out these cards and give them to Jing along with this UR card. Let her pick the suitable ones to keep. The unnecessary ones can be melted down. Yes, master. Chika nodded repeatedly, quickly raising the card storage device on his wrist, continuously absorbing the torrent of cards. With the attendant helping out, he didn't even have to do the card picking himself. Just useless cards not worth my attention. Suyin lay on the vehicle roof, casually flipping open the sacrifice card pool, preparing to fish for some good items in the special characteristic card pool. Just useless cards not worth my attention. Suyin lay on the vehicle roof, casually flipping open the sacrifice card pool, preparing. Suyin stood up, glancing at the finish area of 16 that the convoy had just passed, nonchalantly replying, "Ah yeah, Lin 1 impressive. I knew you could do it." Suyin, don't mention it, it was a life-and-death situation, almost lost my... Their conversation drew the attention of some users, many of whom felt a subtle sense of strangeness. It seemed. Not long ago, Boss Su had also said something like this, right? Su Lifeng said, "Suyin, Boss Su, are you hiding something? Is there anyone in this world who has escaped death twice?" Though he initially had little faith in Su Yin, he now found himself harboring some doubts. Su Yin innocently shrugged. "Let me clarify, I did not escape death twice, only just now was it the case." Wang Shan inquired, "Then what about the 15 phase you just went through?" Su Yin replied, "That was using my trump card, not an escape from death." Su Lifeng pressed, "What about the upcoming 17 phase?" Su Yin responded, "Just waiting to die, I suppose." Su Lifeng stared at the two characters before him, flipping them over and over in his mind, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they exuded a faint air of pretentiousness. Can you really wait to die? How have you managed to reach 17 after all that near death? You must be the protagonist of a novel. It's absurd. Some were skeptical, others doubtful, but Su Yin could not be bothered to explain. They could only speculate that perhaps Su Yin had his own cards to play, or he might truly be powerless. After all, as Ding Heshan had previously mentioned, the champion would have to face 3 SSRs in stages 17. The difficulty only increased in the later stages. Ding Heshan also noticed Su Yan's comments in the communication channel, and he suddenly stood up. Could it be? He must be deliberately putting on a show for me. Ding Heshan furrowed his brows, wanting to ask, but feeling reluctant. He thought that directly asking would make him seem overly anxious, which didn't fit his image of being invincible. After all, during the day, everyone knew that Ding Heshan did not regard Su Yin as a rival. Now rushing to ask would make no sense. He must be feigning strength, just holding on for a moment. Ding Heshan took a deep breath, finding an answer for himself, but he was not foolish. He clenched his fists and resolved, "I can't wait any longer. I will go all out and clear the level now." Ding Heshan strode towards the platform, intent on defeating the remaining boss and truly stepping into stage 19. Even if Su Yin can catch up, so what? My progress will always be faster than yours. I Ding Hashan am the true and rightful champion. This is exhilarating. Su Yan looked at the sky filled with card tornadoes, various cards stacking high, flashing with all sorts of strange lights. A total of 38,000 draws. All 8 million blood coins were spent. This incredible spectacle was worth it. I believe that even globally no one could have accumulated so many cards at this moment. Indeed, this is the thrill unique to big spenders. Su Yan was very satisfied while others were carefully calculating how to make the most of every card. He had already moved from hundreds of draws to thousands, and from thousands to tens of thousands. Although the card pool was still quite unforgiving, making it hard to obtain top-tier cards, Su Yan had already achieved a significant lead in the number of cards. Chi could get a few people to help. There are too many cards to collect. Understood, Master. The boy Chi Ku had just returned from the front of the convoy, and immediately began calling others to collect cards. Who knows how many blood coins the Master truly had, but the number of cards drawn was increasing. After an hour of effort from several servants, they finally finished counting the 38,000 cards. Su Yan invested 2 draws into the trait card pool, obtaining 3 SS or level trait cards, alloy tempering defensive type, moon hero nighttime stats type, and brutal slaughter damage amplification and lifesteal type. Su Yan invested 8 draws into the skill card pool, obtaining 7 SS or level skill cards, fury/group, healing wild charge, advanced stealth, giant fist technique, silencing technique, and advanced protective energy. Su Yan invested 5 draws into the talent card pool, obtaining 2 SS or level talent cards, advanced flesh regeneration, and bullet time. Su Yan invested 5 draws into the resource card pool, obtaining 22 SSR resource cards, including 11 food cards, 6 tool cards, and 5 healing cards. The drop rate is really fluctuating. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. The trait card pool surprisingly yielded 3 SSR cards, which greatly astonished him. Under normal circumstances, getting 1 SSR from 20,000 draws would be considered lucky, while getting 3 would be a blessing from ancestors. However, for the 5,000 draws in the talent card pool, theoretically, at least 5 SSRs should have been produced, yet only 2 SSR cards were obtained, which was far below the average. In contrast, the SSR ratio for the resource and skill cards was surprisingly higher than the average drop ratio. Overall, the 38,000 draws resulted in a total of 34 SSRs, which left Su Yan relatively satisfied. As for the other SRR and N cards, Su Yan couldn't be bothered to count them and directly instructed the servants to take all the cards they collected and distribute them to the thinking servants. Which cards should be kept, which ones could be dismantled, which servants should use which cards, and which cards could be temporarily stored for backup. These detailed tasks had already been assigned to the servants. As servants, they naturally had to help the master with the more complex work, otherwise did they plan to eat the food cards for free. Move out. Move out. As Chi Ku led the team to transport the cards, Su Yan took a deep breath and began planning the next. He did not intend to continue with the cart business, but rather to start developing a different design for the base vehicle, a man. The over 4 million blood coins accumulated earlier were not used on servant cards. Firstly, he needed to gather more energy to charge towards a real mobile base. And secondly, his current scale of servants had already reached the carrying capacity limit for the first major stage of competitive walking. With over 700 people spread across the city streets, it was an impressive scale, filling the area front and back, and a casual glance would reveal busy servants. With so many servants relying solely on the dozens of resting spots in the command vehicle was definitely insufficient. Dedicated man vehicles were needed. Fortunately, these designs had already been created by Chun Jixin and others. Su Yan just needed to retrieve them from the command room and memorize them. The specifications for the man-based vehicle were similar to those of the command-based vehicle, with most functions removed, significantly increasing the height of the vehicle, focusing on being tall and long, providing ample space, and being cost-effective. A man-based vehicle only required 100 energy points. Su Yan spent over 2 hours and produced 10 vehicles in one go using a total of 100 energy points. Su Yan was still familiar with base vehicles. The manufacturing time was not long, but the main time was consumed in arranging the positions of the new vehicles and the distribution of drivers due to the enlarged team. The new man-based vehicles were still black, standing 6 meters tall and 15 meters long, the largest model. The man-based vehicle had 4 layers of space, each layer lower than the last, requiring taller servants to bend down to walk normally. Each layer was filled with multi-tiered bunk beds, leaving a relatively spacious central aisle. Each layer had a dining area, restroom, and central air conditioning unit, and various spaces were equipped with self-charging devices. If one had to describe it, it would be quite similar to a sleeper truck accommodating 50 people per layer and 200 people per vehicle. Sleeping would definitely not be an issue, but privacy and spaciousness could not be guaranteed. However, everyone was not asking for much. Having a place to sleep during survival competitions was already a luxury. The master being able to produce such vehicles was enough to prove that Miss Jing was right. The master truly considered them, treating them like people. If it were other users' servants, they would be treated as mere fodder and human vehicles, and even slightly conscientious users would not specifically meet the basic survival needs of their servants. Most users had a clear attitude towards servant cards. If they could live, they would. If they died, so be it. They were merely consumables. The cost was merely 100 blood coins. Lower-tier servants received less attention, while only high-tier servants had the right to live longer. If every servant were treated like a person, how could the nobility of being a user and the power of life and death be demonstrated? Su Yin never concealed these matters. He kept the communication channel in his peripheral vision, and any servant passing by the command vehicle could stop to watch, observing the attitudes of other users towards their servants. Some users were even quite interested in this topic, often discussing how to maximize the value of each servant. From living battles, bait, and vehicles, to serving as food for other servants after death, and becoming materials for special skills. From life to death, flesh, bone, and organs were all utilized to the fullest. A practice dubbed resource maximization. Among these extreme user groups, a new consensus began to emerge. Rather than drawing food cards, it was better to draw servant cards. After all, there were still many places where servants could eat. After witnessing such discussions, Su Yan's servants felt a mix of relief and gratitude. Just then, as Su Yan returned to the command vehicle after a busy period, he saw some servants transporting supplies pausing nearby, all waiting for him. They were the third batch of new arrivals, very interested in Su Yan's communication channel. Their self-awareness was human servant, making it hard for them to identify with users directly. Instead, they were very concerned about how the other users' servants were faring. Su Yan was already used to this. As long as they did not delay his work, it was fine for them to come over and look. He even thought that they should watch more regularly and systematically. The more one sees, the better the comparison. It highlights their system's advantages and values, and makes one realize that choosing to be human in a cannibalistic world is indeed a noble courage. True nobility has never been a distinction of class status or wealth. It is the leading inner spirit, the refinement of cultural thought, the sneer before death, and the solidarity of commerce. Has Miss Jing gone to rest? Su Yan returned to the top of the car, deliberately maximizing the communication channel, presenting it like a large screen for the passing servants to view various messages. Chi Ku replied, "Yes, I conveyed the master's mandatory rest order. Miss Jing has already gone to your room. She said she would wake up in the deep of night." "What waking up? She should sleep more. If this young lady doesn't rest well day after day." Su Yan was quite dissatisfied. Jing was perfect in every way, but she was just too dedicated. How could her body handle this? "I conveyed the master's meaning." Chi Ku awkwardly spoke, but Miss Jing said that at this stage, she can only take short breaks. Before passing levels 110, she cannot relax her vigilance too much. "What waking up? She should sleep more. If this young lady doesn't rest well day after day." Su Yan was quite dissatisfied. Jing was perfect in every way, but all right. Su Yan nodded. Just as he was about to inquire about Chun Jizin's research team's mental recovery status, a servant beside the car suddenly raised his hand. "You've reached level 17. So fast." Su Yan scratched his head, glancing around at the convoy brightly lit, dispelling the dark. "You've reached level 17. So fast." Su Yan scratched his head, glancing around at the convoy brightly lit, dispelling the darkness of the city. He was so engrossed that he didn't even realize the convoy had already stepped onto the street of level 17. Su Yan said, "Yes, I've reached level 17. He replied casually, but Su Lifeng couldn't help but jump out and shout, "Boss Su, what do you have to say now? You actually didn't die at level 17. Su Yan was puzzled. "Do you want me dead that badly?" Su Lifeng was taken aback. He realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly explained, "I didn't mean that. I meant. You just escaped death. How did you get to level 17? Su Yan sighed. To be honest, I'm barely hanging on by a thread. A level 17 is truly despairing. Half a breath. Wang Shan inquired, "I don't believe it." Su Lifeng said, "I don't believe it either." Even Qin Shan couldn't hold back. "Su Yan, brother, just come clean." Su Yan chuckled. "What do I need to confess?" Indeed, what was there to confess? Qin Shan was left speechless. Although he had a good relationship with Su Yan, it was not good enough for him to directly ask what cards he had, what strength he possessed, and how he managed to survive to level 17. But to be honest, Qin Shan could never believe that Su Yan would die in this race. He didn't know who Ding Hishan was. In Qin Shan's heart, Su Yan was the strongest. Until this moment, most people didn't believe what Su Yan said. Even Ding Hishan couldn't help but show up. "You've reached level 17. How could you reach level 17? Didn't you just nearly die?" Su Yan replied, "Don't rush them, about to die, but I can't get past level 18. Ding Hishan was stunned, then tightly clenched his fists. "What are you so proud of?" "I'm about to get past level 8. He didn't voice these words, but narrowed his eyes, staring intensely at the communication channel, then unleashed all his anger on the high platform. "I'm all in. Even if I'm injured, I must lead this guy comprehensively. I want him to truly understand that so-called struggle is futile, that there is an insurmountable huge gap in strength between us." Why has he stopped speaking again? Su Yan expressed some regret, puzzled as to why Ding Hishan always popped his head up only to go quiet. Clearly very concerned about me, yet he doesn't dare to chat more. Actually, I'm quite easy to talk to. If you ask a few more questions, I'll reveal a bit more information, saving you from unnecessary speculation. A group of users looked at each other, hesitant to easily intervene in the competition between the two champions. Li Deli said, maybe you're still alive, and he's very disappointed. Su Yan helplessly said, it's my fault for doing so well. Su Yan casually clicked on Li Deli's avatar, startled to realize that this old acquaintance had quietly reached the forefront. Tadpole brother, you're impressive. You've silently run ahead. People wanted to inquire more about Su Yan's information, but unfortunately Su Yan never took the initiative to reveal anything, only gradually perfecting the card orders while communicating with users. Earlier, when making the man-based vehicle, Su Yan also consumed 2,000 energy to churn out a batch of carts, which he could now gradually deliver. However, as it was already 10 p.m., many users had entered a resting state, and the response to transactions was very slow. Su Yan spent over an hour before delivering all the carts, ultimately retrieving 5800 blood coins. This batch is mostly elementary carts, and still customized, which brings in money quickly. Su Yan felt a bit disappointed. His appetite had grown, and over 500 blood coins were no longer very appealing to him. Look! Suddenly Wang Shan shouted in the communication channel. You've reached level 18. You've reached level 18. What do you have to say now? He didn't Su Yan, but everyone knew he was talking about Su Yan. Because at this late hour, users who had not gone to rest were constantly refreshing Su Yan's avatar, just like Wang Shan waiting. Until Su Yan's avatar progress updated to level 18, everyone couldn't help but feel a rush of cathartic pleasure. Having reached this point, what else was there to say? Ah, you've caught me. Su Yan lamented, stating with difficulty. Narrowly escaped death, barely passed, just returned from the gates of hell. Nonsense. Su Lai Feng was so excited that he cursed immediately. I clearly saw you selling vehicles the whole time. How did you fight? You didn't even have time to fight. Where did you get your narrow escape from death? When did you go to the gates of hell? Even the king of hell would be puzzled. Moi. Su Yan frowned. You don't believe what I said. Su Lai Feng. That I was wrong, I'm sorry. Su Yan's words fell like cold water, quickly calming Su Lai Feng amidst his excitement. He realized a more fatal problem. Regardless of how Su Yan passed level 18, he had already proven that this man was extremely difficult to deal with, considering the massive blood coins he had accumulated from selling vehicles. 100,000 for a life might just be pocket change for Su Yan, not worth mentioning at all. Not only Su Lai Feng realized this, but many users who were about to question him also woke up. Indeed, they were just fixated on Su Yan's progress, forgetting that as Su Yan's progress continued to advance, his strength assessment would also rise accordingly. The further he progressed, the more it proved the value of this champion. In an instant, no one dared to joke about Su Yan, nor did anyone dare to ask, leaving only silence in the air. So what if it's level 18? Suddenly Ding Hishan sneered and said, that's just the path I took. A user exclaimed, Brother Ding, you've reached level 19. My God, the champion's level 19. How dangerous will this path be? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. Congratulations. You really should congratulate me. Ding Hishan was unconcerned with others' comments. His eyes were solely on Su Yan. I can tell you in advance, those 5 SSRs are a hurdle you'll never cross in your life. Ding Hishan was increasingly convinced. The more indifferent Su Yan appeared, the more it indicated his inner insecurity that he was deliberately displaying invincibility. If he were truly powerful, how could his progress be so slow? Of course, Ding Hishan did have a hint of doubt and uncertainty in his heart, but in the context of being rivals, he could only suppress that uncertainty. I cannot lose. I must be stronger. Hiss. Su Yan opened his mouth in despair. 5 SSRs. It's over, him definitely doomed. The other users also agreed with Ding Hishan's words. During the day, Ding Hishan had revealed the ultimate strength of level 18, which was so high that it left all channel users in despair. And everyone agreed level 18 was the true contest between the two champions. And what about Su Yan now? Can he do it? I'm out of options. How can I pass level 18 with only half a breath left? Su Yan sighed deeply. Brothers, there's really not much time left. Is there anyone who wants to buy customized vehicles? Su Yan said, don't sleep. Oh, after daybreak you might not see me again. Hiss. Something feels off. He sighed, saddened and in despair. Continue selling vehicles? People looked at Su Yan's words. This feeling, no matter how they pondered, felt wrong, waiting for the final answer, the true conclusion of the two champions. Indeed, there are not many fools left. Ding Hishan's role has basically vanished. Su Yan sighed and said to Chi Ku, pass my order. The whole team move out. Quickly pass levels 18 and 19 and head to the finish area. Yes, master. Chi Ku received the order and departed. After Su Yan's command was conveyed, the entire convoy moved at an even faster pace. The command group dispatched Zhou Heng and Natasha's combat servant team, who had already undergone a round of training in trait skills and talent cards, to pave the way ahead. They were unable to move the immovable Luo Dashin, but the bald man became exceedingly excited upon hearing Su Yan's command and rushed to the front of the convoy to lead the way. It is worth mentioning that Su Yan's judgment flashcard was in Natasha's hands, continuously accumulating energy in a containment posture. At this moment, the overall combat power of the convoy was far beyond what it was during the initial Phase 11, even without considering the two top-tier forces of the UR flashcard and Luo Dashin. The actual combat power of Natasha and Zhou Heng had been cultivated to the SSR level, and the remaining combat servants in both teams averaged at the SR level. What cards they originally were did not matter to Su Yan. His attitude was clear: as long as one worked diligently, even in cards could be elevated to UR. Before long, Chi Ku returned bringing back Su Yan's furnace card. Master, the Thought Group has completed the inventory. According to Miss Jing's established card reservation standard, they retained about 30% of the cards, and the rest, Chi Ku respectfully handed the cards back. Su Yan took them, used the cards to transform into talent abilities, and then closed his eyes to sense. Damn, so many. Su Yan exclaimed in astonishment, as his original quantum energy had dwindled to just 116 after another round of production. After the Thought Group's inventory and refinement having digested almost 3 to 4 million blood coin value cards, the remaining quantum energy now stood at 39663, almost breaking through the 40,000 mark. Quantum energy is incredibly precious, with each point valued at no less than 100 blood coins. This meant Su Yan still held resources worth nearly 4 million blood coins. The more than 4 million blood coins previously spent had not been wasted at all. Not a single point wasted. Because Su Yan had retained all the SSR cards and some excellent lower-level cards, only the unusable waste cards were refined into quantum energy. Indeed, UR cards are superior. The longer they are held, the stronger their mechanism value becomes. Su Yan mused, realizing that if it were any other user, even holding millions of blood coins with the pitfall of the card pool, they would at least waste half of their blood coins. The wasted blood coins, if not utilized effectively, would essentially be a complete loss. In theory, with 6 major card pools, one would only need 100 draws to obtain usable good cards, yet the actual cost of any usable card far exceeds 100 blood coins. This is also why the communication channel remains so vibrant, with countless users trading and used card resources at all times, seeking to reduce their card draw losses. As for Su Yan's blood coins, under the synergy of several UR cards, they would only find a few purposes: becoming good cards, becoming energy, or becoming useful tools like base vehicles. His total assets have been steadily increasing, with the only hard consumptions being food cards. Su Yan's blood coin expenditure was nearly zero. This energy might be enough to complete the initial planning for the mobile base, right? Su Yan felt quite hopeful and asked Chi Ku, "How is the research group? Is Dr. Chen feeling better?" Dr. Chen has fallen asleep. Chi Ku replied. According to the convoy system, he and Miss Jing take turns resting, ensuring that at least one thinking servant remains awake to assist the master with various matters. Are you saying Jing is awake? Yes, just as you were selling the vehicle, master. And she has only slept. Su Yan rubbed his forehead, pondering that he needed to arrange a powerful trait card for Jing that required no rest. Otherwise, if she continued like this, her body would inevitably break down. Even with a UR Intelligence Master card, one cannot push oneself like this. Forget it, I need to have a good talk with Jing after phase 110, so she doesn't overexert herself. Su Yan glanced at the electronic time displayed on the base vehicle. There was still half an hour until the time for the first draw privilege. Well then, let's see if I draw cards first, or see Ding Heshan first. Looking out at the convoy which sped down the road, as if racing through a deserted city street. The premise for such unimpeded travel was the desperate battles and active clearing of obstacles by the combat servants ahead. With the energy from the Death God contract as a safety net, each servant fought valiantly, continuously accumulating richer combat experience in the face of life and death. They were human, growing and becoming stronger. The things that do not display specific cards often serve as the most important indicators of a servant's true combat power. Along the way, numerous life-type servants were transporting resources back and forth, scavenging anything that could be taken and utilized. What Su Yan needed to do now was wait. What the hell is that thing? The spacious intersection was free of any obstacles or buildings, illuminated only by the dim moonlight, revealing a shadowy figure hovering in the sky. It was unclear who or what it was, but Ding Heshan could distinctly sense a powerful aura coming from afar. The oppressive pressure was suffocating, so overwhelming that it sent chills down his spine. Even a distant glance evoked the terrifying illusion of him. Is it a boss? A human-shaped boss? Ding Heshan hesitated, unwilling to take another step. Even without relying on intuition, just considering the strength of a boss in stages 18A, Ding Heshan could clearly discern that the shadowy figure before him was likely UR level. With only one present, it had to be a UR level boss. It made no sense for the strength of 19 to be weaker than UR. Can I really get past it? A hint of hesitation flickered in Ding Heshan's eyes. He was frightened. He knew his own capabilities. Based on the current situation, he was confident against a few SSRs, but facing Ding Heshan also possessed a UR card. He understood the true intensity of URs. However, the path ahead was wide. Perhaps a bit of cleverness could allow him to bypass it. The shadowy figure was too small. Even if it could fly, the intersection was too spacious. Could it really maintain its guard? I can only pray that it isn't a combat type URBOSS, but perhaps a mechanism type. Or maybe something else. Ding Heshan furrowed his brow and finally dispatched 2 servant cards, pointing ahead. Go scout ahead and see if you can rush through in one go. The 2 servants exchanged glances, their expressions indifferent as they rushed forward without concern for their own demise. It seemed they understood their fate and had long anticipated this day. The two servants were SR level and their speed was not slow. They reached the endpoint in just a few minutes. They did not want to tangle with the shadow too much, so they suddenly increased their speed, but the moment one of them stepped into the boundary of the endpoint. Boom, boom. Two explosive sounds erupted, and the figures of the two servants were instantly shattered before Ding Heshan blood spraying into the air. They died completely, and in their original positions appeared a humanoid shadow basking in the rain of blood while gazing at Ding Heshan from afar. It was waiting for this human to truly step in. Ding Heshan was suddenly startled, unable to help but take half a step back. How did it strike so fast? It was too fast. I couldn't see clearly. This was undoubtedly a combat type UR. Such speed and power. The two servants had not even discerned the UR's abilities or mechanisms before they died, leaving no information behind. The vast disparity in card levels filled Ding Heshan's heart with a faint sense of despair. I can't get past it. There's definitely no way to get past it. Ding Heshan took a deep breath realizing this point and tried to calm his racing heart. But it doesn't matter, the time span for the concurrent race is 14 days, it's only nearly the second day now, so I still have plenty of. As for Su Yan, if I can't even get past 19, he certainly won't be able to, he might even die at the 18th stage. Sigh. But if I can't complete the speed run within 3 days, it would seem I am not invincible enough. Oh, what a pity. I can't let myself enjoy the astonishment and shock of the other users. This leaves Ding Heshan feeling somewhat dissatisfied. But for now, stability is paramount. I cannot recklessly charge in. Because life is only one. Thinking of Su Yan, Ding Heshan couldn't help but glance over at the opposite. Even though the street on the opposite side was dimly lit, filled with shadowy elite zombies wandering about, Ding Heshan could still barely discern that the boss on the opposite street had yet to respawn. I hope Su Yan can put a bit of pressure on me. I hope that after I pass 19 he hasn't caught up yet. That would be too boring. Ding Heshan murmured, having begun to take this champion contender somewhat seriously, yet he still did not believe the other was stronger than himself. After all, not everyone possessed a UR card. Just as Ding Heshan prepared to rest nearby for the night, suddenly, a chaotic, thunderous sound of battle erupted from the opposite street. Ding Heshan abruptly raised his head, staring intently at the light screen opposite. The sound was faint, seemingly coming. Is Su Yan fighting at the 18 endpoint? If he acts so recklessly, he might die. The moment this thought crossed Ding Heshan's mind, he heard the sounds of battle on the opposite street growing louder and more astonishing. Boom, boom. The commotion was immense, and amidst it one could vaguely hear the boisterous laughter of a man. Garbage, garbage. Garbage. All garbage die for Grandpa Luo. At the far end of the opposite street, the horde of corpses was in turmoil. They roared and howled, and amidst the blood rain it seemed that shadows were engaged in a brutal fight. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Ding Heshan suddenly stood up, rushing to the light curtain, staring intently into the distance. Was this an illusion? Su Yan was clearly still in stage 18. How could he have reached 19 so quickly? It must be an illusion. Ding Heshan muttered, the light curtain cannot transmit sound. How can I hear the battle sounds from across? Even if he really came here, I can only see, but cannot hear. Yet it must be that my combat pressure is too great and the UR monster is affecting my hearing. Ding Heshan kept finding excuses in his mind, but the sounds of battle at the end of the street grew louder. The sound of maniacal laughter became even more astonishing. What is going on here? Ding Heshan could no longer hold back, pulling out a skill card to enhance his vision. Suddenly, boom! A loud explosion rang out from nearby, and Ding Heshan saw a figure at the end of the opposite street suddenly lift the tide of corpses leaping high. Ding Heshan looked up sharply, only to see a bald man with a bare upper body wielding a giant machete in each hand, soaring like a great bird, backlit by the moonlight. He is that person from before. Su Yan's servant. Ding Heshan stared intently, filled with shock and disbelief. Bang! Luo Dashin leaped over the horde of corpses behind him and slammed down violently, causing the street beneath him to shatter into flying debris. Humph! Luo Dashin held his head high, casually wielding the blades, his cold gaze sweeping across the light curtain. The enormous light curtain separated the two streets, and the two men exchanged glances through the barrier, silent for a long time. Ding Heshan's eyes were filled with shock and tension, while Luo Dashin wore a faintly contemptuous expression, exuding arrogance. Swish! Luo Dashin turned without looking back, suddenly swinging the large blade in his hand, activating the SS-level equipment effect. The blade light flashed like lightning, slicing through the heads of the corpses in the horde with immense power, before accurately returning to Luo Dashin's hand. A show of skill. Why are you still standing there? Luo Dashin weighed the heavy blade in his hand, grinning. Just you. Do you even qualify as a champion? Ding Heshan's breath hitched, his eyes widening in a mix of shock and anger. How dare a mere servant mock me? With such a lowly life, how could he dare to laugh at me? Ding Heshan took a deep breath, sneering at Luo Dashin. You are unworthy to speak to me. Have Su Yan come over. The light curtain clearly transmitted their voices, but Ding Heshan no longer cared about this minor change in mechanism. He stared fiercely at Luo Dashin, wishing he could rush over and personally kill this arrogant servant. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Dashin raised his blade, tapping the light curtain, shaking his head. Damn it, still can't get through. What does that mean? He still wants to come over and kill me. How dare you be so arrogant, you lowly servant. Ding Heshan felt a tremendous insult, yet was helpless, clenching his fists tightly. Are you angry? Luo Dashin glanced at Ding Heshan with disdain, sneering before turning to face the horde of corpses. He deliberately did not move far away, showcasing his combat power right in front of Ding Heshan, continuously pulling out one SSR level equipment after another to slaughter the horde. 5th card, 6th card. How many SSR level cards does this guy have? Ding Heshan squinted his eyes frantically, gathering information, constantly projecting how Su Yan would clear the level. Although there are 5 SSR level bosses and 18 considering the resources Su Yan obtained from selling his car. It is indeed not a big problem. Since he dares to give this bald servant so many SSR level cards, it shows that his resources are quite abundant. If he throws in a large number of SSR cards without regard for consumption, there is indeed a chance of catching up to me. Ding Heshan quietly opened the communication channel, clicking on Su Yan's avatar to check his progress. Indeed, Su Yan's progress had already reached 19. At this moment, no one in the communication channel dared to ask or mention Su Yan. Only various trade information was flooding the screen. Even though everyone was constantly watching Su Yan's progress, when this moment truly arrived, people clearly realized the two champions were already on the same path, and the real competition had begun. At this time, saying anything wrong could lead to being easily eliminated by the two champions. It was impossible to provoke these top users now. That night, many users had more time to check the communication channel while resting. Even Su Lifeng secretly underestimated. Boss Su has already reached 19. Why hasn't Ding Mengnan moved? Has he not noticed? Just as Su Lifeng was itching to mention Ding Heshan, suddenly Ding Heshan's figure appeared in the previously silent communication channel. It seems I underestimated you. Ding Heshan didn't mention anyone, but people knew he was talking to Su Yan. In this channel, there were only these two champions. Here it comes. Users like Su Lifeng perked up. The life and death clash between the two champions was about to begin. Ding Heshan, I really didn't expect you to have some strength. You piqued my interest. Ding Heshan, with so many blood coins in your possession, you must have gone all in. I can see you indeed have quite a few SSR level cards. Ding Heshan, but unfortunately you will never understand that some things cannot be obtained through blood coins. What is born with is what one has, and what is born without is what one lacks. Ding Heshan, the difficulty of 19 is far beyond what you can challenge. If you continue to fall behind, you will die in peace. But now, in order to catch up with me, you have come onto this path, and you will only experience even more terrifying despair. Ding Heshan, but I must admit you are indeed excellent, qualified to stay here with me for a few days, and then to witness my transcendence and progress with your own eyes. Ding Heshan, this is a glory that belongs solely to you. Only another champion like you is qualified to witness the birth of a stronger being. At this point, Ding Heshan remained incredibly confident. His earlier shock was merely astonishment that Su Yan could also reach 19, matching his progress. So what if he arrived here? The UR level boss is right before me. No matter how many SSR level cards Su Yan has, he still cannot cross this chasm. UR monsters can only be countered with UR cards. The difference of a card equals the disparity between heaven and earth. Ding Heshan's acknowledgement at this moment was merely a recognition of Su Yan's strength as a fellow champion. The users dared not speak, holding their breaths nervously, their eyes fixed on the communication channel. Ding Heshan's remarks exuded a sense of utter arrogance, still powerful, still confident, still high and mighty. So how would the other champion respond? With mockery? With rage? Would it be a challenge? Or would it be a passionate final race for life and death? People were waiting, and Ding Heshan was also waiting. Time passed second by second, yet people could not wait for Su Yan's response. The entire communication channel fell into silence. Not even trade information was sent, or no one dared to flood the screen with messages to overshadow Ding Heshan's remarks. The atmosphere in the air shifted from serious to solemn to doubtful, then to a hint of subtle awkwardness. The other champion seemed uninterested in engaging with Ding Mengnan. Your challenge, your disdain, your eager pride, and battle intent. Sorry, I don't care. Qin Shan couldn't hold back any longer. He tagged, Su Yan bro, it seems someone is looking for you. Su Yan replied him, is it about buying vehicles? Qin Shan said, no, it seems like they are issuing a challenge. He spoke delicately, but it was clear to everyone that Ding Heshan still held the upper hand and looked down on Su Yan. Su Yan responded, well, let me know if there's an order. I'm busy right now. The crowd of users watched intently, feeling a mix of tension and disbelief. How strong was Ding Heshan? He had just broken through to stage 19 on the path of champions in a single day. How could such a top-tier powerhouse be ignored? Damn it. Ding Heshan squinted his eyes, sneering continuously as he felt the disregard from Su Yan. This was the greatest insult and provocation to him. You can retaliate, be confident, show your strength. But what does it mean to not respond? As fellow champions, it was clear that I was far ahead of you, and you were just trailing behind. How dare you look down on me? The more Ding Heshan thought about it, especially after seeing the disdainful gaze of Luo Dashin glancing over from outside the screen, the more enraged he became, breathing heavily. Su Yan saw Ding Heshan's comments in the communication channel. However, he was simply too lazy to reply. Su Yan did not look down on Ding Heshan, it was just that the team had too much work to manage, and Su Yan couldn't afford to relax. I'm so busy already, and you're still trying to engage in a verbal spar. Can we at least respect each other? After all, one of us will eventually perish, so who really cares about the dying words of the deceased? Su Yan. Ding Heshan officially tagged Su Yan, unable to restrain his tone, wanting to say something more. Suddenly, a roar of vehicles thundered from the opposite street, causing Ding Heshan to raise his head, sharply squinting to look. He saw a squad of fully armed servants, each wielding weapons and clad in armor, working in perfect harmony to systematically clear the remaining zombies from the street under the moonlight. Whether they were grade zombies or S-grade elite zombies, they all fell like ordinary zombies. There were at least 100 servants divided into 3 small teams, advancing and battling in an orderly and synchronized manner, with each person shimmering with at least S-grade gear. These are all Su Yan's servants. Ding Heshan was taken aback, suddenly recalling that at the start of the competition, he had witnessed Su Yan summon a large number of servant cards. At that time, he had mocked this champion's foolishness and overconfidence in his mind, disregarding his own strength to summon a plethora of useless servants. Now, Ding Heshan realized he seemed to have been wrong. Champions naturally possess the strength and foundation of champions. Each champion is a master who understands and utilizes mechanisms first, and the paths they take are all different. He must have drawn a large number of low-level cards and servants with the blood coins earned from selling vehicles, while skillfully combining the two to enhance each other, creating a unique card system. Just like the top players in game card strategies, he chose the path he wanted to take from the very beginning. This is indeed a good method. He is indeed very clever. Ding Heshan gazed silently, guessing the path Su Yan had taken, but was not particularly surprised. Everyone's system is different. Ultimately, strength must speak, and one must face the numerous trials along the path of champions. But soon Ding Heshan could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. As the large number of battle servants advanced, his eyes widened more and more, and he rushed to the nearby building, staring intently at the end of the street across. What is that? What is that? The battle servants advanced quickly, clearing a wide and clean city street. And behind them, in the depths of the dark street, covered by night, a bright headlight suddenly pierced through the darkness like a dragon soaring forth. Ding Heshan saw a large armored vehicle, pitch black as ink, that resembled a awakened beast, slowly traversing the city ground, freely exuding its majesty and dominance in the dark. The first base vehicle was officially approaching the finish area of Stage 19, surrounded by a multitude of busy. They moved in an orderly manner, constantly going to the nearby buildings, extracting a continuous stream of various food, treasure chests, scrap tools, wires, materials, and more. Like industrious worker bees scouring for every resource they could take, constantly filling the vehicle. No, there's not just one. Ding Heshan stared intently. He saw the first black vehicle, followed by a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, an eighth. 14 vehicles in total, all jet black, imposing and fierce. They resembled a pack of tigers emerging together, shattering the silence of the night, roaring with the hum of their engines. This scene left Ding Heshan in shock, deep envy and jealousy flickering in his eyes. Yes, he doesn't have UR cards, but he has an entire fleet. I'm still walking on foot, but he has 14 top-tier vehicles. How is that fair? Ding Heshan's jealousy was about to overflow. He simply couldn't accept what was unfolding before him. What Ding Heshan found most unbearable was that he saw a tool resembling a sun lounger on the roof of the central vehicle, spacious and cushioned. A man lay on the soft chair in a short-sleeved shirt, with a small table beside him holding soda, cigarettes, and a fruit. A dazzling array. The variety was astounding. There were just so many resource cards drawn with many food cards that weren't even hard currency, all of which were given to Su Yan for his own use. This is what he meant by being busy enjoying himself. Ding Heshan couldn't believe the scene before him. He couldn't accept that while he was desperately trying to figure out how to deal with your level boss obstacles and adhering to the core rules of the competition, someone could be so at ease. Are you in a death race or on vacation? Do you think this is Hawaii? Bloodshot eyes appeared in Ding Heshan's gaze as he saw the boy beside the vehicle raise his hand to knock on the car surface, attracting the attention of the man on the soft chair. Are we there? Su Yan took off his eye mask, yawned, and stretched as he got up, saying, Tisk, I haven't rested long. The speed of the convoy is really fast. Oh, isn't that my bro Ding? Su Yan stood on the roof of the vehicle, easily spotting Ding Heshan on the opposite screen, noticing his fierce expression with clenched teeth and bloodshot eyes. Tisk, didn't my big bro get enough rest? Su Yan stroked his chin, waving vigorously at Ding Heshan across, saying, Hey, Ding Heshan, we meet again. Chasing you is no easy task. The road ahead has been quite a struggle for me, and I almost kicked the bucket. Su Yan shouted loudly, his voice clearly transmitting through the screen, provoking Ding Heshan's furious roar, Get lost. You have quite the temper. Su Yan stroked his chin and picked up the intercom. Jing Luo Dashan's message is good. The screen can now It might be due to nearing the final stretch, The mechanism may want to increase the difficulty of the joint competition through changes in the screen rules, causing both users to expend energy and heighten anxiety. This is its old trick. It's not a detail worth noting. Master, should we head directly to the next stage? Wait a moment, let the convoy pause for a bit. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This may be the last time. Can't I show off a bit? Jing smiled slightly, neither refusing nor agreeing. Only Qin Jixin, looking up, could see a hint of indulgence flashing in her eyes. Only when communicating with Su Yan did she reveal such different emotions. All units listen up. Su Yan switched to another walkie-talkie, issuing orders to the entire convoy. All vehicles, turn on your lights. Show respect to our opponents. With the command given, the 14 vehicles roared slightly, adjusting their directions. Then bang, 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 bang. The lights of each vehicle fully illuminated, and the energy of the entire convoy surged, casting bright beams of light that shone directly on Ding Heshan outside the light curtain. The scorching white light completely dispelled the surrounding darkness, making the area feel as bright as day. Attention, salute. Su Yan held the walkie-talkie, and all the servants stopped, turning in unison to look at Ding Heshan. Do not ask, do not think. When the master gives an order, follow it. The headlights shone brightly, all eyes focused. This was Su Yan's final respect for his competitor. You may have looked down on me countless times, but it matters not. Because this person never quibbles with the dead. Under the focus of countless lights, Ding Heshan's shadow was elongated significantly. He clenched his fists tightly, squinting slightly against the lights, staring intently at Su Yan atop the vehicle. Su Yan was smiling, raising his hand and pointing, pausing briefly from his forehead before suddenly raising it. Very stylish, very carefree. The young man was full of vigor, but Ding Heshan was coldly smiling. He felt no anger or jealousy within facing the headlights. He showed no discomfort, only a hint of faint pity in his gaze. Su Yan, do you really not understand what you are facing? Ding Heshan said lightly, his voice clear in the silence of the two streets. It's indeed not easy for you to reach 19. I admit your convoy possesses considerable combat strength. But how many servants did you lose to speed through 18? How many valuable cards did you exhaust? Just to catch up to me, what price have you paid? Unfortunately, people like you will never understand that beneath you are worthless. Ding Heshan raised his hand, sweeping it over Su Yan's convoy, and all the servants. Do you think they can pass 19? Ding Heshan continued to laugh contemptuously. If I were you, even if I caught up to my opponent, I wouldn't flaunt so early, for I would inevitably be slapped in the face. Am I flaunting? Obviously. Su Yan asked the boy. Chiku scratched his head, looking bewildered. Master, what does flaunting mean? It means to deliberately appear very impressive. But I think the master has always been impressive. That flattery is acceptable. Oh, I'll reward you for it. Su Yan was very satisfied, handing the red wine from the small table to Chiku. Ignoring me on purpose again. Ding Heshan sneered, his heart surging, unable to contain himself any longer. Su Yan, look closely at what I have in my hand. He shouted, drawing Su Yan's attention. Su Yan looked up to see Ding Heshan standing tall, right hand gripping a brilliantly colored card. You are. Su Yan exclaimed. Indeed, just as Jing guessed, Ding Heshan really had a UR card. Good eye. Ding Heshan smiled contemptuously. So you recognize this unique card. You should now be aware of the gap between us. I have confirmed that the boss of 19 is UR level. I have UR to get through. What about you? Do you plan to rely on this group of worthless servants? Rely on a few SSR cards. Ding Heshan's tone was filled with sympathy. You might still be fantasizing. I kindly remind you the horror of UR cannot be resolved by how many SSR cards you have. Beneath you all are worthless. Whether with thousands or tens of thousands of cards, you cannot pass. Here 19. This is the last road for you, Su Yan. You have reached the end. Ding Heshan shouted, his tone firm and imposing. In the darkness, he held the UR card, shining brightly under the headlights, looking extraordinarily remarkable. At this moment, Ding Heshan, even at the cost of exposing his trump card, wanted Su Yan to truly recognize the huge gap. He anticipated Su Yan's expression of despair and shock. But all Ding Heshan saw were Su Yan's slightly expectant eyes. Su Yan, and then. Ding Heshan frowned. What do you mean by, and then? Su Yan, is it just one UR? Ding Heshan was taken aback, frowning tightly. What do you mean by that? Su Yan shook his head and sighed, suddenly slapping his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot my time is up. Then Su Yan opened the sacrifice altar right in front of Ding Heshan. It was already past midnight. The first draw privilege of the fourth day had reset. He is going to draw cards. Ding Heshan squinted to look, unable to help but laugh. Su Yan, are you joking? You saw me take out the UR card, so you got riled up thinking you could draw a UR card too. Su Yan, you are so delusional. Oh, do you think everything in this world will go as you wish? Do you think UR is an or? Stop embarrassing yourself. At doing this will only make me want to laugh. At this moment, Ding Heshan felt immensely pleased. He finally saw Su Yan's unwilling demeanor, realizing this guy was envious of him. I can understand your unwillingness and anger, but the rules of competition are that harsh. Ding Heshan's attitude was high and mighty. He said coolly, but some things you simply cannot have, no amount of money can buy. Ding Heshan's voice abruptly stopped, his eyes widening in shock as he stared fixedly at the screen opposite. He saw it. He truly saw it. On the opposite side of the screen, Su Yin atop the vehicle drew a beautifully colored exquisite card from the sacrifice altar. A brand new UR. Single draw success. A direct hit. How? How is this possible? How is this possible? Ding Heshan staggered back a few steps, his face filled with disbelief, his eyes filled with an unshakable shock and confusion. One draw. 100 blood coins. He drew a UR card. I merely revealed my own UR card to show the clear difference. He was clearly envious, in a state of wanting to draw cards to prove he could also do it. But could he really? What is this based on? Ding Heshan muttered in despair, his body swaying, unable to comprehend is the card pool owned by his family. He said he could draw, and he drew. Ding Heshan felt a sense of disbelief as Su Yin flicked the new UR card with his fingers, shaking it towards Ding Heshan. Hey, look, I have 1-2 freshly minted. Su Yin smiled brightly, raising his hand to shake the card. The new UR card's colorful light spreading, tracing a beautiful rainbow arc in the night air, stunningly beautiful. Ding Heshan stared blankly at Su Yin, unable to respond. His expression changed rapidly, filled with shock, confusion, and distortion. The various changes in expression made Su Yin internally exclaim that he was witnessing a performance of intangible cultural heritage. Chiku also saw the changes in Ding Heshan's expression. He didn't know what flaunting meant, but seeing Ding Heshan's current expression made the boy feel very pleased. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, filled with exhilaration. So this is what it feels like to flaunt. The master truly understands more. Master, are you only going to show him this one? Chiku whispered, unable to hold back. He believed his master should unveil more UR cards and put on a grander display. I would if I could, but this man is fragile, Su Yin murmured to Chiku. He saw me pull this single UR and reacted like that. I fear that if I reveal more, he might keel over on the spot. Chiku cocked his head in puzzlement. Isn't that even better? Then master, you win outright. Winning with a hidden trump is not the same as bearing every card. A nearby attendant interjected suddenly. If the master exposes all his UR cards, the man might divulge the master's secrets with his dying breath. That would not bode well for the future. Chiku listened, half understanding. Abruptly, Ding Heshan's hoarse voice cut through the night. Su Yin, what are you so proud of? Chiku lifted his head and saw the man's bloodshot eyes across from them. Eyes brimming with jealousy, outrage, and an unbearable refusal to accept a rival he considered far inferior reaching the same heights. Ding Heshan felt insulted. Fury shredded his reason. Gritting his teeth, he laughed through his anger. So what if it's a you? I suppose you must have some special trick, as well, saving it till now, just to show off before me. Ridiculous. Passing stages 1 to 9 is only a matter of time. But you, if your UR is not combat type, how could you possibly clear this hurdle? Passing stages 1 to 9 is only a matter of time. But you, if your UR is not combat type, how could you possibly clear this hurdle? Ding Heshan fixed his stare on Su Yin, more precisely on the new UR card in Su Yin's hand. The man had lost the earlier composure, his once invincible bearing faltered, and the certainty that had buoyed him melted away. Ding Heshan grew tense, bordering on panic. He hurled provocations to gauge the strength of Su Yin's new card. He could not accept that this man had drawn a UR, and worse, that it might be a combat UR. This had to be rigged. It is not combat, Su Yin said, peering at the UR and shrugging. You guessed right, it's. Ding Heshan burst into frantic laughter, relief flooding him. If it truly was not a combat UR, what harm could it do for Su Yin to draw it? At worst, it would be no stronger than mine. We both possess URs. My UR is not necessarily inferior. There remains room for contest. Nothing but a real test of skill. Very well then, let us determine the victor. Ding Heshan drew a deep breath, regaining his composure and the posture of a contender. He lifted his head and fixed his gaze on the young man atop the car. I will take you seriously. I accept your challenge. Beginning now on this stretch, you and I shall fight through stages 19 and truly settle who prevails. This is the battle of the strong. I will grant you honor, respect your strength and your card. Ding Heshan stood alone beneath the moonlight and headlights, erect and proud, UR card in hand, solemn yet haughty. He must think he looks very impressive right now, Su Yin remarked to Chiku. Chiku shook his head. Not as impressive as you, master. Hey, you're getting slicker with your tongue. Su Yin handed over a slice of cream cake and glanced back at Ding Heshan. One could not deny the man had the bearing of a champion. Though prone to showmanship, he recovered quickly and did not easily lose confidence. Confidence is a powerful thing, the greatest trump for a person to overcome desperation. Sadly, there are also instances where confidence fails to carry one through. Fine. Decide the outcome, Su Yin said, tilting his head in a rare moment of earnestness. Chiku suspected it might be mercy toward a man already doomed. Ding Heshan turned, hands folded behind his back, staring down the avenue at the dark shape of the UR course. He said coolly, I do not know how many days you intend to linger here, but I will not hold back. Watch closely as I clear the stage. If you can learn from my method and pass, I will allow you to retrace my path, provided you can actually do it. I will clear this within 3 days at most. I hope to meet you at the end of stage 110. Su Yin. Ding Heshan had not intended to watch Su Yin, but the roar of engines from the convoy caught his ear. He turned, and his face froze in astonishment. Su Yin, what are you doing? Doing what? Su Yan, lounging again in the soft seat atop the car, looked up in mild puzzlement. "I'm clearing the stage." "Clearing the stage? How reckless. You disappoint me." Ding Hashan recoiled in shock and censure. "You send your convoy straight through like sheep before tigers. What use are those people? Why didn't you put that bald man at the front to scout ahead?" He scolded, but the convoy did not slow. Su Yan stopped listening. He hummed a tune from his soft chair and plucked at some. The entire convoy thundered forward at speed. The battle servants continued sweeping away the remaining zombies and clearing the road ahead. In only a few breaths, Ding Hashan watched helplessly as the convoy surged forward, rapidly approaching the finish area and crossing the boundary of Stage 19. "You will be killed by the BOSS, you idiot." "Wait, where's the boss?" Ding Hashan clenched his fist, eyes wide, staring at the front of Su Yan's convoy in disbelief. Many vehicles had already stepped into the finish area, yet the Stage 19 boss had not spawned. Where was that boss? Had it hidden? Was the mechanism malfunctioning? A bug? The enemy road for my opponent does not spawn a boss. While Ding Hashan stood stupefied, Su Yan's convoy had dwindled to nearly its last vehicle, already all within the finish area. The lead car had even driven beyond the finish, stepping onto the path of Stage 110. From beginning to end, that shadowy boss had not once shown itself. Not a trace. Ding Hashan shuddered, jolted awake, and sprinted forward in stunned haste, desperate to pursue Su Yan's convoy. Just as he darted and his right foot nearly crossed his finish boundary, whoosh, the shadowy boss flickered like a specter and almost teleported down from midair in an instant. It halted abruptly and fell silent. A humanoid black silhouette stood face to face with Ding Hashan, almost touching him, only a few centimeters apart. It had no features, only a rippling human-shaped mass of darkness that exuded a faint metallic stench and an aura of dread. In that moment, it was separated from Ding Hashan by nothing but the boundary line. "Step over and fight." Ding Hashan stifled a scream. His right foot never crossed. He stumbled backward, horrified at the boss before him. He had come perilously close, so close to death. Ding Hashan stared at the BOSS, cold sweat beading on his brow, but his thoughts remained on Su Yan's convoy. When he finally tore his gaze from the boss and looked back down the street, only a single taillight faded into the darkness. The sounds of combat dwindled and receded into the distance. Why? Su Yan! Su Yan! Ding Hashan roared, howling into the night. "Come back. How did you pass? Where's your boss?" His anguished, disbelieving cry rang far into the night, but there was no answer from Su Yan. In the darkness, only the faint sound of a man's laughter drifted back from the distant convoy. Why? Beneath the pale moonlight, Ding Hashan clenched his fists tightly, murmuring in bewilderment and shock. He suspected a flaw in the system. Was there a bug? Or did his opponent's path operate under some unique, inscrutable rule? He already held the correct answer in his heart, but dared not confront it, not even dare to entertain the thought. Ding Hashan longed to rush forward at once, locate Su Yan's convoy, and shout his accusations. How had this man cheated? But this boss. Ding Hashan jerked his head up sharply, fixing his gaze with desperate intensity upon the looming shadowy boss before him, despair flickering faintly in his eyes. "I can't go forward. Not yet. This is an ultra rare. An ultra rare. I stand no chance against it now. I have zero margin for error. I possess only one life. How is Su Yan able to do it? How could he possibly surpass me?" Ding Hashan muttered like a man possessed, the despair in his eyes deepening with every word. After all, he, a champion of unmatched strength, had cleared Stage 11 in under a day, then waited nearly another full day for Su Yan to catch up. In the early stages, his advantage had been overwhelming. He'd surged forward relentlessly, reaching Stage 19 in one seamless sweep. Yet even a man of such formidable power was halted at Stage 19, while Su Yan passed through unimpeded. Why? On what grounds? Ding Hashan could not comprehend it. He refused, perhaps could not bear, to accept the truth. Suddenly, a faint stir echoed from the opposite street, seizing Ding Hashan's attention. He snapped his head up, eyes locking fiercely on the source as he returned. It was not Su Yan. It was a bald man, Su Yan's retainer, who had doubled back. Shouldering a massive blade, the man leapt across the street in several swift bounds and came to a halt directly before Ding Hashan, facing the shimmering barrier. Luo Dashin locked eyes with Ding Hashan for a silent moment, then rapped the barrier's surface with his blade. Clang, 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 before scoffing, "Still impenetrable. What brings you here?" Ding Hashan's voice emerged hoarse and low, his gaze unrelenting upon Luo Dashin. "Does Su Yan have a message for me?" "Not at all. I simply came to see if I could kill you." Luo Dashin tilted his head slightly. "Miss Jing said that if the barrier mechanism for Stage 19 has changed, perhaps Stage 110's has too, and maybe, just maybe, I'll finally be able to reach you." "Hurry up then." Turning to leave, Luo Dashin added without glancing back, "I'll be waiting at the terminus of Stage 110 to kill you." He bore a grudge, still vividly recalled Ding Hashan's contemptuous glance in the Stage 12 starting zone, and remembered well how Miss Jing had recounted time and again this man's disdainful remarks about his master in the public channel. "My master permits me alone to flaunt my prowess. Who then are you, daring to steal my thunder? Is this truly Su Yan's message?" He laughs at me already, does he? Ding Heshan let out a hollow, sorrowful laugh. I told you, it has nothing to do with him. I came of my own accord. Of your own accord, eh? Ding Heshan's voice grew rasping, edged with scorn. A lowly servant. Without your master's explicit consent, you're nothing but a dog unfit even to decide your own steps. Lowly servant. Luo Dashin flared with anger, then broke into a cold, mirthless smile. He is different, but men like you will never understand. Oomph. Ding Heshan roared inwardly, seized the throat of a nearby attendant and crushed it, bones snapping with brutal finality. Hot blood sprayed across his body, the attendant's head parted cleanly from his shoulders and slumped lifelessly into a widening pool of crimson. The remaining attendants did not blink, merely lowered their heads silent and still. This was their ordained fate. Their master vented fury and issued a warning to Luo Dashin. Yet Luo Dashin dismissed it utterly, his smirk growing more derisive as his gaze swept over the other attendants, then settled once more upon Ding Heshan. Pitiful. With those two words, Luo Dashin turned and vanished into the darkness, hastening after the convoy. No one knew to whom the remark was directed, to Ding Heshan or to his silent bowed attendants. Arrogant fool. Ding Heshan ground his teeth until they ached, staring fixedly at the spot where Luo Dashin had disappeared, unaware that his own attendants too watched that same retreating silhouette. In that fleeting glance, a subtle, almost imperceptible flicker of admiration passed across their eyes. Damn, brother, you've reached stage 110. Qin Shan was the first to notice, his voice erupting with unrestrained delight, shattering the channel's silence. Su Yan, big bro, my true elder brother. Oh wow, damn, I knew you'd pull it off. Qin Shan could barely contain his elation. This triumph felt like his own. He wasn't alone in that sentiment. Lin Wan and others shared the same quiet pride. All were novice users from the Tianshu platform, and all maintained cordial relations with Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's overtaking and surpassing of another champion reflected glory upon the entire Tianshu platform. Lin Wan and the others flooded the channel with congratulations, tagging Su Yan repeatedly. Su Yan, you're too kind. I share in your joy. Su Yan, alas, this time our paths differ greatly in difficulty. I'm unable to freely share intelligence or guidance. Su Yan, let us strive together toward completion. I believe in you all. His replies remained concise, clear, poised, neither humble nor haughty, neither boastful nor domineering. He remained as calm and deep as a still lake, radiating quiet charisma. Beyond the Tianshu platform, users who openly offered praise, countless others observed silently, including Wang Shanchuan and Su Laifeng. Many had originally favored Ding Heshan, admiring how supremely confident and powerful he'd seemed at the outset, surging fearlessly to the very front of the progression, only to collapse entirely by nightfall. Some refused to believe it, rechecking Su Yan's avatar repeatedly. Yet there it stood, unmistakable, stage 110, a bold and undeniable. Su Laifeng, I expected an earth-shattering clash, yet it unfolded with such serene ease. Wang Shanchuan, the quieter the champions contest, the greater Su Boss's true strength. Su Laifeng, indeed, the master strategist wins without spectacle. Wang Shanchuan, true mastery lies in flawless, unremarkable execution. Su Laifeng, he arrived at stage 19. He passed through stage 19, calm, unhurried, unshaken. Wang Shanchuan, he stepped on his stage 110 and claimed victory with effortless grace, exuding sovereign composure. Li Dali, even a death race has its stand-up comedy act. These compliments were awkward, yet they voiced the prevailing sentiment. No one had imagined Su Yan's strength ran. Just hours earlier, this man had declared the challenge near fatal. Yet in the blink of an eye, he'd closed the gap entirely. Just when everyone assumed the day's drama had concluded, with Ding Heshan stalled at stage 19A and the true duel between champions still days away. Su Boss stepped calmly onto stage 110. A genuine, unequivocal reversal, a complete radiance surpassing beneath the gaze of all. Yet Su Boss never announced it himself. The news spread solely because others watched him so closely, each new milestone erupting organically from their scrutiny. Su Boss, truly a man who wields immense power, yet refrains from ostentation, commands profound respect, a rare elevated dignity born of genuine stature. The stronger he grows, the more quietly he walks, the deeper the resonance lingers long after he's passed. TCH. Utterly uninteresting. Su Yan saw the effusive praise flooding the channel. No triumphant shouts escaped him, yet reverence and a quiet instinctive wariness resonated unmistakably in every word. He knew too that countless silent observers felt the same. Some would re-evaluate their misjudgment, others stunned by his might, still others speculating in hushed tones about his true, unfathomable strength. Yet none of it stirred within him any real satisfaction. Let them speak. Let them debate. Let them speculate. None of it holds weight for me, for my vantage point has shifted. What matters to me has shifted too. Su Yan sighed deeply. It seems I am gradually losing taste for base pleasures. Is this the price of growth? The boy beside the carriage listened and bowed his head in deep contemplation. Then suddenly he lifted his face, eyes alight with revelation. Master, I understand. Understand what? I heard it clearly. You're showing off. It appears you've grown too. Su Yan felt a sense of satisfaction as the boy excitedly asked, Master, is there a reward? Yes, go help the transport team move things, replied Su Yan. Is this a punishment? No, it's the price of growth, Su Yan corrected seriously. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, the sharpness of the sword is honed through grinding. The master hopes for you to mature quickly. Is that so? The boy was confused but obediently went to work. Master, you are being a bit stingy. How can you? A soft laugh came through the intercom, and Su Yan raised an eyebrow saying, If I bully you, you won't be bullied by others anymore. You'll take a nap. There's no need to rush through stages 110. Su Yan put on his eye mask saying, Keep an eye on Luo Dashin and don't waste too much of our contract energy. Also send a few people over to help me watch for any sudden notifications. Additionally, pay attention to Ding Heshan. The moment he passes stage 19, we will clear the level immediately. Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to win, he still wanted to stay a bit longer to earn more money. Of course, how much he could earn depended on whether Ding Heshan understood the situation. It's rare for us to have some time to rest. This might be the most precious time during the competition. Jing smiled in response and put down the intercom. After organizing his blueprints for a moment, Chen Jixin quietly asked, Miss Jing, you should go rest first. We'll keep an eye on this place. Doctor, go ahead. You haven't slept long. Jing was in the front driver's cabin using skill cards to display multiple surveillance screens showing the scenes of every combat servant, including Luo Dashin. Next to her hands, there were also multiple skill card screens switching back and forth tracking the task movements of various groups of servants. My master and I cannot rest at the same time. Miss Jing, do you think Ding Heshan still poses a threat? This is a matter of discipline. Jing looked up calmly at the doctor, suddenly smiling. Given your background, you should understand better than I do. Our priority now is not winning the championship, but refining the details of the system and establishing rules for the future. You're right, Dr. Chan said, giving Jing a deep look before turning to leave. Hey, who was looking for me? Su Yan had just closed his eyes for a moment when someone pinged him on the communication channel. He felt a bit annoyed and opened it only to find it was Ding Heshan. Ding Heshan, Su Yan, how did you pass stage 19? He had just managed to regain his composure standing in a pool of blood on the street, surrounded by the corpses of several servants, while the remaining servants bowed their heads to feast on the remains under his strict orders. This was Ding Heshan's first time forcing himself to lower his head and inquire about a competitor in the race, desperately seeking some useful information. He had no choice but to do so. This was a life-and-death battle. Oh, dignity was completely sidelined. I just passed it like this, Su Yan replied. Did you not see? Ding Heshan, what about your boss? Why hasn't it respawned? Su Yan chuckled, because I killed it, of course. Ding Heshan, when he... Su Yan, Tisk, are you asking me or pressuring me? This person clearly wanted to know something, but his tone was awkward. Some users who hadn't slept late at night quietly observed, not daring to breathe, fearing that Ding Heshan would seize the opportunity to form a team and vent his frustrations. Oomph. Ding Heshan sneered, unwilling to admit his plea to Su Yan, and responded only with silence. I'm going to sleep, Su Yan said nonchalantly. Through wind and rain, the finish line awaits you. The unexpected disturbance and the unfamiliarity of lowering his head left Su Yan feeling rather indifferent. Blame the system, who made it match you as my opponent. Su Yan shook his head. Of course, he didn't send that message. He wasn't the kind of person like Ding Heshan who would take every advantage and flaunt it. It was enough to show off. There was no need to keep counting. Being disturbed by Ding Heshan, Su Yan found it hard to fall asleep again, so he decided to check out a new UR card. Prestigious Treasure Vault Legendary UR Material Card. Card description: it was once the magical treasury of earthly emperors, coveted by the gods, seized and obtained with the infinite storage power granted by the divine. Card effect: this card possesses effects of infinite storage, curious items, and divine greed. Infinite storage: this card can store all cards and non-card items without any weight burden, with no upper limit. Curious items: when any material non-UR level is stored in the vault, there is a certain probability that the next use will replicate an identical curious item without consuming the used material or reducing the durability of the used card. Curious items can replace the functions of the used items and cards, but are only for one-time consumption. Divine greed directly marks all materials and non-servant cards owned by the cardholder. Regardless of whether they are still in the vault, they cannot be taken or lost by any power unless the cardholder actively destroys them. Any non-UR level materials and cards used outside the vault can also activate the effects of the curious items card. Card information: when the number of item types stored in the card reaches 100, and the number of times curious items are triggered reaches 1 million, it will unlock into a luminous form, gaining the new card effect of Endless Vault. No matter how you look at it, it's just a top-tier warehouse, Su Yan said, tapping the card. He had already used the effect of Divine Greed to mark all the assets in his team. Collective non-loss probability of not consuming card durability and materials infinite storage space. It's very strong, but its help in direct combat is minimal. Su Yan finally concluded, perhaps the luminous form will bring surprises, but for now it's merely a UR card with a purely functional designation. This time the material card pool didn't feature any true gods, and the strength of the UR cards provided was relatively normal. Of course, this is just Su Yan's perspective, as only users who master more UR cards have the qualifications to compare the strengths and experiences of different UR cards. That's good too. The backpack cards drawn in the future can also be refined, so the backpack dilemma is somewhat resolved. Su Yan lazily tossed the card to Chica, saying, "Give it to the transport team and let them pack everything into the card so we don't have to stack it on the vehicle every day. Free up more space in the vehicle, lay down some carpets so everyone can take turns resting more often. I'm too lazy to remodel the vehicle again. They should be fine making their own beds, right? Every UR card has fixed effects of never being abandoned or damaged, so Su Yan didn't care whether the servants would accidentally ruin the UR card. On the contrary, he was now more inclined to distribute some UR cards, as he certainly couldn't use up the ever-increasing number of UR cards by himself. Placing each card in its most accurate field allows for greater value to be realized. This is also the most steadfast reason Jing has always supported Su Yan in establishing a mobile base, even a floating city. Su Yan's first draw privilege is random, and the nature of the UR cards changes daily. To ensure that every UR card can be utilized effectively, one must have complete strength without any shortcomings. Regardless of how much one's personal strength is enhanced, this cannot be achieved. There will inevitably be UR cards one cannot utilize, and only a vast competitive momentum can perfectly support Su Yan's privilege effects. After making the final arrangements, Su Yan finally felt drowsy, yawning and falling into a deep sleep. He was too lazy to go to the bedroom. That place was defaulted for Jing. Su Yan simply lay on the roof of the vehicle to rest, sheltered by an awning and covered with a blanket, feeling neither cold nor hot, quite comfortable. As for the sudden dangers, it didn't matter. Just kill them, he would respawn. Su Yan slept very well during this nap. The only downside was that it was too short. He had gone to sleep at dawn, but as dawn broke, he was awakened by a flood of ping messages on the communication channel. Who the hell is this? Is someone looking to die? Su Yan was furious after being woken up. He immediately opened the communication channel, feeling a strong urge to kill. However, the continuous stream of messages on the channel left Su Yan momentarily stunned. Su Yan, save me, save me. Su Yan, something happened. Wake up quickly. Su Yan, Ding Heshan has gone mad. He has gone insane. The users of the Tianshu platform continuously tagged Su Yan, breaking the morning's tranquility. What happened? Su Yan furrowed his brows and quickly sifted through the chat records, gradually understanding. The users of the Tianshu platform, including Qin Shan, were excited last night, feeling that Su Yan's actions had brought them honor, and they spent the night in the chat channel expressing their thoughts. Their words were filled with admiration and worship for Su Yan, reminiscing about his past deeds that benefited the public during the 11th phase. This was not a significant matter, but a few users on the Tianshu platform in their discussions inevitably brought up Ding Heshan. Although they were careful with their wording, they still made comparisons between him and Su Yan. The outcome of the comparison was evident. Su Yan was far ahead, while Ding Heshan had stagnated at 19th. For some reason, Ding Heshan didn't rest last night. He suddenly appeared in the morning, and without hesitation sent out force team requests to several users of the Tianshu platform, killing 3 or 4 of them. In an instant, the chat channel was filled with panic and fear among the major users. It was at this moment that they realized how angry Ding Heshan was. He had watched throughout the night as everyone discussed Su Yan, and his self-esteem was constantly trampled and tormented by these weaker users. Could he endure this? Ding Heshan struck hard, intimidating those around him into silence. Yet he still felt unsatisfied and continued to send forced requests to Qin Shan, Lin Wan, and other users who frequently communicated with Su Yan. They knew they were no match for Ding Heshan, which led to Qin Shan and Lin Wan urgently tagging Su Yan for help. Su Yan was a loyal person. If you kill others, that's your business, but why specifically target those few users? What does it mean to specifically kill those users? Are you targeting me? You can't outrun me, so you resort to venting your frustrations by making things difficult for others. Su Yan shook off his drowsiness and decisively responded, Ding Heshan, what are you doing so early? Ding Heshan replied, who do you think you are? Can you control me? Ding Heshan laughed, standing amidst the blood of his subordinates and the corpses of several users. I killed a few people out of frustration. Does that bother you? His body was covered in blood, and he was exhilarated by the slaughter, especially when he saw Su Yan actually showing up to intervene. He felt even more delighted. What are you pretending for? Why befriend strangers? See, this is your weakness, he mocked. A true powerhouse shouldn't have weaknesses. Ding Heshan sneered, competitors in a race cannot form teams. What gives you the right to interfere with me? I can kill whoever I want as long as I have enough blood coins. It seemed he had overindulged last night, and this guy was on the verge of giving up. Su Yan frowned, not giving face, huh? Ding Heshan laughed loudly. Are you a child? Why do you get angry like you're arguing? Su Yan replied, fine, I will clear 110 now. You can wait to die. Ding Heshan exclaimed, you dare? He looked at the chat channel in disbelief, unable to imagine how Su Yan could say such a thing. You say you can clear it just like that. Do you think 110 is that simple? But, for some reason, Ding Heshan felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but try to stop him. Su Yan commanded, let them go. Ding Heshan fell silent and did not respond. With Qin Shan and Lin Wan still pleading for help, Su Yan didn't want to wait any longer. I will give you 3 seconds. If one of them dies, you will die with them. Damn it. Ding Heshan stared intently at Qin Shan, and Lin Wan unwillingly canceling the team status with clenched fists. He knew well that he might not be able to compete with Su Yan. But what if? What if an unexpected turn occurs? What if there is still hope? Ding Heshan felt unwilling and was afraid of death, not daring to truly offend Su Yan. In a panic, Lin Wan returned to her street. This was her first time being forced into a team, and the terrifying sight of Ding Heshan covered in blood lingered in her mind, instilling fear. The gap between ordinary users and champions was simply too vast. Lin Wan struggled to calm herself before speaking. Su Yan, I am safe now. I should be safe. Qin Shan added, Su Yan bro, you saved my life again. The other users of the Tianshu platform also expressed their gratitude, each feeling fear and regret for having gotten involved in the competition between champions. The remaining silent users dared not speak either. This was the first time they witnessed the dangers of a champions competition. Truly a lingering aftermath. The aftermath of a contest between powerhouses can truly kill ordinary people. The crisis comes not only from their respective racing paths, but also from the chat channel. Especially at this moment, as more and more people possessed more blood coins, everyone had the privilege to kill. People felt panic and anxiety, but Su Yan couldn't be bothered. He glanced through the chat channel and sneered. 7 Ko. Master him here. Have Luo Dashin and Natasha hold the cards and go to the finish area. Su Yan said coldly. As long as I give the order, clear it immediately. Understood. 7 Ko picked up the intercom and conveyed the master's command. After saying that, Su Yan did not spare Ding Heshan. Ding Heshan 100 blood coins per hour. What are you talking about? Ding Heshan asked. Su Yan replied, starting now the countdown begins. If the money doesn't arrive, I will clear it immediately. Su Yan added, if you send any force team requests to anyone, I will also clear it immediately. Of course you can bet that I don't have the strength to clear it. Ding Heshan understood and exploded in anger. Su Yan, what the hell do you mean? Are you threatening me? Do you dare to threaten me? Do you dare to exploit me? What else? You can bet just kill one more and let me see. Su Yan laughed. If you're afraid to kill, then just hold it in. I used to consider you a person, but you had to act crazy, making me lose sleep. Ding Heshan said, all right, remember. He was filled with hatred, but helpless, only able to fall silent. Shortly after, a notification appeared in the chat channel. Announcement user, Ding Heshan, from this area, gifted user, Su Yan, 500 blood coins. Quite a rich base, huh? Su Yan raised an eyebrow, gladly accepting this life-saving money. 500,000 for my morning mood isn't quite enough, but it's acceptable. The other users also saw Su Yan's message and witnessed Ding Heshan's gifting news. This represented that the proud and arrogant Ding Heshan had yielded. The strongest champion, who had been extremely proud yesterday, had to bow his head before death today. There was no choice but to bow down. Not bowing truly meant death. Many users were amazed, and some who were adept at navigating quickly tagged Su Yan. Su Lifeng said, Su Yan boss Su is truly benevolent, willing to help other users in such difficult circumstances, truly great kindness and love. This time no one laughed at Su Lifeng for flattering. After all, Su Yan had indeed stopped a madman from going on a rampage, genuinely protecting the collective life safety. Su Yan couldn't be bothered to reply, not because he looked down on users like Su Lifeng who jumped around, but simply because he was too lazy to respond to the words of other strangers. He saved Lin Wan and Qin Shan out of selfishness. One owed him a favor, and the other was his loyal follower, making it reasonable to help them. As for helping other users by stopping Ding Heshan from forcibly grouping anyone, this act on the surface seemed unnecessary kindness, but it actually aligned with Su Yan's interests. The transition from the Tianshu platform to the competitor racing channel had already proven that the higher stage of the system is an endless merging, and some users would inevitably survive. These people, to put it bluntly, are Su Yan's word-of-mouth propagators, continuously conveying Su Yan's kindness, while they... For some users who had yet to understand Su Yan in the future, they would definitely lean towards kind users with a good reputation rather than those with a bad reputation for killing. As long as Su Yan still needed to sell vehicles to earn blood coins in bulk, all those who benefited from him were living advertisements. Just like in peacetime, people see countless advertisements every moment in elevators, buses, and city screens. Businesses don't need customers to see an advertisement and buy immediately. As long as there's a good impression, the true value of the advertisement is realized, which will continuously bring more benefits. While Su Yan was focusing on pressuring Ding Heshan in the chat channel, the boy 7 Ku returned. Master, there seems to be a situation ahead. What situation? Is the 110 boss hard to defeat? Su Yan frowned. 7 Ku shook his head. The advisory group didn't say that Miss Jing believes Natasha can hold the card to clear it. Then what situation? It's Luo Dashin. What's wrong with that bald guy? He's not satisfied and is stubbornly trying to reach the finish line. 7 Ku paused, hesitating to reveal a shocking number that startled Su Yan. Since last night, Miss Jing said Luo Dashin has died 256 times. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's body shook, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Die, bald guy. Are you an M?" Su Yan promptly pulled out the death contract, checking the remaining energy, over 230 left. Fortunately, it's not at the danger line. Su Yan let out a sigh of relief, realizing why the commands from the combat servants last night focused on targeted clearing of the zombie tide and accumulating blood coins resources and UR card energy. It seemed that Luo Dashan's relentless battle throughout the night was part of her plan. Master, what is M? Chiku asked in confusion, and Su Yan casually replied, children shouldn't know about such things. What's the situation at the end of 110? Have you mastered the boss intelligence? There are 3 year-level bosses in 110, with 1 confirmed to be a combat type and 2 non-combat types. Non-combat types. Su Yan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had heard of non-combat bosses. That's what the advisory group said. Chiku paused for a moment and said, they mentioned that those 2 bosses have relatively unique abilities that can enhance the power of combat bosses, which is why Mr. Luo has been consistently defeated. In fact, last night the other 2 bosses did not intervene at all, only that 1 combat boss fought against Mr. But unlike during the 19-phase Mr. Luo's strategy of trading death for injury became ineffective, resulting in significant self-damage and burning through dozens of skill cards and talent cards overnight. Although the information conveyed by Chiku was still not concise and direct enough, it had improved significantly compared to before. No wonder he was ultimately suppressed. Su Yan understood Luo Dashan's training was not yet extreme enough and had not truly stepped into the UR level. His resources and foundation were indeed terrifyingly abundant, but at most they only reached SSR level. The facts proved that as long as there were more than 2 UR enemies, no matter how many non-UR cards there were, they would not pose a threat. Insufficient levels are simply insufficient. Surpassing levels to counterattack is not that easy. It's not enough to just not fear death to win. Did Miss Jing really let him struggle for an entire night? As soon as Su Yan asked, he suddenly raised his hand to stop Chi Ke's explanation. I understand now, forging the sword. Yes. Chi Ke nodded. Miss Jing said that as long as he is willing, he can continue fighting, and she will ensure the energy of the contract is sufficient. To be honest, Luo Dashan still needed to face some hardships and encounter something tough. Otherwise, when Su Yan's family becomes large and prosperous in the future, how could he manage an uncontrollable top-tier combat force? Surely he couldn't have Su Yan constantly coaxing him, could he? That wouldn't make sense. It's precisely because Su Yan is not in a hurry to clear the levels that Jing has enough time to meticulously manage and improve various details, ensuring that Su Yan's convoy foundation becomes increasingly solid. Whether it's nurturing and mastering excellent talents, managing and caring for the collective morale, or the early collection and storage of resources. These are all tedious matters that require a steady long-term approach, which are particularly draining and do not fall within the effective scope of the servant's enforced loyalty. It is precisely because Jing is willing to do this that she toils selflessly. Okay, call Jing back to rest now. Su Yan nodded, jumping off the car roof and heading towards the command room, where it was said that Dr. Jeanette slept last night. Having rested for most of the day, my family's research old man should have recovered from the shadow of death, right? He must recover. I've been waiting a long time to upgrade the base. 15 minutes later. All right, I understand. At the front of the convoy, Jing spoke calmly without looking back. I will return to my room shortly, so master, please do not worry. After saying this, she successively assigned the scheduled work tasks, distributing them into the hands of the thinking servants, and then picked up the intercom to contact the leaders of each servant group to assign daytime tasks. Finally, she also contacted Natasha. I have already sent Xiaoyu to find you. That card must not be given to anyone outside of your group, and you must not leave the boundary line of the endpoint. Once Ding Hashan shows any unusual movements, there is no need for any notification. You have the right to immediately eliminate the boss to complete the level. All right. Natasha hesitated and asked, I heard that Master has awakened. What if he requests not to clear the level? Listen to me, Natasha. Jing replied calmly. I will bear any consequences alone. I should respect the Master, Jing. Natasha frowned. This was the first time she had countered Jing's instructions. Jing slightly raised her eyebrows, but did not get angry. She merely smiled gently. What do you think is more important, his command or his life? Natasha was taken aback and after a moment of silence said, I understand now. Disobeying orders when necessary is to safeguard his last line of life. This does not conflict with the mechanism of enforced loyalty. Of course, if the Master gives a more forceful command, Natasha certainly cannot refuse. But if the command only targets Natasha, Xiaoyu can swiftly clear the level with the card. Jing knows that what she is doing is not right. She is exploiting the loopholes in Su Yan's enforced orders, but she must do this. It's not, as she told Natasha, everything is for the Master's survival. Rather, it's to make the Master understand sufficiently clever servants should not be underestimated, and one cannot trust everyone too much. The more reliant you are, the more vigilant you should be. Enforced loyalty is indeed trustworthy, but as the team grows larger, the Master should learn to balance, to be suspicious, and to understand the depth of a ruler's temperament. Everything he doesn't know, I can tell him through facts. Just like the countless failures Luo Dashan faced in the final battle, repeated defeats can temper a brave warrior's arrogance. The same power crisis and pain can help a leader transform and grow through manageable stings. This is unfair to Jing, but she never seeks fairness, only what benefits him. Why haven't you left yet? Jing walked out of the command room, but found Chi-Ku waiting by the car staring blankly at the distant figures of the combat servants. Do you also crave battle? Following his gaze, Jing looked, and Chi-Ku suddenly realized, hurriedly lowering his head in respectful greeting, Miss Jing, I did not know you had come. Yesterday I conveyed the system to the whole team. You should still remember it, right? Jing flicked her hair, smiling faintly. Apart from the master, you do not need to show respect to anyone else. We are equals, just fulfilling our respective roles. I remember that in order to survive, one must understand that no card is true power. Only thought is the weapon. One must follow the master's will and recognize the idea of equality among everyone without distinctions of rank or status. Chi-Ku lowered his head, suddenly stopping mid-sentence. Under Jing's scrutinizing gaze, he hesitated to say, one should show more respect to the master. He is the exception. Jing smiled with satisfaction. She did not alter the team spirit that Su Yin wished to see. She merely added some of her interpretation. But the master might get angry. Chi-Ku looked up confused as he gazed at the woman before him. She was not tall, not beautiful, and her figure was slender. Yet for some reason, she always gave a subtle sense of pressure, especially those eyes which seemed to see through everyone's. So, I am the bad person. Jing looked into Chi-Ku's eyes and suddenly smiled. Am different from the master, do you remember? If one day the master and I give you completely different orders, that order is not mandatory. Who will you listen to? Jing suddenly asked. Chi-Ku trembled all over, but did not dare to answer. Do you want to be a warrior? Jing smiled, changing the topic. Chi-Ku did not answer. Every boy has a dream of becoming a hero. I have seen many people with a strong envy in their eyes when they look at Luo. Jing seemed indifferent, as if speaking to herself while looking ahead, to be seen differently by the master. Perhaps the battlefield is a good choice rather than being a mere messenger. Is that so, Chi-Ku? Miss Jing. Startled, the boy flushed crimson, clenched his fists, and lifted his gaze to meet Jing's, only to be met with her gentle smile. Chi-Ku deflated, bowing his head. I didn't think that way. You may? Jing smiled warmly and placed a reassuring hand on Chi-Ku's shoulder. He wishes for your growth more than anything. Luo Dashin holds no special place in his heart, but you and I. These trivial entire cards are what truly weigh upon him. Yet strength is not forged overnight. You may fall short of others now, but that does not bind you to their shadow forever. I know, you've been secretly poring over the talent advancement plan these past 2 days. You hope to see your name listed there. Jing paused meaningfully. But some positions are rarer than any name inscribed in that ledger. Some seemingly mundane tasks are in truth the very crucibles where true growth is tempered. I don't understand. Chi-Ku raised his head, confusion clouded his eyes. His memory was prodigious. He could recall every word Jing had spoken, yet comprehension eluded him. It's all right. Understanding will come in time. Jing patted the boy's shoulder once more, then turned and walked toward the command vehicle. After a few steps, she halted, turned back, and gazed at Chi-Ku, still lost in thought. Yesterday you asked me why, if the master had already given you a comms device, he still assigned you repetitive tasks. Off. Chi-Ku looked up bewildered. Because he favors you. Jing smiled softly. Cherish this moment. Every voice you hear now emanates from the very core. This is the unshakable foundation upon which your future ascent will rest. Chi-Ku's eyes slowly widened. Only after Jing had vanished into the distance did he stir from his daze, raising a hand to touch his shoulder as though still feeling the weight of her palm. That sensation stirred a fleeting memory. The master's laughter as he clapped Chi-Ku's shoulder, equally firm, equally trusting, equally warm and radiant. They were alike, uncannily so, evoking an indescribable resonance. Perhaps arriving here was not a misfortune after all. Back so late. When Chi-Ku returned to the command vehicle, Su Yin was deep in discussion with Chun Jixin and other members of the research team. Jing returned hours ago and has long since rested. Where have you been playing? Su Yin glanced at Chi-Ku and asked casually, no reproach in his tone. Chi-Ku nodded obediently, accepting the unspoken accusation. As Chun Jixin explained the blueprints to Su Yin, he stole a quiet glance at the boy. He understood Jing's intent more clearly than anyone else. Unlike the servants who had long settled into fixed worldviews within their own realms, a child possessed greater malleability, more receptive to new knowledge and paradigms. His loyalty would also be purer. To Jing, a servant's current strength was never the sole criterion. What mattered was their cultivable potential, whether they served the master's needs now and whether they would serve them in the future. So the base still cannot be established. Su Yin flipped through the blueprints before him and asked suddenly, I currently hold nearly 40,000 units of energy. Is that insufficient? Master, this falls squarely on the research team. We have failed to deliver. Chun Jixin offered his apologies sincerely. Per the original plan, an initial base formation required no more than 100,000 energy units. Yet our team lacks sufficient specialized personnel, and we possess neither the intellectual bandwidth nor the foundational knowledge to advance our studies. Certain blueprint details remain unresolved, potentially inflating resource demands. If the master insists on rapid base construction, we estimate a minimum reserve of 200,000 energy units would be necessary. Chen Jixin spoke with uncompromising honesty. A discrepancy between plan and progress was a universal truth among researchers. No human could execute a rigid plan flawlessly. With our current reserves, I cannot gamble on drawing more servant cards. Su Yan shook his head. I seek a base precisely to expand resource output and elevate our team's ceiling. Now you ask me for more researchers. And we're stuck in place. Fine, I'll just keep accumulating energy. Su Yan sighed, waving dismissively. No blame directed at Chen Jixin. Though the convoy numbered only 700 without self-sustaining agriculture or industrial capacity, their daily sustenance, sanitation, and logistics consumed a staggering sum of blood coins. Add to that the constant expenditure on combatants' skill cards, talent cards, and equipment cards, and while Su Yan lived comfortably, the convoy hemorrhaged funds by the second. True self-sufficiency remained distant. Even newly acquired tire cards could only marginally ease expenditures. They provided no justification for further servant draws. The randomness of card draws was too great. Drawing an undesired servant type would only burden the convoy with unnecessary overhead and attrition. The first stage road was broad, but finite. Its spatial limits were absolute. Without aerial mobility, even constructing another base vehicle would leave little room for additional vehicles. This was precisely what I wished to discuss with the master yesterday, Chen Jixin said quietly. I urged the master to further subdivide the plan, implementing blueprints incrementally, building methodically from scratch, conserving energy, and deploying it with surgical precision. Speak plainly. First, build something capable of flight, even if merely a large platform, to transcend the spatial constraints of ground-bound roads. Use that as our anchor to resolve food security first, then systematically tackle tooling, materials, and equipment consumption. Only by cutting extraneous costs can we hope to achieve a sustainable balance of income and expenditure. Chen Jixin pinpointed the crux. Currently, the convoy's operations rely almost entirely on the master's vehicle services, an effective stopgap, yet unsustainable. Achieving equilibrium between blood coin outflow and inflow is our most urgent priority. Failure to resolve this imbalance would hasten the convoy's collapse. The more urgently we pursued base construction. Agreed. Su Yan paused thoughtfully. Research decisions are yours alone. I defer entirely to your judgment on when to proceed with the base. And Jing knows your intentions. She does. Excellent. Let's begin. Su Yan extended his hand. Hand over the blueprints. How large a structure do you envision, and how much energy will it demand? No more than 30,000 units. I only have 30,000 total. Su Yan glared at Chen Jixin, who replied calmly. I am aware. Thus I left a small reserve so the master may sustain vehicle operations. Can costs be reduced, eh? If possible, I'd request a modest budget increase. All right. I finally grasped why congressmen rage incessantly. Su Yan chuckled wryly. With barely 8 people, financial tug-of-war had already begun. Thank fortune, only the research team sought funding. For should the convoy grow, and every division come clamoring for resources, how could it possibly endure? Relying solely on vehicle sales was untenable. Internal circulation and cultivating inner strength was non-negotiable. 3 million blood coins must be spent. Yet frugality remains impossible. Su Yan drew a slow breath and raised his hand. Hold on a moment. Chen Jixin looked up puzzled. Su Yan opened the comms channel and typed, Ding Heshan. Get in here. Ding Heshan. Su Yan, where's your... Ding Heshan erupted. I just gave you 500,000. Has 5 hours even passed? Su Yan, are you questioning me? Announcement: local user, Ding Heshan, has gifted user, Su Yan, 200 blood coins. Ding Heshan gritted his teeth. That's the last of it. I'm down to my final breath. A stunned silence fell over the channel. Yesterday's indomitable warrior, today utterly subdued. No one dared accuse Su Yan. However, Ding Heshan's hoarded blood coins posed a systemic threat, unstable, unsafe, and dangerous to all. Su Yan accepted the transfer with satisfaction. See, even reluctant wells yield a drop or two. Su Yan added, little Ding, keep striving. I'll collect rent again shortly. Don't push me too far. Even rabbits bite when cornered. Su Yan, shall I slaughter the rabbit now? Ding Heshan clenched his jaw, speechless, his eyes hollow, fixed upon the looming silhouette ahead. He couldn't advance, still couldn't advance. He needed time to cultivate, yet Su Yan throttled his blood coins, pushing his growth ever further into the future. Now I feel better. Su Yan closed the comms channel. Right, back to work. Huh. He blinked at Chen Jixin and the others, astonished by their stunned expressions. Why are you staring like that? Chen Jixin murmured, Master, truly one of a kind. He hesitated, choosing his words with care. Su Yan beamed. Oh, nothing extraordinary. Just a lifelong passion for upholding justice and punishing evil. When the household runs short, one simply replenishes from outside. That's perfectly natural. Chen Jixin